What is up, Mile High City? You made it. It's the weekend. It's Friday. It's Friday morning. And welcome to Brett Kane in the morning. BK is not here. This is the last day BK is out. I'm actually going to get to some sleep after today's show. I have inhaled more coffee this week than I have the entire year combined. I don't do mornings. I have to load up on a caffeine. But mad respect to all of you who are listening to this, who get up at the butt crack of dawn to start grinding away. The Denver Broncos, joint practice yesterday. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about their game against the Niners coming up this weekend. We're going to talk about the New York Yankees because that's all Baca cares about. The only thing Baca cares about is Hamilton and the New York Yankees. Isn't that correct, Baca? Is Alan Baca in for Steve? Everybody took today off, man. Moser took today off. Nelson took today off. I'm sure Vic's going to mail in today. Hey, guess what, Baca? You Yankees suck.
Yeah, I know.
You Yankees suck,
I know.
bro. What happened to them, man? They're fading.
I don't know.
Your Colorado Rockies did not lose yesterday. It was because the Colorado Rockies did not play yesterday.
Yankees didn't lose yesterday either.
Well, because they didn't play, or did they actually get a win? Listen, Aaron Judge is doing stupid, ridiculous things for that team this season, and they're just barely hanging on to third place.
Yeah,
is that what it is?
But now it's he's got that UCL sprain or strain, whatever it is. So he's playing, but he's DHing right now, and now I'm just on edge that anytime he throws the ball, he's gonna need Tommy John and be out for a year.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how Dodger fans were early with Shohei. But now he's like, watch me throw a 102-mile-an-hour fastball and watch me jack a home run in the very next hit. Yeah. So the Rockies are 35.5 games out. The Yankees are 6.5 games out. And Toronto, 68 wins for the Blue Jays is crazy. But anyway, Major League Baseball kick rocks. We talking NFL football, people. We had games last night. We had that Broncos practice. Man, let me tell you something. It was, listen, you can take the word of the local media chuckleheads here in this city when it comes to the Broncos. You can listen to what they're saying, but you keep hearing us say the same thing over and over for weeks now about how, the Broncos are looking good, man. The defense is looking good, man. Bo's all right, man. Like things are going to be pretty good this season. But yesterday, I think you got a different view angle of the Broncos because you had a bunch of San Francisco 49er reporters going, oh, damn, this defense by the Broncos is the real deal. And it's because the Broncos defense came out and punched San Francisco in the face. They picked off Brock Purdy twice in the 7-on-7. Now, Purdy got some back in the red zone drill. But that was later in practice. I mean, the Broncos defense looked like the best unit out there in joint practice. And one of the Niners reporters was saying, like, the Broncos defense compared to the Niners defense is night and day, and the Niners think they're a Super Bowl team. The Broncos defense is so much better than what the Niners are throwing out there on the defensive side of the ball that it's just, so, I mean, the hype, it just keeps going up. The hype just keeps going up. Baca, you got some of these. Let's play some Sean Payton, man. Let's play some Sean Payton as he addressed the media yesterday. Bo Nix, we're going to hear from Bo. He had some fun things to say yesterday after practice, and so did Mike McGlinchey. But let's start off with cut number one from Sean Payton, just talking about the joint practice.
So obviously a lot of good film for us to get on here in the next day and a half. Anytime, and you guys know this, you get to work against a different team, different cadence, different defense alignments, offensively the same way, route concepts. You're solving maybe some problems on the fly. I spent the bulk of most of the practice on the offensive field. Of course, Kyle was on their offensive field. So I said to the players, there's a lot when we get back to the hotel that we're going to want to look at, clean up. Overall, I was pleased with the work we got, and both sides I thought handled themselves well. It was competitive, and yet we got a ton of situational work, 2-minute red zone, third down, a lot of teamwork. So a lot of players getting a lot of work.
Sean Payton seems pretty happy with joint practice. There are some coaches, well, let me say this, that a lot of coaches in the NFL right now like joint practice, but that's because they are losing these preseason games. There are some coaches who hate joint practice. Andy Reid is always like, it's not the big, but he's so much of a control freak. He doesn't want, and I think a lot of coaches are like this. He doesn't want another coach, another team coming in and telling him how to run his practice. So Andy Reid is one of those guys who's like, I don't know. I mean, they do it, but he's not super stoked about him. Who else was? Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh was the same kind of way. He was like, we practice hard enough against ourselves. We don't need another team to make us practice hard. So let's just do it. But a lot of coaches really like joint practice. Sean Payton seems to be one of those guys, and it all worked out yesterday. But that's because the Broncos look like the better side. But once again, it's it's one joint practice. I'm not sure how hype you can get about it. All right. Excuse me. I want to do something interesting here. After talking about this defense the entire offseason, then with the additions the Broncos made to the defense. Like, the Broncos defense was killing the Niners yesterday to start that practice, and they didn't have Greenlaw and they didn't have Singleton. Both of those guys didn't practice. And it sounds like Peyton said after practice that Greenlaw's most likely not going to go in the game tomorrow night. And Kyle Shanahan said most of his starters aren't going to go in a game tomorrow night. He's like, we're not going to sit all 22 starters, but we're going to sit most of them. So who knows who San Francisco rolls out there. I mean, we're not going to see Brock Purdy at all. But, all right, Broncos country, you tell me, this Broncos defense. Now, listen, I'm an offensive guy. I love offense. I like laser beams and fireworks and explode. I like offense, and I'd love to see the Broncos offense catch fire this season. But the greatest defense in the history of the Denver Broncos is the 2015 Denver Broncos, right? That is the greatest defense in the history of the Denver Broncos, what we had here in 2015. Matter of fact, I will say this. I believe the 2015 Denver Bronco defense is one of the top 10 defenses of all time. Like, I'm not sitting here saying that they're the 86 Bears or the Steelers steel curtain from the 70s or something like that. But that is the best defense they've ever had. And guess what? This defense this season, they think they get right. They think they can challenge that. Can this defense be the best defense in the history of this team? Can they be better than what we saw in 2015? Can they be better than that Von Miller-led defense that just created havoc and won the whole Super Bowl? I don't know. You tell me, text line. The Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, is 303-504-0925. Is an all-time great defense on the docket for Denver this season? Do you think that because obviously you set your goals as high as possible. We're here from Bo Nix and him, just embracing the Super Bowl expectations that Sean Payton's out there. Like, Bo Nix ain't running away from that. He ain't running away from that. So if this defense is what we think it is, can it be as good as 2015? Can it be as good as 2015? Not only a defense that won the Super Bowl, that basically ended Cam Newton, but an all-time great defense. Is that what this team could be? I don't know. You tell me, text line. I mean, am I getting too pie in the sky? Am I looking at things with orange and blue colored glasses? When it comes to this defense, you cannot run away from the hype. Everybody in football who comes to practice, who comes to camp, who sees what the Broncos are doing on the defensive side of the ball, says, that's going to be a good team. That's going to be a good defensive unit, man. How good can it be? Can it be a top 10 all-time unit? Because that's what it would be if they're better than the 2015 team. That would be a top 10 defense of all times. I mean, the 2015 Denver Bronco defense Listen to this. Listen, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is why, I mean, I love hyping up the Bronx when they're playing like this, but this might be a step too far when you're like, can you be the 2015 Denver Bronco defense? You know what that team did, man? Teams couldn't run on them on the 2015 team. They couldn't score on them in the playoffs. In the playoffs that year, the year they won the whole thing, that Broncos defense held Ben Roethlisberger, Tom Brady, and Cam Newton to a combined 44 points while dishing out 14 sacks. That's how dominant that defense was in the playoffs. Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, Aqib Talib, Brandon Marshall. I don't know. You tell me, text line. You tell me. Should you set expectations that high? I mean, Super Bowl is as high as it gets, but top 10 defense of all time? That's sexy as hell. Although not as sexy as Larry O'Brien. Wait, called it the LOB. Woo! Man, losing my mind a little bit. Actually, before we dive back into some of these things that Sean Payton said yesterday, you know what team this Denver Broncos squad, this defense by the Denver Broncos could be? You know what team I think they are most like? Because I think this, if Barron can be the player in his rookie season that we think he can be, the player he was in Texas, and Moss continues to be Moss, and PS2 just shows up because that man is a monster. You know what team they could be? They could be that Buccaneers team, the 0-2 Tampa Bay Buccaneers team, who was also one of the greatest defenses in the history of the NFL. But do you remember that Bucs team? I mean, the game of football has changed a ton since 0-2, but nobody could pass on that team. Remember that Rondé Barber, Warren Sapp defense that they had there in Tampa? You could not throw on that team, man. You could not throw on them. Yeah, you had to try to move the ball by running because you could not throw on that team. Could the Broncos be like that? Could the Broncos be like the 0-2 Buccaneers defense that was, man, was that the Trent Dilfer one where everyone's like, man, I can't believe Trent. Yeah. Look at that defense, bro. That was a nasty, right?
Derek Brooks.
I don't know if would we consider the 0-2 Bucs team, that defense is a top 10 defense of all time. Do you think it's better than the 2015 Broncos defense? Because this defense, this 0-2 Bucs defense,
that was pretty good,
bro.
Who got MVP that year in the Super Bowl? Wasn't it like Dwight Smith?
Was it?
It was someone random that you wouldn't think of.
Because it was just some.
Because he got like 2 picks that game.
Let's see.
That was the Rich Gannon versus. Was it Trent Dilfer? No, it wasn't Trent Dilfer. Brad Johnson.
Is that who it was?
I don't know. It was someone random. Trent Dilfer was for the Ravens when he went to the Super Bowl, I think.
Dexter Jackson, their safety, the Bucs safety, brother.
And didn't Dwight Smith, though, had like a pick 6 or something, and he should have got it.
Man. Yeah. They beat the Oakland Raiders. He had 2 interceptions that game. Man, I completely forgot, but once again, it's 0-2. But like the 0-2 Bucs defense, the 2015 Broncos defense, these are all-time greats. These are all-time greats. And I think this defense, the one we have in this city right now, could be a lot like that Bucs 0-2. Because it's going to be, man, go ahead. Feel free to try to throw on Denver. Because you're not going to have the time to get that ball out. I'll tell you that right now. Although, once again, we've yet to see a game. I'm getting a little ahead of myself right here. We've yet to see the game, and I'm crowning this defense as one of the top 10 of all time. I'm just saying it's a possibility. It's a possibility, man. Rondé Barber, Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, Simeon Rice. Yeah, that's that 0-2 team. Whoo, baby, that team was great. All right, you know what? Let's do this. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll hear more from Sean Payton and a little bit from Bo Nix as we roll on with our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio. It's powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We'll be right back.
Well, it should be your goal too. You know, we should all be wanting to go win a Super Bowl. If we're not trying to win a Super Bowl, why are we here? You know, if you're not trying to be the best of the best in your particular area, ours is the NFL, the National Football League. You know, I believe that's why you go out there and play the game. You go out there to play the game to be the best, beat the best, and you know, I feel good about our team. But you know, that is not just thrown around. You know, that's it's not easy to do, obviously, and we got a lot of work to go get that goal.
Preach, Bo, preach. That's Bo Nix live yesterday from joint practice with the San Francisco 49ers. Nix threw 4-5. He threw a touchdown pass to Mims. He threw one to Vele. The Vele one was kind of crazy. Who else did he hit? Did he hit Troy? I know a lot of reporters were talking about how great Troy Franklin has been. Man, Troy Franklin has completely changed. You remember where we were with Troy last year at this time? Remember that? There was people talking about like, well, maybe you should just cut him. Maybe you should just get rid of him when you get another roster spot. And you're like, and now, you got to give these players a little bit of time to figure it out because Troy's starting to figure it out. And then you realize now you take that physical talent with a better grasp of the game, and you might have something special. So I mean, once again, we will see. Sutton, Mims, Sherfield, Vele all cut touchdown passes from Bo in this one. Although I gotta say, if you're a San Francisco fan, you do have something to be excited about, and that's CMC. Christian looked like like he had that whatever that like where'd he go kind of thing happening that CMC does. So he looks like he's fully healthy and ready to go. So if you're a Niner fan, you should probably be excited about that one. Obviously, we're not going to see him tomorrow because Shanahan's already come out and said that I don't think that he's going to play. He said he might play a few starters, but not a whole lot of them. So we will see how that plays out for Sean Payton and the Broncos tomorrow night when they. Hey, yo, Baca, I think Patrick Surtain won an Emmy, man. The Broncos. You know that remember when the Broncos broke out that video of the old school unis last year to announce that the old school unis were coming back? That thing won an Emmy, and Patrick Surtain starred in that. So does Patrick get an Emmy, or does it just go to the Broncos for creating the video? You know what I mean? Like, is Patrick Surtain credited as an actor in that video? Does he get an Emmy? Is he going to get a Super Bowl trophy, a Defensive Player of the Year trophy, and an Emmy? What's up, PS2? Is there anything that man can't do? That's what I want to know right now. I want to correct myself. I said Trent Dilfer. It was Brad Johnson who won that Super Bowl with the Bucs. Trent Dilfer won the Super Bowl with another all-time great defense, and that was what year was that with the Ravens, Baca? Was that the 2000?
Like 2000 or
yeah, I think it was the 2000
yeah.
Ravens that Trent did that thing about it. All right, 303-504-0925 if you want to be part of the program. The Backus and Shanker Studios is where we're coming from. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. What do you mean? Talk about how great Ashton Genty looked. No. Ashton Genty did not look. No, he didn't. No. That Raiders and Seahawks ended in a tie. Listen, we obviously don't have overtime in preseason, but the Raiders and Seahawks game ended in a 23-23 tie, which is ridiculous. But that was probably not. I mean, that was not the most fun game. They played Aiden O'Connell basically the entire. Geno Smith played one series for the Raiders, and then Aiden O'Connell played all the way to the fourth. He threw 2 picks, which is not ideal. Geno was 1 of 3, and then just went and sat down. Seattle, Drew Lock got a lot of time. Man, every time I see Drew, I think about what could have been, what might have been, But Drew, 12 of 22, 147 yards, one touchdown and 1 pick. Jalen Milroe, 6 of 10, 61 yards. But Seattle's going to use him in a lot. They've already come out and said, like, we're going to put in special packages just for Milroe. We like him so much. We're going to throw some packages in just for him, just to see what's going on there. But Yeah, man. It's not like Ashton Genty played a lot either, but yeah, we rushed for -1 yard. Like he had like a 4-yard rush, and then he got hit in the backfield and lost another 4 yards. Yeah, so not. I don't know. I think Ashton Genty's going to be great, right? I think he's going to be great. But then again, you are playing for the Raiders, and that offensive line is. I have no, like the Raiders are going to be pretty bad. I have no idea what the Seahawks are going to be this season. No idea what the Seahawks are going to look like this year at all. Or what, I don't even, what does Vegas even have them predicted going this year? The other two games in preseason action, the Philadelphia Eagles beat the Cincinnati Bengals. The Eagles played nobody. And the Bengals did give some time to some of their starters in this one. Despite that, the Eagles won 34-27. Joe Burrow, 9 of 10, 123 yards, 2 touchdowns. Then he sat down, and Ritter and Browning came in. For, obviously, Philly didn't play Jalen. Tanner McKee, 20 of 25, 252 yards and 2 touchdowns. The man was Joe Burrow was doing Joe Burrow things, but why wouldn't he? But Tanner McKee coming in and looking good, the kid out of Sanford for the Eagles. But the Eagles get to win over the Bengals. Cincinnati would like a fast start to the season. Oh, he does! Patrick Surtain does get an Emmy. Hell yeah, man. I forgot Randy Gradishar was in that thing too. Randy Gradishar gets an Emmy. That's cool. That is cool. But yeah, Patrick Surtain, Defensive Player of the Year, Emmy Award winner, and soon to be Super Bowl champion.
Hey, some of these categories, man, are kind of crazy because it's like the Heartland Emmys.
Yeah.
A lot of it is news things.
Vic
kind of
has
depressing.
Like 40 of these. I'm serious, bro. I think Vic has like 40 of these Heartland Emmys.
Some of these are like, Jefferson wildfire coverage, and it's I don't know. It's a little depressing if you look at all the categories, honestly.
Right, because it's all just
it's all
totally
news stories.
Depressing news stories. Like, yeah. But yeah, Patrick Surtain, get you an Emmy, brother. Get you an Emmy. Do your thing. Okay, so Eagles beat the Bengals in preseason action 34-27. And the Ravens over the Colts. But here's what happened in that game. Anthony Richardson had to leave early. They were going to so there's a quarterback battle going on in Indianapolis. Who's going to be the starting quarterback? Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones? And right now people are leaning Danny Dimes. But what the Colts wanted to do was give Anthony the majority of this game to see what he can do. Then their next preseason game, they were going to give the majority of those snaps to Daniel Jones. But Anthony Richardson got sacked, and he dislocated his pinky. Matter of fact, he said he looked down at his hand, and his pinky was going the wrong way, and he said, well, he couldn't feel it. He said he felt no pain, but when he looked down and his pinky was pointing the other way, so he went to the sideline. They snapped it back into place, but then they didn't throw him back in there. He did try to throw a ball to grip. He said he was having problems gripping a ball after they popped that pinky back into place. But guess what? Anthony Richardson, man, I think I like Richardson more than a lot of people do. But the consistency, man, he's only 23. Anthony Richardson, it feels like that dude's been in the NFL for 3 years. And, he was a 2023 first-round pick. He was the number 4 pick overall. But it feels like he's been in the league forever. He's 2 years younger than Bo Nix. But once again, man, you got to be consistent at the quarterback position. Danny Dimes is going to be the starter there. I don't know if Anthony Richardson is ever going to be a starting quarterback in this NFL after I was like, man, I really like him. But Daniel Jones came in, 10 of 21, 144 yards. Nothing too impressive. Obviously, the Ravens played nobody. But you know who was representing for the Ravens? The CU Buffs. The CU Buffs were bringing it for Baltimore. Why? LeJounte, man. Wester went off last night. Wester was their best receiver. He had was it a kickoff or a punt return? He took one like 70-something yards for a touchdown. Yeah, Wester was killing it for Baltimore, and the Ravens win it 24-16. So that's what happened in preseason football last night. Football is back. Oh, I saw, who was it? I think it was CBS or USA Today. I think it was CBS came up with the top 10 NFL training camp cliches, the things that you hear at camp constantly. And number 3 on their list was football is back, baby. He's like, that's what you hear constantly at this time of the year. Even nobody cares about these preseason games unless you're a coach or you're betting on them. But everybody's always like, football's back, baby. And then you watch, like the first quarter, you're like, I'm moving on. Baca, if you could guess what the number 1 NFL cliche when it comes to training camp is, what would you say? The one thing players always say all these. Every rookie in the NFL is currently exceeding expectations, right? Every rookie, you ask a coach, you ask a teammate, oh man, yeah, he's playing much better than we thought. He's exceeding expectations. That's a rookie who's exceeding expectations, right? They always say that nonsense.
I mean, everyone's always talking Super Bowl, right? Like,
yes. They always talk Super Bowl. You know what's even crazier?
Like the cut we just played from Bo Nix.
You know what always happens at training camp that they were saying you always see? It's people, because we are so happy that football's back, we like aggrandize, we prop up just like these average routine plays at camp. You're like, did you see that throw by Bo? Did you see that throw by Bo, man? And it was like a 10-yard out where he just, he moved to his left a little bit or something like that. And we're like, that's amazing. But yeah, that's exactly what happens when training camp comes around. You get all these stupid, dumb. Number 2 on the list is, if there's a new coach, it's a new culture, right? But coach is putting a new culture in place. But number 1 on the list is, he's in the best shape of his life. Everybody you ask is in the best shape of their life. If you're coming off injury, rehab is ahead of expectations, right? Rehab is ahead of expectations, and everybody is in the best shape of their life. That's what NFL training camp is all about. But yesterday's joint practice, what do you think, Baca, what do you think we're going to be freaking out about on Monday morning after this game? Because Broncos camp has been so boring, so so down the numbers, just checklist kind of thing that I don't know what we're going to be talking about on Monday.
How much do you think the number 1 offense is going to play tomorrow?
Ooh, that's interesting. I mean,
because
Sean
that's
Payton
probably
was like, I'm playing my guys.
That's what we might be freaking out about. Like if the Niners don't play anybody on defense and the Broncos offense still struggles against them.
Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. A lot of people yesterday in camp was talking about how the Broncos offense looked better than it had in previous days, but then that brings us. Then you're like, well, you know what? The reason the Broncos offense looked better against the San Francisco Niners defense than they did,
it's not the Broncos
right?
defense.
Because they're not playing against one of the best defenses in the league all the time.
One of the top 10 defenses ever, according to you.
Right. One of the top defenses of all time.
Yeah, Hall of Fame.
2,000 Ravens were coming for you. But yeah, it's probably a relief that you're like, man, I got to find a way to fit in this ball with Patrick over there. And now you're just like, I'm going to pick this Niners secondary apart. Watch me work. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't feel like Bo Nix and the Broncos offense is hurting for confidence. So even if the Broncos defense have been winning those battles for the most part during camp, I don't think Bo is hanging his head or anything of that nature. Let me ask you this, or let's play another cut from Sean Payton. Matter of fact, why don't you go ahead and pick one of matter of fact, at the very end of Sean Payton's press conference, he was asked the question about, will the Broncos be back in San Francisco in February when the Super Bowl comes around? Let's hear what he had to say.
It's the goal, it's always the goal, but I think it starts really more in the division, and it starts with playing in your division well, having a chance to compete to win your division, and then the next goal is seeding, and then the final goal would be trying to get to the championship game.
Yep, there you go. He's got it, man. He's got his process down. He is not afraid to talk about where he wants to see this team in 5 months, 6 months time, whatever it is. So, I mean, confidence level is high. I'm not sure if that changes Saturday night.
You know where the Broncos won the Super Bowl last time they won, right?
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Yeah, it was at Levi Stadium 10 years ago. So, I mean, that place has good memories for the Bronx. So we'll have to see what and not only that let me rephrase the way I've been talking about the greatest defense in the history of the Denver Broncos. That's the last time we saw a defense that great in the NFL, right? 10 years ago. There hasn't been a defense in the NFL as good as that one in 10 years, right? Tell me I'm wrong. Find me another one. Tell me I'm wrong. Find me a defense better than the 2015 Denver Bronco defense over the last 10 years in the NFL. You can't. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. I think that's been the best defense in the last 10 years in the NFL because that is one of my. If you want to argue about it, that's fine. But that is a top 10 defense of all time. One of the greatest defenses of all time. I wouldn't put them in the top 3, but they're in the top 10. They're in the top 10. And I can't. There's not been another defense in this league that good since 2015. Until this Denver Bronco team right here, if they can get where we think they can go. But once again, that's tough because I'm putting a lot on Barron's shoulders. I'm putting a lot on some of the new guys coming in who've dealt with some injuries in the past, and you know what I'm talking about. Like, this is just a what could be. But I don't think it's just like, man, Bertle's just popping off, man. I don't think he knows what the hell he's talking. Like, I don't think it's in that category. Just like pie in the sky stuff. I really don't. I think we can see greatness this season. I think we can see greatness out of the Denver Broncos defense. And if we do, baby, we might see ourselves something special this year. Something special. You might see the greatest defense in the history of this team. I'm loving it. And then next year, Vance Joseph goes and coaches somebody else, right? He goes and coaches, I don't know, who's a coach on the hot seat. Man, don't take the Cleveland drop, coach. Don't take that one, man, right? I mean, we get to see the Browns tonight. We get to see Shedeur. The Browns play the Panthers tonight, so we get to see Shedeur do his thing and see how that plays out. The Lions and the Falcons and the Commanders or the Patriots are the other preseason games this evening. We will continue with our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Broncos. I did it again. I keep saying the Broncos country. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. We'll hear from Bo Nix and Mike McGlinchey next.
I thought it was great. A respectful defense. They've been really good for a long time now. New DC, but they didn't really change much, and they go back with a lot of good players. It was good to see a different pace, different speed, different scheme, and I think it was good for us. It was always nice to play against another team besides yourself in this time of year.
Bo Nix always seems to say the right things. Is probably why one of the major reasons that Sean Payton. I love my cue, says Sean Payton. Welcome back to Brett Kane in the morning. Brett's still out. This is his last day of vacation until next summer. He better enjoy it. Brett, I don't know where you at, bro, but you better enjoy it. This is it. You don't get another vacation till next summer, man. You know what? How about before I talk about Bo and Bro, in honor of Brett Kane, I want to talk. Brett, how about this? Did you see in Detroit Lions training camp, they have had to institute a new rule, the Hutch rule. So Aiden Hutchinson is back, and he's looking so good that he is messing up their practices. So what usually happens is that when Aiden Hutchinson beats his lineman and gets close to the quarterback, they blow the play dead because that's a sack. So the play is dead. But Hutchinson has been doing it so much in practice that they're like, damn it, we can't get any practice in if we blow it dead every time it looks like Aiden's about to sack the quarterback. So now Aiden gets the quarterback, but they still let the play go. They're like, we got to get this practice in. Even with this big dude disrupting everything we do. So they put in a Hutch rule. So he's basically like, he blows by the lineman, gets close to the quarterback. That's a sack, but then they let the play continue to go. Otherwise, they'd never get any practice in because he keeps beating the lineman. So it's the Hutch rule. And I was like, listen, I don't know if that's hype or whatever, but I do like it. So there you go, Brett Kane. There you go, BK. Your Detroit Lions have instituted the Hutch rule because he's just killing folks. The Lions will be playing the Atlanta Falcons tonight there at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And we'll see who the I'm assuming Penix is going to go, right? How much time does Kirk Cousins get? Do all of us believe that Kirk Cousins is going to be the backup QB in Atlanta the whole season? No, man. He's going to be the first quarterback traded, right? He's going to be the first quarterback traded. I saw that Matthew Stafford is not in camp for the Rams. He's dealing with a back issue. But somebody, I think it's The Athletic, just reported that, is it back spasms or, hold on, let's see. He was dealing with back soreness. But there was a report this week saying that he might also be dealing with an aggravated disc in his back. I mean, he's got a month to get right for the Rams, and you've got Jimmy G as the backup there in L.A., but if you think Stafford's going to miss some time with that aggravated back, let's go trade for Cousins, unless you're a Jimmy G believer, man. But I don't know. I think I don't know, man. Jimmy G can probably win with that team. But that's not what that team is thinking about doing, right? That team is thinking about winning the whole damn thing. Not just about being okay. So, but outside of Kirk Cousins, there's not Carson Wentz is still out there as a free agent. I guess you pick up Carson Wentz, but I don't know if is Carson Wentz any better than Jimmy G? But yeah, there's some couple you can also go grab one of those quarterbacks out of Cleveland if you really wanted to. But we'll check it out tonight because, Shedeur's going to get a massive amount of playing time in that game against Carolina this evening. And then the late game it's not even that late, is Commanders at the Patriots. So we'll see how much time Jaden gets. You don't need to see a whole lot of him. How much time does Drake May get? Does he get more than Jaden? I don't know. I'm interested. Obviously, you're interested in seeing these young players. I want to see Cam Ward this weekend. I want to see Jackson Dart this weekend and see J.J. McCarthy, all these young guys, and, of course, Shedeur to see what's happening there. But back to Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos. So, Bo feels pretty confident, looking pretty good. Alan Baca, are you a Bo lever, man? Are you believe in Bo, Baca?
I've been a believer since Madden dropped last year, and I just bought it because I wanted to play with the new uniforms, and I wanted to mix and match, because that's what I do for 2 hours on the game. And I played on the easiest mode, and I did good. So I was a Broncos believer since.
All right, man.
Yeah.
All right. This is the weirdest. To me, this is the weirdest time of the sports calendar. This right here, where, especially in this city where we can't talk Rockies. I mean, we can talk Rockies, but it feels like a pity party. It feels like all we do. It feels like just jumping up and down on the Rockies and the Montforts every time we do it. You know what I mean? It's just like, I got better things to do with my life. I'm not going to waste 15 minutes of my life talk about a team that's going to lose 120 games or whatever it is. Although the Rockies, in Arizona, start for a series starting today. So that's what's going on with the Rocks. But when last we left you, Bo Nix was feeling good and looking good. Do you put expectations on Bo before the season even starts? Like, I don't know. Like, Sean Payton probably doesn't, but he's thinking at a higher level than we are. But I wonder if, like, Bo, like, you talk to a lot of NHL and NBA players, and they all set themselves certain goals during the summer, and then they also set goals for the upcoming season. And some of those aren't just like, I'm going to average 25 points per game. It's not necessarily those kind of goals. It's just like, I'm going to make sure I do this every game. I do that every game. And I wonder what it is that Bo Nix spent the offseason doing. Now, we've heard, he talked to Drew Brees. He was working with that throwing coach and stuff like that. But I want to know, because you're not going to come out and talk about your true weaknesses on the football field. But I wonder in his mind what Bo thinks those are, the things that he needs to improve most on a football field. Text line, you tell me what one area would you like to see Bo Nix improve at or accelerate the growth of this particular area of his game? Is there one? 303-504-0925. Text in and tell me what you think. That if you could have Bo focus on one thing or have Bo improve in one area and one area alone, what would it be? I wonder what that answer is for Sean Payton. But Sean spoke for a good chunk there after joint practice yesterday. Mike McGlinchey spoke, obviously, back in San Fran in that one. You know what? Baca, why don't we go ahead, go all the way down to number 7 for Mike. Let's talk about, let's hear from Mike talking a little bit about Bo.
Well, it's everything. I think, there's quarterbacks that have made a whole career on the second act of plays, right? I think certainly makes an offensive lineman's job a lot easier and in terms of being able to save a play, being able to save a sack, being able to do all those things. Bo's a tremendous athlete, something he probably didn't get a lot of credit for when he was coming out, but you see it every day, and you saw it all last year. That spontaneity in which he plays with and get a little bit of the backyard feel is certainly something that's really helpful for our offense.
That's McGlinchey talking about how Bo can extend plays. Is that the one category? Is that what you guys are focused on? Is that what you want to see from Bo? The ability to extend plays with his feet? I mean, he did it last year. Looked good at it. Matter of fact, I think that was probably the one thing that Bo did last year that surprised the city of Denver, right? Just the way he can move around in the pocket and run with the ball. You're like, dang, man, he's a little more athletic than I thought he was going to be, right? He looks pretty good out there. So, that's not a category I think Bo needs to focus on or work on. It seemed like he had that down. But I don't know. If we switched it to the other side of the ball, if we were like, what do you think NFL defenses are going to focus on when it comes to Bo this season? Like, what do you think they're going to do with the Broncos? They didn't have a running game last year. Maybe you have a running game this year. You better have a running game this year. But our team's going to say, we'll just take away the run and try to make Bo Nix beat us. Or is that what happened last year and Bo did beat you? I don't know. I wonder how defenses handle this. Do you still think they're like, we don't trust Bo Nix? We're gonna shut down the run. We're gonna load up the box. And we're going to make this guy beat us with his arm. Is that how opposing defenses are going to handle Bo this year? From the 7-2, I want to see Bo silence all the haters. Man, they'd have to win the Super Bowl to do that, right? Like, even, I mean, if they go to the AFC Championship game and lose, there's still going to be people like, see, told you, Bo Nix couldn't win the big one. From the 720, discipline and manipulation of defensive backs. That's what I'd like to see. Okay, I get it. So you're talking about the minutiae. You're talking about the little things that like an Aaron Rodgers will do, where he'll look off a corner or look off a safety. Okay. You want to see a little bit more of that that next level kind of QBing. You know what I mean? Where their brain is ahead of yours. They're thinking 2 steps ahead. Bo Nix is playing chess and you're playing checkers, I think is what the 720 is trying to say. From the 678, I want to see Bo tuck the ball when he runs. That's all. Protect that ball. Although that's another reason why the Broncos love Bo. It's not, he wasn't a turnover machine last year. Wasn't throwing picks. He wasn't dropping the ball all the way. I want to see Bo improve throwing on the run. Okay. He did have a touchdown pass yesterday in practice where he was on the run. I think that was the pass to Vele that he hit on the run. From Chris, I'm waiting to see pre-snap motion in this offense. I get you. You're not going to see anything too complicated in the preseason because just how I mentioned, who was it? It was Andy Reid. I was talking about how he doesn't like joint practices, but Andy Reid's like, I don't like it because I reveal too much in joint practices. You can figure too much up about my team in a joint practice. That's why I don't like it. That's why I don't want to see anything. So that and NFL teams keep their offenses just vanilla as hell in the preseason. So we're gonna have to wait to the regular season to see what kind of interesting things Sean Payton and Joe Lombardi have added to this offense. From Devin, I just want to see Bo play. I'm tired of no football. Did you watch any of those preseason games last night? That wasn't that too exciting, but yeah, I want to see Bo play too. I'm ready for the regular season already. We haven't even played a preseason game. I want to see the regular season. I want to see what the new look Broncos offense looks like. How about, Lance says, how he operates in a true drop back passing game? He struggled under pressure last year when operating in the pocket, but when they ran rollout passing plays, he led the league in passing game yards attained outside the pocket. So you want to see Bo in much more of listen, man, I think the offensive line protected him pretty well last year. So was he trusting the pocket, or as a rookie, the game doesn't seem too fast for Bo. Right? A lot of times, and it feels that way. We were talking about Anthony Richardson earlier in the program. It feels like that sometimes the NFL game is going too fast for Richardson. Feels like it's going too fast for Anthony's brain to catch up to it. And it's why he makes those mistakes. It doesn't feel that way with Bo, right? It doesn't feel like the game is too fast for Bo's brain. Army vet Mitch says, don't turn the ball over. Just let that defense win games. Yeah. Listen, I get so excited about what the Broncos offense can do, and the smartest play is probably like, yo, give me 23 points per game, and this defense will win 14 games for you. If you can average 23, 25 points per game, I guarantee you this Broncos defense is going to give up that many points.
That's how they won the last Super Bowl.
Yeah, but is it too much? Like, am I getting too greedy wanting an all-time great defense and a really good offense? Is that too greedy to ask for?
It's a little greedy, yeah.
A top 10 defense of all time and just a really, really good offense, I guess, is asking a little too much, man. Either way, I'm ready for it. It should be fun. But that's the appetizer, huh? That's Brett Kane in the morning. He will be back on Monday, but coming up next, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane kicks off. It's Friday, baby. The weekend is here. It's time to get riggedy wrecked, son. Start drinking now, man. Start drinking now.
What'd you just say?
It's time to get riggedy wrecked.
Is that a commercial?
It's
a song.
It's from a TV show, I think. I stole it from Rick and Morty. Riggedy wrecked, son. Is that what I mean? How you doing, Vic? Vic Lombardi, live in studio.
Yeah, I'm in Moser's chair today. I wanted to sit here just to get this perspective. This is a completely different perspective from this side of the studio. Unfortunately, I don't know how to turn on this computer.
Right, you can't turn on the camera. You can't log into Twitch. You can't.
So, Baca, here you go, Baca. Take this from me. Sorry about that. I'm an old man without a prostate.
Everything goes sideways when Nelson takes a day off. He's the only one who knows how to run any of this. Hey, Vic, right out the gate. We're going to talk. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot of NFL football and the Broncos.
Hey, thanks for filling in all week, dude. That's not an easy task. You look older in the face after doing this week.
Man, I was telling Baca that last night was the first night I really had to go to bed early because it caught. Yeah. This is the most coffee. I drank more coffee this week than I have in the last year combined. Like just cups and cups.
Ain't
of
nothing
this
wrong
stuff.
with that, brother. When I was in Italy, I had 8 espressos a day. Put it on IV drip.
How long did it take you to get over that whole jet lag? Really? You were still struggling?
1 week, yeah. It takes a full week to get over it. So,
how long is the flight over there?
If you go direct, it's 11 and a half hours. If you stop, as we did in London, then 14 hours. It depends on how long you lay over. But it's not an easy task.
Would you say it was worth it?
It's always worth it, but I'm always happy to come back to the United States of America, the best country in the world.
Yeah. USA.
Sorry about that, but that's the truth.
I want to dive into the Broncos, but Patrick Surtain is coming for you, Vic.
In what way?
You know that mountain of Emmys that you have at your house? Patrick Surtain just won one yesterday.
He won an Emmy for what?
He won a Heartland Emmy. So did Randy Gradishar for the Broncos uniform release video last year when they released that video of the old school uniforms coming back.
Oh,
he won an Emmy.
Oh, wow.
Him and Randy won an Emmy, man.
That's
How many of those?
Cool.
Literally, Vic
my
has
man
like
Schubert.
45 of these Heartland Emmys, man. How many of these things do you have? Can you guess? Can you even
probably about 35 at this point? But you know what's funny is people don't know the difference between a real Emmy, a Heartland Emmy. They all look the same,
right?
And it's a wonderful honor. I never want to say anything about the honor itself. It's your peers basically saying, "Hey, I like your work." So that's cool, man. I remember that. I remember that commercial or whatever you want to call that video.
Yeah, that video.
It was really cool. Is that the one where they go into the shop and everything changes? From the new school to
the old school. Yeah, that's the one.
That's a really cool spot. Good job, Broncos, man. You deserve that.
Yeah, they put
very
some
well
work
done.
into that bad boy and won themselves an Emmy. But yeah. So congratulations to Patrick Surtain. And all that. Congratulations to this Broncos defense who sounded like they absolutely owned the Niners offense yesterday.
When you get the opposing coach and the opposing players.
Right. Everybody kept talking about
it. Wow, this defense is good. CMC, Christian McCaffrey, after practice said, this defensive line is something else. And then Kyle Shanahan, wow, Vance Joseph's doing wonders with this defense. I think they're saying what we already know, right? It's nothing surprising. We already know this. But I can't wait to see him go at live bullets. Because we don't. Watching preseason football and preseason practices, they have to stop practice when sacks come in and all that business. So I really want to see them at work. And Saturday night, we'll get a glimpse. I don't know how extensive, but we'll get a glimpse. How much preseason football did you watch last night before you fell asleep out of exhaustion?
I saw Anthony Richardson get hurt. Is basically, and that's all.
Did you see how he got hurt and why?
He missed he missed somebody unblocked completely, right? He misread that play.
The offensive line completely in shambles, and they missed blitzing edge rusher on the right side. If you saw the play, I don't know if the tight end or the tackle was responsible for that edge rusher, but nobody. Look at.
But he did. It's the instincts, Vic. Like he never even felt him coming. You know, I feel like the great quarterbacks feel that pressure coming.
I get it, but there's no way that guy should be released like that without anybody at least chipping him. So somebody messed up. This is what scares me about the preseason. What you're watching right now is what scares me. People say preseason football means nothing. It means everything for plays like that. I mean, what if somebody misses an assignment?
One mistake
tomorrow night.
Yeah, one
and
mistake.
And it could lead to an injury. Yeah. I mean, you can't blame the blitzer.
No.
I'm going to hit that quarterback as hard as I can.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make this team. I'm trying to make an impression. You can't blame him. Anthony Richardson, was it a dislocated finger?
Yeah.
Something with the finger.
Yeah, dislocated
It could have
pinky.
been a lot worse.
Yeah, it could have been.
And that right there is a classic example why preseason football matters. Now, it might matter for the wrong reason, but it matters because of stuff like that. You can't miss assignments.
Yeah, we got all kinds of injury news out of the NFL yesterday. There was a bunch of guys going down, a couple
2
season
ACLs.
It's like, yikes, man. It's hitting now. It's only the second week of camp.
Baltimore had an ACL last night, and you're missing key players. They're fearing a major injury in Philadelphia from the preseason. They're fearing injuries all over the place. Knock on wood, the Broncos have escaped that kind of news thus far.
Yeah.
Which is why I do not expect Dre Greenlaw he's not going to play. Come on.
Coach
can't
said
play
that
him.
he's almost definitely not going to play. I think
You
is what
can't
Payton
play
said.
him. I mean, you just save him until the regular season. I wouldn't touch these dudes that are on that border, that are always injury prone. I wouldn't touch them.
I think you'll be shocked to hear that we got a little sideways in the first hour when we were talking about the Broncos defense. And I got to thinking, let me ask you two questions, and let me see what you say.
Okay.
The greatest defense in the history of the Denver Broncos is the 2015 Denver Broncos.
No.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Give me talk about the Orange Crush or whatever.
It's not
all
the greatest
you want.
defense. I mean,
It's the greatest defense in the Broncos in Bronco history.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Give me who's better than that? Who's
The
better
Orange-
than the 2015? You think the Orange Crush defense is better than that 2015 defense that basically won them the Super Bowl?
Berto, here's the difference between me and you. And this is why I try to explain this to my kids. And older people tell me this, and I'm going to tell younger people the same thing. Difference between you and I saw the Orange Crush with these eyes.
Yeah.
I saw the Orange Crush with these eyes, and I saw the 2015 with these eyes. I can discern the difference between the two defenses. I don't need analytics. I don't need stats, 2 generations. I don't need it. So if you guys are going to start throwing stats at me and spitting out those things, I don't need them. I'm telling you right now, for those of you old enough that were around for 77, tell me if you agree or disagree. You will never see a defense that dominant than we saw that season. It is the very reason the Broncos were on the map. The Orange Crush defense could have lapped the 2015 defense.
No. The 2015 Denver Broncos defense is a top 10 defense in the history of the NFL, man.
Based on what?
Based on what they did that season, man.
Well, again,
you couldn't. Did you see what they did in the playoffs? They held Ben Roethlisberger, Tom Brady, and Cam Newton to a combined 44 points and had 14 plus sacks or something like that. That defense is the best thing the Broncos have ever had on that side of the ball.
You're asking me to demean a defense that was very, very, very good, and I'm not going to do
Take
that.
shots at Von
2015, it was a very good defense. But an Orange Crush defense changed the game. It literally changed. Joe Collier and what he whipped up that year changed the game. It literally put the Denver Broncos as a franchise on the map, Berto. And do you know they lost a Super Bowl that year to Dallas?
By a lot.
Do you know why they lost that Super Bowl?
Well, because the offense couldn't do
anything?
anything?
The offense turned it over, I believe, 6 times in that game.
Was it 6? Oh,
6 turnovers.
Yeesh.
So you could have the greatest defense in the history of the world, and if your offense turns it over 6 times, go ahead and read it.
Allowing just 3 yards per carry is dope as hell. But see,
the Orange
look at
Crush
the no
defense,
fly, man.
I'm telling you right now, I saw both of them, Berto. Trust my eyes.
I trust you, man.
Trust
I do
my
trust
eyes.
you.
I witnessed both defenses. The Orange Crush defense is the greatest defense in Broncos history, and I will not accept any other crap.
No. Text line, you got to, please text line. Well, I mean, if you want to defend Vic, go ahead. Defend Vic if you want to. But the 2015 Denver Bronco defense is the greatest thing that this team has ever had on that side of the ball, man. That's all I'm saying. That's one of the greatest defenses in the history of this league. If it's not number 1 or number 2 or number 3, but I bet it's like 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there. It's a top 10 defense of all time.
I don't dispute that. I don't dispute what you're saying. Everything you just said is fact. 2015, the Broncos don't win without that
Randy
defense.
Gradishar and Louis Wright, man.
There's like 4 players on that D that should be in the Hall of Fame.
I get it.
There should be 4 players. Lyle Alzado and Tom Jackson.
See, but even artificial intelligence, Vic, is telling you, while both the Orange Crush and the no-fly were dominant. The no-fly success in a pass-heavy era, especially against strong quarterbacks like Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers, makes it a strong contender for the better defense.
See, what I don't want is people to start chiming in with numbers because generations change, games
you'll lose
change.
if they start chiming. Right? No, I'm with you. It's what was going on. Like, the game has changed in the 10 years since that Broncos defense in 2015, much less the Orange Crush from the 70s.
It's a different game. It's a different era. But I'm telling you that the 1977 team, I'll challenge you right now because you weren't here.
No.
I can name every single
was
player
just
on that
born.
team. Name a single offensive player from that team.
From the 77?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
You can't do it, can
No
you?
way. No way.
You know why? Because their offense was way behind
Mark
the defense.
Jackson?
Why, are you kidding me? That was like a decade later.
I got nothing, man. No, I got nothing. I have no idea. I couldn't name anybody for out of the
Craig
Granny
Morton
Show.
was their quarterback. He was their starting quarterback, and he was in the hospital the week of the AFC title game. He was in the hospital going into the Super Bowl. He had knee issues. He couldn't even move, dude.
Really?
They had guys like Haven Moses, great player, one of my favorite number 25 of all time. They had great players.
Vic, how old were you in 77? 7 years old? 8 years old?
8 years old. Yeah.
And these memories still just, I mean, it's imprinted on your
skull.
skull.
You know why it's imprinted on my skull? Because people of that era might remember this. Because the Broncos were the first team to enjoy that kind of success in Denver, Colorado, the entire city, and back then it was still a small city. It wasn't what it is today. We had, at school that week, Holy Family Grade School, and every school across the city, you were required to wear orange. It's like you either wear orange or you go home.
Yeah.
It was that kind of stuff. It's that kind of business, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the city embraced that team like no other because it was our first. Mark, do you remember your first?
Yeah.
Bird. Alan, do you remember your first? Do you remember the first? Everybody remembers your first.
What are we talking about?
Yeah. The Orange Crush was this city's first. And I'm not trying to make it a nostalgic, hey, look. It's more than nostalgia. It's fact. That defense was up there with the Steel Curtain, the Doomsday defense, every great defense of yesteryear. The Orange Crush is up there. When I think of 2015, defense was great. That team also had Peyton Manning. And I know he wasn't the same.
Yeah.
I get it. He wasn't the same.
Yeah.
But Peyton Manning, Craig Morton, you decide.
Now, see, I feel like that 2015 Denver Broncos defense is not only the best defense in the history of the Broncos, it's also the best defense we've seen in the NFL in the last 10 years. There's not been a defense as good as that one in the last 10 years. But we got sidetracked. I brought it up because with Bo Nix yesterday talking about embracing the goals of that Sean Payton has put out with the Super Bowl and everything. On the defensive side of the ball, why not shoot for that kind of greatness? Why not shoot? Why can't this defense that we're going to see this year be better than the Orange Crush, be better than that 2015 Broncos defense?
Well, you got to prove it first.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to hear it. I want to see it. I don't care what you say. Let's see what you do. I got to be very careful about. I get it. This defense has the mechanics. It's got the pieces to be very, very good. But my goodness, it's a different type of defense. It's a secondary, you have 5 secondary players. Back in that day, man, it was all run defense. That's what the game was about. Even in 2015, Von Miller was a wrecking ball. Who's this wrecking ball? Is it Benito? Are you going to compare Benito to Von Miller?
Nope.
No, you
No,
can't
I
do
wouldn't.
that yet.
No, I wouldn't
That's
do
why
that,
you can't make these comps. I got to watch the season unfold.
But I think, like, if you're aiming at a goal, I think that's a goal that you can shoot for. Like,
Of course.
if Sean Payton's popping off about a Super Bowl, if you're on the defensive side of the ball, you need to embrace the fact that you could be the best defense in the history of this team. But you're right. And also, you need some of these young players like Barron to step up, and you need some of these guys that you brought in.
I can't even believe it. I'm getting people react to this on Twitter now, and I appreciate you all listening to this show. But and I want you to listen very closely to me. This is not a debate. So Berto may make this a debate. This is not a debate. So for those of you who wish to debate this,
oh man,
put down your number 2 pencil, go back home, tell mom you need to be put in bed, and go to bed because it's not a debate.
Man, the text line is coming. I've never seen this many texts. The text line has some opinions
I
on
don't
who
care.
the greatest
they can
defense in the
opine all
Broncos.
they want.
Listen, there are some guys like from the 949. Vic is totally right. Vic just doesn't want to give up his childhood.
No, it has nothing to do with childhood. Tell me you haven't. The people who still stick on 2015 stick on recency. In recency bias bothers the hell out of me.
No, I get
bothers
it. And
the hell out of me.
I'm infamous for doing that.
Oh, I hate recency bias.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
And it really ticks me off, not because I'm older, but because it's the truth. Now, I'll give you Nikola Jokic is the greatest Nugget of all time.
Yeah.
It's not recency bias. It's just pure fact. Michael Malone is the greatest coach of all time. He won the most.
He is.
That's fact.
Yeah.
But, when I heard this, and again, all due respect, that team that won the Stanley Cup most recently, that's the greatest Avs team of all time. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's called recency bias.
Right.
I apologize.
That would be the 0-1 team,
but it's not the greatest team of all time. This defense has a potential to be very good. If it's anywhere close to 2015, great. You're going to have a great season. If it's 77, you're going to the Super Bowl.
That's legendary, right? That's legendary stuff. But it is crazy how many people are. I mean, we've got both sides of it. Like, I'm another old dude. Vic is absolutely right. The Orange Crush defense was the tops. That's Dave and Thornton. Orange Crush is number one, then the No Fly. I'm 60 and saw the Orange Crush too. It's close, but I think 2015 was better. A lot of people on the text line are saying there was nobody as good on the Orange Crush as Von Miller was on the 2015, but
that's fair. That's collectively say there was nobody collectively as good as the Orange Crush defense.
And I get it, Alex. We are talking about two very different eras in the NFL. But listen, this is the way
just
the
go
world
back.
goes.
I want you to pull up the 1977 season. Take a look at the scores that team gave up.
Somebody in the text line just said that defense allowed
Take a look.
only 10.6 points per game.
Per game.
You're right. Listen, it was 1977. They're not putting a 50 a game, but holding holding teams to 10 point. Oh no, man! What? Yeah, look at these. Look at his record, man.
Dude, that's not defense. That's an iron wall.
That's a hell of a record too, man. They rolled that season.
Yeah, it was a special season. It was a season that changed the landscape of football here. Even look at the friggin' Super Bowl. They gave up 27 points and turned it over 7 times. Oh, 8 times. I'm sorry, 8 turnovers in the Super Bowl. 8,
man,
8.
Do you remember sitting there as a kid and watching that game?
Oh, of course I remember.
How'd you like the gut punch of just getting rolled?
It hurt. We were clamoring for Norris Weiss because you always hope the backup can spark something, but the offense kept turning the ball over.
Was that the worst loss of your sports watching career?
Not really, because I think the fact that the season was so successful, it carried over. The worst loss was probably Elway's third Super Bowl loss because the first 2 were gut punches, and the third one was like, my God, this team will never win a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
it was probably that one.
Vic is right, but I don't like his attitude.
I don't care if you don't. See, here's what. I don't care if you don't like my attitude. I don't care if you don't like my style. I don't care. I'm here to speak the truth. I'm here to tell you what the truth is. Now, those of you who don't understand the difference between 15 and 77, learn something today. That's all I'm telling you.
The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. We'll continue the discussion after a quick timeout right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Well, it should be your goal too. You know, we should all be wanting to go win a Super Bowl. If we're not trying to win a Super Bowl, why are we here? You know, if you're not trying to be the best of the best in your particular area, ours is the NFL, the National Football League. You know, I believe that's why you go out there and play the game. You go out there to play the game to be the best, beat the best, and you know, I feel good about our team, but you know, that is not just thrown around. You know, that's it's not easy to do, obviously, and we got a lot of work to go.
That's the starting quarterback of your Denver Broncos, Bo Nix, talking about the Super Bowl expectations.
Bro, I
Sean
love that
Payton
response.
Yeah, Bo Nix always says the right things. It's just one of the, I mean, I don't know what it is about these quarterbacks nowadays, but they get that pounded into their brain how to answer all these weird media questions that they get, right? Have you heard him misspeak at all?
That's the obvious response, though, from somebody who asks you, are those expectations too high? What are we doing if you're not trying to win at all?
Yeah.
I mean, what's
you
the point
play
here?
to win the game.
I mean, what would you tell out here in our pajamas, running around in our spandex?
What excited you from yesterday's joint practice?
The fact that the San Francisco 49ers could not stop gushing about the Broncos defense. Just from hearing about the practice itself, Bo looked pretty confident. He looked pretty good. He didn't make glaring mistakes. Mm-hmm. None of that business. Seemed like Sean Payton enjoyed what he saw there. The favorite aspect, the favorite takeaway from that practice, nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
That's always going to be my takeaway. Mm-hmm. Nobody got hurt. Because if you look across the league, just yesterday, let me give you the list, just yesterday, because there were a bunch of injuries. First of all, the one that took the biggest headlines is Anthony Richardson. Okay, You saw what happened to Anthony Richardson. Guy gets loose, finger. Colts, Shane Steichen announces third-round pick Justin Wally out with an ACL, season ender. He was the starting cornerback. He was making a run at that starting cornerback position. Bahal, I don't know how you pronounce this guy's name. Some dude for the Ravens, a cornerback.
Oh, yeah, their rookie suffered a
torn ligament in his knee.
Mm-hmm.
Out. I mean, it's...
Yeah, Chargers lost somebody for the season. I think... Who
they lost their best offensive lineman, Slater.
Oh, man, yeah, tore his patella tendon.
Out. That happened in a practice. I watched that happen. These are devastating injuries, especially if you're the Chargers, man, and you're losing your highest paid offensive lineman that early in camp.
Yeah.
And that's not an easy task to overcome.
Didn't they just pay him? Like, he just got paid 3 weeks ago, and they
was it the highest or among the highest?
I think
paid
it was over
$100
million, I think, on that.
Very much so. So, man, that's a painful situation if you're Harbaugh and your whole thing is let's run the ball, and you lose one of your key offensive linemen that quickly. Good night, man. So, yeah, when you ask me, the greatest thing to emerge from yesterday's joint practice, no injuries.
No, nobody got hurt, and that's really all you can hope for. Do you care that Shanahan's not going to play any of the Niners starters tomorrow night?
Not really.
Yeah. Because it's not really about them. It's just about your team, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to take it for what it's worth. If you're a Broncos fan and you see Bo Nix and the starting offense go up against the San Francisco Twos and they go up and down the field with ease, calm down. Calm down. If they struggle, calm down. It doesn't matter. Calm down. You're supposed to struggle at times in the preseason. That's why we're here.
Right.
I watched a little bit last night. I watched some of that Seattle-Vegas game.
Yeah, the tie.
And your boy Drew Lock was running around out there.
What could have been? Drew Lock, man.
Well, you know what? He looked sharper, although the announcer made some reference to how he doesn't turn the ball over, and then 2 plays later
he throws
a pick. But he looks much more confident in the offense. He does. I'll say that. I think Seattle, that young running back they have, was very, very fun to watch. Genty didn't do much for the Raiders.
No, I mean, he finished with -1 yard.
Yeah, I mean they didn't do anything there.
Yeah. Do you trust that line? Because I think he's going to be great, but you need help at that position. You can't just do it all by yourself.
I mean, you could be the greatest running back in the world, and if you don't have anything in front of you, good luck.
Right.
There's only one guy I've ever witnessed that can make do with nothing in front of him, and that was Barry Sanders.
Okay. Listen, Barry Sanders is one of my favorite football players of all time. But our old friend Joe Williams used to say that if the Broncos would have a Super Bowl, if they would have went Eric Dickerson instead of John Elway. But I think that's probably just Joe being Joe.
Joe's just running. Listen, I grew up on Irvin Joe, and I know a game I can sniff out a game, and that was his game.
Yeah, Joe's just
Pick
poking
on
the
John.
bear, poking the bear of Denver. Yeah, and see what was happening.
Yeah,
But,
I get that. Trust me, there was nothing wrong with the way they were made up at that point. Without that guy, they're not the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, in these preseason games, these backs aren't getting a lot of carries, so I wonder how many carries how you going to split the carries between the backs tomorrow night.
I don't think you play J.K. Dobbins at all. I think R.J. Harvey should run the hell out of that ball.
Yeah.
And from what I'm told, Bidet's having a hell of a camp.
Yeah.
So I'm eager to see what he can do.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, that running back room seems more crowded than it was before. So tomorrow night, it's going to be fun to watch that game, but I always have to be careful of reading too much into it.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, me too.
Bo Nix, stay healthy.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Stay healthy. And if you're the right tackle or if you're a tight end on the right side, please communicate. Do not miss your assignment with a blitzing edge rusher like they did in that Baltimore Colts game.
Do you think anybody? Yeah, man. I mean, we saw that Anthony had no idea. He had no awareness.
I don't know
that
who
guy
the Baltimore blitzer was but
coming at him.
The Colts completely missed that assignment.
After they popped his finger back in place, he tried to grip a football because he this was his game. They were going to give him a chunk of this game to try to earn that starting position, and the next game they were going to give Daniel Jones the shot. Yeah. But now, I mean, Daniel Jones might just get that position because he said he was having trouble gripping the ball after they popped his, to grip it, to throw it. He couldn't even, watch him, man, he just free and clear, right? Somebody in meetings today is getting cut maybe. Smash.
You can't do that. That's a offensive coach's worst nightmare right there. That's just a head coach's worst nightmare.
Free and clear at your quarterback. Clear.
How many Colts fans were going,
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Hey, at 9 a.m. this morning, we're going to be joined by Gary Streisky, who is a Denver-born, Denver native, ESPN SportsCenter anchor. He is in town. SportsCenter's doing that 50 states in 50 days thing.
Yeah.
So he's going to be in town today and tomorrow, but all day tomorrow on ESPN representing the West Side.
It's Colorado-centric what they're doing. Because I saw one where they had a reporter in Maine and they put her on she was lobster fishing or whatever. They're like, go lobster fishing because that's what they do in Maine. Well, what do we do here in Denver?
So guess what they've got him doing?
Smoking weed. Is that what you do in Denver? Right? That's right. What do you do in Denver?
That was my guess.
What do you do in Colorado?
Yeah, that's the text line question of the day. What's the most Colorado thing you can do? I'll tell you what it is.
What's the most Colorado thing Gary can do?
I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm going to tell you what it is.
What is it? What is it?
If you're a Colorado transplant, if you're coming to Colorado for the first time in the last 10 years, here's what you do. You go buy a Subaru.
You get an Outback, bro.
You buy a Subaru. You put one of those weird things on top of it.
Yeah.
A canoe or
right. You throw one of those bike racks on the back.
Your bike rack and the weird thing on top.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You wear those granola shoes. Mm-hmm. You wear the granola shoes.
Birkenstocks with socks.
Kreckman's got those.
Yes. Yeah.
You drive to the nearest brewery in your neighborhood.
Yeah, you got to go to a microbrewery.
With your Subaru and the car on top of it. You grow a beard.
Yeah, you got to have a beard.
You grow a beard, unsolicited. Nobody wanted to see, but you grow one. Mm-hmm. And you go to your weed house.
Okay.
That is the most Colorado thing you can do. Now, I don't think Gary's going to do that.
I don't know, man. ESPN, let's see. Well, I mean, we'll obviously ask him. But go ahead, text line. The Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. What is the most Colorado thing you can do? What does Gary have to do when he comes home here to Denver? What's the single most
Some of us are Colorado
thing?
People that have never done any of those things.
Right. Well, yeah, I've never owned a Subaru.
I won't wear granola shoes.
Yeah, I don't have.
I don't do canoes.
You don't kayak. That's not because you do feel like somebody who has a lot of hobbies, Vic. Right? Like you have a lot of hobbies, right?
Like normal hobbies, like golf.
Not like kayaking.
Hey,
or
more
any
power
of that weird
to you.
stuff.
I'm afraid of water. That's the only reason I don't do it.
Oh, okay.
I don't do the water.
Not a big fan of it.
Scares the hell out of me.
How about like you're a Denver native? How often do you go skiing, brother?
3 times in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, what is it about? You just don't like skiing?
Was it affordable when we were kids growing up?
Yeah,
it's
like playing hockey.
Yeah, I don't want to hear this from people that say, "How do you not ski in Denver?" Well, I could afford it. My parents. Well, you think I'm going to go up to Easy and Bambi immigrants and say, "Hey, I need $50 for this, and then another $20 for the rentals, and then I don't even know what ski passes cost these days." I told my kids when they skied, I said, "You're lucky you can ski. I couldn't ski."
Yeah, they in the cage at Ball Arena. we have all the old school like season magnets from from 1987 on. And one of them has like a promotion for the 1982 Nugget season where if you buy tickets to a game, they gave you free ski passes to Copper or something like that.
You know, it's so funny. In the 80s, they used to come on Channel 2 at halftime, and, you know, they'd have operators standing by. You know, that room full of operators? Yeah. And if you called in, you got Nugget seats for $2. I was the king of calling in.
Were you?
Dude, we would go to Nuggets games all the time. I mean, you're up in the nosebleeds, but $2 a ticket.
At McNichols, no less.
And McNichols used to have, do you remember McNichols?
Yeah.
Do you remember the scoreboards in the corners or in the back? And they were the light bulbs?
Yeah.
We would just loosen the light bulbs.
Man, McNichols was great. Like, McNichols remind me of one of those, like a horror movie. Like, I felt like McNichols is where you could hold a horror movie because it felt like that place was haunted.
Dude, McNichols,
there was ghosts in the stands.
McNichols was a janitor's closet.
Yeah, it was wild, man. That was the worst locker room I've ever seen in professional sports.
You want something to blow your mind?
Yeah.
Do you know McNichols, when it was torn down, was the same age as Ball Arena is right now?
Really?
So Ball Arena's condition is immaculate.
Yeah.
They keep updating it. It looks beautiful. They let McNichols just go crap.
Man. Just go.
Yeah. How do you upkeep?
The very first time I ever saw Allen Iverson in person, I think it was his rookie year, and it was at McNichols. And, I mean, it was fun, but at the same time, you're just looking around that place going, this barn is busted, brother.
Yeah.
This barn is busted.
There's some old barns that are great. There's some new barns that aren't so great. You know, it depends on what you like. Like, don't you love? Have you been to Wrigley Field or have you been to Fenway?
I've never been to Wrigley or Fenway. And you've been to both?
Oh man, Fenway's mystical. It's magical. I hope they never leave Fenway. And you know how much I hate Boston sports, but I'm giving credit. They know how to tradition. It's a beautiful, beautiful palace, but it's so archaic. The concourse is as wide as this studio, and that's it. That's it. You got thousands of people walking through that stadium in a concourse this wide. It's not fit for today, but they're not going to change anything.
Right. That's what's one of, like, you can't tear down those buildings and put a new one in there. No, it feels like you'd be spitting on the sports. I mean, it feels like you're or do you think I'm crazy? I'm reading too much into it, where it's like there are certain things in sports you cannot touch.
Yes.
That means something more.
Yeah, and that's one of them.
Yeah, and one of those places like that, yeah.
It would be like turning the Coliseum into a hi-fi. Eventually, somebody's going to try that.
The sphere, turn it into the sphere.
Yeah.
But
hey, the day will come, Broncos fans, I'm telling you right now, you better prepare for it. And I understand everybody's opinion. This new Broncos stadium is going to have a roof. It's going to have a roof. Now, I know there are a lot of you, I know a ton of you understand, hey, man, that's not cool. This is cold weather football here. We thrive in cold weather. We take advantage of teams in cold weather. I get it. I'm not fighting you on that. But they're going to put a roof on that place because without a roof, you don't get the Super Bowl. Without a roof, you don't get stuff like World Cup.
Right.
Without a roof, you don't get a lot of things.
Yeah, you get cocky if it has a roof. You could ask the Winter Olympics to stop off here.
You're getting a roof. You know now, a roof may open up, but you're going to get that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm cheering for it. I'm hoping for it. I know I know we've been playing football outdoors the entire time here in Denver, but
I'm soft, and I'm not like I want to be comfortable when I watch a game.
Right.
I wish I were as tough as some of you out there. Like that Ravens Broncos playoff game where it got to be like minus 13. I wanted to just curl up in a fetal position.
Yeah, I know. I was downtown drinking.
Dude, I was in the south end zone for 2 overtimes.
yeah.
I was so cold. Poorly. I don't know how some of the fans do it. You people are unbelievably tough. I'm not that tough. I want to be warm.
Football is a TV sport. It's a TV sport. It's made for TV, and it's just not as fun live without a whole lot of booze. But either way, all right. We've got our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio. It's powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We will roll on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane after a quick timeout right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Dan Capless Law. They've got a motto there. The truth wins. High-stakes personal injury cases, it takes a lot of skill, a lot of experience, resources, ferocious determination to find and prove the truth. Dan Capless Law has proven it's very good at finding the truth and proving it, which is why it wins so many cases. Take a look at Dan's track record. Record-setting results, including an unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. You get in a car accident, you get involved in anything of that nature, give Dan Capless Law a call. The official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Capless Law is a serious firm for serious cases. Offices in Denver Tech Center, right down the road here, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Greeley. The number, write this down, put it in your phone, 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551. You notice the number 77 in his number there. That's because 1977 had the greatest Bronco defense of all time.
The Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't get or miss for the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today.
Dude, I'm in.
We've done it.
For the first time in 8 months. This is not my password, by the way. It's Moser's. It just came up. I'm on the text line for the first time in 8 months.
Yep.
This show's gone now.
Vic is like a 90s computer hacker where he's like, I'm in. Like he's broken the code. I brought it up because the text line is going off this morning, Vic. The text line is, first off, there's the argument, who's the better defense in Denver history, the 77 Orange Crush or the 2015 Broncos defense. But with Gary Striewski coming on, we asked, what's the most Colorado thing you can do here in Colorado?
Mm-hmm.
And the answers are fast. And how about this? He can get stuck in traffic on I-25.
Yeah, that's a daily occurrence. Although lately, it's interesting. I've been driving 25. I've been driving at the Broncos camp in the mornings.
Yeah.
And it's been loose and free, like an old pair of underwear.
Really?
Yes.
Well, all right,
and I can't
man.
understand why.
I don't know either.
Maybe late vacations for people?
Yeah, maybe late summer. I don't know what it is. Gary has to drive 3 hours somewhere just to hike. Gary's whole segment should be done from I-70 traffic.
We'll give him all these, by the way.
He should eat a plate of Rocky Mountain oysters.
Never had that. Have you?
Yeah. But I don't
Why?
remember it. No, but just because we were we were downtown at one of those bars.
Okay.
Remember? There used to be a bar downtown that would sell you a T-bone over. Like, remember
Good old
T-bone?
T-bone steak.
Remember T-bone? Remember?
Yeah. See, you're talking about Tebow. Yeah.
So
okay.
they would give you a T-bone,
Uh-huh.
and they would sear Tim Tebow doing the Tebow in the steak, I believe. And they were like, you can get a T-bone,
I
and
got you.
or a Tim bone or something. They were calling it like that. But yeah, that does. So yeah, people. Most Colorado thing ever. Book every tea time for the next 2 weeks. Is that
Yeah, for golfers in this in the Metro Denver area, man, good luck. Good luck booking tee times. It is
tough?
You
Is
have
it
to
hard
be
out there for a
first on
pimp?
the computer a week before on 4 tees, or you're out of luck. It is very difficult to book a public golf tee time in this town.
Really?
Very difficult. Man.
I don't know. Yeah, that's
You don't play golf, so it doesn't matter to you.
No. On the text line, they have a question for you. Vic, do you remember the old DU Ice Arena? It had a rainbow or something on the end of it?
I don't. And I'm sorry. I
That
wish,
must be old school.
Yeah.
If Vic don't remember.
I don't. Well, I probably didn't frequent at that time, but I don't remember that. I remember the old Coliseum. I remember going there all the time.
From the 319, y'all whined for years about that Ravens game. You ain't living or you ain't thriving in cold weather. Yeah.
To each his own. Listen, I don't do the cold like some people do. A lot of you guys out there are able to adapt. That Ravens game, for those of you in attendance at that game, I mean, come on. That was wretched. It was so cold.
Yeah. Somebody on the text line said the Denver's not getting a Super Bowl even if they put a roof. Yes,
they
they
will.
Yeah, they will.
Don't
It's
be
almost
stupid.
yeah.
Hey, listen, to that texter, don't be stupid.
Yeah.
If you build a new stadium in the NFL, you're getting a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay? It's pretty simple formula. What's the formula to get a Super Bowl, everybody? Yeah, I got it. Build a new stadium, you get a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Now, do I believe that cold weather climate should have Super Bowls? No. I think every Super Bowl should be in a warm weather state because the Super Bowl is more about the game.
Mm-hmm.
The Super Bowl is about Super Bowl week. It's about going from place to place during the week. And being in a warm weather climate, it makes it a lot easier to do that. If you're in a cold weather city, it just muddies the waters a little bit.
Right, because the Super Bowl this year is February 8th. February 8th at Levi's Stadium. And February 8th here in Denver could be 70 degrees or 17 degrees. You know what I mean? Like, we have no idea what that could look like here.
I've been to about 17, 20 Super Bowls. The worst Super Bowl experience was Super Bowl 48 in New York City.
Yeah.
Everybody
hates that Super Bowl. Hates it. The
First of
media
all-
that covered it hated it.
First of all, the traffic was a joke. Second of all, it was the coldest week I think I've ever experienced. Week long. It was unreal cold. The subways were a mess. What are we looking at right here?
We're looking at, so the day the Super Bowl is being held this year, we're looking at the highest temperature ever on that day in Denver and the lowest temperature on that day.
It was minus 25?
Minus 25 degrees and 75 degrees is the range in Denver in February.
You getting it rough.
Minus 25 degrees? Yikes, brother.
Just a classic 100 degree difference there.
The only fear, and it's February, for those of you who know the weather patterns in Denver, February doesn't produce a ton of snow. Now, this last February, it did. It was weird. But over time, the month of February is a dry, bitter, cold month. It's not a snowy blizzard month. But what if a blizzard hit when you were hosting the Super Bowl?
Okay, so
that would screw things up.
That would mess things up fiercely. But I mean, it would also, I would give it a little juice, right? When's the last time we had a Snow Bowl? Like, I mean, well, The average temperature in Denver in February is what, Baca? What does that say? 42? Well, that's the high. That was the high this year? 42 was the high this year? Oh, the average is 45 degrees.
Let me read some of these.
February.
I got to read some of these texts. It's been too long.
And the text line.
Folks, I'm reunited. This is my favorite part of radio is interacting with listeners.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. And I love fighting on the text line. Let me start here. Chris has this text. Vic, my dad beat Holy Family 85 in the playoffs. He doesn't remember you. He still beats you in basketball, though. Two things. I graduated in 87. 85, I was a sophomore. Got very little playing time. That's number one. Number two, he doesn't remember you. I don't expect him to. I don't remember him either. Number three, he still beats you in basketball. I highly doubt that. Your dad is 2 years older than me. Tell him to bring it on today if he thinks that.
The text line. What is it about Vic Lombardi? The text line has been chill all week. And then Vic comes into the studio Friday morning, and the text line is cut loose.
Let's go.
303-504-0925. Text in with your feelings, thoughts.
Here's one. The most Colorado thing to do if you're Gary Streisky today, just take a leak on the 16th Street Mall.
I mean, Gary will do it. He's down for anything. He's down for whatever, right? Let's go. Let's talk him into doing that one. No, that would be a good one. That would be a good one. Yeah, there's some people that are down with the old school Denver and what you should do here in Colorado. What's the most Colorado thing to do?
Don't forget to wear. This is from 9963. Don't forget to wear a parka and flip flops.
Yeah, I heard that. I saw we got people with hoodies and flip flops are big in Denver all year round. Hoodies and flip-flops.
Like at the same time?
Yeah, it's a very Colorado thing to do. Where it's like 40 degrees outside, but you're still wearing shorts, but you got to throw that hoodie on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, figure it out. Is it cold or is it warm?
Yeah.
What are you?
Yeah. I live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I remember going to a Rangers-Rockies game at the old park during the day in August. Temp got up to 103. I'm all for a new stadium with a roof.
So today, guys, isn't today supposed to be one of the hottest days on record?
Yeah. The hottest day in the history of Denver is 105. Yesterday we got to 100 or over 100, right? Yesterday, and then today is supposed to be almost as hot, or maybe we could set a record. We could be the hottest.
So
day
yesterday
in
it hit 100, right?
Yeah, it hit 100.
It didn't feel that way. Am I the only one who said?
Nah, I think it's just because we got no humidity with
the
mountain
air.
Bad. No, it didn't feel bad at all.
If you had told me yesterday it was 100, I'd say, what are you talking about? I went for a run. You went for a run.
Like
you feel 100
80s or something. Yeah, it didn't feel like it at all.
That's why, dude, I'm telling you, not having humidity is such a plus because you can go down to Florida. You can go anywhere else in this country. It could be 85 with humidity and it feels 150.
Yeah.
Yesterday in Phoenix, 118 degrees, bro.
That's not livable. What you living there for? Same thing as you chuckleheads up in Minnesota or Montana or whatever. What the hell are you living in that kind of weather
I'm
for?
telling you right now, I could tolerate 118 without humidity more so than 90 with humidity.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
100%.
I hate it. I mean,
100%.
obviously, I used to live in Texas. You walk outside in the summer heated Texas and you're like, I got to go take a shower. 5 minutes outdoor, I got to go take another shower. We're getting a lot of Casa Bonita on the text line when it's like, what's the most Colorado thing ever?
Not anymore.
Because Matt and Trey took it over?
No, it's just not the same place anymore.
South Park is very Colorado too.
I get it, but it's not the same place anymore.
Okay. I've never been to Casa Bonita. I've never been there before they read it. I mean, you were there in its glory days back in the
sister used to work there.
Have you been there since Matt and Trey took it over?
I haven't. My family went though.
Oh, and how did and
it's nice. I mean, they've done a lot of great work to it. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, they spend so much money,
but it's just not the same place. It used to be a place where you can bring all your family members. It was very affordable. Yeah. It's a little more high scale now. That's the truth.
They still do the cliff
it's
diving,
more expensive.
Right?
Yeah,
and all that kind of good stuff.
It's just more expensive.
All right. Yeah, but it's most Colorado thing ever. The most Colorado thing to do is mixing at the Coors Field party deck, even if the Rockies aren't playing. Wait, can you go to the party deck if the Rockies aren't playing?
What Gary is doing, and this is a fact, his Colorado thing, and it's part of ESPN's partnership with the Savannah Bananas. He is going to be at Coors Field for the Bananas game.
Oh, okay.
So that's it. So if you're selling Colorado, they're selling the Bananas at the same time.
Right.
I hope that there's more to it than that. We'll ask him.
Right. We will. Because I'd rather sell the
Dude, those
Bananas
things are
right
sold
now
out.
than the Rockies.
Try and get a ticket right now.
Oh,
Try
you
and
can't. I
look
bet
up.
you can't.
Try and get a ticket.
I bet you can't.
To one of these 2 Bananas games at Coors Field over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
That sucker's gone, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, what do the Bananas do that Major League Baseball doesn't do or should do? Why is it? I mean, you know what? Why is it much more entertaining to watch the Bananas do what they do?
Well, it's entertaining, but I don't think it'd be entertaining 162 times a year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's a different deal. It's one of those, hey, it's the Globetrotters. Let's go watch them. But day in, day out, when you're not really competing for something, I don't think you could do it. You could do it once a summer and you sell out stadiums.
Because I saw they average like 37 trick plays a game, dude, the Savannahs, where they're catching balls
That's
behind
serious
their back.
athleticism. They use athleticism, man.
But
I mean,
don't you feel like the Harlem Globetrotters probably aren't as popular now as they were back then? Because back then, NBA players weren't like, it wouldn't shock you if Ant broke out a 360 dunk in the middle of a regular season game, right? And they never, you know what I mean? That would be a Globetrotter thing to do.
but the Bananas are doing things that's so off the deep end that you've not, they're doing little
bring that to
choreographed dances and all that business.
I would actually watch the Rockies if they did choreographed dances. If
I would too.
You know what I mean? If like Hunter Goodman's like, I can do.
Dude, you're down 20-1 to the Blue Jays, but at the top of the ninth, we're doing a choreographed dance in the outfield.
Yeah,
let's go.
Let's do it. Let's get it done. All right. What we will do. Oh wait. Oh, these are the tickets for the Bananas.
Yeah.
And there's how many is there left?
Okay, this is aftermarket. I want you to know one thing. If you buy a ticket to these games, the one thing that they claim, they don't gouge fans. They don't.
Right. That's a ticket for $500. That's $482 ticket.
This is aftermarket.
Yeah.
These are the people that are trying to make cash.
Yeah,
right?
this is
These are the
StubHub.
capitalists trying to make cash. And oh my God, there's one for $36 in the lower level. There's 2 for $31.
That's Rockies. This is Rockies.
Oh, that's Rockies.
Look at the difference. Look at the difference.
God.
Oh no!
All right, so Rockies tickets are $31 lower level. Now show me Bananas again.
Right. So look, where you can
$419.
For the Rockies, that's a $70 ticket, right? Right. That's a $70 ticket. For the Bananas, it's a $500 ticket.
Upper Deck Bananas tickets, $238. Upper left.
What's that for the Rocks, Baca? Go to the Rockies. Let's see what we get that.
God.
$14.
$14. That's unreal, dude.
Oh man.
That's unreal.
Oh my goodness, this is crazy. So crazy.
I mean, they're taking over the yard and charging prices that are unheard of. The prices they're charging are like World Series prices.
Yeah, and people are paying
it's not them. It's not them.
It's people
let
paying
me
it.
make note of that. The Bananas do it the right way. They're really great marketers. They don't gouge. The gouging is from the aftermarket. That's where it's coming from. And I don't know how you
somebody's
control
going to sell these. Somebody's going to pay that price to watch these
Of
Bananas
course.
do their thing.
A buddy of mine yesterday was saying, I'm going to bring the family. I said, good luck getting tickets. He goes, yeah, I went on the aftermarket and like $300.
So
And you know, the kids want to go.
Yeah, well, that's great. All right, we're going to get back to some NFL news and notes. We got 3 games in the preseason last night. I think we got 3 games in preseason tonight. And, of course, the Broncos get at it tomorrow. We'll dive into that next right here on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
It's the goal, it's always the goal, but I think it starts really more in the division, and it starts with playing in your division well, having a chance to compete to win your division, and then the next goal is seeding, and then the final goal would be trying to get to the championship game.
Sean Payton yesterday in San Francisco talking after joint practice with the Niners, where, according to reports, the Broncos looked real. I saw a Niners beat reporter saying that the Broncos defense looked so much better than the Niners defense. It was stupid. But once again, it's practice.
Based on a practice session, but we'll find out soon enough. I cannot wait for the start of this game tomorrow night. And I don't know if at what point I'll be like, okay, I've seen enough. Like, when do you expect? Give me a prediction right now, those of you listening. Do you arrive at a point in a Broncos preseason where you're like, all right, let's go. Next page. Have we become that impatient?
Yes.
Because we live in the Twitter era. Everything is quick.
It's right now.
Point.
It's now.
Give me a sentence.
Now.
I don't want a paragraph.
I order something on Amazon. I don't get it in 2 days or 2 weeks. I get it today, brother.
So how long will that take you before you become bored and it's ready for the regular season?
Ooh, for me, it's going to be quick. I'm going to be so jacked up for the start of this game, and then by halftime, I'm going to be like regular season. Let's go.
I think a lot of it depends on what you see. If I see early success,
you get excited.
I'll be like, let's go. All right, let's go. Sit them down and let's go. Let's get.
How about this question? This is a question I asked the text line about an hour and a half ago. When it comes to the improvement of Bo Nix, like, if there's one area that you would like to see Bo Nix focus on in the preseason, one area that you would like to see him improve in the regular season, what would that be?
Well, I think it's a coordinated effort. It's not just him. It's the entire offense. It's just play action. Because if they can get the run game going, and yesterday Sean Payton said he saw some great things out of the run game. He liked what he saw. So if the run game is a weapon, unlike last season where it was a complete crap show, if the run game can help you, I cannot wait to see him run play action out of that run game. It's going to open up so much more. It's going to give you Marvin Mims. You saw Marvin Mims on that 67-yarder. You're going to see more of that stuff next year or this upcoming season because that's what the run game does for you. That's what I'm anxious to see. Hey, Will Lutz, by the way, missed 3 kicks during that practice session. I don't know what happened there, but get that out of the way right now.
Yeah, get those misses out now.
Because I think you'd agree with me. I thought Will had a great season last year.
Yes.
I thought he was above average.
Because if you're not talking about a kicker, it's good, right? If you're not talking about the kicker or the punter, things are good.
Yes.
Like nobody, the problems that the Broncos used to have, like 3 years ago, the Broncos had issues all over it in the special teams, right? And now, last year, it felt like they got the special teams right. The defense has been great. Working on the offense. I think it's why everybody's so high on Denver this year. It makes me a little bit nervous. Are you like when you hear all the praise that the Broncos are getting over the last 2 weeks, both nationally here and locally, because you've been through this a lot. You've been through this reindeer. You've been through this circus a lot.
Yeah.
So what's your takeaway with all the hype around the Broncos?
I've got a dumb takeaway. It doesn't make any sense, but it's the way I'm wired. It's like the Nuggets. When the Nuggets don't give, when national media doesn't give the Nuggets any fun, any play, Joker this, Joker that, I'm like, come on, man, give us some run. And then when they talk too much about them, I'm like, chill out a little bit, under the radar. That's how I look at the Broncos. I like under the radar. I like the fact that, what is that noise?
Baca's playing video games instead of listening to the show.
I thought that was just me. What is that, Baca? Baca, what are you hitting me with?
He keeps
I forgot to hit the off button over here. My bad.
Oh, it's okay. I was like, what the hell is that? So, hey, hold on. Now you sidetracked me. You're a video gamer, right, Baca? You guys are both video gamers?
Yeah.
Okay. And I mean this with all due respect. You're right in front of me. You're 2 grown adults. You are beautiful people. I love both of you for who you are.
Seems like there's a butt coming.
He's about to bury us.
However, the amount of time you guys spend on video games is a bit of a I'm puzzled. Like, how much time do you guys spend per day playing video games?
I don't know. I probably played 4 or 5 hours yesterday. But
4 or 5 hours?
I don't do that much, Vic.
I do. I play
hold on
more
a second.
than
4 or 5 hours?
Yeah. But I've had this. It's my Zen thing, man. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like,
Take a bath.
It's my Buddhist monk thing. Like, I do my Zen thing when I'm doing it.
Go for a run.
No, I do that, and then I play my video game. Man, no. It's just, it's something I've been doing since I could remember. You know what I mean?
Moly.
Isn't there something that you did when you were a child that you still do?
I played
this
sports.
Day? Yeah,
I got outside.
Yeah, I
played basketball.
No, I ain't doing that, man. No.
I don't understand this. All right, you've got children, Alan. How much time do you spend on the game device?
Oh, it's a couple hours a day, I bet.
Yeah, and it's mostly when they go to sleep, by the way. But,
okay.
Wife's asleep. And
what does your
asleep.
wife say about that?
Oh, she doesn't care.
Oh,
It's usually when she goes to bed.
Don't you have, other than, like, how about this? What is your wife's hobbies? What does she do when you're not around? Which is, what should grown adults be doing?
No, I'm not passing judgment. You can do whatever the hell you want. I can't imagine investing that much time in front of a computer screen playing games.
Right. It's also
what's the end game? What do you get?
Too.
What do you get? Do you win prizes?
No, I get.
Is it like the arcade,
man? No, it makes me happy, Vic. It makes me happy.
Okay.
What else you want?
Be happy. Be happy. You know what? My son makes a good point. I got the old golf simulator, and he goes, "Well, Dad, you're hypocritical." I go, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "You're playing a video game."
Yes.
And I said, "You know what? I can't argue that. You're exactly right."
Does that whole setup help your game? Like,
no, it hurts your game.
Oh, does it really?
100% hurts your game because you're hitting off a mat.
Yeah,
changes your swing.
There's so many different philosophies about how to swing a golf club, and it feels like I don't even know where you'd start. If you were like,
well, the kind I have hurts my game because it's not accurate enough, and I'm just jacked up. But anyway, that's another story. I hated to go there.
All right, what
was I talking about?
We were talking about the Broncos
before Alan Baca started playing video games during the show. He's so bored.
What were we talking about, Baca? Do you remember?
Where was I?
Something about the Broncos, I think.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Something about the Broncos.
Appreciate that hint, man.
Wow. Training camp coverage. We love football on 92.5.
Right, this is what Ramos Law is paying for right here. I don't know. We were talking Broncos, I think. Probably.
All right, so what is my hope and dream for tomorrow night? Get out of there without any health issues. You saw what happened last night. 2 corners for 2 different teams tore their ACLs, done for the season. The starting quarterback for the Colts, Anthony Richardson, jacked up his finger, out for the game. In Chargers camp, this wasn't a game, it was practice. They lost their best offensive lineman. Rashawn Slater was due to become the highest paid offensive lineman in history. 4-year, $113 million.
Man, it was $113 that they signed.
4 years, $113, and he suffers a season-ending patellar tendon in practice. Gone.
That is rough.
So that's my hope for tomorrow night. Stay healthy.
Yeah. Imagine if he'd torn his patella right before he had signed that
that's
contract.
Terrible,
if
dude.
he'd done it about a month ago.
And it's especially terrible for Harbaugh and the Chargers because they live and die off that run game, and you're missing offensive linemen like that. I mean, I can't fathom what kind of blow that is.
Yeah, I have no feel for whether the Chargers are going to be good or bad this season. In the division, you tell me, man. I have no idea how to ballpark how the Chargers are going to look this year.
Well, I thought they were pretty good last year. What's changed? They shuffled up their running backs. They let Dobbins walk. Mm-hmm. They brought in 2 of their own, 2 other guys. I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah, because I just don't. Are they going to be? Are they going to be there with the Chiefs and the Bronx?
I think it's a closer race this year than it has been in years. I do.
All right.
I believe it's a winnable division. I've said this time and time again. I think the Chiefs can be had this year.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple wins they had last year. They're like, come on, man, really? And the Broncos win.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. That's who? Oh, I was about to ask Nelson, but he ain't here. Baca was not here. There was. Oh, I wish I could give you the exact quote from one of the guys who was previewing the Chiefs season, and they called it the most fraudulent 15 wins in the history of the NFL.
Well, they won a lot of those games by the hair of their chinny
but
chin.
But they got all the way to the bowl, right?
I get it. Because once they get to the playoffs, they know how to play playoff football.
Yeah.
They got that quarterback. They got that system. They know exactly what they're doing. See, the Chiefs are very much like that NBA team that lays in the weeds, just waits for the postseason, and then turns it on. That's what they are.
Yeah.
They don't get...
Yeah, super vet
They don't
team.
get up for week 3 of the NFL regular season anymore. It's hard to when you've enjoyed that much success.
Right.
You sort of just get by.
Yeah.
And then you get to the postseason. That's what the Chiefs are. Other teams need to win in the regular season. They need those wins. They need the confidence of those wins to get to the postseason.
I wouldn't be shocked if the AFC West, the team that won the AFC West, had 12 wins, second place had 11 wins, third place had 10 wins. That would not shock me.
Did you see LeJonte Wester yesterday, the CU alum?
He went
returned that punt for a touchdown.
Not only that, he was great at receiver, too. He was great.
Yeah, dude, that kid's a player.
Yeah,
He's
that's a
baller.
6th-round pick. And
the Ravens got
he
something
was one of the
there.
best players on the field on that
and
one.
Tonight you're going to see Shedeur in action for the Browns.
I'm watching that. I cannot believe.
What time is that game?
It's 5, I think, because I was literally just like, what time do I have to turn this thing on? 5 o'clock our time on the NFL Network. Browns, Panthers. Shedeur Sanders gets the start. This is, what Cleveland's, I hate the Browns, and I hate the fact that Shedeur is there, but this situation with the quarterbacks is fascinating to me. Fascinating.
Well, what an opportunity. I keep hearing and reading that he's been put in a situation to fail, and I'm trying to understand how that's the case. He's starting a game.
Mm-hmm.
He's starting a game.
Right. And he's going to get...
That's not fail, that's opportunity.
I bet you he gets at least a half because there's only 2 quarterbacks who can actually play right now. Huntley and Shedeur. Everybody else is hurt, right?
And I
Gabriel
hope he
can't
plays
go
well.
and Flacco's too old.
I hope he plays well. I really do.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's making this out to be, wow, he's got no chance. Remember, the greatest quarterback ever was a 6th-round draft choice who wasn't given a chance based on where he was drafted.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter. When game day approaches, if you can play, you will play. Today is game day. He is being thrust into a situation on game day. You will see for yourself whether or not he can play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll all get to see it. And if he can win over his coaches, win over that team, but he's just in a bad situation. I just don't see, they're going to go with Flacco and Gabriel, right? And they're just going to,
so
you can't carry 3.
Do you guys do what my kid does? My kid will watch sports while playing video games.
Yeah.
How do you
100%,
guys?
100%.
How do you multitask?
Yeah, we are a second screen society now, right? Like for me, I sometimes I'll have 3 screens in front of my face. You know what I mean? So, I'll have my computer screen, I'll have my phone, and I'll have the TV.
All right,
and they're all
again. I'm acting like an idiot because I don't know. How do you fully concentrate on the game in front of you?
You don't.
You don't.
It makes everything way harder because you have to pause your game because
But a lot of the times when I'm online, it's checking out what is going. Like I'm online with the game that's playing right now. I'm online looking at what people in Broncos country is talking about with the Broncos game that's going on right now.
Yeah, I do that too. You're online and you watch a game, a commercial.
And I'm also perusing the internet on my computer while the game is playing on my
TV.
TV.
The multitasking today versus that's the biggest difference between today and
where the family just sits down in front of the TV.
I mean, can you fathom? I mean, children listening to this, if you're in a car, can you fathom? In 1985, this is how you spent your evenings. Turn on the TV, son.
How many channels in 1985? How many channels? You had 4 channels.
You had 4 channels.
You could pick between 4 channels.
You had 4 channels.
You had ABC, CBS, NBC. Yeah. That was it.
And we didn't have cable in North Denver at the time. We were the last place in all of Denver to get cable.
Really?
So we didn't have ESPN. We didn't have any of that. So you got 4 channels. Turn on the channel, watch the show, and then sit there and watch commercials.
Yeah, that's it. Right.
There ain't no, hey, let me pull out my
right. And if you're going to change the channel, you had to stand the hell up, walk to the TV, and physically turn that knob.
But there's no, there's no way to sit through that 3-minute commercial break by going through Instagram and there is none of that multitasking that takes place today. Right. The brain, I'm telling you, the shape and the fluidity and the versatility of the brain. I'd love to have done a study 30 years ago versus today.
Yeah, about how the brain, how
it works,
multitask.
It's people are calling this grandpa time, boomer time. It's just fact. Like in 1985, compare that to 1945. Mm-hmm. Things change. I wonder what it's going to look like 30 years from now.
I mean,
what the hell? You're going to have TVs in your eyeballs?
Yeah, both you and Baca have kids. Did they tell you when you're raising a kid, like, don't give them free internet? Don't give them a hand. Don't put a phone in their hand before they're what age?
I wish I were a better parent. Maybe Alan is. They always said don't give your kids
No.
Don't give your kids the iPads. Man, that was the best babysitter known to man.
You're
You
like,
kidding me?
Fruit Ninja, go crazy,
Take
kid.
your freaking iPad and shut up.
Well, Vic, and it goes kid to kid, right? With my first kid, she didn't get an iPad or play with it for a while, and then my second one a little earlier, and then my third, we're just like,
Yeah,
Right,
bro.
she's 2 years
Yeah.
old.
Yeah,
and she
keep
can
him quiet.
already-
Yeah.
Stay quiet in the corner, man,
Right.
so I can play my video game for 3
Yeah,
hours
exactly.
while my wife sleeps.
got
Pack
priorities.
NATO at the age of 12. But all right, we got to take another quick time out. I don't know what we were talking about that segment, but it turned out pretty well. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We'll check out the NFL games this weekend next. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane roll on this Friday, August the 8th. It is 8/8 today. I hope everything is going all right. Moj is out. Nelson is out. But Vic Lombardi is here. And the Shop Mazda text line is coming in strong on this Friday morning.
You know, the most sensitive human beings out there are gamers. And I found that out. The gamers, because
they come at you, man.
Here's why. And again, I love all of you. My family members are gamers. I get it. But you're so sensitive because you want so badly to pretend that all your hours spent in front of that video board, that computer console, are actually legitimate, that you're gaining something, that you're getting smarter and wiser. You're so desperate to have that you'll make any excuse in the world as to why you're doing it. And it's okay. We all do things that are useless. I play golf 4 hours a day. It doesn't make me a better human. Just admit it. It's useless time spent. That's all.
No, I disagree with that take, but this is where we're at right now. But keep coming.
How is it not? How is it not? Here's a text from 9798. As a gamer myself, I don't understand what the rest of you guys do with all your time.
Yeah. You know what I've heard is, hasn't the Air Force came out and said their fighter pilots of this generation are better than generations of past because of the
because they played Space Invaders?
But a lot of it has to be because they're just killing it at Galaga or something.
Because they played Asteroids?
Man, listen, it's got to benefit. There's got to be benefits to some. I mean, even if it doesn't, I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it.
F1 drivers play, those driving simulators.
Yeah, that's a simulator. 1169 chimes in. 1169 chimes in. Vic just wants you to go outside, play with a stick and a hoop.
Right. Listen, we did that when I was a kid.
Just go play with your stick, kid.
Stuff. No. Okay. So listen, I want to reset the conversation we had when we started the program about an hour and a half ago, because I was talking about in the first hour how this Denver Broncos defense looked so good at joint practice yesterday that I should get let's get cocky and start talking about goals. So the first goal is can this defense be the best defense in the NFL this season? And then your second goal, when you're this talented on the defensive side of the ball, is can this defense be the best defense in the history of the Broncos? And I believe the 2015 Denver Broncos are a top 10 defense of all time in the NFL and the best defense in the history of the Broncos. Vic does not believe that to be true.
I think the 77 Orange Crush defense is number one on that list. Then it's 2015. And you know what? I'm not ready to bestow any honor on this defense until I see it throughout the season. There were moments last year, you know how quickly we forget. There were moments last year where they gave up some yards. Yeah. They gave up some opportunities. They didn't bury them. But at the same time, I say this because 2015 was very much like this. Your defense sometimes is only as good as your offense allows it to be. And here's what I mean. You give a defense a lead in the second half, and you force the opposing quarterback to drop back and throw, and you let Von Miller eat. Do you remember how many times Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware got to eat when opposing teams had to catch up in a game? It doesn't have to be a big lead. Any lead. You have to have some sort of an offense to give you that opportunity.
Right.
So it works hand in hand. Yeah, but before we start throwing all these praises and plaudits on this defense, and we're hearing a lot of it yesterday, even San Francisco, Kyle Shanahan gave it some thumbs up. Christian McCaffrey said this defensive line is something else. Let's let it play out a little bit. Let's let it play out. Let's let them play against. You know what the best measure of this defense is? They shut down Mahomes.
Yeah.
Mahomes didn't do much. Go back and look at that game.
In that game that they won with, or that Kansas City was able to pull up, because the second game, Kansas City didn't play anybody.
Exactly.
That first game was,
I don't even measure that
was
game.
Crazy with that kick at the very end.
But then, you have a great game like that. And then do you remember the Chargers game where they just couldn't stop the Chargers for whatever reason?
That's what Vance Joseph said this week. He was like, consistency. A great defense is consistently great. That's what he's like, we have been really good and really great.
And then the Buffalo
consistently
game.
Great.
Buffalo game, just throw it out the window. They got roped.
But you score that one touchdown, and then the rest of that game was all Buffalo. But once again, I mean, the Bills are so talented.
But then that's what a great defense does do. All right, so do you remember
this is the playoff? No. Oh, this is
that
first Kansas City game.
Yeah, they held Kansas City to 16 points. If I told you right now you're going to hold the Chiefs to 16, would you take it?
Oh yeah.
All
you know
day,
what?
right?
I didn't realize that the Broncos were 5-5 at that time, or they fell to 5-5 at that time. But yeah,
you know the greatest achievement for the Denver Broncos. I want you to remember it this way: So the Broncos lose this game, a devastating loss that they should have won. Should have won at Arrowhead. Take a look at what they did the following weeks. That's when they started going on that run.
Yeah, they would. Was that the 4-game winning streak after the Chiefs? Or
you could have easily packed it up after this point and said, "Man, we just don't have it."
Look at the running back room, man. Look what the backs did in that game.
78 yards.
Look, you got Estime at top, but then you got Mims. Mims is your second leading rusher with 17 yards.
Look at their running backs. They only ran for 57. They only ran for 57. That was a defensive game, bro.
Yeah.
That was all defense. The problem I had last year with this defense is this. You talk about shut down. Well, against Cincinnati, and shut down anybody there. In Buffalo, you're going to start comparing this defense to 2015. That 2015 defense took on the best offense in the National Football League in the Super Bowl and mowed them down.
It wrecked it. No, that's why I'm saying that defense is a top 10 defense of all time. I think
they ripped their heart out, okay? Yeah. Until this defense can prove it can do that, let's pump the brakes.
Okay. But it's been a decade where I couldn't get excited about the Broncos. It's been almost 10 years where I couldn't go into a season excited about the Broncos.
I'm excited too, but let's ease up. You could be excited about a team that has the potential to do some great things, but calling this one of the greatest defenses in Broncos history, nah, man, I ain't ready to go there yet.
Potential of it, I get it. The potential to be one of the greatest, to be up there with the 77 team and the 2015 team. But you're right, that's a big ask. I think the first step you have to take is just prove the fact that you're the best defense in this league now.
Let's break it down. Let's break it down, all right? Let's take 3 eras. Let's go 77, 2015, and this defense.
Yeah.
Even though 15 in this year is much closer than the previous. Who has the best secondary of those three defenses?
The no-fly, right?
No-fly zone has the best
Although,
secondary.
isn't this – because I was comparing this Broncos defense or what this Denver Broncos defense could be to the 0-2 Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense, which was an all-time great defense, but nobody could throw on that team. You could not throw on that Bucs team. And I'm like, is the Broncos secondary this year? Could they be like that?
No.
Could they be like the no-fly?
No,
with Patrick and Barron going all over the place? No, you don't think so?
No. It's not, not yet.
Yeah.
No. 2015 secondary is the best secondary in Broncos history. I'll acknowledge that.
The 2015 Denver Broncos had the best defensive player overall as well, right? In Vaughn?
Yeah, let's go linebackers. All right, secondary, we give the nod to 2015.
Yeah.
Let's go linebackers. Linebackers.
That's 77 then,
the best linebacking core in Broncos history is 1977.
That's the Orange Crest.
I will not have anybody argue that with me. It's just not arguable. It's not debatable. And if you want to argue, if you want to send any volley, just keep it in your phone because it's not going to happen. 1977 had the best linebacking core in Broncos history. So linebackers, 77. Defensive line. This is where I can make the argument. Not edge rushers. Defensive line. Trenches. I can make the argument that this one is right up there. This
really?
one. This is a really stout defensive line, bro. It's stout.
I bet you I don't recognize some of the names on that 77.
Well, you're not going to. But see, it was a different type of defense. So that was more of a linebacker defense. That was a linebacker-made defense. Joe Collier's defense, he was a frontiersman. He revolutionized the sport with his alignment.
Lyle Alzado, baby.
Yeah, Alzado was a hell of a player.
Randy, look at Gradish. I forgot.
Ruben Carter's
once you start
a player.
seeing the list, you're like Louis Wright, Tom Jackson,
of course.
Randy Gradishar. Yeah.
Joe Rizzo, Bob Swenson. That linebacking core is the best in Broncos history. Now, the debate is who has the best defensive line in Broncos history. And, God, that was a good one, too. That was a really good one. But they ran a different system. They only had 3 guys up front, bro. They had a nose tackle, a left end, and a right end. That's it.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Compared to a lot of the defenses you see today, it's just a different system. I wonder if today's defensive line is not the best of all time. Just based on...
Oh, you mean this team with Zach and
Zach
the crew?
Allen and that crew.
Interesting. So here, this is 2015. This is 2015 with Derek Wolfe, Sylvester Williams, Malik Jackson.
Hey, that's a good one, too. But
although, listen, man, the 2015 backer group, but it's still 77, though, right? It's 77.
Von Miller obviously changes things. DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller. Those are two Hall of Famers.
And Von Miller, Brandon Marshall,
Yes.
DeMarcus Well, all those are
greats. I think as an outfit, though, if you go back and look at just the stats alone, the amount of tackles made by the linebackers on that 77 unit, it will stun you how many tackles they made.
Yeah,
everything funneled to Randy Gradishar and Bob Swenson.
Look at that secondary, Vic.
I know. That's the best secondary in Broncos history. Aqib Talib, Chris Harris Jr. Here's why, too. Here's why. They had a season before this season to get it together. This wasn't put together. See, this secondary this year, a lot of it got a new safety. Riley Moss is still trying to prove himself, right? I mean, there's no disputing Patrick Surtain. He's the anchor. But this defense, that secondary, the one we're looking at in 2015, Talib and Harris, the chemistry that they had, if everybody remembers the 2005 AFC or 2015 AFC Championship game when Edelman was in the slot and it was a key play, and I think it was Talib who handed Edelman off to Harris, and they snuffed out that third and whatever it was. Those are the moments. That was the chemistry they possessed. They read each other's thoughts. That's why that secondary was so damn good.
Yeah. I mean, I think this secondary is going to be great, too. The one we see here. But you're right. It's probably the strength of this defense, the one we're going to see this year.
Sean Payton said it.
Is that defensive line?
Yeah, Sean Payton said it, and Vance Joseph has said it. He said the defensive line is the heart of this defense.
How about this question? What would it take for Vic Lombardi to start to believe that this defense could reach the 2015-77
Talk to me after week
type
17.
of greatness? Oh, you want to see the whole damn season?
I mean, I'll predict with you guys. I'll speculate, but I'm not gonna give awards to a season I haven't seen.
If you want to crown their ass, then crown them.
I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah.
But it have the potential to be really good. But there's a lot more at play here: health and chemistry. I can't say enough about chemistry. Not enough is spoken about that. Those of you who play football, those of you who play on the defensive end, defensive side, especially in the secondary, you got to be able to talk, man, because things break down. Your system breaks down. You might have something in the works. Your coach calls an assignment. That sucker breaks down in a hurry. You got to be able to talk to your teammate out there. And that 15 secondary, 2015, they were the best at that.
Yeah, they all love to talk too. All those guys were vocal, right? Chris, Aqib, they would talk to you. They talk to the opposing player. They talk to the opposing coaches. They would talk to anybody and everybody.
Aqib Talib, do you remember? Was it the Super Bowl where he took a couple personal fouls rather than giving up a big play? He said, "Screw that! I ain't giving up a big play."
Was that in 15 or 14?
15.
Okay.
He's the kind of player that was like, I'm not going to let these guys get confident on us. I'm gonna face mask the hell out of this dude.
Right. Yes.
I mean, they would just do that for the hell of it, just to set the tone.
Yeah, just be a tone setter.
Love it.
Yeah. I mean, listen? Which one was the nastier defense? Like, I love a little nasty in my defense. Like, I don't, you know what? Remember, you know what I loved about Mike Shanahan? I loved Mike Shanahan's offensive line because they would cut block you, bro. They would cut you down. And I like a little anger and hate in the heart. And I hate to say it, but I like a little evil in my defense. What defense is the one who's like, I will kill you to win this game. I will make you bleed your own blood so I can win this game.
Yeah, that's hard to say. I mean, the game has changed. I mean, every defense sort of thinks that way. It's a violent game, right?
Yeah.
Violent. I mean, Talib, that's the way he thought. Bill Romanowski thought that way.
One of the most violent players who've ever played this game was Steve Atwater, right?
100%,
Even though he's just like the nicest guy
human being in the world.
Right. But on the football field, he would end you.
Berto, in 1977, Lyle Alzado wanted to eat people's children. He was a violent player. He wanted to eat people. On the Twitch feed, Tater Bud 62 writes in, Vic is ridiculous. He gives his opinion and then tells everyone if they see it differently to, quote, keep it in their phone, arrogance at its finest. I won't dispute that. That is a very arrogant comment.
You've been listening to the program.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty much how we do it here. And I'm sorry that hurt your feelings. I said you are welcome to opine. There are certain things, certain opinions I'll give you that are not debatable. And the one I gave you is that the greatest linebacking core was 77. So if you want to counter with something else, you can, but it will not resonate with me. There are other opinions you might have that would resonate. That one will not, because my opinion is it's done. It's over. There is no debate there on that.
On the text line, we also got this. This is a take I haven't seen before. A Bronco fan who said he thinks the 98 defense is the best Broncos defense of all time.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that seems like crazy talk. Seems like crazy talk. I'm of the opinion the 2015 defense is a top 10 defense of all time. And it's not the 86 Bears and it's not the Steel Curtain, but it's up there, man. It might be one, it not be one or two, but it could be 4, 5, 6, something like that.
Yeah, as far as the person going to 1998, you have to understand what you had on the other side of the ball. You had a ball control offense with Hall of Famers all over the yard. Are you crazy?
Yeah, Terrell Davis at the height of his running back power.
Crazy.
One of the best running backs in the best part of his career. Look at that. Yeah, look at that offense, baby. John Elway, Terrell Davis, Howard Griffith, Ed McCaffrey, Rod Smith, Shannon Sharp, Mark Schler, Tom Nalen. Yeah, but
here's a debate for you. All right, the most explosive offense, statistically, record-breaking offense, was Peyton Manning, Demaryius Thomas, Julius Thomas, that crew, right?
But if you asked a coach,
I think that one right there is better.
Which really, see,
you know why it's better? In my mind,
you love John Elway more than life itself.
No, not. That's not. They were ball control and they were run oriented, and the balance on that offense. I thought the one under Peyton was a
but it was that was a laser show, man. That was a fireworks show, and I loved it.
You ain't going to get me to fight you. That was fun to watch.
It was great.
Hey, Mark. And then what happened?
Yeah. And then what happened? Yeah, and then they got stomped.
So everybody agreed.
It forced them to come right back and win the Super Bowl the next year.
That was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Yeah, and then it just didn't work out. Yeah, it didn't work out in the playoffs. It didn't work out at all.
So when did it start working? So let me ask you, when did it start working?
It never started working. I'll say that. It never really worked, right?
For those who think
this.
For those who think that style of football is the greatest, and I don't dispute, it was fun to watch. Do you know when it started working? When they shifted gears, when they went to a lower gear, and they changed the offense. Kubiak comes in and changes the offense. To a lot of people's like, hey, what are you doing? Why are you taking the dynamic nature of this offense away?
You think you can run an offense like this in this NFL now?
Today's game?
Like if Sean Payton wanted to set it up, because to me, this would be a great look. Like the 98 offense, like the way they handled football games, where you're right, where you weren't asking John Elway to throw for 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. You know what I mean? You didn't, because he didn't have to do that.
You have to really invest in a run game to do this. And
this is probably the model of how you would like to see the Broncos offense look this season.
What do you think?
Where Bo Nix doesn't have to do anything crazy, and RJ Harvey is the new TD.
Yeah. Hey, how do you think Philly won a Super Bowl last year?
Just like this right here.
Not exactly, but they did it on that balance. They ran first, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I would put TD and Saquon this season here and that season, because Saquon went over 2,000 that year. TD went over 2,000 this year as two of the greatest. All right, we went away a little too long there. Talking a little too much. We got to roll on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane right after a quick timeout right here on Sports Radio. The Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Friday. No Moj, no Nelly. I mean, it's not like Moses. I mean, Brett's back too. Both Brett and Moser just sitting in their house not doing a damn thing. They could be working if they wanted to, but take your vacation while you can. We are joined by the great Vic Lombardi. We will be joined by Gary Strietsky of ESPN coming up here at the top of the hour as he'll be in town doing a special for ESPN as they go to every state in I've only seen the one that's in Maine. Like, I don't know what they did when they went to Texas or New England or like when they made the SportsCenter anchor go to Maine, they made them
crabbing?
Lobster fishing. They went lobster fishing.
Yeah, I think the key is to what's the essence, the sports essence of each state, and we know how it works here. It's hard in late August or mid-August. What are you going to do? They're going to go to the Bananas game. We'll talk to Gary more about this when he joins us at 9 o'clock. Hey, I got this email. I want to talk to you about this email I got today.
Okay.
So it's about CU football, and we know it's growing into a monster under Deion Sanders. They've gotten so much national attention, and rightfully so. But there's new rules in place, and these rules remind me a lot of what the Broncos had for years. And I don't know if these kind of rules exist in other sports. That's why I bring it up. Effective immediately, non-game day video may not exceed 3 total minutes per day per outlet. Non-game day content may not be live streamed or posted in its entirety. So you're not allowed to post more than 3 minutes of video on a non-game day. If you go up there and you do interviews, you go to a practice, 3 minutes.
Because they feel like you're going to give away some top secret.
That's what I'm asking. What do you think is the root of that rule?
I think it's got to be that they think something is getting out that they don't want to get out. Like,
no, because you're not allowed to shoot practice. It's just interviews.
Andy Reid used to say he hated joint practice because he felt like the opposing team got too much from what he was trying to do from practice. He didn't want to give up that kind of information.
I don't think it's that either. I think they just want to control
just full control of video, full control of
I mean, Deion's got his own video crew.
Yeah. I mean, but it's worked out well for CU, right?
I mean, but I've never seen. I personally, and maybe other schools have these. I'm complete. Maybe Alabama has this. Texas, maybe they do. I've never seen this before locally. The Broncos used to institute a rule that drove me crazy.
What was it?
Back when I was working for Channel 4, you could not show, if you did not have the Broncos rights back then, and I don't know if this rule still exists. Somebody would have to alert me. You could not show, you were limited to Broncos highlights per day of like 59 seconds.
Really?
If you exceeded a minute.
Why?
Per day.
What's these
It was
rules?
the weirdest Broncos content. They called you on it too.
Mm-hmm.
If you had the rights, if you were like Channel 9 had the rights forever. And if they saw you run a second more, they would call you on it. And it drove me freaking crazy. I'm like, are you kidding me?
You were getting those calls all the time.
I'm like, are you kidding? We're all doing the same thing here. We're promoting the local team.
Yeah.
But you know what? Money pays for that.
Yeah.
You pay rights fees. I don't think the Nuggets and Avs have anything of that nature.
No, I don't think so either.
Like
but
if
the
you're
popularity of the Broncos is something. You know what? I once heard. Well, I think it was Irv who told me this story that I obviously wasn't in town for it. That the popularity of the Broncos were so huge at one time. I believe it was in the 90s. That the Denver Post, on the front page of the Denver Post, they used to report what John Elway would give kids for Halloween.
Oh yeah, they'd
be like, John Elway's got Snickers. He was giving away Snickers. And you're like, wait, they're reporting what? For what reason? And it was just because people were like, I want to know what Elway's doing.
Mark,
what's he doing?
In the mid-'80s, there were 2 sports in this town. Think about that. The Nuggets, who were pretty good.
Yeah, in the Bronx.
And the Broncos.
So you had Alex English and John Elway?
That's it.
That's what you had here in the city.
That's it.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Baseball
You're right.
was the
I've never
AAA
been
Denver
here where
Bears.
they didn't have 4 professional sports teams.
I mean, that's it. So for those of us who were children of the 80s, that's all we had. 2 sports. And those 2 sports at that time were pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Doug Moe's Nuggets were pretty good. Elway was magical.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, of course they got all the attention.
Just massive
Things
attention
change.
on the Broncos
Things
here in the
change.
city.
And I'm telling you, the Broncos were sort of shaken awake the last decade because a lot of that love, a lot of that blind loyalty, that went away.
They took it for granted.
Well, I don't know if they took it for granted.
I mean, the Broncos, this is still a Broncos city, man.
Of course it is.
We still love the Broncos in this city.
But the blind loyalty, you go a decade of what we saw.
Yeah. Yeah. I never thought I'd hear the way people were talking about the Broncos in this city the way we have the last 10 years. People were throwing that team right directly under the bus, and for good reason, man, and for good reason. I thought they were a cornerstone franchise in the NFL, and then they started acting like they weren't. Yeah. They started acting like the Cleveland
Browns. Don't understand in this content age we live in, and this is a message to CU, Broncos, everybody, and this is just my opinion. We live in the age of content. Why are you trying to limit the amount of content?
Just cash. I mean, do you put their business, like, what does 9 News pay to be the exclusive?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
Money.
But is that, I mean, they're like, here's
more content.
Here's $20 or here's $20 million.
I don't know, but teams produce their own content too.
Yeah.
Teams produce their own. CU produces its own content.
Not only do they produce their own content, it's Emmy winning. That's because the Broncos produced that content that won Patrick and Grandy that Emmy last year. So, yeah, I mean, and everybody's trying to take control of their own message, right? Right? In this environment, players are taking over their own, like you can hear directly from your favorite player if you want to nowadays. Just go to Instagram.
Man, it's hard. It's hard to be a bona fide journalist, and I feel for the journalists in this town, of which I am not. I'm a broadcaster. Big difference between a broadcaster and a journalist. A journalist, those of you who have listened to this show, it's tough. It ain't easy. Sometimes you have to report things that aren't popular, and people start stabbing at you because it's unpopular. But that's what journalists do. I don't always do that.
No,
I don't always do that.
I feel like who was I having a conversation with the other? I think this was right when Sean Payton took the job to be the head coach of the Denver Broncos, and somebody was talking about how Sean was going to have an easy time because the media pressure here in Denver isn't as big as New York. And I was like, you're crazy.
No,
you're crazy.
Sean's had trouble adjusting to that, to be totally honest with you.
Oh,
yeah, I've had conversations with powers that be in Denver. He came out of the gate swinging because the media attention here in Denver locally is 3 or 4 times that what he had in New Orleans.
Yeah, it's like
New Orleans was a mom and pop shop.
Mm-hmm.
The same 2 or 3 guys that showed up every day.
Mm-hmm.
This is a mob.
Yeah.
And he was not and is not used to that, which is why most of his. You ever notice that any newsworthy stuff that comes from Sean Payton always comes from the national media?
Yeah.
He still doesn't trust us locally.
No.
But can you? What the hell is this on this television? Turn this off. This is stealing my attention.
This is the only. What
is this?
This is Top Gear. This is Top Gear.
Can you get that off of there?
No, it's the only thing that's shown on these TVs, bro.
What do you mean it's the only thing?
We can't change the channel. It is stuck on Top Gear. Yeah. We all think Moser did this intentionally. We think Moser did it intentionally.
I don't know what the show is, but it's very distracting.
You cannot change it from Top Gear. No, this is it. This is Top Gear is it. This is what we get to watch. This is our life now. This is how we do things.
I don't like it.
Yeah. No, feel free to try to change the channel, Vic. I'll sit here for 5 minutes and enjoy the fact that you can't figure out how to change this
from
stuff.
the text line, and it's so refreshing to go back and read from the text line. First time in months. Man, this is a good drug. 0161 writes in, why do you guys always refer to the fandom as Denver and Denver only? You realize fans in the rest of the state, right? Well, I take it easy.
Yeah, we
all right. I live in Golden. I take it easy. Calm down. Denver teams, without the city of Denver, we wouldn't have these teams. Mm-hmm. You got to have a main city. Mm-hmm. So when I refer to Denver, I don't mean to be.
You were going to freak out if they moved put the new stadium here in Lone Tree or something ridiculous like that, right? You were going to lose your mind if it wasn't actually in Denver.
It's not going to happen because I know that Denver's going to keep it there, and I've got some inside knowledge as to why. So I knew that was never going to happen. I've told you guys that for a year. The Broncos are never going to leave Denver. Okay. Don't believe any of the other crap from other people on this show that think it's going to go to Lone Tree. It's going to stay in Denver. The point I'm telling you is when people say, oh, why do you always refer to Denver? Because this is the heartbeat of the state. I hate to break it to you, but what do you want me to say? I mean, people come here for the games. Mm-hmm. This is the region. This is the capital city.
Although, didn't the Avalanche took the name Colorado because we want to project the idea that the entire state is instead of just claiming the city.
If that's what you want to do, fine. I don't care. It's still a Denver team. So when you tell people, hey, where do you live? Where do you say?
Denver.
Yeah, I say Denver.
Yeah.
Alan, where do you live?
Aurora.
Alan, where do you live?
No, Denver.
Highlands Ranch.
Okay, but what do you tell people when you're
Denver.
Denver?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I mean,
Right.
I don't know how far that stretches to where you say another city. What if you live in Frederick?
Springs or Pueblo. That's as far.
Okay. Fort
anything-
Collins?
I
Yeah.
grew up in Greeley, and I used to tell people,
Denver.
by Denver.
Of course.
All right. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we've got a special guest coming at you. It's Gary Streisky from ESPN. We'll hear from the local guy done good next on Altitude Sports Radio. Welcome back to MLNK on this Friday morning here in the Mile High City. I hope you're doing well. Vic Lombardi and Mark Bertinoli coming to you live from the Baxter and Shanker Studios. And we are joined right now by a special guest. He is a local guy done good. It is Gary Streisky, anchor of ESPN's flagship program, Sports Center, and he is back in town and joining us now live on the program. Gary, how you doing, my man?
I get to join a couple freaking Mile High legends, dude. If you would have told Thornton Middle School, Gary, that one day I was hopping on with the fellas on 92.5 altitude, I probably would not have believed you, but here we are. So this is cool, man. Thanks for having me.
Bro, so proud of you. I'm a harsh critic when it comes to those of us in the media and especially television sportscasters. And what you and Randy Scott do at ESPN and your version of Sports Center is as good as I've seen since the old days. And I mean that. You know that. I've told you that myself.
Yeah.
You guys do a great job. So congratulations on all the success.
Man, I really appreciate that, Vic. And I got to say, dude, like, I grew up watching you over across town, and I would take shades of some of the stuff that you would do during your sportscast. And Lionel Bienvenu was a guy who I really liked watching. And I was an intern at KDVR for 3 years. 2 of them were off the books because they couldn't get rid of me. I was out there. My key card still worked. I would cut the show for Eric Goodman and Chris Tanaka, and I would just hang around, man. Like, I would just be sort of sticky in this industry, hoping one day my goal was to work in Denver. I wanted to work in Denver. I wanted to be like you. I wanted to be the guy. But nobody hired me, man. So I was like, all right, dude, I guess I'll move out of here and see where the path takes me. But no regrets.
Hey, Gary, this is a stupid business because it's subjective.
It's a stupid
Let me
business.
tell you why it's stupid,
Yeah.
right? I was working in Phoenix, Arizona, and I was the sports director there in the 90s. And my second guy, the guy I hired was John Anderson, longtime ESPN anchor,
Yes.
John Anderson. So I leave Phoenix, and the GM at the time, I could say this now because I'm not sure if he's still alive. The GM at the time, I have an office meeting with him, and I say, hey, you got to make John the guy. John is brilliant. John is the best writer I've ever seen. And he looks at me and he says, I don't know if he's lead sports guy material. And I just looked at him and said, are you freaking drunk? Is this? And so John didn't get the job. And, a month later, he's at SportsCenter on ESPN. So it's all who likes you at the time. It's not
That's
how
correct.
good you are. It's who likes you at the time. But you have taken the opportunity at ESPN, and you have run with it, and you've done it your own unique way. Ron Zappolo told me back in the day, just be you, and you've been you. Can you share with us how you got to where you went to Thornton Middle School? Where'd you go to high school?
Yeah.
Here?
I went to Thornton High School, man. Shout out to the Trojans, who I think in my 4 years there, we won 3 football games.
Nice.
In 4 years. We were not a powerhouse. We were more of a doormat, but it was cool. I went to Thornton High School freshman year in college was 2006.
And you went to Metro, right?
I graduated from Metro, but I started at Colorado State. And let me tell you, the first year away from home, living with my buddies who I think are listening right now, Nick Sandoval, Billy Fogg, Noah Clem. We went to dinner with them last night here in downtown Denver. They're listening. So I never went to class, dude. I was playing basketball till midnight and then playing online poker when I was supposed to be in class.
Yeah.
My parents gave me one get out of jail free card, and they're actually listening right now from Florida. Sweet. And it was the one time where I saw them give me grace as it came to academics, because they kind of expected me to crash and burn, which I did, admittedly. But yeah, I went to Metro, straightened things out. That's how I ended up at KDVR, and then the rest is history. My first job was in Cheyenne, Wyoming, which I was back in Wyoming 2 weeks ago for Cheyenne Frontier Days as part of this 50 States in 50 Days. Mm-hmm. And here we are, 10 years later, I'm at ESPN.
Good for you, dude. Man, I'm so proud of you. We all are. So what you're doing for Sports Center has been a summer-long activity in all the different states. You obviously were going to get this assignment because this is your hood. You're from the West Side.
Correct.
What do you have planned for tomorrow?
So actually, it all starts today. I'm meeting up with some of the fellas. Yeah, I'm meeting up with some of the fellas over at Coors Field early afternoon. The thing about the Savannah Bananas that people don't realize, I mean, it's 2 hours of nonstop entertainment, but these guys are at the ballpark days before for hours rehearsing their skits and rehearsing their dances. And actually practicing baseball. Like Adam Viro, he's the coach, along with Tyler. Like, they hit me up and they're like, we're going to be at the park. Come shag some fly balls, come take some grounders, come take some BP. So early afternoon, I'm popping over there, watching some BP, talking to some of the guys. And then, we're off and running. I think they're here for a double dip, but SportsCenter is hosting our show tomorrow from Coors once they wrap up their game against the Firefighters.
Please tell me you're going to participate in one of those choreographed dances. Please.
Yeah,
That's the plan.
Let's go.
That's the plan. Yo, but fellas, here's the thing. So I'm thinking to myself, all right, and the Savannah Bananas, they've gone absolutely supernova, absolutely nuclear.
Yeah, they blow
so
up.
every single one of these cities that they go to, they have the heaviest of hitters representing that city. But I was thinking to myself, I was maybe feeling myself a little bit talking to our production crew, like, hey, any way they're gonna give the hometown kid an at bat, and my production crew was like, Gary, think about the people and think about the legends who still make Colorado home, who have brought home Super Bowls, NBA titles, etc. I was like, yeah, all right, I connected some dots. So let's just say their guest list for this weekend is going to be far superior than Thornton High School class of 2005.
Can you share any of that, or is that all top secret? Who's going to make an appearance?
I can. There's one name that's on the fence, and there's another name that you're probably thinking about. They're known for throwing not necessarily baseballs.
Yeah, I get it.
But they have. Right. Yeah. Okay.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
How long? Your chemistry with Randy is great. I mean, it's great. Did you guys immediately have that? Like, did you immediately have those vibes, or how long did that take to develop? Because I mean, really, you guys got a good feel to that program.
Man, I appreciate that, seriously. And the biggest compliment that we get paid is honestly, Vic, what you said just a couple minutes ago is it's no nonsense. It's just Sports Center, and it makes it feel like you're watching Sports Center late 90s, early 2000s. And that's like the highest praise I can get, being a guy. I'm 38, being a millennial who grew up watching the program. So it's funny. Randy and I, we have similar backgrounds. He's a military kid just like me. My dad was in the Army. His dad was his dad's like a proper Top Gun pilot.
Oh, wow.
Like Top Gun, the movie. His dad is a naval aviator. He was college roommates with Roger Staubach at the Naval Academy.
Damn.
This dude's the real deal. Like flew missions that we can't talk about.
Berto's dad is a colonel, right?
Yeah. I'm also a son of a my
So you get it. 2-star admiral, no, 3-star admiral. His pops was.
Woo!
So at any rate, we had this similar upbringing. So I think our mentality was sort of the same. Like, don't complain, do your job, do it the best to your ability. But he was at Nesson before I was at Nesson. And it's funny, when I got there, people would be like, do you know Randy Scott? And I was like, I don't know who that is. And then I got to ESPN a couple years after he did, and people were like, are you friends with Randy Scott? I had still yet to meet him.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of people sort of pushing these pins, making these comparisons, up until I finally met him and did my first show in 2022. And the rest is sort of history, man. I think we just sort of share the same mentality, man, like never grow up and have fun.
Talking to Gary Streisky, representing ESPN and Sports Center in town for 50 states in 50 days. Gary, do you live in Bristol proper?
Yeah, I'm. My fiance and I actually are moving to Bristol when I get home. So, but I've been in Central Connecticut since 2018. Yeah, West Hartford, Central Connecticut area.
How long did you work the sidelines for the Red Sox? How long was that?
4 years.
4 years.
2013. Yeah, I got there July of 13, and I left in 2007. I like to say that I left when Ortiz left. So two heavy hitters leaving the same spot. Hey, Vic, I got to bring this up real quick before I forget. If you guys are checking the ratings and you're seeing that somebody is listening this morning from the Netherlands, like I mentioned to you when I saw you a couple months ago, it's my sister who's about to have her son Carl. So she's listening right now from the Netherlands, and she was like, I lock into these guys every single day. Please tell them I said hi.
Are you kidding me?
Sister, she's listening from the Hague, Netherlands. Her husband Klaus and little baby Carl, who I think she's due in about a month.
That's so cool, man.
Congratulations.
Netherlands represent, baby.
Let's go, man.
That's so good.
The Mile High is global, baby.
Hey, so when you're doing Sports Center, because, we live in the middle of America, and we sometimes feel forgotten here, Gary, right? They focus on the coasts. And I rip ESPN for a lot of things, but I hope you never take it personally. I get ticked off because everything's about L.A., everything's about New York. Hey, man, Denver, Jokic, Broncos, we have a place. Do you ever feel territorial when you're doing highlights and saying, this is my team, I'm going to give them a little more love?
Oh, 100%. And I tell people all the time, like, hey, you guys got to stop being coastal elites, man. Like, come on, dude, we got to show love to the heartland and to Colorado's not middle America, but you get it. Every time there's a Colorado-themed highlight, good or bad, for better or worse, aka the Rockies.
You got it.
You know, they'll give it to me.
Yeah.
I have suggestions on, hey, we should do this treatment for if it is a Jokic or if it is the futility of the Rockies. And we've put them in the A block, again, for better or worse, for this. There was like a 2-3 week stretch, and I understand that it's the negative side of the Colorado sports in that instance, but I bring it up all the time, man, because I lock into you guys. I stay locked into all my buddies who are still living out here. So when I see stuff, I definitely flag it. And that's the thing. There's so many programs. I can't tell the 6 p.m. Sports Center or the 2 p.m. Sports Center what to do, but we definitely have a little extra stake in the 7 a.m. Sports Center.
Good. I could tell. It's your personality that comes out on camera, and that's what we do for a living. That's awesome.
Correct, man. Got to have it.
Mm-hmm.
You're all over digital too, man. They got you grinding on digital. I see you all over ESPN.
You got to be, man.
You got to do it, bro. Hey, this old man's on digital. You got to be on it, man.
Yeah.
People say, why do you on your phone all the time? Because you die if you're not doing digital.
Well, was it last year that you guys announced SC Plus, right? Was that just recently that you guys did that?
So we actually just launched that in March, and that's a DTC. And I got to tell you, I mean, I wish I could show you my freaking email inbox. It's a bunch of middle school and basically middle school kids being like, dude, I watched. Can I get a shout out? And it's just boom, 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 boom. So what I'll do is I'll sort of give these asks a little nibble, dude. I'll throw a shout out at the end of a show, and then the next morning my inbox is full. I saw the shout out yesterday. I'm 10 years old. I play baseball. Can you give me and my team a shout out? And you know how it goes, man. That's how you build the organic following, dude. And these 10-year-olds are going to be 20-year-olds and 25-year-olds one day spending money and saying, hey, I grew up watching you just like I grew up watching and listening to you guys, you know?
All right, Gary, we opened the show today by saying you're going to come on, and we said, you know, what's the most Colorado thing to do? Now that Gary's back, he's going to hang out with the Bananas at Coors Field tomorrow night. But we thought that if you're really going to be accurate about Colorado, you got to stroll in there in a Subaru with one of those canoe things on top, mountain bikes in the back. You got to get a beard growing, maybe a man bun,
got to have
your
a micro
granola shoes.
Yeah.
And you got to have a micro brew in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to represent, and a joint, by the way, if you really want to represent Colorado, that's how you got to stroll into that yard tomorrow.
Well, and here's the thing: you forgot the foundation of it all. Birkenstocks on feet.
Oh yeah,
obviously. you got to have the Birks on feet. I'm glad that you brought up the Subaru, because my buddy Nick runs the biggest Subaru dealership in the state.
He's hook you up with an
I know. So go see my guy, dude. He's up to his eyeballs in new Subarus. But that's what it's going to be. And it's cool because I'm working with the same crew that was up with me in Wyoming. So they get Colorado, man. They get it. They know it. They know it's crunchy. They know it's sort of, you know, live and let live crunchy out here these days.
That's the best description.
Bro, crunchy. It's crunchy, dude. It's Boulder crunchy. It's granola, man. We get it. And that's a term of endearment. You guys know that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's great to have you back here in the city. Man, it's great to see you doing the Sports Center thing. Yeah. Seriously, man. You it's great. You and Randy do a great job.
Keep up the great work.
I appreciate it. And you know what's great, and it's actually awesome, is organically all of our, again, coastal elite analysts back on the East Coast, you know, we're starting to now obviously crack into preseason predictions and what do we expect. And listen, everything still runs through Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City in the AFC. I get that. Don't throw stones at me. It's just facts. But I mean, we got the Mike Tannenbaums of the world, the Louis Riddicks of the world saying, do not sleep on the Broncos. They're going to have one of the best defenses in the league, and Bo Nix is going to take a step. You lock up some of your weapons, and the Broncos might be a thorn in a lot of team sides this year. And I'm excited for that. I'll leave you guys with this. Even though I grew up in Denver, I was never a Broncos fan because my dad's from Florida. He had me sipping that Buccaneers juice.
That's weird.
That is a strange.
I know. He's from Tampa. He's listening right now. We met Brad Johnson last week, so that was cherry on top of that Florida shoot. But the Broncos are going to make some noise, dude, and I'm excited about that. And I will make sure that when and if they do, I will make sure that they are well represented at the Worldwide Leader, just for the fellas.
Hey, next time you see Kendrick Perkins, ask him if he wants to go. Let's go, man.
Catch hands? You want Gary to swing on Kendrick?
He's only $250 more than I. Let's go.
That's a bold ask.
Yeah. He's tipping, dude. He's $3 easy,
I
dude.
know.
But he's a big
funny.
ass teddy bear,
He's
man.
fun.
Yeah.
I know. Hey, man, good luck today, tomorrow night. Thanks for joining us on the show, buddy.
Yeah, thank you very
Man,
much.
thanks for having me, guys.
right.
It was awesome to be a part of it.
Yeah, that's Gary Streisky of ESPN and their flagship program, Sports Center. He does a great job. Just an absolutely amazing job. We're glad he was joining us today. That was good. Good.
You want to feel old is you see these, to me, they're all kids, and I have so many former interns that are in the business today. And he was not my intern, but he grew up. I'm so proud that Colorado is this well represented in this.
Gary is all over the place. Seriously, man, their digital coverage, he is all over
and he does
it.
a great job.
Yeah, he's amazing. All right, we'll roll on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice, MLNK. This has been a quick show. We're almost done with this thing, man. We got like 2 segments left. This thing's gone by quick. See, how much calmer has it been in the studio in this building with Moser out? Oh.
So Moser's helping the Bear with art projects. Yeah. Kane, I don't know what he's doing all week.
He's doing nothing today. His golf tournament is over. He's just sitting in the house drinking beer.
Steve Nelson, I don't know. He went to a family reunion.
Yeah, but he's like Nelson always goes to family. Like, let me say this: I love you, Steve, but you need to stop telling people stories. And I mean that by just saying that you tell stories terribly. You know, like a Steve Nelson story should take 90 seconds. He takes 5 minutes to tell.
What are you talking about? That's Moser.
Well, that's true. That's Moser too. That is Moser too. But yeah, those fellows out. Today on the text line, we've been arguing about the best defense in the history of the Denver Broncos and what's a must as a Colorado native. Gary Streisky was great. That was a great interview by Gary.
Tremendous. He's a pro.
I'm sure he's going to have fun out there with the bit.
He sure is. And he alluded to this. For those of you lucky enough to have tickets to the Bananas this weekend at Coors Field, sellouts. They're selling aftermarket tickets for upwards of $300.
Yeah, we were just looking at it.
Ticket.
They were how much? What was the percentage? Like you could buy a ticket to the Bananas for $500, and that same ticket for a Rockies game cost
$80.
Yeah, it was crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, but that's because they come in here once a year. So if you have the appetite for that every day, it could be a different story. But he alluded to some guest appearances by local Denver legends, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if John Elway makes an appearance.
If
Peyton Manning makes an appearance.
Yeah.
If the likes of, obviously, Nicola's not going to do that. He's in Sombor, Serbia right now.
He's playing Eurobasket, right?
You're right. Eurobasket's in session.
Aren't they? Isn't Joker about to go head-to-head with Giannis? Isn't it going to be Serbia and Greece
coming up here?
Like, we can watch Joker and Giannis, I think. Like, Joker hit the Sombor double the other day because I saw he went he didn't play much.
Against Poland?
It was a warm-up game, and he did 20, 11, and 9 in, goes out there and plays a couple of minutes.
Easy peasy.
Yeah. But we're gonna be into the NBA season, and we're gonna have to start talking about it seriously in a month's time, right?
The NBA schedule will be released 1 week from yesterday. So next Thursday, you'll get the full schedule. I'm sure they'll leak out the Christmas Day games early next week.
Did
so we'll find that out.
Canada. Well, I shouldn't say Canada. But Ontario gave SGA the key to the city to Hamilton, Ontario, for winning the MVP. They had a big ceremony where they handed him the key to the city. They should. And then they named one of the streets after him. There's a street called Shai Gilgis,
Parkway?
Yeah. Or Avenue or something like that.
Did they really?
They're in Hamilton. So he got a key to the city. And we need to name, can we name a street Joker Way or
Well, if you're
Joker
Nikola
Avenue?
Jokic, Sombor should give Joker the city.
I would
not
just
the key.
name that country Joker, right? I would just change the name, or just change the flag. The country's flag just to picture Joker.
You realize, though, as popular as he is not the most popular athlete.
Is it Novak?
Is it Novak? Djokovic.
Is tennis that big?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, he is like a god in Serbia. He is next level.
Wow, I see. Yeah, that's crazy too. But, I mean, the way you see Joker looks so happy when he's hanging out with his horses, but he seems pretty happy playing Eurobasket right now as well.
Those are his countrymen. Those are his best friends. So the guys that, they speak the same language, different deal. Here's a look at Eurobasket for those involved.
Is that Estonia, Baca? Is that what that is? The EST? Is that?
Sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Estonia?
That's Estonia.
Latvia, Serbia.
Yes.
The Czech Republic, Turkey, and okay.
Yeah.
So this is today?
This is their group stage. No, not all one day.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. We're a couple
later
weeks
in the
away.
month. You know what's crazy about this Eurobasket? They wrap this sucker up, and he's only going to have 2 weeks before he has to report for media day.
Nuggets camp right starts.
I mean, media day September 30th, and the way Joker does it, I'm going to tell you how it works. So the Nuggets, a lot of these dudes are in and out of town. Jamal's been in town all summer working on his craft. He's been in town. Bruce Brown was in earlier this week. They'll come and go. They'll work on their game. They'll practice. Joker waltzes in the night before media day. I mean, that's how he rolls.
Yeah.
He'll fly in the night before and say, let's go.
Let's get it on.
And then the season
starts. So, I mean, I'm of the opinion that we are about to see the greatest season that Jamal Murray has ever had in his NBA career, right? Jamal's
I
going
don't
to
know.
have the single best season of his career this year.
Season or postseason. I mean, the best season will result in another title. That's the best season. I don't know personal stats, how that'll evolve. He'll probably make the All-Star team this year because remember, it's internationals against the Americans.
You're right, and he'll definitely make the international team.
Yeah.
You're right. He's if he doesn't get hurt or if he doesn't miss some games, right? You're exactly right. I had forgot about that. Joker might actually have an All-Star teammate this year.
Dude, they have depth. They have these dudes can rest. Joker can rest because Jonas is there. Jamal can rest. By the way, I saw this yesterday. Tell me what you think about this. Now that we're on the topic of basketball, did you hear what former coach Rick Pitino said about the point guard position?
No.
And he said this into an open microphone. The point guard position is gone. He says it's done. He says it doesn't exist anymore, the true point guard. There are no true point guards in the NBA. And he alluded to, okay, who's the point guard of the Knicks? You're going to say Jalen Brunson. Does he act like a true point guard?
No.
He looks to score first.
Guard. Yeah,
he's a scoring guard. Who's the point guard of the OKC Thunder?
Yeah. I get
what does he do?
I get what you're saying, but there's still
the only point guard that exists in the NBA.
Chris Paul
is Chris Paul,
and he's 41. And yes, yeah.
Give me another true point guard that. Starting point guard, because there's some backups that still play that
Kyrie,
role.
No,
that's a scorer.
You're right.
Jamal's a scorer.
The
point guard position, the point guard position in the eyes of Rick Pitino, and I don't disagree with him. It's gone. Let me tell you, I played point guard at the NBA level. My job, don't shoot the ball. Get the ball to the guys who can't shoot.
Drive and dish
is
what you were supposed to do.
It doesn't exist.
Create shots for other people is what you were supposed to do.
So in Indiana, that's as close. Tyrese Halliburton was a point guard for about 3 quarters, and then in the 4th quarter, I'm taking over. His backup, the white guy.
Oh, in Indiana?
McConnell. That's a point guard until he's not a point guard, until he needs to start shooting more often. In the NBA playoffs, he showed you can do a little bit more than that. I think the position, Baca, you watch a lot of basketball. Do you agree or disagree? I think the position's dead. True point guard.
Yeah. The only one I thought of was Mike Conley.
Yeah. And he's done, dude. But they're trying to chase him out of Minnesota.
Yeah.
They're trying to chase him. If you cannot shoot in the NBA, and if you cannot make a consistent jump shot and you play guard, you ain't playing.
How about here's point guards in the postseason last year, and none of these guys are. You're right. Here's the list, and they're ranked by what they scored in the playoffs last year. So you got Luka, he's not. You got SGA,
not a point guard.
You got Jalen Brunson. How about this one? Guard. Cade Cunningham.
That's a combo guard.
Yeah,
right there.
yeah. You're
That's
right.
a combo guard.
Steph Curry.
Come on.
Jamal Murray.
He's not a point guard.
How about this name? Derek White.
Not a point guard.
Not a point guard either.
Derek White is a great combo guard.
Yeah, and then you got Fred VanVleet, Tyrese Halliburton, McConnell, John Morant. John Morant's not. You're right. Yeah.
The position is done. It's over. So the reason I bring that up, here's the reason I bring it up. Everybody says to me, well, the Nuggets really haven't addressed their backup point guard spot. Mm-hmm. I go, what spot? What are you talking about? What need is there? Bruce Brown can handle the point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he can. Yeah, there's plenty of ball handlers.
What's your problem?
Jalen Pickett's probably the only true kind of classic point guard.
Sure, but he can also shoot. He proved it last year. You got to make shots when you're left open. The NBA, dude, it's just changed the game so much because the 3-point line has opened things up. And if you cannot shoot and you're a guard, you cannot play in this league.
Yeah,
there are still big men who can't shoot that get away with it because you can play down low, but not guards. Hey, I saw this on social media. I got to bring it up. It's pretty damn funny. This young lady's talking to her boyfriend, and she asks her boyfriend, who's wearing a Cowboys jersey, great little joke. She says, according to the data, it has snowed in Alaska for 30 straight years. So, what's your prediction of it snowing this year if it snowed for 30 straight years in Alaska?
It's going to snow.
It's going to snow, right?
It's going to snow.
According to the data. And then she says, well, that data don't mean jack. because he's wearing a Cowboys jersey, and he thinks the Cowboys are going to the playoffs, even though for 30 straight years are going to win the Super Bowl, even though for 30 straight years they have not.
They have not. Yeah.
So the data suggests that the Cowboys are not going to win the Super Bowl.
They are definitely not. And we can't help ourselves as sports fans. We can't help ourselves.
No,
we can't. There's Rockies fans who think they're going to make the playoffs next season, right? I'm sure there's Colorado Rockies fans out there who are like, you know what? They're just building this. This is a season to build. Next year, we're going to be good. That's just the nature of sports fans, right? They're irrational. Right?
I don't know.
Is that why we love sports? Because people are irrational, emotionally irrational about it?
I don't know how many Rockies fans think that they're going to suddenly be good next year. I don't think it takes time. They're not going to just jump from whatever this is to a playoff team. You really believe that?
How good the Broncos got from in year 2 of Sean Payton, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's a little the Broncos, once you get that guy, and that's the quarterback position, it's so much easier to jump up the ladder.
Yeah.
You get that guy, you get that position handled. The two positions, head coach and quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Head coach and quarterback.
Yeah.
And then not to mention they got a defense that's helped them along the way.
Yeah.
And that's the part that I think came out of left field. Because if I told you 5 years ago, Bronco fans, if I said 5 years ago that in 2025, the Broncos defense would be regarded among the best in the National Football League. I mean, just last season, they led the league in sacks.
Mm-hmm.
They were top 10 in points allowed, yards allowed. If I told you that going into this season, you'd be, what?
Yeah, you'd be.
Yeah. That was born organically. The quarterback position, you got to draft one, you got to get one. Mm-hmm. But organically, this defense is really well put together.
Somebody on the text line says something interesting. They said, "You look at the paths of the franchise since the Broncos gave up 70 points to Miami. Since the Broncos gave up that 70-point game to Miami, the Broncos defense has been on an upward trajectory like a rocket ship after suffering one of the worst. 70 points is a ridiculous number to give up in this league, and the Dolphins have kind of faded. And that you wouldn't have thought that would be the case after a game like that. After you get beat by giving up 70 points, it felt like that's kind of sparked something or lit a fire or something. But it's the trajectory of the defense changed after that game.
It's how you hit rock bottom. You can bounce off the bottom of that barrel, which is what the Broncos did, or you can hit with a thud, right?
Yeah, and just splat.
Seriously.
Yeah.
That's what happened. That 70-point game, like it or not, those who don't understand that adversity is important in life, that was a big game.
Right. They could have quit, but instead they took it personal.
You know what they did just to make things, for today's generation, make it hit home? The Broncos went into their revenge bod mode. That's what they did. The revenge bod.
Okay. They
started working out.
Yeah, right. They started eating right.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, okay, yeah, you're right. Your girlfriend's like, have you put on some weight yet? And you're like, all right. Let's see how yeah. You start using that little crunch roller thing. Yeah. And all of a sudden you're ripped and looking good.
Just think about what we were saying about that team after that Miami game. All right.
We're burying
Think about what was said into open microphones about Sean Payton, Russell Wilson, Vance Joseph, the entire Broncos organization.
Yep.
What a joke.
Yep.
What a laughing stock that was.
I would almost guarantee there was numerous people in this city who called it the lowest point in Broncos history after that loss.
Well, you give up 70. That's pretty historic. You go from that to what you're saying about this team today.
Yeah, the conversation you and I were having earlier in the program where we were talking about the greatest Broncos defenses of all time.
That's a credit to everyone involved. It's a credit to Sean Payton for keeping it together, upper management, ownership, everybody. It's a wonderful turnaround, man, and we're lucky to have it.
Yeah, I am surprised. Like, we're just year 3 of Sean Payton. It felt like it took 1 year for him to turn it around. And I don't know how many, because you had to change the entire culture here, right? You had to change everything, it felt like. And now this year, now it's only year 3, but it's running like a you know what I mean? It's so smooth now. It feels like everybody knows where they have to be and what they want to see, and every question has been addressed.
No
every
controversy.
Weakness has been looked at.
No controversy.
Yeah. It's
like,
right. We've been talking about how boring it's been.
Well, no controversial stories emerging about so-and-so doing whatever. It's just been very, as Bo Nick said, we don't have any clowns here.
Yeah, and it's great. It's great. Matter of fact, we'll do this. Let's take our final timeout.
Oh, do we have drunk takes today?
Yeah, we got drunk takes. I think, right, Baca? We got drunk takes. I think, Nelson stayed up.
Baca, are you familiar with what drunk takes are? Do you have any familiarity
being
with that?
drunk, but not.
I can put 2 and 2 together there. I can figure that out.
All right.
All right, we got drunk takes, and we'll take a look at the NFL slate. That is next right here on Altitude Sports Radio. I bet you I drank $300 worth of coffee this week. $350 worth of coffee this week. I mean, more coffee than, seriously. I'm going to bankrupt this company just by drinking all their coffee in the kitchen, man. Welcome back as we wrap up the Friday edition of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Without
you are caffeinated.
Man, yeah. I mean, I've never drinking this much coffee in a week. I house 5-6 cups a day during the show. And I usually don't drink coffee at all.
So our question of the day on the heels of the Broncos preseason opener and all the wonderful talk coming out of Bronco camp about how dominant this defense is, and Berto said, could Could this defense, does it have the potential to be among the best Broncos defenses of all time? And I said, well, they got a lot of work to do if they want to catch up to 77.
And I was like, 70s. I just assumed, I assumed, Vic, that you were going to agree with me that the 2015 defense was the greatest defense in Broncos history.
I think it's 77. It's the question of the day, and a lot of responses coming in. A lot of people agree with you, and some of the people agreeing with you say, well, which team won a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
And I don't look at it that way because there were 8 turnovers in Super Bowl. If everybody remembers the 77 team, you turn it over 8 times. Good luck winning a Super Bowl.
Not winning nothing.
Okay, so to each his own on that debate. I thought it was a wonderful debate for today. This defense has the potential to be very good. We shall see. Tomorrow night when they play the San Francisco 49ers, you're not going to see Dre Greenlaw.
No, they're going to hold him out. Yeah.
Sit him. Sit him for as long as you can. Won't see Alex Singleton. Sit him. I just wonder how long they'll go with the starters. I do want to see. If you're asking me, what are you most anxious to see? I can't wait to see R.J. Harvey run the ball.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's probably what I'm looking at too. I mean, do you think, is there anything that can happen yesterday that a decision will be made? Like something happens, like, is there any definitive statements going to come out of the Broncos after tomorrow's game? Like, you know what, Audric Estime is.
Yeah, I could tell you the running backs after R.J. Harvey.
Okay,
they're playing for something.
Yeah,
they're playing for something. Bidet, Estime, McLaughlin, all those guys, they're playing for something. The pecking order here is in the works. The other thing I'm looking forward to, I want to see how they use Evan Engram in this offense. I want to see where he lines up, how he lines up.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good one too. How many balls? Yeah, and you know what? How long is he going to be out there? I mean, it is weird because Shanahan's not playing anybody tomorrow night. It sounds like he didn't say he wasn't going to play any starter, but if they do, it's only going to be a couple or a handful at most, and you're not going to see Brock or anybody like that out there. But once again, that shouldn't matter to the Broncos. You just care about what you're doing.
I'm eager to see what kind of run game they employ. How committed will they be to the run game? Because, Sean Payton is the play caller. Is he going to be committed to saying, hey, this ain't working, let's try something else? I think that's what the preseason is for. If the run game ain't working, make it work. Keep going.
Right, you don't need to win this thing. Keep handing the ball off until you figure it out.
Figure it out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they handle this, like what they're going to do tomorrow in that game. And then they come right back here to Colorado, and they will host the Cardinals next week in joint practice. Matter of fact, it's next Thursday is like the official, is the last day. It's joint practice with Cards, and also basically like the last day of camp where we get to hang out there and stuff.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's coming out. I mean, we're going to be here. It's over. It's going to be done.
One more week of training camp.
Tonight, we have 3 preseason games in the NFL, one of which is the Browns and the Panthers. And Shedeur Sanders is going to get to start in that game.
Why are you laughing?
I really like Shedeur Sanders as a quarterback. I really enjoyed watching him play quarterback at CU. I do not understand what it is about these NFL teams that it feels like they just don't they don't want to. It's almost like it almost is like they don't want him to play. It's like Cleveland doesn't want him to play well.
Well, no, I disagree with you. If they didn't want him to play well, they wouldn't play him. See, everybody who thinks he's put in a bad situation, what are you talking about? He's starting a preseason game. He's starting with fellow starters. There's going to be some starters. Of course, it's a great opportunity. Let him shine. Let's see what he does. He wouldn't be the first late-round pick to turn heads.
Right. Well, shout out Brock Purdy, who's going to be playing, or will not be playing on Saturday. But
the local players shine last night. You saw LeJonte Wester return that punt for a touchdown for Baltimore. Torrey Horton looked good. He looked dynamic and explosive. Dude, that's why I watch these preseason games. I like the familiarity of some of these names. I'm not going to watch the entire Cleveland Browns game. I can tell you that. I'll watch when Shedeur plays.
Yeah, I want to see Cam Ward. I want to see Jackson Dart. I want to see J.J. McCarthy. You know what I mean? That's probably the only thing I'm going to be focused on with the preseason. I mean, we got a metric ton of games yesterday. The games last night, I mean, did you come away with any of that from those preseason games yesterday going, you know what? The Eagles they're going to repeat, or like there's no definitive statement you can make after yesterday either.
Drew Lock looked competent. He threw a pick, but after that he came back and performed nicely. I think
he is going to be a backup quarterback in this league for a decade,
and that's not a bad job to have.
No.
He made good money. I mean, you can play 16 years as a backup quarterback.
Shout out
Make
Charlie
$100 million
Whitehurst.
doing that.
Yeah, you can sit there and doing it. The Raiders-Seahawks game ended in a tie since we don't play overtime in the preseason. The Ravens beat the Colts. Anthony Richardson got hurt early in that game. We were showing the play where he just got trucked because whoever that defensive end came through free and clear. Nothing, and so Anthony's out. Daniel Jones.
That's the fear, bro.
Yeah,
That's the fear.
Bo gets hurt or something. Like,
Right
here we go.
here.
Watch this. Imagine that's 10. Imagine that's 10 in orange and blue,
Dude,
and somebody's coming free. Look,
whoever's on the left side or the right side of that offensive line, who messed up? Was it the running back? Was it the tackle? Was it the tight end?
I don't know. Let's play it again. Play it again.
Who
Let's
the
see.
hell misses this block at the line of scrimmage? Look at that.
Oh, they both
ran routes.
Right, they were both into the playing field. Right.
Somebody was supposed to chip that dude.
Yeah,
I guarantee somebody is supposed to chip that blitzer.
Yeah,
that is what I'm scared of most.
Right, 90 put his helmet right into the chest of Anthony Richardson, right below his chin, right in his ear hole, and then all of a sudden, yeah, if something like that happens to Bo, then but the Broncos had such good. They had injury luck, I guess you would call it, last year, right? They just weren't. They didn't take a major injury to a major player.
Folks are saying that Shedeur's getting a bad situation here because he wasn't allowed snaps with first stringers in practice.
I get it.
And now he's got to go with the first stringers.
Yeah. Well, how about this, Vic? Because the reports out of Cleveland were that Shedeur was looking pretty good. He was more accurate than Gabriel, was playing better than Gabriel, but that all that earned him was more reps with the third and fourth stringers. They were never not like
ball out and everything goes away.
Yeah, I agree.
Ball out, man.
Right.
Ball out.
I don't care who you think might or might not be. If you're the head coach, if you're Stefanski or whoever, if somebody goes out there and shows you they're the better quarterback, then you're not going to be like, well, you know what, we'll just stick with Gabriel.
Bro, I'm just happy to be here. Yesterday, as I told you during the break.
My man Vic almost died.
Dude, folks, just you have those moments in life where you're like, what just happened? I'm on the first hole playing golf, and I'm walking through the trees. I decided to walk the front nine. I'm walking through the trees, ball's in the fairway. And it's one of those days yesterday, you guys all saw it. There were clouds overhead, but it wasn't like a thunderstorm. There were just clouds lingering overhead. There was no sign of rain. It was around, what time was this? This was around 3:30 in the afternoon. Nothing crazy going on in Golden, Colorado. Some clouds were coming through. I'm walking through the trees, and the next thing you know, there was a blast and a thunderclap so loud that everybody on the course almost hit the ground. I soiled myself, I think. It was, and then I go back and they hit the horn. It was just one thunderbolt. No clouds above me. It was like one of those.
But right next to you.
And it was the kind that shakes you up, bro. I've never sprinted so fast in my life.
Is that the closest you've ever been to death?
No, but it was recently, yes.
Top five.
So we get back
definitely.
up. I go back into the pro shop. I'm like, what the hell was that?
What was that?
And they have the radar that shows you how close that bolt came, and it showed right above us on the number one hole is where it hit.
See,
and it didn't hit the ground, it hit right above us.
Everybody's given you the business your entire life because of how short you are, and that just saved your life.
It paid off to be short.
That's right. It finally paid off.
If I were Scott Hastings,
yeah,
I'd
you'd be dead right now. You'd be dead right now. You'd be
100% dead.
That's right. See, man, the gift and the curse, Vic. The gift and the curse.
I don't know if that's if that's a guy above telling me, hey, man, easy with the hot takes. I don't know what that is.
That's just Jesus being
I don't know if that's him just saying, be better with your family. I mean, that was a come to Jesus moment for me. I don't know if you've ever faced that. Have you ever been in the wild, a golf course, and all of a sudden a thunder claps above your head like that, and I didn't know what to. I couldn't even finish the round.
Right, you guys you're like, all right.
I was so scared.
I know this. Like that is one of Mark Moser's greatest fears in life. He is deathly afraid of getting struck by lightning.
But it wasn't one of those little thunder. It was like, one of those boom. Devastating, I'm going to eat you thunderclaps.
Mm-hmm. Vic, that sounds like a sign to get inside and play more video games and stop being outside so much.
Oh, that's what it is.
Maybe you're right. That's what Jesus is telling you,
I gotcha.
Man. That's what he's telling you.
So do you play?
Is there a PlayStation 5 in the Vic Lombardi household?
My son left the household, so no.
There's not a single gaming console in the
house.
No,
there's an old Wii
whoa.
that stays in the basement.
Whoa.
When the kids were small, they played Wii.
Okay. All right. A little Nintendo action for Vic in the basement. I get it.
Is there a golf game that you guys play?
No, there used to be Tiger Woods golf and PGA Tour, but
there's a couple golf games, yeah. I don't play them.
But I don't play them, yeah.
There's a 2K and like an EA Sports one, I think.
That's not my thing. But that is your favorite thing to do in life as a hobby is to play golf?
That's the only thing that really old people can do. I mean, play a little tennis, a little running, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, but golf is number one. Like, you go play tennis.
What do you want me to do for a hobby? You want me to deal meth? What do you want me to do? I tell my wife that all the time.
I feel like that would be financially a good decision, but probably, I don't know, skateboarding? How you feel about skateboarding? Yeah, you ain't doing any of that stuff. But either way. All right, you know what time it is? I think it is time right now for Drunk Takes.
Where are the Rams?
The Rams are in the top 10, but they're behind the Washington. Actually, that's not true. The Niners, Bengals, Commanders, and Rams. Well, no, that's also not true. Sorry. The Niners, Bengals, and Commanders all have the same odds.
Berto, can you give me an order, please? Dude, Drunk Takes almost doesn't work with you because you already sound drunk.
That's what I was saying.
And when you run Drunk Takes, it takes the drunkenness out of your drunk. It's weird, man.
You're right. It does feel like I'm doing the show drunk.
Alan, the Drunk Takes version of Berto is not a drunk take.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that was
it's the same thing.
The wrong soundbite by Steve there.
Oh, no. Yeah, I don't even remember saying that stuff. All right, what else we got, Alan? Because everybody's hurt. Now, Shedeur, they held him out for a while because of a sore shoulder, he says in English.
Shedeur short shoulder?
Yeah, I was struggling. with a lot of English. This is way too early in the morning.
A lot of coffee.
Wait, yeah, that's probably what it is. All right, what else you got, Baca? I got stung.
Yeah, you got stung in the face.
Yeah. Bro, that was like 5 years ago.
Where
6
in
years
the
ago.
face were you stung?
Right, like it came right on my damn face.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. We were right over there. Yeah, man, I remember that. I said some stupid stuff this week.
Oh, God.
It's been 5 days.
Drunk Takes is vengeful. You got to watch what you say during the week.
Man, I said some stupid stuff this week. That's all right. Do we have anything else, Baca? What else we got?
Kittle, I want to excuse myself because I did not sign up for this job.
I get it.
Recuse yourself then. I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion. I did not sign up to do this show to talk about adult toys.
I forgot about that conversation. I forgot about that conversation.
He did recuse himself from that commentary.
All right, Baca, anything else? It's a house of peach. I didn't even see it, man.
What's so hard about eating a peach?
Nah, peaches are delicious. I'm just surprised I didn't
time
see
of year?
you doing it.
God, a Palisade peach this time of year? The bear last night made a Palisade peach pie, and it was flippin' awesome. I just mouthed.
Did
you eat peaches all day? I eat peaches all day, dude. I mouthed that mother. So good. Anyway.
How do you guys get on these topics, man? I don't even know what, well, that one was because you were walking around with a peach pit in your mouth. Yeah. Like, I never saw you eat the actual peach. You just had a peach pit in your mouth.
I have a weird fascination about that. When I eat plums, peaches, anything with a seed in it, I like to keep the seed in my mouth just as like, it's like conquering a mountain. I beat you. I won. I'm going to hold you in my mouth.
That is weird, right? Like, you're not supposed to, like, yeah, that just seems
I'm
weird.
the champion of this sport. I just ate you.
Did we say, we got one more? We did say a lot of dumb stuff. All right, what else?
What are the circumstances surrounding that made the DB fall down? I mean, all this stuff. Bless you.
God bless.
You're making fun of my snot and you pull that crap?
Well, that was a sneeze.
Well, but there's more coming.
Yeah,
right?
Probably right.
Okay.
Broncos training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. And that's what Moj talked about at Broncos camp this week. Snot. Just snot.
See?
Although that dude has allergy. I mean, there's so many things broken about Moj. His allergy, like he's allergic to everything. It feels like everything makes his allergies
Dude, I'm
go
not
off.
the only one. I said that about holding the peach pits in your mouth. People say
And
they
the
do it
text
too.
line's like-
And Bud Driver Buff says he does it with cherries. He keeps all the cherry pits. You know what?
But look about this when they said there's small traces of arsenic in peach pit.
Oh, screw
Don't
that.
do it, man.
I eat as many cherries as I can, and I hold like 60 of those freaking pits in my
You are
mouth.
crazy, man.
I just like it.
That's crazy. You're off your rocker. But either way, that was Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Friday. For Alan Baca and Vic Lombardi, I'm Mark Bertinelli saying thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. Everybody will be back. The normal crew will be back starting Monday morning. Enjoy the Bronco game.
Great job, Berto.
Tomorrow night. Thank you. And we'll talk to you then. The morning sprint with Coach and Raj coming at you next.
Great. Yeah, great. I've known his dad for a long time and known Kyle for a long time. It was great to see both of them. And, we talked several times on the phone, met over here this morning just to go through some of the last minute updates. And, no, it was fantastic.
I jokingly went up to him and started to fake some punches, but nah, that's big silverback gorilla, man. So gotta stay out the way.
And now you're playing the Broncos. Growing up and watching that team, what's that like going against a team that you watched as a young kid?
Tell you what, it's nostalgic looking at your 9 News shirt. Like that's I grew up, man. Is coming home from a snowy day, throw on 9 News, see if your school's canceled. So it's cool to see familiar faces. We grew up with Susie and different people. So.
Kids don't know that rush, that 6:15 in the morning rush, when you turned on the television and looked at that bottom line
ticker tape, baby,
and just begging for your school to come up. They don't know that rush anymore. It's just a push notification.
It feels like it always had it was like Resurrection Christian always misses. I'm like, please, I see Resurrection Christian for once. Can you say Jeffco Public Schools? And can it not say on a delay? It's the best.
Happy Friday, guys. Welcome in the morning sprint. Alex Ryan, Emmy, alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. So much to get into off of a Thursday night of preseason football. Coach had date night with the bros.
It was
one beers.
Oh man, it was a man fest of just football.
Coach is he's a free agent this week, so able to get out on a
Thursday. Until tonight.
And we'll get into what happened with the Colts and what happened with LeJontay Wester being the star of Thursday night. Nice little punt return action from him, from the former Prime student out there in Colorado. And we have big injuries with the LA Chargers. The first day of joint practice between the Niners and Broncos yesterday, where it seems, in terms of all reports coming out of there, that the Broncos' first-team offense at the beginning of the day were dominant, and Bo Nix going against live first-team reps felt like his second progression, his second part of the play was excellent yesterday. But I do have to ask you, how was bro date night centered around riveting preseason football?
Pete Carroll and his triumphant return to Lumen. It was a tie. 23-23. What a great football game.
That first-round draft pick out of Boise State looked pretty good, huh?
Oh yeah. All 3 carries, Raj. That's like a Sean Payton, Javonte Williams game. Like, hey man, Javonte just didn't really play well today. But
Geno
you gave
Smith
the damn
looks
ball
really
3
good.
times. Geno Smith didn't play, buddy.
Geno Smith played.
Drew Lock played.
Yeah, Geno played for the Raiders.
Oh,
he's the quarterback for the Raiders, for the other team that you watched last night.
I thought he didn't play any.
No, he played.
Okay, I thought he just suited up. We got there a little bit late.
Geno had like 3 passes.
Yeah, I was gonna say
he played the first series and didn't do anything, and then got taken out.
Okay, so I got there. We had practice. So it was like football, and then
real football, and then
fake
football.
You got to chase it with football. It's great, man. You talk about a great base and then a nice chase. It's as good as it gets. So we went over to Brock Heward's house. Had the football coaching staff here because if I wanted to have the boys over at my house, like, hey fellas, practice gets done at 8:30. Drive about an hour and 15 minutes up north.
Oh, bring your own chair too. Everything's in boxes.
We'll have a lot of fun. And then,
lawn chairs and cardboard.
Just tell your wives you'll be home at 2:15 in the morning after we watch preseason football. That's a great night.
Oh, yeah.
So we're watching football. So Brock Heward, I find, who is of Washington Husky fame. He is also of Seattle Seahawk and Indianapolis Colts fame, was Peyton Manning's backup quarterback for several years with the Indianapolis Colts. Dilfer's backup, I think, up at Seattle. Awesome dude. One of the great quarterbacks at University of Washington. He's coaching the tight ends for the Valor Christian Eagles. He also does the same thing that you and I do in Seattle. He is a sports talk radio on the #1 show in the Seattle Metro, Brock and Salk, baby. Salk and Brock, whatever. They're awesome. Well,
is his co-host 5'7" and
he's an East Coaster.
Could get snapped in half by any offensive lineman worth his salt?
Yeah, Brock Heward is a 6'5" behemoth of a human.
We're very close.
Brock Heward looks like Ivan Drago. And all of his offspring do too. They're all blonde hair, 6'5", sharp jawlines.
No, I know what Brock looks like.
He's got a daughter. He's got a daughter that's a scholarship hooper at 6'1.5" at Oklahoma State.
There's some Division I genes.
Another one that plays at Montana. Anyway, so we're watching the game, and I learned that Brock is he is a sicko watching football just like me. He keeps his remote in his hand, and we rewound every single play to see blocking schemes, who missed the block, because he reports on the Seattle Seahawks. He goes up to training camp. So that's his team. So he's watching it as an analyst, but he also just loves football and loves breaking it down. It was so funny watching 4 or 5, actually it was more like 7 or 8 guys that are just like lifelong youth coaches and high school football coaches that are awesome. But they were like, you two are psychopaths.
Freaks.
You guys are, can we watch the game? Like, can we not spend somewhere between 5 and 7 minutes breaking down each and every clip?
You're not going to be that guy in mixed company, though. If you're in a room with all coaches and you're all on the same staff and at least 1 or 2 of you outside of being a high school coach also needs to break down plays in a professional capacity in terms of broadcasting, you and Brock, you wouldn't replay plays for blocking schemes on a normal Sunday, right? Be careful with how you answer this, because I'd really like to watch football with you this summer or this fall.
All I'd ask you is, do you want to learn something, or do you just want to just watch it as a fan? You just want to be entertained. You want to watch the halftime show, Raj? You excited for the halftime show?
Depends who's playing.
Or can you use potentially the halftime show as a time to catch up to real time because you've been watching?
The halftime show is for me to have a whiz after having 1 beers in the first half.
See, that's the thing. When you're watching football,
if you give me the iPad, I'll bring the iPad into the bathroom. I can't promise it's going to be for football reasons.
When you're watching football the way that I watched football last night with Brock Heward, 1 beers, it's not pluralized because you're working. You're working, man.
You're working.
It was crazy, man. And what's really fun? Okay, so Brock's son plays quarterback. He's a sophomore at Valor, and he's upstairs, completely different environment, right? So Brock didn't want any of the other family members down there. So he's got his wife and his daughter visiting from Oklahoma State, and his son are all upstairs, and we're down in the basement. So he finally granted his son permission to come down because of the touchdown pass that was thrown to Torrey Horton, CSU alum. And by the way, Torrey Horton looked really good.
Sure did.
And that's a player that I really wanted to be in Denver. And now I'm justified in that thought process, even though Buffs would say, he's not very good. He's whatever. He's a baller. So he runs a concept that we had actually in the practice. We ran the exact same concept, the exact same motion, and threw the touchdown in a 2-minute drill at the end of practice just an hour before. So Brock's like, tight end, come down here. Gave him the call. It comes down, and then we spent 7 minutes breaking down that one play. And all these other coaches are sitting there like, what is going on? And one of the coaches said, this is a reality TV show. Like, this is not normal human interaction. This doesn't happen in normal people's worlds watching a football game. But boy, you made fun of me like, oh, you're going to go watch a preseason game.
Yeah, a little bit.
We had a freaking blast. Do you know what time I left? 12:30. And I had an hour drive ahead of me. And you know what time I woke up this morning? 5:30. Football season. Feel like I'm back.
Hey, you're on the right clock.
I'm working my college football hours again.
Some news just a couple of minutes ago from Zach Stevens of the DNVR. Matt Henningsen is being evaluated for a potential Achilles injury. He left practice yesterday early on, so we will keep our fingers on the pulse there. Dre Greenlaw didn't practice yesterday. No pads on. Sean Payton would go on to say that Greenlaw is not expected to be part of Saturday's preseason matchup against the 49ers, so you can only hope that the Broncos continue to skirt big-time injury news, right? That's what they've been able to do. Sure, the Drew Sanders injury is unfortunate. He's going to miss time during the regular season, but it's not season-ending. The Alex Singleton thumb injury is an issue, but he's not going to miss any meaningful time during this year. Same thing with Dre Greenlaw and any other guys who have been a little bit hobbled during training camp. They've been generally lucky. I don't know if this will be.
So Matt Henningsen is a player that I just this past week, I think it was Monday at training camp practice, we're in the media scrum awaiting, I believe, Sean Payton coming to the podium. I was talking with Parker Gabriel, Luca Evans of the Denver Post, and I looked at Matt Henningsen walking along. And the cool thing is that Parker Gabriel is he's a Scotty man from the state of Wisconsin, born and raised. He loves his Badgers. He's a graduate of the University of Wisconsin. Matt Henningsen, I coached against him when he was at the University of Wisconsin, 2020. And I said to Parker, I forgot that Matt Henningsen is still on this roster. Because that guy was the starting interior defensive lineman for this team like in 2022. 2021, I believe, was his first year in the NFL. And he played a lot.
4.
He played a lot. And I just said, can you even
year 5?
Can you even believe that Matt Henningsen is a player that you have the luxury of his depth as an established interior defensive lineman that has started and played a lot of football games? That's what makes this Denver Broncos defense so ridiculously impressive. Is not only is your top end talent really good, man, there's guys down the line too, like PJ Locke. Dude, how many reps is he going to take this year? Jaquan McMillan, how many reps is he going to really take? Those guys are full-time productive starters on a defense that was top 5 in the NFL last year. Like, that's incredible to me that they have that type of depth, and you hate to see things like this because it just kind of slowly, it just wears away. It erodes the depth that you have, and you want to keep that depth and protect it at all costs. So best thoughts out for Matt Henningsen and whatever may come of that.
I make fun of how you watched your preseason football last night.
Well, Jeff on the Shop Mazda text line said, I love football, but watching football with Coach Sanford sounds awful.
I watched the same games you did, but instead of having 1 beers with your coaching buddies and replaying meaningless plays for blocking schemes, well, I watched those games while going through lactation classes last night, so I think you win.
I learned how to lactate myself.
I've got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us in the Shop Mazda
It's
text
called
line.
Formula. It's called a microwave, and it's called about 17 good solid shakes, and you're good, man. You are a man lactator.
That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude. Live from the Backus and Schenker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. The morning sprint on a Friday. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson hanging out with you guys on a little bit of an overcast day. It's supposed to get incredibly hot out there. There's a chance that
as if it hasn't already been.
Today might be a record breaker. Like it might be the hottest August 8th in Colorado.
Should I move up my football practice to like 2:45 instead of going in like in the evening?
No, I think you should be in the evening.
No, I like some
Do you want to have a dead kid on your head?
Stop, Raj. What are you doing? Don't put that into the universe. I just like some shared adversity, man.
Keep it in the evening, brother.
No, shared adversity, bud. Love it.
You can create adversity at 6:45 at night.
Yeah, I have done that.
I have no qualms about your ability to create adversity for the kids.
Okay. We'll be all right.
Especially with what you and Brock probably
conjured
chemistry
up.
Set it up last night.
Like a bunch of mad scientists like, ooh, how can we torture them tomorrow?
The other thing that I saw last night that was really exciting, right? Obviously, the early game was Indy in Baltimore. Anthony Richardson gets blown up on his like fourth play of the game, dislocates his finger. Daniel Jones comes in and he was Daniel Jones. Like, I know it's preseason. But
have you seen the social media like back and forth and fighting that's going on right now around two major quarterback situations? And it's all the quarterback gurus that are out there. The Dan Orlovskis versus the Quincy Avery, I believe. He's Deshaun Watson's private QB coach down in Atlanta. Obviously, Robert Griffin III typically likes to chime in here and there. But the one with the two that everybody's talking about is number one is what we're talking about right now is AR5. Anthony Richardson in year three.
Trash quarterback.
In year three, in a preseason game. And whether or not him getting blindsided is his fault or the offensive line's fault or potentially the tailback's fault.
That was an XFL level blindside.
Dude, you know what's crazy?
Drive you into the ground.
You know what's wild about AR5, about Anthony Richardson? He got absolutely full speed blindside hit. And when you watch the clip, he doesn't really move much.
Well, because he's
so
6'4", 250.
big. He's
huge.
So massive. Okay, so anybody who wants to know, because I broke that play down ad nauseum, the AR5, at the very least, it's a dislocated finger, right? Was it a pinky?
It was a dislocated pinky, and then he did not return. Obviously, didn't return.
Apparently, the X-rays came back, much to the chagrin of everybody in Indianapolis. I hate to say this because this is awful, but the X-rays came back clean. So AR5 is still able to compete for your Indianapolis
Dude,
Colts.
He's not going to win that job.
I thought Danny Dimes looked okay.
He looked like Daniel Jones.
Yeah, and I've been saying
no better, no worse.
One of my hot takes is that team is going to be way better because they have some talented players. How freaking good did Tyler Warren look last night? Dude, the fact that the Chicago Bears took Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren.
Tyler Warren's the truth.
He is so good.
Everyone's talking about how Penn State should be, possibly the number one team in the country this year. Losing Tyler Warren is a massive blow to that offense and Drew Aller.
And Carter as well.
Oh, Abdul Carter off the edge.
You lose two of those guys, like that is. You had two players that are going to be probably in the conversation for offense and defensive rookie of the year on a team that didn't make it to the national championship. That just shows you what James Franklin's all about, man.
Does it make me a terrible person that when Richardson got sacked yesterday and his finger was bent the other direction, that I went, well, damn it. Because I expected him to be the starter when Denver plays against Indy.
Yep.
And if he's not the starter, Indy has a better chance of winning that game.
But then you wake up this morning to great news as a Broncos
fan.
That
he's going to be just
clean
fine.
bill of health for Anthony Richardson, who you still have first round, number 4 overall, draft equity built into. Now, here's what I got for you. For you fans, and I please listen, if you're a football person or even if you're not, and you just like to listen to the morning sprint because we're absolutely ridiculously silly and stupid. At least I am. I don't know about you, Raj. When you watch a football game and you see a quarterback get absolutely blindside obliterated, depleted, don't yell, well, the offensive line should have picked him up. don't yell that at your television screen. Don't yell that at the field if you're at Empower Field or whichever football high school field that you're at, or if you're at Folsom or you're at Canvas Stadium, you're at Air Force Stadium, Falcon Stadium. Because here's why. Especially in the National Football League, quarterback's number one job, the first job that you have to master in the National Football League as a quarterback is that you control the protections. You control the protections. So where are the offensive line is taking their slide to. So typically, if there's a free hitter off an edge, a smart quarterback would know that either I have to do one of two things. I have to redirect the offensive line from sliding to the left side, which is what they did on that snap. They're going with the instructions of the quarterback. To now you see free hitter off the right edge. You need to go, hey, Oscar, 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 or hey, kill, kill, kill. And that moves the slide from the left going to the left. Now it's going to the right. Well, even if you don't do that, even if you mess that up, that play design was a free release of the tailback. The tailback was free releasing to the right on a flat route, an arrow route. So if there's a blitzer that's coming off that edge, the tailback is not responsible for him. You know who is responsible for him? If you don't protect yourself, the quarterback to throw the football and replace the blitzer who's coming free with the throw that's called a, quote, hot throw. So Anthony Richardson, the fifth, he deserves the hit that he took because your number one job is to protect yourself. He didn't do that. Your number two job is to know where you're hot and then hit your hot throws. He didn't do that. So a little lesson for you. Don't get mad at the big guys. Okay, don't get mad at the Tyler Polumbuses of the world. Those guys are going to do what the quarterback tells them to do. So when there's free hitters like that, like completely free hitters. Now, if a tackle gets beat, a tackle gets beat. That's on the tackle. But when it's a free hitter, that's not on the offensive line. That's on the dadgum quarterback. And that's why Era 5 is he is a comical attempt at a quarterback in the National Football League. Year 3, get out of here with that. That guy's not an NFL quarterback. 4th overall, Colts, you're a joke. You're a joke of a franchise for taking a guy who had 329 college snaps. Bo Nix had like 329,000 college snaps. And you take that guy and you start him in game freaking 1 as a rookie? And by year 3, he still doesn't know how to throw hot or still doesn't know how to protect himself? You love having that team on this schedule. Just hope and pray that Danny Dimes isn't the quarterback when you're
Shane Steichen's going to make the right decision, right? Steichen's not going to marry himself to Anthony Richardson. He's going to make the right decision. Daniel Jones will start week 2. And I still think it is a very winnable game for the Broncos. They are a better team. I know it's on the road in Indy. You're going to have to deal with a good rushing attack. And if your inside linebacking core is still hobbled, that's a big issue come week 2. I still think they should be 2-0 after 2 weeks, regardless if it's Anthony Richardson or if it's Daniel Jones throwing the football for Indy. The other side of that game between the Colts and the Ravens, Legante Wester was the toast of the night. How good is that for Prime to look at, hey, don't worry about what's happening with Shedeur, but take a peek at what happens with Shiloh, right? Shiloh's in Tampa. Looks like he's going to make the team. He might play.
Whoa.
He might make the team this year.
Come on, man.
There's some really good reports coming out of what he's doing. Might make the team this year.
Do you think it might have something to do with people that love to get clicks?
Maybe.
Okay.
Who knows?
Just keep that in the back
But
of your
you
pocket.
don't have to worry about the craziness that's happening in Cleveland right now with Shedeur.
Dude,
obviously,
Raj,
my Heisman Trophy candidate and winner was going to have success in Jacksonville.
Raj, can I make our first morning sprint bet with you?
Sure.
If Shiloh Sanders makes the 53-man roster, the active roster, not the practice squad, the active roster after this training camp, I will buy a Shiloh Sanders Tampa Bay Buccaneers jersey and wear it the entire first week on air.
What if he plays in an NFL game this year?
The bet's the bet, Raj. You just said you just threw it out there.
I threw it out there. I'm not staking my reputation on it, but like there's reports out there that Tampa likes him and you can make the team.
And if he doesn't do that, then you just have to admit you're wrong on air.
I'm cool with that. I do that all the time.
That's all I want.
That's half the job is admitting I'm wrong on air.
I'm going to have to start a GoFundMe for NFL jerseys that are customized for Shiloh Sanders to get. It'll be like $395 because they sure as hell aren't selling that one at the NFL shop.
Brings me around to say, for Dion to be able to tell people, hey, don't worry about what's happening with my kid or what's happening with the guy who is always going to be a top pick in the NFL in Travis Hunter. Look at LeJontay Wester. Look what I can turn you into.
Speaking of which, 2 years in a row, there's been an undrafted free agent, rookie wide receiver that has come out of the Colorado Coach Prime. Luis, the collection, recruiting, acquisition, purchasing, whatever you want to call it, of Louis luggage. Last year, it was who was my guy? Gosh, I'm trying to blank on him. He ended up playing for the Arizona Cardinals. I loved Xavier Weaver. Love Xavier Weaver. And he was my favorite wide receiver on the Buffs team in 2023. I loved Xavier Weaver. I was like, I know everybody talks about Travis Hunter and he is otherworldly, but my favorite pure receiver, route runner, ball skills, like just Xavier Weaver. Sure enough, ended up seeing him in the preseason game against the Buffs. He had a big-time return, against the Broncos last year, had a big-time return, and then he ended up playing in regular season games last year for the Arizona Cardinals. Undrafted free agent. The guy this year that I fell in love with in 2024 for the CU Buffs was LeJontay Wester. I love that young man. So I had a chance after the CSU game. He went off in the CSU game. Just getting in space. He can run. He makes you miss. He's quick. He's dynamic. I did the post-game show on CBS after the game was televised on CBS with Romy Bean. And the one player that we were able to grab after the game was LeJontay Wester. You want to talk about an incredible young man? I want to talk about a really well-spoken, excitable, like the kind of player that you want to be around and have in your locker room. That's the kind of a young man you want. So I think it's great news for the CU program that now you have proof of concept that you have Louis that you've brought in and you've developed and given them the platform to have the opportunity to shine in the National Football League.
Right. Most importantly, it's the feather in the cap for Dion and his staff to be able to go around the country and go, you don't have to be the number one overall recruit in the country just to come play for me and then go somewhere else. You don't have to be related to me by blood, right? You don't have to be Jordan Seaton. You don't have to be Travis Hunter. You don't have to be Shedeur or Shiloh to have success after Colorado. You can be a 3 or a 4-star recruit. Come with me, spend a couple of years, and there is a pathway to the NFL. I think it's a really, really important building block in the prime culture at CU if it's going to continue for a long time.
The thing that I've loved the most about Coach Prime, as somebody that frankly could harbor some resentment towards because of my own personal interaction with CU, and I love this aspect of Coach Prime. I love that he is always talking about and actually actively going out and finding what he calls dogs. Like, that's a dog. That's a football player, not just a big name. But in those two receivers that I just pointed out that have made NFL rosters, and I believe LeJontay Wester is going to be in the same space. It's already proven his value as a returner. Xavier Weaver transfers from University of South Florida. Not a Power 4 football program. Not a highly touted guy. Not a guy that we were all talking about.
South Florida in the American?
American Athletic Conference. Do you want to know where LeJontay Wester was playing his college ball before he transferred to CU just last year? Florida Atlantic.
Go Owls.
Go Owls.
Another American team.
I think
right?
Sunbelt or Conference USA.
I thought they were the American team. No, Sunbelt. I have no idea.
Fun Belt. I like to call it the Fun Belt.
The Fun Belt.
LeJontay Wester comes from the Florida Atlantic. Those two players, you immediately saw that Coach Prime and his recruiting staff.
FAU's in the American.
Oh, they are. They say they just recently. Good job, man. So I coached. The reason I don't think
I'm not wrong all the time, just sometimes.
I coached against him when I was at Western Kentucky. We were in the Conference USA together. So Lane Kiffin and I had some spirited battles. Didn't go well for me. That's probably why he's an SEC head coach, and I'm on the morning sprint from 10 to noon with Raj, which is amazing. It's God's plan, man. It's God's plan.
What are we, chopped liver, KJ?
I mean,
this guy's just sitting in here talking about his ex at date night. We're waiting on martini number 2, and he's just waxing poetic about the girl that he misses.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Raj. I don't want to be down there in friggin' Oxford, Mississippi, listen to a bunch of donors saying, "How's the old line going to be this year, Coach? I didn't give $250,000 to the Rebel Club to have a bunch of sacks again this year." I'm not about that life, KJ. You know what I'm talking about, though, KJ? Does that sound a little familiar?
That sounds very familiar. Mm-hmm. And then it also goes a little bit like this. I know you got that little quarterback, the little Kiffin over at Oxford High. I need to make sure that the little Kiffin's coming along, all right?
Oh, man. Coach Prime.
Lila Garrity's
back to Coach
back
Prime,
there.
man. Coach Prime went out and
Lila Garrity.
and he reckoned, oh yeah, for like
all time
girlfriend of a football player.
All time
in the history of football players. Wags, you're talking about Wags, like power rankings of Wags. Lila Garrity. Although she did go from Jason Street to Saracen, Matthew Saracen. It's kind of like Jason Street, man. He's in the hospital. He's basically like gonna lose his feeling and his ability. He's a quadriplegic, and she leaves him.
Didn't she cheat on him too?
Yeah,
with his
Matthew,
buddy.
Yeah, Matthew Saracen, man.
No, I thought it was with the running back.
Tim Riggins. Yeah, you can't trust Lila Garrity.
Can't do it.
You know what? You know why you can't trust her? You know who her dad was? He was the damn booster I was just talking about.
That's what I was saying.
Buddy Garrity. Hey, remember he ran the car dealership too? God, Friday Night Lights. You know what? It's a great time right now to brush up on your Friday Night Lights, both the movie and the TV series.
This is it's a litmus test for me. Friday Night Lights, the movie, or Friday Night Lights, the series?
It's not even close. Coach Matthew Taylor is the greatest coach that's ever lived. And I'll tell you who's the best coach's wife of all time. Coach Eric Taylor, excuse me. I just know him as Coach Taylor. The best coach's wife of all time. Inarguably power ranking just of actresses on planet Earth. Connie Britton, Tammy Taylor. My goodness.
The movie it's damn near perfect.
Solid. The series is
man.
perfection.
Oh, I see.
How many players can paint your back porch and throw the football?
I'm a movie guy. You want to win, put Booby in, baby. Like, I am a movie guy.
Oh, the series,
if I have to choose one or the other, I'm taking Billy Bob Thornton and the Permian Panthers and Booby Miles. I'm taking it over the series.
See, I don't like all the inappropriate, these are 16.
Let me spin, coach.
But these are 16, 17-year-old kids. They shouldn't be consuming alcohol. They shouldn't be going to a boom boom room with illegal identification.
I had a physical this morning and had blood taken, and the physician's assistant was going through all the pre blood draw questions. She was like, how many years have you been consuming alcoholic beverages? She was like, oh, you're 32, so let's call it 11 years. And I went, yeah, let's call it 11 years, sure. It started at 21. Take a quick break. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us. More sound from yesterday's presser following the first day of Broncos and Niners joint practices out at camp. Don't go anywhere.
What's good, Colorado? Coach Mike Sanford here. And yes, I love football. I love football so much that I went out and hired for my realtor to take care of my buying needs in the home market and also now my selling needs in the home market. The all-time leading tackler at the University of Colorado, and that is my guy, Barry Remington, with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Not only was Barry Remington an incredible football player, he also is a native of the great state of Colorado, grew up in Arvada, attended Fairview High School, has lived and worked all throughout the Denver metro area. He has relationships, and he knows this market better than anybody that you can find. So if you are looking to either buy or sell your home, just like I am, selling my home, then go with Barry Remington and check him out. You make sure you go to barryremington.com. Check out, there's more inventory on homes than he's had in over 10 years. Barry and his daughter, Cassie, they sell roughly 40-plus homes per year. So why settle for anything less than the absolute best? Barry and his daughter, Cassie, will hustle for you. They'll be honest. They'll set the price the right way, and they will make sure that you get to the finish line either as a buyer or as a seller. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit BarryRemington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
It's something that's, happens naturally, but it's definitely something you got to work at and, take time working at it. It can be a strength if you allow it to be. So those plays are always, can be good, can be bad, and I just want to go out there and make the best play in that time, whether it's running, whether it's finding a person to throw it to. And so we've been practicing that really this offseason, this training camp. It's hard to kind of really do them because they're so abrupt. They just they're out of nowhere, and so you just go out there and try to make a play and don't make something bad worse.
Raj, can I hit you with a quick truth bomb? I think every single Bo Nix soundbite from here till eternity, I'm gonna think that he just got done fictitiously pumping some iron in the weight room, and it sounds like he's out of breath. Because that sounds almost too much like the sound bites from his YouTube channel. Does it not?
Everything was breathy.
It was very breathy, and I'm like, oh, is he doing the kind of the fake workout thing again? Oh man, I'll tell you what, life is just an illusion of choice. You can either just fully send it this drive, All right, take it easy. Gosh, that's what I feel like now. I think DMac ruined Bo Nix sound bites for me for the rest of the time.
No, don't let him rub off on you that way.
Oh my gosh, I just got lightheaded, like fictitiously breathing hard. I really did. That was bizarre.
Tell me you're 40 without telling me you're 40.
That's some real method acting right there. I went into character as Bo Nix pumping iron and getting after it in the gym, and I got lightheaded. Oh, I'm going to faint. I'm in Alabama right now. It's 100% humidity and 102 degrees.
Bo Nix, an old young quarterback. He's out of breath. No, he would talk right there about the second play and what makes him so good at that second play. It's something that you and I talked about 3-4 days ago when we were out at camp before they left for San Francisco, was how do you unlock Bo's ability to play off schedule and then make not playoff schedule and force a reception that makes a 7-yard loss into a 4-yard gain. But on that second platform, because guys are running free, turn a 7-yard loss into a chunk play.
Yeah, Bo's really good at this. He's really, really good at it. I said, I think it was Monday or Tuesday when we had the long diatribe about how Bo is really good in Sean Payton's metric of low percentage plays that are negative, sacks, fumbles, interceptions. And I said his superpower is that he doesn't suck. Like, that's a really good superpower, is that he doesn't do bad things.
Sean addressed that article, the Seth Wickersham article on ESPN. Let's hear what he had to say about his own
Big
quarterback metric rankings.
There was a lot in that. Yeah. It was just there was a lot that went into the evaluation in trying to remove the outside noise and really eliminate all the quick throws for all these guys. Look at these, important statistics, third down numbers, red zone numbers, sack totals, historical data that tells us what this might mean. We're getting better at looking at certain things and trying to develop and so it's a hard position to evaluate. And I said this to you at the Combine, I think we'll do a good job evaluating it. Now, it's not easy, but, time will tell.
So is Sean essentially doubling down on the fact that he invented this metric? Okay, cool. It's pretty neat. I'm sure nobody in the history of football making massive decisions has ever
thought, wait, does this guy suck?
I have 2 middle fingers.
Hold on, if we're going to draft someone, we got to make sure he doesn't suck.
Is it wrong of me that when I know that Sean Payton is actually physically out of town, that I just am a little meaner towards him? Because there's like a 0% chance that he's listening right now?
Yeah, it's my thought process. If I am 2 arm lengths away from you, I can talk crap.
Okay.
As long as I'm in your vicinity, I'm going to be your best friend. But if I want to talk crap to you, I need some space because then I can run away. This is your 2 arm length situation with Sean Payton.
Because I think the time that we all loved talking copious amounts of crap about Sean Payton was with, and even DMac, who's a big believer in Sean Payton and also a believer and also a huge stand for the Penner Walton family. He went off. Do you remember what's the hotel that they stayed at, the resort that they stayed at?
The Greenbrier.
Remember, all of us, we knew that Sean and company were out of town for, 12 days? It's an East Coast swing with 2 games in it. You practiced on the front end in the middle of the week, and then you practiced on the back end. We were just obliterating Sean for the Greenbrier. And and it worked out. Sean was right. He's one of those guys, man. He's a gold pooper. Some call it a gold but not that. So Sean Payton, as I mentioned, and he's right. Sean is 100% accurate on this QB formula that has shown that the top 5 quarterbacks in the National Football League as it relates to not sucking. Number 1, Josh Allen. Number 2, Derek Carr, which, but what do the Saints look like without a healthy Derek Carr versus what they've looked like versus with a healthy Derek Carr? Number 3 in the National Football League last season as a rookie was Bo Nix. Fewest percentage of dropbacks resulting in sacks, fumbles, or interceptions. And then it was Aiden O'Connell, Jordan Love, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Matt Stafford. That's a pretty good group. That's a good group of quarterbacks. The one thing that I will absolutely
throw O'Connell out of there.
Yeah, no doubt. So I will absolutely stand by is Bo's second superpower in addition to making good decisions and being, I'd say, frugal with the rock, is that Bo is a really good off-schedule playmaker and a fast eluder. He eludes the pocket incredibly well. He gets away from people. It's really, really impressive.
Some news out of the NHL coach. I've got some Avs news today. The Avalanche have re-signed.
Is it one of my favorite Finns?
Forward.
Finns to the right, Finns to the left.
Joel Kiviranta.
Yeah!
To a 1-year deal coming off career highs in goals, assists, and points. So
how much bread they break off for him?
I don't see that right now. I would assume it can't be more than $1 million. Or I'd be shocked if it was more than $1 million. I think it'd be a mistake if they did that. But the term has not come in. Or the term has come in, the dollar amount has not. I'm assuming it's going to be around one. The bottom 6 in terms of your forwards was a big issue, right? We talked about that a little bit yesterday. You need to find a way to have younger guys step up or find some veterans.
How old's Kiwi? 29er?
Joel Kiviranta.
30 banger?
Off the top of my head, I don't know how old he is.
I'd guess between 28 and 30.
29.
Okay. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, he was the median of my guess. Or even the mean of my guess. Either way, 29 is the mean and the median between 28 and 30.
Good signing for them. He's not going to be a player that I think touches his career goal totals from last year. I think he had 16 on the season, but you don't sign him to score goals. You sign him to make sure that pucks don't end up in your own net when you're playing your third and fourth lines. It just came through actually 1.25, just north of $1 million.
Would you take 1.25 right now, Raj?
I mean, I would. I think that's a little bit. It's a little bit too much for that player.
Are you serious? I mean, what do you want to pay the guy, man? You want to
$775 like he made last year, or $1 million on the nose at the very most. He's a fourth line player, man.
Remind me not to work for you if you're in charge of contracts. Gosh.
No, I'm not nervous about contracts.
KJ, you want him to set your salary?
I'm nervous about the cap.
God, no.
That guy's all about that haterade,
I'm
man.
nervous about the cap, brother.
Where's my money?
Like, they don't have a lot of cap space to deal with, right? Before this deal, they were working with like $3.3 million. So now you're down to just north of 2. And you still have, you can make the argument, 2 forward spots that you need to fill.
You got to take into account, man, the cost of living in Finland. You got to take care of your Finns, man, because they got a life after hockey in Finland. They got to be able to make it. $775 for a 10-year window is probably not going to get it done.
It's a little bit more. It's $250,000 more than I would have been comfortable with, because he's not going to score 16 goals next year. He'll score 10. I like the player. I think he's solid. I think he's a very good, solid, plug-and-play, kind of forget about him fourth liner in the NHL. But $1.25 million is a little bit too much for me, considering you now only have $2.1 million left and you have a couple of spots that you still have to deal with. And you likely, come next March, want to make some trades going into the playoffs. Now, it's a 1-year deal, so that's fine. He'll be off the books next year when you have to deal with Cale Makar's extension.
Me personally, Raj, and I admitted off the air that I have a hard time really differentiating between sort of your kind of second, well, let's say third and fourth liners in terms of your wingers and your center. Like, who are the guys that really stand out? I've always really liked Joel Kiviranta. I'm glad he's a part of this roster. I think it's a good move. I don't think it's a dramatic overpay, man.
It's not a dramatic overpay. I'm saying it's an overpay because you're already up so close against the cap with spaces to fill. I'm not saying it's a horrible deal. I'm just going, every dollar right now for McFarland and the Avs matters. Yeah. Every single dollar.
For sure.
And that's the reason why I go, well, if you're going to overpay by $250,000, like, is this going to pose a problem for the rest of the offseason or come trade deadline time? I like the player. I just think it was $250,000 too much.
You also, you don't just hate the player sometimes. You also hate the game, as we learned there.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. Hour number 2 coming up. KJ's NFL Notes at 11:15. Then we'll hand things off to PhD coming up at 12. They'll hang out with you from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. You'd think by the text line that I was like firing Nathan McKinnon into the sun with how many people are apparently Joel Kivi-Rantha stands and are upset that I think that they overpaid by $250,000.
I'm glad there's a lot of people that are on Team Sanford, Team Coacher on that front because I love me some Kivi.
You can't call me a homer.
No,
there's a criticism from me. There you
go.
go.
Your problem, Raj, is that you're Finnish. And I think that you're competitive with your fellow Finns.
I'm not at all.
That you start comparing your tax returns, and the your W-2s with other Finns, and you're a little.
Do I have access to Joel's W-2 considering we're in the same family?
$1.25 million, you know it. I mean, there it is.
Whoa!
Isn't that wild about professional sports
Crazy.
and coaches? You're like, yeah, I know what you make, you weirdo. So strange.
Well, some coaches you do, some coaches you don't.
Not like Notre Dame, you have no idea. Stanford, NFL coaches you don't know, which is weird.
Some of them
it's
like
kind of
ballparks, but there's
like
not.
Sean Payton, it's like somewhere between $18 and $20 million a year.
Right, but I can't like go on a spot
like Sean
track.
Payton makes $20 million a year, and you're mad at Joel Kiviranta for making
I'm not mad.
1.25 for skating and forechecking his face off and getting hit.
No. To take something out of Sean Payton's book. Thank you very much, KJ. I'm not mad at the player.
It is Joel Kiviranta. I got fatigued. Somebody, Jeff asked me from the Shop Mazda text line. It is Yoel. I just have Yoel fatigue. Sometimes you just want to say, hey, you are in our country. I can call you Joel.
I'm just saying, every dollar matters. And yeah, I think every dollar matters because of the other contracts that the Avalanche have on the books, right? Sure. Am I concerned that like Sam Girard's $5 million cap hit is a little higher than I want it to be? Yeah. But as a result of that already being on the books, I can then be, and therefore should be, concerned about other contracts that they've signed that I think are overpaced because they have such a thin margin of error when it comes to filling out the bottom six, going into what needs to be a Western Conference title or bust season, a Stanley Cup championship or bust season. So yeah, I am a little bit critical about that. I like the player. In fact, I love the player as a bottom six guy as a fourth line option.
You just
but
hate the game.
1.25 is too much.
You just hate the game. It's all right.
It's so weird that like I can hop on, I can go look at like Sauce Gardner's contract, and I know that he signed a 4-year, $120 million deal with 13.7 signing bonuses, 85.4 guaranteed, and they have an out after year 4. But if I want to know how much his head coach makes, I have to just have a ballpark by some dude who works for the New York Post.
Do you know who the New York Jets head coach is right now, off the top of your head? Right now. Hurry up.
No.
KJ, hurry up.
I have it in my notes.
Thank you.
Who is it?
Aaron Glenn, man, defensive coordinator. Glenn. It's funny. The reason I asked you that question is I went through that recently.
I
went through the Jets. Like I was watching, I think it was a highlight actually of Garrett Wilson routing up, like just Sauce Gardner. I think it was Garrett Wilson at practice. There's like a clip of it. And I was like, who's the head coach of the Jets anymore? Oh yeah, that's right, Aaron Glenn. That's why he's not in Detroit. That's why Detroit might be cooked. Because they lost 2 really good coordinators. Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, both head coaches.
I always have my NFL head coach carousel reminders. Actually, let's go through them.
Yeah.
Let's remind everyone who is coaching whom this year. All right, so we know that...
Can we start in Jacksonville?
We can start in Jacksonville. It was Doug Peterson, who is now the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Liam Cohen,
congratulations. In New England...
Can you give me a ding there, KJ, please?
Yeah, we can go dings and X's.
Yeah.
Moving to New England, Gerard
Mike
Mayo.
Vrabel.
It is now Mike Vrabel. Chicago.
Ben Johnson.
It is Ben Johnson, formerly Matt Eberflus, who went 14-32 in his 3 years at the helm.
Extra bonus points if you can name the team that Matt Eberflus is the defensive coordinator for.
The New Orleans Saints.
No clue. Do you even know this? He's pulling out his phone because he doesn't even know it.
I thought it was the Cowboys. Is it not the Dallas Cowboys?
You're right.
All right, there you go.
You had me second guessing it. So because KJ knows his AFC and NFC South teams.
He does,
because his accent would let you know that he likes the 2 worst divisions in football.
All right, you are 3 for 3 thus far. Moving to another team in the South, the New Orleans Saints.
Kellen Moore, man, my former neighbor, a fellow
Kellen
Boise
Moore.
State Bronco, although he threw for about 27,000 more yards than I did in his Boise State career.
Dennis Allen was 18-25 in 3 years. He was fired back on November 4th. Moving to...
Okay, can I have a little quick trivia about Kellen Moore? The offensive coordinator of the New Orleans Saints, by title, Kellen Moore is going to be calling the ball plays, is the father of which top 5 college quarterback?
Garrett Nussmeier in Louisiana State.
Good. Raj, you're becoming a football guy,
Is it
man.
George Nussmeier? I don't know his first name, but I know that Garrett Nussmeier's father is...
Scott?
No clue.
Scott!
Great name to scream. Yeah, Nussmeier's dad is the OC there.
Doug Nussmeier.
All right. And that guy, I mean, he could be a number 1 overall pick. If LSU makes a run and wins...
It's pretty good.
He's the most experienced quarterback in college football right now.
I think LSU is going to be absolute cheeks this year because Brian Kelly's going to it's going to catch up to him.
All right, we already know who the head coach of the New York Jets is. Aaron Glenn was signed after they fired Robert Saleh, 20-36 in 4 years. Moving on to the Las Vegas Raiders.
That's Pete Carroll, man.
Pete Carroll, they fire Antonio Pierce after going 9-17 in 1.5 seasons.
Still, Pete Carroll still running sprints with his players at 73 years old. The man is timeless. He's taking the fountain of youth very seriously.
And finally, the Dallas Cowboys.
It is none other than the guy that started dressing up, showing up to work, looking like he's interviewing for a job when he heard reports that there might be a firing of Mike McCarthy. None other than the son, of Marty Schottenheimer, Brian Schottenheimer, who will be the Dallas Cowboys head coach for about 14 games in his career.
Mike McCarthy fired after going 49-35. He also went 1-3.
Let's go through
the playoffs.
Let's go through all of Division I college football and do the exact same exercise.
Holy smokes!
You would actually get. I've actually lost contact with that. I used to know all of that stuff because it affected me, right? Like knowing where people went, keeping in touch with people. Hey, I worked with that guy there. Now he's the head coach here. Like. The game's changed so much, I don't even know who the head coach is at a lot of these schools. Like, I couldn't tell you right now who the head coach of Utah State is. I coached there. Bronco Mendenhall. Never mind.
Well, there you go. You don't give yourself enough credit. You just went 7 for 7 on the NFL. 8 for 8 now.
Yeah, let's not do this to our guests. We won't do this to our fine listeners. I apologize.
Matthew Berry of NBC Sports had this to say about the Broncos and whether or not the Chiefs are worried about their AFC West rival.
I was having a conversation with somebody at a very high-ranking organization, and it was a conversation with a group of us where I was asked, somebody else in this group asked me, like, hey, who's my Super Bowl pick? I said, well, listen, it's all the obvious teams, right? It's like, and the AFC, it's the Chiefs and the Bills, and if the Bengals can figure out a defense, I think the Chargers are interesting this year. And then somebody else in the group turned to this person that's with the Chiefs organization and said, what do you guys think? And they said, honestly, we're worried about the Broncos. He's like, and they were like, Bo Nix is for real, and that defense is amazing. It's
a great defense.
Like, we think the Broncos are real, and it was no disrespect to the Chargers. I don't want no bulletin board material. He wasn't saying anything bad about anyone else. He just merely said that in their division, like, they have a lot of respect for the Broncos in terms of that defense, and they think Bo Nix is legit.
Scared of the Broncos, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes.
Shaking in their boots. The witch himself. Terrified.
You should be terrified about the defense. The defense is going to wreak havoc on the entirety of that division. Now, I don't know if Bo is going to take a step forward this year. Again, I've been on record for months now thinking I think he is completely immune to a sophomore slump. Does that mean he is going to take a step forward? Not necessarily. I don't think he's going to take a step back and throw a bunch of picks and only throw for, 3,100 yards and 19 touchdowns. I think he has a very good chance of being exactly who he was last year, if not a small step forward.
The Denver Broncos showed proof of concept for this defense, and the Kansas City Chiefs saw it firsthand. In their first matchup, that was a clinic from a defensive standpoint for the Denver Broncos at a building that has been a house of horrors for them. And they did everything right. Bo Nix did everything right, to win that football game.
You didn't need Bo to carry him or carry you on his back that game. He
but
needed
he
to do
still
it once.
And he did it once.
He did it once.
He did it perfectly. We actually worked on 2-minute drill last night, and I installed the 2-minute concept. And I reminded our quarterbacks at the high school level, I asked the question, like, hey, in 2-minute drill, there's 1 minute and 18 seconds left. Watching the NFL, what do the quarterbacks do typically in 2-minute drill to start a drive? One of my quarterbacks goes, throw a deep ball. I'm like, no, wrong answer. Checkdowns. That's what Bo Nix did, man. Your eyes are downfield. Check down, Charlie. It moves the sticks. You get in field goal position. Typically in those 2-minute drives, you just got to get about 25 to 40 yards to set up the would-be go-ahead field goal.
Seconds are far more valuable in a 2-minute drill than yards.
I always say time over distance. Time over distance. That's time is greater than the need of distance. And that's what Bo Nix did beautifully in that game. I have this feeling right now, Raj, okay? And I've had it a little bit for the last remember I predicted last year on the morning sprint. I don't know if we were morning sprint yet, if we were still Dempsey and company, but I predicted the Denver Broncos were going to win in Kansas City. And everybody thought I was nuts because the line was fairly significant. The Broncos hadn't really rounded out into form quite yet. And I saw some indicators. But the other reason I thought the Broncos were going to win it at Arrowhead or Geehaw is because I thought the Chiefs, my eyes are telling me right now that the Chiefs have an arrow that is going to be consistently pointing slightly down. Colin Cowherd agreed with me.
I think Kansas City, the dynasty part is over. They may win a Super Bowl, but I think their division's too good to be a dynasty. Kansas City deserves all the credit in the world. They've taken advantage of Justin Herbert with bad coaches. They've taken advantage of Denver in a rebuild and the Raiders in a perpetual rebuild. They deserve credit for all of it. But there's never been a division with 4 head coaches that have been to a Super Bowl. I mean, the Raiders now have Tom Brady overseeing it, Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, and the very competent Geno Smith. Would you be shocked if the Raiders split every series in the division? I would not. And Bo Nix, year 2 with Sean Payton. He made the playoffs as a rookie. I mean, and they got money now. Kansas City doesn't have the money to go buy Hufanga and Greenlaw. Denver does. So and I'll give Kansas City all the credit in the world. But last year, 5 of their wins in division, all of them one-possession games. Denver's going to be noticeably better. The Raiders are going to be significantly better. And Jim Harbaugh's career, year 2, everywhere he's ever been. Year 1, he changes the culture. Year 2, he changes the personnel. He needs 2 years of drafting, 2 years of free agency.
My eyes tell me what Colin Cowherd said is 100% accurate. But my heart and probably my fear says don't put that out in the universe quite yet, that the dynasty is over. Because they still have Patrick Mahomes. They still have Chris Jones. They still have what I think is going to be a little bit of an uptick in Travis Kelce, but then it's going to be followed by, I think, an end of the regular season where you can tell he is an old football player.
You think there's a chance that the entire division splits 3-3?
I actually had that conversation in the media scrum with Rachel Vigil. I was talking to Rachel Vigil. I'm like, and she told me, she predicted that.
The entire division has a very good chance of all going 3-3 in division. And therefore, right, so outside of that, you then have 11 games, right? You need to go 8-3 against non-divisional opponents. Where are your 3 losses right now? We can go through this. Your non-divisional opponents. If you have to go 8-3 to be an 11-win team and guarantee that you're getting in, right? You can probably get in with 10. You're guaranteed to get in with 11, if not win the division.
Tennessee, win. Indianapolis, win. Philadelphia, no.
Jets, so there's 1 loss.
Jets,
2 left.
Jets win. Giants win. Dallas win. Houston, man.
At Houston.
That's been a tough building too.
You and I have both said they're probably going to lose in NRG. So there's
at Washington, loss.
There's your 3 losses.
Green Bay at home, that might be for it all, man. And then guess who comes? What county is Denver in? Is it Denver County? I didn't know that. Duval is going to be coming to Denver County.
So you have to, right, your 3 losses right now for us on the schedule for non-divisional opponents. Washington, Houston, Philadelphia, all 3 on the road. If you win every other game, you guarantee that you're in the playoffs. If not, winning the AFC West. You can lose 1 more game, and it would be a toss-up whether or not you get in based off of how the rest of the AFC does, right?
Is it bad?
A 10-win team.
Raj, is it bad that this schedule, to me, just as well as the Broncos' offseason has gone, once you get past Tennessee and Indy to start the season off, it's there's a lot of games that right now look like they could be a little bit tougher than you probably thought.
Yeah, like Cincinnati on Monday night is not an easy football game. It's not. I know the defense sucks, and they got walked all over last night by Tanner McKee. Any relationship to DMac out there, Tanner?
No, Tanner McKee, Stanford Cardinal quarterback.
they get walked all over by a guy who I'll never say his name ever again in my life, Tanner McKee. So, like, that defense sucks, but Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins should scare the living crap out of me.
Why did they all play last night, by the way?
I kind of loved it. They were amazing. 4 receptions for Chase, 72 yards, a touchdown. Burrow goes 9 of 10, 123 yards, 2 touchdowns. All right, see you guys later. I'm out.
I actually like that. I do. A lot.
I think
That's what I expect from Bo Nix on Saturday.
I think it's a cojones on the table type of move.
Bo Nix is going to look great on Saturday. I predicted that he would look really good at 49ers joint practice. Did I not? I predicted it. Why? Because it's really nice to see a defense not named this one. And we got to get to the point with this defense for the Broncos where we nickname it. This defense is going to require a nickname.
You've had the Orange Crush. You've had the no-fly zone. What's this defense? NFL notes are next. Every day here at 11:20 on the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. We've got preseason games that wrapped up last night. We've got Shedeur Sanders playing with the Ones in Cleveland this evening. Broncos and 49ers on Saturday. Second day of joint practices is about to get underway like momentarily out there in Santa Clara. Some nicknames before we get into KJ's top story for the Denver defense. Pat in the Spring says, the Big D.
What about just givers of D?
Sure.
What?
Charlie says the pink slip. Or simply don't go there. And then I have another one. Benito. KJ, what's first?
That's actually pretty good. The road to Super Bowl 60 runs through the Bay Area. After Sean's recent comments this week, Sean was asked, does he see this team coming back there in February? His answer may have given us a potential timeline of what he expects to be there and a potential timeline of Bo Nix as far as him raising his game to make sure that the standard remains the standard.
It's the goal, it's always the goal. But I think it starts really more in the division, and it starts with playing in your division well, having a chance to compete to win your division, and then the next goal is seeding, and then the final goal would be trying to get to the championship game.
The division is going to be fascinating this year. It's the matchups that I'm most excited for. I was a little bit more bullish. Real quick, bullish means that you think they're going to like think good things, right?
Yes, positive.
Positive. I was a bit more bullish. There's a bull market and there's a bear market, right? Bear market's bad.
Yes.
Bull market, good.
Yes.
I was a bit more bullish on the Las Vegas Raiders and Pete Carroll before last night. And you brought it up. I was kind of joking that Pete Carroll tied. That was all meaningless football at the end of the game. They have a roster full of just a bunch of guys like, who's that? They have their star power. Brock Bowers, star. Ashton Genty, who had 3 carries for -1 yard, star. Just not last night. Geno Smith, obviously, he's got a big name. He's done some decent things, but he's not a star.
You believe in Geno way more than I believe
I think he's scary. I think he can throw for a bunch of yards and score points. Man, but when you look at that roster, there's
also Max Crosby.
There's not a lot. Well, Max Crosby's the ultimate one. And then if you ever considered adding Micah Parsons via trade, terrifying. That's about what I think Pete Carroll, if he's like, screw it, I only have 3 years to do this.
Let's just try. If I fail, whatever.
Who cares? I'm going to mortgage the next 7 years of Raiders football to try to go get something now. We're in a division with freaking Patrick Mahomes, Bo Nix, Justin Herbert. Let's double down on our pass rush. But watching him last night, dude, I don't know if it's just Chip Kelly saying, I don't really care, it's preseason football, but it was unimaginative, and that's something that I've seen with Chip Kelly in recent years. He got away with it in Ohio State because he had the $27 million roster. You don't have those pieces relative to the rest of the National Football League. You can't just run simple-ass schemes up and down the field. This division is going to come down to the Broncos and the Chargers. It is. I feel it. And I think the Chiefs are okay with that. I don't think the Chiefs really care about winning division. I think they'd rather be the best version of themselves in the postseason.
They are going into it, to piggyback off of what Cowherd was saying. The dynasty is over, but they can still win Super Bowls. I think that's a little contradictory, but they're in the Tampa Bay Lightning situation. Or honestly, you know who they are right now? They're Florida Panthers. Just get in and nobody's going to want to see us. You don't have to win the division. Who cares about winning the Atlantic Division in the NHL? If Florida gets in as the 6th seed, I don't want to touch them. Same thing with Kansas City. If they get in as a wild card, imagine being a division winner and your prize is Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. It is the most exciting division in football. Without a doubt. The AFC West, hands down, best and most exciting division in football.
Yep.
Second is NFC East? NFC North?
NFC North, great division.
Yeah, but there's still a stinker team in there. Like Chicago's still cheeks.
Yeah, I'm bearish. I've become very bearish on the Bears.
Cheeks.
They're a bear market. Hey, not good.
But you have a cheeks team in the Giants, and you have a what the hell is going to happen in Dallas. So you know what? I'll agree with you. NFC North, number 2.
I think we know what's going to happen in Dallas. I think we know. Drama, not good. They still have a couple pieces, but man, the run game's not going to be what it's been when they've been good 3 years ago. Like I don't love their options at the running back position.
Was it Rico Dowdle?
I don't know.
I think that's who it is.
It's not great.
KJ, keep it rolling.
Bo Nix was the next person to step up and respond to some of Sean's earlier comments this week regarding.
It's Javonte Williams in Dallas.
There you go.
You feel great about that?
No, I don't. Sorry, KJ. Keep going.
You're good.
Is that a throwback to Emmitt Smith in the glory days? Is Moose Johnston and Emmitt Smith going to be in the backfield for your Dallas Cowboys? No, sir.
Miles Sanders is still in the league. He's a Cowboy. KJ, sorry, keep going, buddy. I apologize. Complete disregard for what you were saying.
Bo Nix was he was talking about the potential of becoming a top 4 or 5 quarterback one day as he was responding to Sean's comments. Here's Bo Nix talking about what it will all entail in regards to eventually getting there.
Well, first, it's good to have a coach that believes in you, but it's also, if he believes that, and I know I got a lot of work to do to get there. I don't want to let that word go void. I want to, give my best, my best shot at going out there and doing that. Not just, obviously for him, for our team, for this organization, but for myself. We've put a lot of hard work into this. Each and every day, it's a battle, it's a grind. And we just want to see the fruits of our labor. And so I think that's obviously our goal. And, we talk about Super Bowls, talking about winning culture. That helps a lot in being the best I can be.
He had breath there at least. Didn't sound like he was coming off of a 40-yard dash.
Or circuit training of bicep and tricep curls like he had in his YouTube video.
I don't know if he's ever going to be a top 4 or 5 quarterback, and that's okay. I think he can sniff it. I think he can get close, and he can have a few seasons where he is certainly in the top 5 in terms of like your normal sexy fantasy football passing stats. I think he can get there, but overall, with all of his contemporaries and all of the young quarterback talent coming into this league, I don't know if he'll ever be like consistently always at the top of that tier. But he doesn't need to be.
No question.
He needs to be a bona fide top 10 guy. Without a doubt, right? If he's not a bona fide top 10 quarterback, the Broncos do not win a Super Bowl with Bo. And then we, because we're in Denver, look at it as, well, a failure.
Mm-hmm.
He can do that. I have full belief in him to be a bona fide top 10 with a few seasons where it's like, holy crap. Remember that 2027 year with Bo Nix? Man, he was on fire. But to be bona fide top 3, top 4, top 5 every year, there's too many guys who are just more talented. Let's be honest.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out.
I hope I'm wrong. I was wrong about him last year.
This year is going to tell us a lot about the trajectory of Bo. It's going to tell us a lot. Feel good about it.
KJ, keep rolling.
Let's hear from the other team the Broncos will be facing on Saturday, and that's the San Francisco 49ers. We'll hear from Christian McCaffrey, who found himself kind of adoring the glory days in Colorado, while Kyle Shanahan doesn't think the outcome of yesterday's joint practice should determine how he views his team here in August.
And now you're playing the Broncos, growing up watching that team. What's that like, going against a team that you watched as a young kid?
Tell you what, it's nostalgic looking at your 9 News shirt. Like that's how I grew up, man. It's, coming home from a snowy day, throw on 9 News, see if your school's canceled. So it's cool to see, familiar faces. We grew up with Susie and different people. So
no, I think you always have an idea. I mean, just we know players pretty well, and we been in this long enough, and you always stack up how you've been and where guys are at exactly. But I like going against a new group because it just gets so monotonous here in camp, and it gets old going against your own guys. But when you go against a group like theirs, especially defensively what they did last year, statistically in all their phases, and the guys that they added this offseason, you knew that was a really good challenge for us. And I know they got a bunch of good players on offense too.
Reports out of 49ers Broncos joint practice yesterday at training camp in Santa Clara were that Mike Shanahan was watching the Broncos offense and Bo Nix intently, which is kind of cool. That Mike Shanahan was there to be at practice. And I know that that relationship's been, it is what it is, but he is a Super Bowl winning head coach. And I think it sounds like there were a lot of just good competitive energy, competitive juices were flowing, if you will. And just some cool little storylines there between Christian McCaffrey talking about 9 News, our great partner here with Tegna, and the altitude partnership with 9 News that we've had a great relationship with. And also I loved the plug from 9 News for my guy, Christian McCaffrey. That was his place where he watched the weather report to see if he was going to get his school canceled or not. Just a reminder that this will be broadcast locally on 9 News. So the Denver Broncos preseason game against the 49ers will be on 9 News. And if you want to stick around, instead of getting 1 beers or using the restroom, stay around for a halftime show. Coacher will be on there. We'll see if I trim the beard by then.
I was going to ask you for a little Saturday Coach and Raj 1 beers football date, but I guess not.
Yeah.
I guess television trumps me.
Got other things going on, Raj. I pretend
Are you going to go clean shaven for us? I haven't seen you clean shaven in a minute.
Raj, I would not ever consider such thing. I might just go.
When's the last time you had a naked baby face?
Naked baby
Notre
face?
Dame?
No, I did it since I've been on the air here. It was like my first 2 or 3 months on air here at Altitude Sports Radio. So you and I were like 2 ships passing in the night, Dempsey and Company. It was like October of 2023. And then I went straight back to the beard ski and hutch. I think it's a good move.
It's a good move.
Yeah.
KJ, keep going.
Some of Colorado's best playmakers in the last 12 to 24 months were in action last night. Former CSU star wide receiver Torrey Horton with the Seahawks and former CU wide receiver LeJante Wester with the Baltimore Ravens. They both scored, and for anyone who missed it, let's take a listen back to their touchdowns from last night.
Glad to see him get some tick.
Underneath, Torrey Horton in for his first NFL touchdown.
Wester had a 17-yard return on his first try. Fields this one cleanly. And again, he's got an alley. Wester at the 30. 2 men to beat. Wester could be gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Midfield and rolling. And the rookie 6th-round draft pick will take it to the house. LeJante Wester, 87 yards. And he delights this Ravens crowd in the preseason opener.
Go ahead and put that clip back up there for Torrey Horton's. I don't know if you have that up there. The touchdown pass by CSU Ram Torrey Horton. The play call. West Coast offensive vernacular. John Gruden voice. Give me gun trio right tight. Halfback left O. 3-jet scat. Lincoln X Ohio on 1-on-1. Ready? There it is. Here it is. Watch it, Raj. Here we go. Gun trio right, tight. Halfback left O, motioning out to empty. 300 jet scat. Lincoln, which is a concept here. It's a triple slant concept. The Y tight end is going to step on the toes. That's Elijah Arroyo, the tight end rookie out of Miami. Step on the toes of the Mike linebacker, suck him in. And then you got a short post by 82, which is the Lincoln concept, and an under route. On the boundary side, you motion the running back. That's why you say halfback left O. That means that you're motioning the halfback to the left, but outside of the pre-aligned wide receiver. And then you have the Ohio concept, which is a quick out and a mandatory outside release. And Torrey Horton gets his Seattle Seahawk and NFL career started in fashion and gets a little bit of a lumen leap into the crowd there in Seattle.
5th-round draft pick out of CSU. Would you rather?
Yes.
You didn't have a 5th rounder this year.
Yes.
You didn't have one.
I'd love him in the 4th.
You saying goodbye to Q Robinson? No, you're
I
not.
love
No,
Q.
you're not.
Gosh. Who'd you get in the third?
You're not going to say goodbye to this guy either. Savion Jones?
No.
And you're certainly not. Are you going to take him at the top of the third?
No.
How's this? They selected one wide receiver in the draft this year. Would you take Torrey Horton or Pat Bryant?
Torrey Horton. I'm just being
Really?
I'm just being very honest. Torrey Horton's top end speed is insane. The reason Torrey Horton.
We've been very impressed by Pat Bryant.
I love Patty Bryant. Love Patty Bryant. Torrey Horton fell to the 5th round because of his injury that happened early on in the 2024 football season. That guy stays healthy. He is a first-round talent, Raj. I believe that. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've watched him against my beloved Boise State Broncos in a game that was bananas where they came from behind and Torrey Horton was catching touchdowns. What is it, like 20-some points were scored in 3 minutes of play. The Hail Mary caught by Dallin at the end of the game. I love Torrey Horton, man. He's going to be a pro. He looked like a dude last night. Everything he did.
I would have loved to have seen him in Denver. Maybe it's just the heartstrings tugging at a kid who went to college here.
Or maybe because he's really good at football.
Or
And
maybe
he showed
because
up
he's
last
really
night in
good
the
at
NFL.
football. That's the best part about preseason, man. It really is. Watching other teams' preseason games and seeing the athletes that you enjoyed watching in college or played in your backyard.
Or the ones that we speculated about drafting, right?
Yes.
We spent months talking about Tyler Warren.
Right. It's immediate confirmation on whether you were right or whether you were wrong. And I know it
like
take
Jalen
it with a grain
Milroe.
of salt. It's week 1 of the preseason.
Jalen Milroe. Why in the world did you draft that guy? Why?
Looked pretty good.
I don't think so, man.
I think he looked a little good last night. I think he looked, I thought I saw flashes of.
Dude, did you see the 4th and 1 that he had where they ran a sprint out? You probably didn't because this is like 4th quarter of a game. Brock Heward's going nuts. He's like, we got to win this game. And I'm watching this. They go for it on 4th and 1 on their own 40-yard line. Sprint out Jalen Milroe, and he sprays a terrible corner out when he could have just run for the first down. I'm like, dude, Jalen, just do what you do well.
I mean, he was solid.
He had 38 rushing yards, which is good.
Coach, can you also talk about the way he catches the ball? He does that little spin the ball
I love
thing.
it, man. Unlock your front hip, man. That's hard when it's back. When it's a throw that's slightly behind you. Go ahead, KJ. Sorry to
No, you're good. No, I was just asking, like, does that take like an extra second away from him being able to kind of stay down, keep his eyes downfield?
Milroe when he takes the snap.
Oh, Milroe. I'm sorry. I think
he does the spin on the flat.
I was just here admiring, if not glazing, Torrey Horton and how he caught this ball and got vertical so quickly. Split defenders and scored a touchdown because that's what elite receivers do. And he's an elite receiver. Yeah, Jalen Milroe, he's going to struggle in national football. He's not an NFL quarterback. It's the bottom line. Could end up being an interesting package player that you use. I just don't know if anybody really commits to that anymore in the NFL.
For a 3rd rounder to go, we'll try it for a quarterback, I don't see it being like a horrible thing.
3rd round, is that where Milroe went?
He's a 3rd rounder.
That's stupid.
It's a flyer on a quarterback.
That's dumb. Stupid.
6 of 10, 60 yards, rushed for 30. Like the guy had like 99 yards in his
The 4th and 1 sucked. And that's situational
His career
football.
is over. See
That's,
what I mean?
That's what makes you as a player, is situational football.
I enjoyed watching him. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line in Brandon. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, we'll pop some tops, tell you what we're watching this weekend, and hand things off.
It's going to be frothy on the other end.
HD. Wrapping things up here on a Friday mid-morning. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford.
It's Friday, isn't it?
This should be on 2K Tuesday, baby.
Still Friday?
This makes me think I'm back in a sweaty gym in 7th grade.
I'm just wondering what's going to happen tonight.
Leave room for Jesus.
Is today going to be a hot day, Raj?
Yeah, it could be a record setter. It could be the hottest August 8th on record.
So just as we close the show today,
maybe
I just want you to remember that at 7 p.m. tonight, which is going to be Friday, it's going to be 95 degrees. That's all I'm going to say. Continue. Go forward with whatever you have. Just a little tease to stick around until we pop some tops at 11:50-ish.
Want to hear from our old buddy Von Miller?
Von Miller! Wish we had you. Wish you were honoring Champ Bailey over Hera.
Being away from Denver and, like, you know, at first it's like, yeah, I'm on a new team. And, like, as time goes, like, by, like, you just miss those days, man. I had spent so much time in Denver, man. They're doing so many good things with that organization, building a new facility and new stadium, and everything is just going crazy. They got a good team now. You're just like, damn, man. Like, it's like seeing your old girlfriend with a new guy and she's happy.
Mm-hmm.
You like,
Yeah, because
like,
at first,
like,
it still got the spank bank. But
You're like,
at first you won the breakup because you left and then Nathaniel Hackett. So you were like, wow, that's like,
yeah, I'm glad I'm here. But now she's starting to get in shape and like she's starting to look good now and she's bouncing back and you're like, dang, like I should send that hey big head text.
Yeah. Von Miller, man. Didn't have Von Miller and in the bank, per se, on my bingo card this morning, talking about the Denver Broncos
Why didn't
franchise.
this happen? I wanted you wanted me, but there wasn't common ground? Why didn't this happen, man? He should be here.
You're right.
You know what needs to happen? You know what's going to happen, actually? Washington is going to take an inevitable step back.
No, they're
not because Jaden Daniels is
No,
going
they're
to suck, but because Jaden Daniels will not play the entirety of the regular season. He will get injured at one point. I'm just thinking it's going to happen this year. Therefore, Washington is going to be out of the playoff race. Go trade a, 6th round draft pick for Von Miller, and he shows up and he does what he did with the LA Rams. Just does it here in Denver. I won't let this die. Much like I won't ever truly let the Sidney Crosby to Colorado thing die.
Nor should you.
I will not let Von Miller returning to Denver before he hangs them up. And not in some like crappy pomp and circumstance. Oh, he signs a 1-day contract and retires. It's so stupid.
We want to see Von Miller rushing the passer in a Broncos jersey.
Give me one more strip sack, baby. That's all I want to see. One more big time strip sack.
I'm not as good as I
time.
once was. But I'm as good once.
Sure is. Get back on the horse.
As I ever was. We would take Von Miller once. Would you not?
I would take him for a cheap contract. Just be like, hey, come on home. We know you're going to live here, right? Like Von has said he wants to, be in Denver when he's done. Wants to be around here. He'll always have a home here. Come on back. Be my guest.
We're here for it.
More realistic. Von Miller plays meaningful football at the Broncos before the end of his career, or Sidney Crosby comes to Colorado.
Sidney Crosby comes to Colorado.
I think that's actually the right answer.
That's actually going to happen.
Dude, the Penguins are going to suck so bad.
They're going to suck, and Sidney's going to be like, yeah, probably should give it one more shot.
I wonder if
to go win one.
So the whole thing with Sid is that like he
win another one. Sorry,
playing your whole career in one place and winning all of those titles, especially after Mario Lemieux did it, right? Did the exact same thing, played his whole career, got into the ownership, and handed things off directly to Sidney, like actually played on a line with Sidney Crosby before he decided to hang him up. There's something to be said for your legacy to do the same exact thing as one of the greatest, probably the second greatest hockey player of all time is Mario Lemieux. Something to be said for your legacy for following in his footsteps and arguably doing it better than your predecessor. You can also argue that like if you just wither away for the final 5, 6, 7 years of your career. He doesn't have those left, but he's in the middle of those 7 years. If you just wither away and you never make the playoffs and you suck, is that going to hurt your legacy more than leaving a place that you have built this amazing story at to go chase another championship? Again, only here in Colorado. What's the biggest knock against legacy? You leave Pittsburgh or you stay and rot.
We talk about legacy of great players that finished elsewhere. I don't think that a Joe Montana legacy was tarnished by being a Kansas City Chief.
No, it's a weird picture, but it wasn't
It's a strange
tarnished.
picture, yes.
Ray Borks certainly wasn't.
Brett Favre's legacy as a Green Bay Packer had nothing to do with the fact that it was ruined by the New York Jets or the Minnesota Vikings.
I wouldn't say it was ruined by Minnesota.
It was
He was
ruined-
very successful.
It was
with
ruined
many.
by his own self-facing photography.
Yeah, don't take pictures of your horn.
I've never heard of horn.
No.
Oh, man, I learn things all the time. KJ, you ever heard it referred to as a horn?
I have not.
I've heard it referred to as a boat.
I've never heard that.
That's
I
like
that too.
that's like nursery. That's like talking to like a little kid. Like, hey, make sure you make sure you wiggle your boat when you're done pee-peeing.
Oh my goodness.
Raj, you're on your way here.
Whoa.
Not yet, but your second child will most likely have a boat, as opposed.
Oh my God.
I have
What is happening?
2 of 3 of mine have boats. So yeah, you
All
learn.
right, all right.
I mean, you don't call it. You don't say, hey,
Okay.
hey, Timmy. Hey, make sure you take care of your horn, buddy.
Are you sure?
Know how it's a Friday at 11:50? That's how I know it's a Friday. With 5 minutes to go in the show. Oh my goodness. What were we talking about? Brett Favre?
Boats and horns.
Who were
and
other
Brett
players
Favre.
that finished their like Peyton Manning finishes his career obviously in Denver, and it was a wonderful thing.
You was a weird one is Oral Hershiser. That's a pretty deep cut, but I just see of him as a Dodger.
It's sensational. Cy Young, one of the most dominant Cy Young Award winners of all time when he was with the Dodgers.
Yeah, so like Oral Hershiser ended up playing with the Indians for 3 seasons. Excuse me, sorry, the Guardians. Played for the Giants for a year, the Mets for a year, and then returned back to the Dodgers. Like that felt very strange, but like there's an indelible image of Oral Hershiser rocking 55 for the LA Dodgers.
Like Marchand goes to Florida, wins a cup, and he re-signs there. I don't know. Like Darryl Strawberry and Doc Gooden had amazing careers, albeit like cocaine fueled with the Mets. And then they went to the Yankees and had success. And that didn't, I don't know how you can tarnish a career that is already tarnished with off-field issues, but like,
Come on.
you were better there. Those conversations that we had with Clint Hurdle were delightful.
With who?
With Clint Hurdle about the Mets of the late 80s.
That was wild. It's so fun.
Yeah, I don't think it tarnishes legacy to go leave a place that you've been forever to go try and maximize your championship window. I don't think it hurts that.
So my date night last night with my football coaches, buddies, we went down a really fun path that could be an entire radio hour. Me and Brock and the rest of the quarterbacks. Greatest quarterback to ever wear blank number 1 through 19. And we went through it without cheating, and then we chat GPT'd for like what chat GPT deemed
Cam
to
Newton,
be
number 1.
Warren Moon. Without question, Warren Moon.
Okay.
But Cam Newton's
He's right there.
He's right there.
Tim Couch, number 2.
Yeah, total bust. Total bust. You know what,
Drew
number 2?
Lock, number 3.
You want to know who number 2 was? Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan, Hall of Famer or Hall of Very Good?
Hall of Very Good, but he's the best guy to ever wear number 2, which
Yep.
was also my jersey number and my dad's jersey number, of which we really never had an opportunity to do anything worthy of any kind of Hall of anything. Good, average, mid, whatever. We were just really good holders and backup quarterbacks. So, in talking about legacy, the jersey number 7 obviously came up. John freaking Elway, JFE. And I thought about John Elway. And I was like, he really did truly just play 15 years as a Denver Bronco and then became the general manager. And yet somehow, some way, some of us on these airwaves like to disparage the man.
Because he had a few years of a bad run as a GM. But
he also won
he
a
was
damn
also the
Super
dude
Bowl.
who brought Peyton Manning here.
So we talk
You
about
get a
legacy.
blank check.
You talk about legacy, man. John Elway, that's a real legacy. There's another man that I love when he talks about legacy. It's Mike Tyson.
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before, someone say that as an answer.
Oh, I just love Mike Tyson waxing poetic.
All right, it's
Is there anything better?
11:55 on a Friday. It means it's time to pop some tops, baby. I'm watching a couple of things. I am certainly watching Cleveland play football tonight. There is no way I'm missing a single second of Shedeur Sanders. It is the best story in the NFL preseason right now. And the other thing, Devin Glover on the text line, text in. The NASCAR series race, I'm not a NASCAR guy, but they're at Watkins Glen in upstate New York. I once sang the national anthem before a Watkins Glen race. There is a Syracuse number 44 car racing at Watkins Glen this weekend.
Wow.
I'm going to watch a
I
few
love
left-hand
that.
turns.
That's so cool, man.
Go Cuse.
That's a really cool dig right there. I'm going to go with the obvious one, man. I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit. It is time for Broncos freaking football. And we're going to watch the first-string offense, I believe, in some of the first-string defense, the best defense in the NFL, against the San Francisco 49ers, and it is going to be glorious. Tune in to 9 News and stay tuned, both at halftime and in postgame, because this ugly face that's built for radio is going to be on the television.
That's going to do it for us. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. We're going to send him off with some Glorilla, KJ. I hope you do. We'll see you guys at 10 a.m. on Monday.
What's going on? What's going on? What's happening? Friday. There was an interesting weather thing last night. I saw Chris Bianchi put this out. Yesterday was the highest low temperature of the year in Denver.
The highest low temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
The low was the highest it's ever been.
Mm-hmm. This year.
So why wouldn't it be the lowest temperature it's been at that time of the year?
Because that would be colder.
Yeah. Was it really that complicated? I thought that was kind of easy
I'm absolutely befuddled.
Okay.
So does that mean was that the coldest day yesterday that it's ever been?
No, for the lowest temperature of the day. All-time record, that was actually the highest it's ever been for the low of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now you make sense.
There you go. There's Chris.
74 degrees?
The warmest low.
Warmest low, sorry, not of the year. My bad. Warmest low since 1881.
I heard, I don't know if Sanford was exaggerated or not, but he said it was going to be 95 degrees at it's 7:30 tonight.
Okay.
No.
Well, we might have gone through yesterday, in total, the warmest day since 1881. So there have been harder temperatures.
Today's supposed to be hotter.
They had meteorologists in 1881.
Yeah, he sucked. Just look outside.
I mean, come on now.
Just look outside.
I mean, meteorology sucked in World War II. Patton was upset
1881
about it.
was the
So we had meteorologists measuring stuff in 1881.
I don't know. You probably could figure out a thermometer in 1881.
Lick your finger, stick it up in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying there were,
So didn't Denver just turn 100 years old?
140. Colorado had its 149th birthday.
So
Scott, we are the centennial state. What year was Colorado founded?
I would say, well, I got to figure.
He's messing around.
I'm trying to do.
I don't think so.
He's messing with us.
1820. I don't know.
Okay. We are the
centennial means 100.
Correct.
So we weren't a state in 100.
Oh my gosh!
There was apostles running around in 100.
It's too good.
When did we kick the Redcoats out?
Think about America.
So 1776,
So
1779.
And we are the centennial state.
So 1800?
He's messing with us.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're messing with us.
Well, listen, the expansion after World War II, after the Civil War, 1865, so then...
I mean, I gave you a hint, too. We just turned 149. You could do
Well,
that.
I don't
You could
want
do
to
it
do
that
the
way
math.
either.
They say
So that'd be
Galileo invented...
1925 minus 49 years?
What?
What
so
do you do?
1876.
Yes!
So what does that have to do?
I don't know how he got there, but he got there.
I did the math. But
I don't know how you got there, but you got there.
How was that centennial?
It's 100 from 1776. 1776
when
plus
America
100
became America.
is 1876. That's when Colorado was founded. It's a
okay.
centennial state.
So 5 years after we became a state, there was meteorologists.
Well, technically
Exactly.
speaking,
Oh, come on now.
according to
Talk about
Grok,
junk info. Talk about false information.
Exactly.
So 5 years after this place was a state, before there was even places really probably inhabited throughout this state,
Somebody had a thermometer.
somebody was a meteorologist.
well, according to Grok, the modern thermometer was actually created at around 1593 by
Look at
Galileo.
that. Look at that. Look at that. So thermometers have been a staple.
Was that pre or post Mercury?
It says modern.
So let me ask you this. Why are we Fahrenheit, not Celsius?
Why are we inches, yards, and miles instead of meters?
Are we Celsius? We're we're Fahrenheit.
We're Fahrenheit.
Yep.
All right.
What are we doing
you're
right now? Like
Celsius.
you guys are both just doing this bit that I usually do. This is usually my bit.
Dumb football player?
It'd just be the dumb one. Like I enjoy exaggerating it, and I'm fine with it. Like,
Well, once you explained it was 100 years after the country, that's until. But I'm talking with 1900.
I'm just saying it's really warm.
100.
Like it's one of the warmer days ever.
I thought it was nice out.
Yeah, it was,
you know,
all right.
But can I just be honest? It says 90 degrees
Yeah.
in my car. It didn't feel like 90 when I was walking in my bro tank.
Yeah, it felt nice, right?
Yeah.
Felt nice out.
It felt warmer like that to me.
Thank God we didn't have, if we'd had a thermometer in 1881 today, it'd be 112.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country.
84 degrees at 8 p.m. tonight.
So when did they set 0 on the thermometer? When they what'd you say, the thermostat or thermometer they came up with?
The modern thermometer?
Yeah, but are you sure that was to measure the outdoor temperature up the anal canal?
Well, that works for both.
Are these things on?
Yeah.
Are we?
I don't think they work for both.
I think it does. I mean, if you're sticking up the anal canal, what would be the difference?
Sorry, where are we?
That's how they used to take temperatures when somebody had a temperature was up the can.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So Mike McGlinchey.
That's how I still do it.
You still do it that way?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tougher when you're by yourself, though, isn't it?
No.
All of a sudden,
you just get it right where you need it.
all of a sudden, the WNBA conversation doesn't sound that crazy.
Yep. You know, there's betting odds on the color of the next one to be thrown.
I know.
I hope whoever throws the next one gets caught and gets penalized. To the fullest.
Did you see the guy who did get the 18-year-old who did get arrested for it?
Did they get the guy last night?
$100. He's still living at home.
Did they arrest the one from last night?
Well, I don't know about last night.
I don't know about last night, but the guy, whatever, is
in
like
L.A.
Yeah, you want to talk about mom's basement? Holy cow, Lord Almighty!
Yeah,
he probably really misses that. Probably wanted it back. You're going to throw me in jail.
You know what happened to him when he got back home?
I feel like there should be a rim shot. What happened to him when he got back home?
He sat on his couch and, Mom, meatloaf!
Oh, okay. Sophie Cunningham does have a sense of humor about it. Did you see her her little takes on it? I don't know if we can have our takes on it.
She's all of a sudden the favorite NBA player, WNBA player.
Well,
ever.
She's got a pretty good sense of humor. She likes fighting, and
she's hot.
She's pretty good looking. So it's a good combo. I mean, she doesn't take herself too seriously. She loves basketball. If you dig into her,
although Caitlin
basketball
Clark
stuff.
got on her and her teammate, the other blonde on the team. I guess they're sitting by the pool in L.A.
Mhm.
in bikinis taking pictures.
Well,
and Caitlin goes, "We're supposed to focus on basketball or something like that." I said, "I hope basketball didn't take the back seat or something like
Did
that."
you guys see Caitlin Clark deny her boyfriend a kiss in the tunnel a couple weeks ago?
Well, that was about a month ago. Yeah.
Game time. Got to lock in. Got to be serious.
But it was for the All-Star game that she was not playing in.
Well,
It wasn't as bad though as the headline when I watched it. I went, it's okay.
I don't know.
Should we start the show over?
No, this is the best show we've ever had.
Yep.
It is a good cold open.
I mean, we could we got 2 hours and 51 more minutes of this. We'd be gold.
All right, set up the show. What we go?
It's chill. It's relaxed. There's a walkthrough for the Broncos here today.
Are we going to get Leggy to check in today since he couldn't yesterday?
We have a multitude of folks coming on here today. We have who's the dude we have? We have a San Fran guy, Matt Barrows, who covers the Niners for The Athletic.
I was reading his timeline yesterday.
Okay, all right, good.
He hadn't updated in 2 years.
We have what?
I was wondering if it was like a Mike Kliss situation where Mike loses his Twitter account every 2 months.
Okay, well, Matt Barrows, he's our guy, right? He was
He's
there.
our guy. I was like, no, he was tweeting out stuff about joint practice yesterday.
Okay. We got Leggy coming on around 1:30.
Good.
And we have.
What about our buddy from Biscuits and Berries?
Biscuits and Berries. We have Zach Stevens around 2:30 today. So we're gonna go through all of it.
Hammer today.
Yeah, we're gonna nail it today.
Yeah.
Today we're gonna crush it.
Oh, good.
Because they're just walking through stuff, and there's no real practice going on today.
You guys watch any of the games last night?
A little bit. I tuned it on. I turned it on because I saw the what's his face Richardson get smoked.
Yep.
Dude, you know what? We went through.
He's an idiot.
He is an idiot. Yeah, I saw a breakdown.
Because that was on him, too. Right?
Oh, my gosh. I saw all these morons tweeting about it. Oh, way to go. Way to not protect your franchise quarterback on the first drop back of the season. Hey, dum-dums. It's empty protection.
Yeah,
it's empty protection, and you sit the slide left. That's quarterback hot. Yeah. That's his guy. And he's got to be responsible for him.
And Chase Daniels broke that down. I watched the video.
I saw it, too. The running backs open the
slot. Now, you could have made an argument they should have sent the slide to the right, and they could have solved their problem, but they didn't. And so the quarterback, that's his guy.
So, again, that's on the quarterback changing protection then, right?
Yeah, it depends on the organization. I bet they don't. I bet they have the whole line do it out there. They're probably not putting that on him.
Yeah, but even if it all falls apart,
now Peyton Manning, yeah,
you don't get the right call out. come on, bro. There's a running back in the flat that's wide open, and all right, it all went to hell.
He was looking.
there you
He
go.
was looking left and long. He never even glanced to the right side.
Yeah, he doesn't look to the side of the line where he's the most vulnerable. That guy's. I don't know, man. Maybe you get away with it in college, Tyler. But you just cannot be you can't have a dumb NFL football IQ in the pros.
I didn't watch the game, but I did watch the highlights, so I probably shouldn't analyze it. But from what I saw, Daniel Jones didn't look a whole lot better.
No, I think I loved it because I'm like, all right.
I expected Daniel Jones to look pretty good.
That's 2-0 for the Broncos right there.
Well, you're in now.
I'm in for those two games, although I'm nervous about Tennessee. We'll see how that goes, but they'll probably beat Tennessee.
At home?
You know, it's funny. I was going through the Bo Nix, T-shirt stuff with my younger kid who's a big YouTube, guy, lives his life with YouTube. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right,
Merch.
Oh, yeah. It's like, oh, yeah, of course.
Hey, wait, maybe we can put some books.
He goes,
kids' books on our
He goes, I was
space.
looking at Bo's thing. He goes, he said he thought the video was a little cringy and whatever. The video, he wasn't bothered by it. He just thought the video was not good.
Right.
It wasn't that good of a video, but he didn't have any problem.
It's like a self-documentary that's
yeah.
puffing me up.
All of his criticisms were just how the video was. Nothing about anything else. It's just the camera guy was this and this was that, and he should have done this with that, and the music should have been here, not there. It was all the video.
Production-wise.
Yes. And I go, well, the merch store. He goes, oh, yeah, that's fine. I go, oh, okay. He goes, yeah, of course he does that. Of course he does that. Not there's anything wrong with it. It's there'd be something wrong if he didn't do it. So, it might be just a get off my lawn moment. It certainly doesn't mean I'm rooting against Bo, that's for sure.
Right. But still a big moment for him tomorrow.
For Bo?
Yeah.
Tomorrow's not a big deal for Bo.
No, it's a big deal for the offense to show something that we haven't seen for 2 weeks. Now, when I say big deal, yeah, you know what? I don't want him to go out there and look like Drew Lock.
Oh, yeah,
that was pretty funny. Oh my
awful.
gosh! Drew Lock, a perfect veteran backup quarterback.
He's not going to
takes
turn
care
the
of the
ball
ball.
over.
Knows where to throw it. Boop, boop. 2 plays later, pick.
My Lord.
Although I thought he looked good after that. He looked better after that. Had a couple good throws.
Drew's a fine backup quarterback.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Yeah, whatever. He's getting paid to play in the NFL. Good for him.
Like $5 million or something.
Sure.
Like that,
He's made Drew Lock, I don't know, 50 million, 60 million so far? I don't know.
Oh, God, no.
You don't think so?
I don't think it's that
Hell
much.
no.
What do you think he's made? 25? 30?
Well, let's see. Hold on. What round was he? Second?
Yeah,
Second round.
I bet he's made
second round.
15 or 18.
Yeah.
Bradley Chubb year, 2018. Right? 2018? I think.
Sounds good.
No. Was he? Chubb. Yeah, I think he was. So he's been in the NFL this will be his 8th year in the NFL?
2019 draft.
2019. Oh, sorry. My bad. 2019. How much?
15.8.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm way off.
50
Tough
million.
life.
Still.
God bless.
Pretty good.
Poor
right?
guy. Only made 15.8.
In 6 years. Oh,
Well, this is his 6th.
19. Oh,
right?
yeah. 20, well, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. This will be his 7th year.
Okay.
But still, I mean, yeah, in 6 years, he's made $15 million. Where else you doing that? So, hey, Drew's a good dude. He's a nice enough guy. He's just not a high-quality quarterback. That's all. He's a nice guy, though.
He's got an arm, though.
Yeah. He's got skills. He's a good athlete. He's a nice dude. There's no hate towards Drew Lock. I thought he was put in a ridiculous situation here. Meanwhile, Teddy Bridgewater, that is so funny just to see him back in the NFL. Just back. I'm just back.
But it goes back.
Did they play last night?
Did they play?
Oh, I was just wondering why you brought him up.
I saw him in a press conference. I saw him in his football uniform talking to the media.
But it goes back. We were talking about somebody a couple weeks ago that if they want to, they could be a backup quarterback for another 10 years or so. Listen, Teddy Bridgewater showing there's money out there, and you can play a long time.
Heck yeah.
It's usually safer. Mark Brunell was an all-pro Pro Bowl quarterback for a while and ends up becoming a backup quarterback. What do you do? 7, 8, 9 years? I think?
Teddy's figured it out. He's just taking the off seasons off, and then he's coming back for training camp.
Yeah.
Last year, he came back at the end of the season.
Which goes back to what you said a while ago, that at that position, you just can't have a guy that's not football smart. Teddy Bridgewater's football smart. So now you get a guy that's got a little talent that's football smart, and he's your backup quarterback. That's perfect, isn't it?
Look at you getting us back onto sports, Scott. You did a good job there.
Thank you very much.
Seriously, very professional. If you want to get a hold of us, we're looking at you at the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. The conspiracy theory with Shedeur. Big game tonight. That's the banger to watch tonight. And how much money would you spend on the Savannah Bananas this weekend?
I'm going.
Oh, man. I can't wait to tell you what the tickets are going for coming up next.
All right, guys, gals. Hey, if you're out, microphone problems. Why does this happen to me? Why does this happen to me?
They haven't fixed it since
I'm not
yesterday.
doing my read for Revitalize Health. This is for my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. They will fix up your hair problem.
That mic needs to be restored.
Falling off.
If you got one. Guys, if you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends over at Vitalize Health. They're going to get you fixed up right. They're going to do it once. They're going to do it for life. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found in Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. You'll love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You'll love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're fantastic at what they do. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Well, I think all the great ones have that feeling. I think anybody that's had success and sustained success, especially in this league, you don't get motivated unless you have that little voice in your head that says you got to do more. This isn't enough. Now, you want to be able to control that to the point where it's not a detriment to you, because your greatest strengths sometimes, if they're undisciplined, can become your greatest weaknesses. But Bo has handled that line so well. He works tremendously hard and takes pride in being a great teammate and being the one in the forefront for us first. And the rest of his game follows suit after that. And I mean, the way he's come into this camp, the way he came into spring ball is tremendously impressive. And the Denver Broncos have a real shot because Bo Nix is our quarterback.
Hey, there you go. Mike McGlinchey, ex-Niner. We're in the Backus and Shanker studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Everybody loves Bo, guys. Come on, man. The whole team loves Bo. Why? Nobody needs to be dogging on Bo.
Hey, we keep talking about all this stuff that Sean Payton's talking about and all this noise about Super Bowls and top 5 QBs. And it's going everywhere. This is the problem. Now you've got Kyle Shanahan getting asked about it. Now you've got John Lynch getting asked about it.
Yeah.
Now you've got everybody all over the place getting asked about it. You know, like this is what happens when you open your mouth.
Yeah.
Now you've got other teams getting asked, hey, are the Broncos really Super Bowl contenders? And then what are they going to say? They're going to be like, no, they suck, right? They've got no chance. No, they're going to hype you up also, because that's what you do. You always hype up your opponents. And now we're going to have the most noise of any team in the NFL.
Yeah.
Well, there was one guy, Nick Wright. You got to hand it to him, man. He gets us talking about him a lot. You ready for this? Ready for this? This is his comparison with who Bo. Now, this does fit in to a little bit of a narrative that we've talked about. We've talked about the sophomore slump, but then again, Sean Payton said there is no such thing as a sophomore slump, except for perhaps Mac Jones.
My take going into the draft, Bo Nix was Mac Jones. Mac Jones in year one with the New England Patriots made a somewhat fraudulent Pro Bowl as an alternate. Bo Nix check. The team won 10 games kind of surprisingly, made the playoffs. Bo Nix check. The team played the Buffalo Bills in round 1, lost by 4 touchdowns. Bo Nix check. And Mac Jones that offseason trademarked Mac 10 and all this silly stuff. Go follow Bo Nix on YouTube. Here is my problem with the Broncos hype and discussion. Last year, they won 10 games. How did you do against playoff teams in your conference? Well, you played Pittsburgh week 2 and lost. You played the Chargers week 6 and lost. You played the Ravens week 9 and lost. You played the Chiefs week 10 and lost. You played the Chargers week 16 and lost. You played the Bengals, who weren't in the playoffs, but that was a playoff level game, week 17 and lost. You then played the Bills in the actual playoffs and lost 31-7. Why am I supposed to believe that team all of a sudden is going to be great?
Dude, it sounds like things you've said for months.
And I've only said it for let's slow the hype down just a little bit. Let's get the season underway. And listen, you got to prove. I think the football people who aren't just excited, and going back to McGlinchey talking, and I'll be honest, I know you guys love him and everything else like that. Boom, boom, boom. The mayor. We used to call him the mayor.
It's the mayor.
I take what he says about this team or Sean or players with a grain of salt. I mean, he's a politician. He's the best politician, offensive lineman I've seen since ever.
Bowles's the same.
We've
thing.
had a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, Bowles is probably the ultimate foxhole guy that you've ever seen. He's like Von Miller. He's gonna hype up anybody and everybody.
Yeah. But listen, to me, they got to prove it.
Does Nick Wright have a point?
Did he kill you with facts or did he make stuff up?
Well, those are all. I did not realize Mac Jones came out with the Mac 10 T-shirt.
Oh, that makes you.
But Nick Wright showed
does
an
that
example
scare you
of
a little bit?
A little bit. I didn't realize he had done that.
I didn't either.
But he had logoed Mac 10 and he had Mac 10 T-shirts for sale after his rookie year.
Ooh,
pretty funny, right?
Well, yeah.
We did have Elijah. What was his name? Elijah Wilkinson had the bus lane. He was a backup offensive tackle. He had a clothing line called the Bus Lane.
Yeah. He came into the studio at the other place with his dad with T-shirts.
Selling them?
He gave us some. We have Elijah Wilkinson Bus Lane T-shirts.
How long did he play in the league?
I don't know. Longer than he probably was expected to, because he was an undrafted guy that was just kind of a up by his bootstraps sort of dude. Like, he did well for himself for the time that he was here.
Hey, I know this is neither here nor there, but it's just fun for me. We've got some cool texters, man. We've got some smart people out there. So somebody just sent me in a text asking in 2015 when we played the Chargers if I intentionally flashed my hand on a hard count to try to get the defense to jump off sides. And I didn't really know what he was talking about, but I was like, yes, I would do that all the time. I would literally just take my hand and I'd go like that. When he'd say wide 80, said hut, and I'd go like that to just try to get the defense to jump off sides. He sent a video of it. Look at this. This is kind of cool. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah,
watch this. So this is that.
Can we put it up on the screen?
Oh, what happened here? Exit.
Dan's grabbing it.
Exit. Dang it.
Dan's grabbing it. Dan will put it up on the big screen.
Watch this. Just quick little flash.
Oh, here we go.
Jumps off sides.
Here we go. There's Polumbus. Oh, we got it on the big screen. Here, look at this.
Watch my left hand.
Left hand, okay. Kind of flexing it.
All it is just quick little flash of the left hand, and it gets him going.
Play that again.
So he's watching you instead of the football.
Yep.
That is too funny. This isn't even about you doing that. This is just another play.
This is just another play,
but you're just doing it.
But we've got an observant texter that noticed it.
That's great. Is that not technically a false start?
No. I mean, I don't know, maybe, but I mean, you'd have to get for the ref to call it. You would have to actually jump, like move your body. No ref's going to call,
or lift your whole hand up in the air.
No ref's going to call something I do with my hand like that.
That is awesome. Was that your guy that jumped?
Well, we had two guys jump. Mine was one of them.
Oh yeah.
Well, do you see 90 in the middle? Look who he points to. Run this again.
Oh, play it again. Yeah. Sorry, play it one more time.
And watch the guy that's offside in the middle, and look where he points.
Is he pointing at Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll watch the middle this time. That's a cool little move, dude. I never knew you did that.
I did it all the time.
That is an awesome little move.
Oh, yeah. He was pointing at me.
I told you.
Yeah.
All right, play it one more time. Is that because his eyes are over the ball and your hand
probably
is kind of on that line?
Or he might have been jumping because he saw 54
It's his eye. Yeah, his eye's kind of on the ball. His eye's on the ball, and your hand is right in line, more or less. Look at that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty damn cool.
Hey, that's an 8-year veteran that is just.
Who taught you that move?
No one. I just
figured it out.
Yeah, I just started doing it.
Would you ever do it like on the snap to sort of like set it up like that? That's a thing that you do.
I don't know if I did it. I'd be curious. Maybe that was just something I instinctively did.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
But I do remember about year 4, year 5, that just became something that I did.
Dude.
We had all kinds of little art, like little tricks of the trade. Like when it was a draw or something, you know, like me and Chris Chester, when I was playing out in Washington, I'd walk up to the line of scrimmage and I'd be like, hey, is it a screen? Is it a screen? He's like, yes, it's a screen. It's a screen. So we're trying to get everybody to jump up and go up the field, right, for the draw. Or if it's third down, right, I would do the opposite. I'd say, hey, is it a screen or is it a draw? Is it a screen or a draw? I don't know what the play is. And Chester would start yelling at me, it's a draw. Then you get the defense to be a little bit more relaxed.
That's awesome. That's like our guy Alfred when he was coaching youth football. He had a play called next play. So they would run a play bad on purpose, and he would go out there and he'd go, oh, same play. He would scream, same play, but it was a totally different play. And it was, you're having 10-year-olds win in football easier. So. All right, very cool. Hey, let me play you. I just mentioned Vaughn. I got a little Vaughn here for you guys. How much Vaughn misses the Broncos. He had an interesting comparison.
Being away from Denver and, at first it's like, yeah, I'm on a new team. And, as time goes, by, you just miss those days, man. I had spent so much time in Denver, man. They're doing so many good things with that organization, building a new facility and new stadium, and everything is just going crazy. They got a good team now. You're just like, damn, man. It's like seeing your old girlfriend with a new guy and she's happy.
Mm-hmm.
You like,
yeah, because at first, got the spank bank. But at first you won the breakup because you left, and then Nathaniel Hackett. So you were like, wow, that's a mess.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm here. But now she's starting to get in shape and she's starting to look good now, and she's bouncing back. And you're like, dang, I should send that hey big head text.
Hey big head text.
Wow. But hey, Commanders fans, I'm super happy to be here. We got a great team. I really feel like this Commanders team's got a chance to win a Super Bowl
You
this
gotta
year.
you gotta hand it to Vaughn. There's never been an ex-player who has had better things to say, or more genuine.
Not an active one. You see guys leave all the time, and then they come back around in retirement.
Yeah.
But I've never seen an active football player talk as much about the Broncos as Von Miller.
Yeah, and he could be a little bitter.
Well, he was
too,
politicking a little bit to come back.
Well,
as a
that's
free
what I was
agent
going to
this year.
say. If he wanted to be a little bitter, he could have been. He could be. Because he could have been back here. Seriously. He would have been back here on the Jeep.
Problem is, the only people that are here now that know him have just watched highlights of last Super Bowl. They don't have a real relationship with him.
Does Vaughn have any ex-teammates still on the team? He must have
How about
somebody.
ex-front office or ex-owners?
Oh, he was teammates with Cortland. He was teammates.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got a handful.
A few guys.
Yeah.
He,
Probably not a lot.
He wasn't a Sean Payton guy. He wasn't a George Payton guy. Not really.
Should he be here?
No, probably not. I mean, they've got some real good players playing his same position. He's a situational guy, as Sean Payton would say now. They don't. It's not the right fit. I don't think. Do you?
No, I agree with you. We talked about this when he was available, and my take on it was we've just got too many young, talented pass rushers that you just we don't have the need for him right now.
Who are you taking off the field for Vaughn?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Even young guys like Jonah Ellis, you want to have some run. And
listen, it would be an epic. I don't know what the story is, but it'd be an epic story if he could come back and finish things off here. That'd be really, really cool. I don't think it made sense.
Looks like.
Well, I'll bet they let him come back and sign one of those one-day contracts, have a press conference, and
Vaughn's going in the Hall of Fame. He's going to go to the Ring of Fame. He's going to have a statue and the whole thing of that. He's one of those guys. Ain't no doubt about it. And it would not surprise me if he came back and lived here too. But Vaughn's loaded. He might have 4 or 5 houses over who knows
he's
where.
got a chicken farm in Texas. So.
Yeah, I think he'll settle in Texas, but he'll probably always have a house here.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
man. He's Von Miller. Well,
something.
Club 58. All right. Shedeur Sanders tonight. How interested are you in this game tonight? Scale of 1 to 10. 10 whoopee.
I mean,
1,
in terms of a preseason football game, this is about as interested as I get.
Well, last night watching some preseason football reminded me you took time out of your life to watch game 1 of preseason. It was a big reminder. I went, ooh.
There's zero chance I'll watch the whole game, but I am very curious.
I'll watch every snap that he's in.
He's doing, yeah. And I want him to succeed. It's conspiracy theory, Stephen A. Smith.
I think he's being set up to fail. That's right, I'm going to say it.
Okay.
Here we are on national television, right? There's been 11 practices, if I remember correctly. He's been he's been playing against the 3rd unit. He's 4th on the depth chart. And then suddenly you throw him into the start lineup, and he hasn't had any reps with the first team at all. Think about that. So you're just going to throw him to the wolves like that, huh? I mean, if he had first team snaps in practice, I don't say that. But he doesn't, and then all of a sudden he's starting tomorrow night. It's like you want him to fail. I'm not accusing the coaches of doing this. I'm not accusing the GM of doing this. But that owner, Mr. Haslam, that's a different animal right there. Mr. $230 million guaranteed deal to Deshaun Watson. And then he going to come out this time around. I had nothing to do with this pick. I didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, that wasn't me. That was GM Barry right there. That wasn't me. The owner sitting up there. It wasn't me. Wasn't me. Yo. It wasn't me. That's what he was saying. And I'm saying, really? That's what we doing now?
Well, if he's not accusing the coaches, who's he accusing?
He named everybody that could be accused and didn't accuse him. The problem is all he did was read an article that was in one of the papers, The Athletic or something that I read 4 or 5 days ago that were saying the same thing. So now it's finally gotten to him. So, yeah, we're on, like, he's breaking it.
Well, I mean, at least Louis Riddick had the guts to, name it. Like, these coaches are setting him up to fail right now. This isn't on the GM anymore. I mean, maybe it was a messed up situation, but these coaches are the ones that are deciding the practice reps.
I will say this. They could be setting him up to fail in their minds. I'm not saying they are or they aren't. But it can also backfire on him, and he comes out and shines. They in trouble. Because if he goes out in tonight's game and balls, you've set yourself up maybe the wrong way.
It's going to be
all the reports I've got. He's been more accurate than Pickett or Gabriel in practice.
Yep.
So maybe it is a reward.
It's an interesting game tonight. We'll dig into it more, and Dion talked about it earlier today. They had their media day, like CU, so we heard about, soccer and cross country, and then we eventually got to football. But we'll have that for you a little bit after 1 o'clock. Savannah Bananas, real quick. And coming up in about 8 minutes, Matt Barrows, who covers the Niners for The Athletic, was at the practice, so we'll get a Niners perspective on that joint practice in a second from Matt. Have you looked at the secondary market, like StubHub, whatever, for ticket sales for the Savannah Bananas at Coors Field this weekend?
I got 5 tickets for that.
Wow.
For Sunday.
The cheapest ticket I saw in the rock pile, $140.
Jeez.
In the rock pile. Standing room only in the rooftop, $160 to $200. I saw 11 tickets, behind home plate, like primo seats. $750 each a ticket.
For a Harlem Globetrotters of baseball show.
How did you get the tickets? What did you pay? What is your story with going to the game?
I'm married to the warden.
Okay.
Who is the queen of every single fan club of an event that she wants to go to, so she can get early access.
Okay.
So I'm sure she joined the mailing list / fan club of Savannah Banana, whatever they're called. And then she was on it literally with her phone and her computer.
The moment they went on sale.
The moment it went on sale.
So you probably have do you know where your seats are? Do you know anything?
I don't. I'll ask her.
All right. Well, I'm just telling you, dude, just if you want a trip, go on any of the secondary places and look at the tickets. Because I was thinking about, maybe, right? I've never seen it in person. It's not my biggest jam in the world, but it's kind of cool with what they're doing.
I do think it'd be fun in person. I think it was Coach Sanford. Somebody was going on a rant about it, how it's just not a good TV product. And
that's wrong.
I don't know.
Well, no, he's literally wrong because the numbers are bananas for them.
But you can watch it. Well, I'm just speaking from own opinion here.
Okay.
You can watch it once, but once you've watched it once, do you really need to watch it again?
Well, I know as a kid, Harlem Globetrotters was on ABC once a year. And it was a must-watch TV every single time, because back then, they never came, in a little town in Kansas, they never were coming close to us. So you couldn't miss it. We did go down the wormhole yesterday and watch probably 15 minutes of highlights and some of the gigs they do and different stuff like that.
Yeah.
Very athletic, very talented, kind of fun.
Well, and what is super cool is every city they go to, they bring an element of that city. They bring ex-players that take in at bat. They do something very specific for the city.
Do we know who's doing it?
I do not see that. Nope, you're not supposed to. That's the big surprise.
I think Ryan McMahon.
Nice.
All right, we can dig into this Savannah Bananas a little bit later, too.
That'd be funny.
But we'll talk about the Niners and the Broncos practice with Matt Barrows of The Athletic coming up next.
Hey guys, it's the weekend, and I know that means it's time to go car shopping for a lot of you guys. Don't waste your whole weekend driving all over Colorado trying to find a new car. Go to Phil Long Ford. They've got the best inventory. They've got the best prices. They've got the best selection. They got the best customer service. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. If you haven't tried one of those electric vehicles, you're missing out. Check out that F-150 Lightning, the Ford Mach-E Mustang. Incredibly fun vehicles to drive. Guys, you're going to become a customer for life once you buy that first vehicle from Phil Long Ford. That's what happened to me. I've been buying cars there since my rookie year. and I keep going back because they treat me with respect. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price, and I always find the vehicle of my dreams. New or pre-owned, it's on the lot at Phil Long Ford right now. With an award-winning service department, remember to keep your vehicle serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
I thought it was great. A respectful defense. They've been really good for a long time now. New DC, but they didn't really change much, and they go back with a lot of good players. It was good to see a different pace, different speed, different scheme, and I think it was good for us. It was always nice to play against another team besides yourself in this time of year.
All right, we go out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Also, our sponsor for Broncos Training Camp, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. And we welcome to the show Matt Barrows of The Athletic, writing and covering the Niners out there in San Fran. Matt, welcome to our show. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys.
Okay, what's the skinny? What'd you see there from the old Niners perspective?
Well, from the old Niners perspective, I saw a Denver defense that really whooped up on the 49ers offense, the first string offense. I would say for 3/4 of the practice, the Niners started moving the ball appropriately during move the ball drills towards the end there, and there's a 2-minute drill at the end. But I thought that Denver's defense really, and it was everything. It was the running game. There were a couple of early Christian McCaffrey runs that were stopped at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage. The 49ers had trouble completing passes, just very aggressive. And I think, Broncos fans saw this last year, of course, but I think you're going to see the same thing and maybe a little bit better with the addition of Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, I was going to say, you didn't even get the full compliment because Greenlaw, when he's been able to practice, has been pretty solid too. And you know him, when he's healthy, that guy can play.
Yeah, for sure. He was out there in sort of a cheerleader role. He was sort of leading the linebackers through their drills and stuff like that. But he did not practice, and I assume that he's not going to play on Saturday.
No.
Hufanga, however, was very visible to me. The 49ers tried an end around at one point, and Hufanga came flying in and made the tag. Would have blown up the play, and then had another kind of solid thud later in the practice. He actually knocked down Amir Abdullah, whom the 49ers just added, and who Broncos fans probably remember from being with the Raiders the last few years. So visible, audible practice from Hufanga. I know that he was kind of jazzed to be back in Santa Clara, seeing his former teammates.
Matt, we've had a lot of hype about Bo Nix around here lately, and it feels like every time you wake up, Sean Payton is saying something else to some national reporter about how good he is. So curious your thoughts on what you saw there, and then follow-up question on it. You can take Bo Nix or Brock Purdy today to lead the 49ers. Who are you taking?
Well, let me answer the first one first. I think that the 49ers defensive line, particularly the defensive ends, and particularly Nick Bosa, gave the offense, Bo Nix's first-string offense, a lot of issues yesterday, and Bosa collected, I don't know how many, quote-unquote, sacks he would have picked up. But on a number of those plays, Bo Nix was flushed from the pocket. And what struck me is that he's a really good thrower on the run. I think that the Broncos' biggest successes offensively, certainly in the move the ball periods, were on broken plays where he had to improvise and then found somebody deep downfield and connected that way. So that's what struck me. I was kind of obsessed with the 49ers defensive line because they've got all sorts of changes, new additions to that line, Bosa being the constant. But I thought that the offensive line, particularly the left side of the Broncos offensive line, was a little leaky, and it really forced Bo Nix to, like I said, do a lot of ad-libbing, and he was good at that. And I'm going to take the coward's way out with this. I'm just not a Bo Nix student. I am a student of Brock Purdy's, and I just know that he's a really good fit for Kyle Shanahan and this offense. So I'm going to stick with the incumbent on that one.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you got to be. That being said, what year or what kind of year do you expect from the 49ers? Obviously, they're doing everything they can to keep McCaffrey healthy, but you guys had a lot of important players for you guys leave this past offseason. What's the expectations for the 49ers as a club?
Yeah, I think the offense is going to be good. I think McCaffrey, they are kind of holding him at bay a little bit, but he's close to where he was back in 2023 when he was the Offensive Player of the Year. George Kittle has looked really good. He's probably been the best offensive player in camp so far. And you've got Trent Williams at left tackle. You still have a lot of talent on that offense. I think offensively the question is wide receiver. They're gonna be light on receivers to begin the season. There's going to be no Brandon Ayuk. They brought in DeMarcus Robinson in free agency. He's an ex-Ram. he's probably going to be suspended for the first 2 or 3 games to begin the season. So they're going to have to really be creative and lean on guys that are unproven at that wide receiver spot to begin the season. So that's a bit of a question mark. And then I alluded to this earlier on defense. A lot, and it could be 8 new starters, new faces on defense, and a bunch of them might be rookies. So that defensive line, they've got to replace Trey Greenlaw. That's a huge deal, as was proven last year, and really their safety position with Hufanga now in Denver is totally new as well. So a lot of new pieces that have to kind of be cohesive, and I just think at the beginning of the season, the offense will have to really carry this team, and then at some point the defense will catch up. At least that's I think the plan, the ideal plan for the 49ers in 2025.
Did you guys catch Christian saw the 9 News, and he was like, 9 News. And Matt, it's funny because we've known Christian since he was, a little kid.
Yeah.
And he showed out Susie, who's a good pal of ours, Susie Wargen. And it was just it was a weird moment because I hadn't realized, Matt, that Christian's never played against the Broncos. I had no idea. He has never played against the Broncos.
That feels hard to believe.
I know. So this is it. First time, preseason. Crazy, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if he's going to get on the field on Saturday.
He still may not play against
the Broncos. Right.
I think he'd love to, but I think Kyle Shanahan will put the kibosh on that pretty quickly. I'm eager for a preseason game in Denver because I think there will be a big ceremony maybe at his high school. They've always wanted to retire his jersey, and I think that would be a great homecoming. So hopefully that's scheduled in the next couple of years. I know that I forget the last time we were out in Denver in August, but that's a great spot for a joint practice. And gosh, I'm sure McCaffrey would love to have a bit of a homecoming there.
Isn't it kind of funny with us getting a couple free agents this year from
Denver, San Fran?
There's a pipeline.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's almost like they're sister franchises.
I think, Matt, do you get that vibe too? It's kind of weird.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look at the head coach. He was
we remember him when he was a kid.
The Denver Broncos for a long time, and look at Christian McCaffrey's dad played for both of these teams. So yeah, there's a ton of overlap. I didn't even mention Mike McGlinchey, who's a favorite here, just because he's such a congenial guy. Everybody.
Hey,
loves
Matt, don't leave out Lisa McCaffrey, who played soccer at Stanford. We do not leave her out either, Matt.
I would never dare to leave Lisa McCaffrey out. I did a story on Lisa McCaffrey, who ran, I forget what the time was. She ran like a sub 4.540 when she was pregnant with her last son. So I've always thought, okay, that's where Christian gets his speed. Maybe not from his dad as much as he does from his mom.
All right, great stuff. We appreciate it, Matt. Enjoy. It sounds like the game is going to be a little bit of a wash. It seems like yesterday was the most interesting day. So, but that's cool. It's cool to get your insight on it, and we really appreciate it. Thank you, Matt.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Matt Barrows. What is Lisa saying? That is such a lie. If she is saying that,
sub 4.5,
that is such a Lisa thing to say.
I think that might have made her the fastest woman on the planet if that was true.
But isn't that not right up Lisa's alley just to lie about something like that?
I remember her being filmed.
Scott, she just would make stuff up. That's Lisa.
Well, she was. DMac just calling her a liar.
She's not running a sub 4.540. Being pregnant, period. Get out of here.
I agree. There might have been an exaggeration there. I'm not ready to call her a liar.
It was handheld.
Not a liar. What do you want? It's Lisa being Lisa. That is awesome.
Well, why don't we get her on and ask her?
Sure. You want me to?
I'm pretty certain that would have made her the fastest woman on the planet.
All right. We could try to reach out to Lisa and confirm the 4.540 story. She's probably out there, right? You'd think she's out there. Her and Ed are out. Gotta figure out what all their kids are doing these days.
They got one in Washington.
Yeah, Luke is doing all right.
Yeah,
he's doing all right.
We were hoping they'd draft him here last year.
And that was remember when we had Luke on, and it was just I could not believe how much he sounded like Ed. It was like it was crazy. All right, we'll see if we can track that down. It's PhD here on 92.5. We appreciate you watching us as you can on Twitch, the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. It was a listener's idea for something with the Rockies. And I need to go to Safeway to get something, and I'm going to bring it out on Monday.
Really?
I'll leave it as a little bit of a surprise. And it's maybe it's fun, maybe it's not fun.
Get a Safeway gift bag? Rocky's gift bag?
You know what? Find out on Monday.
Well,
But I'm just going to, Safeway is a place that has what I'd be looking for. It's across the street from where I live. Ish.
Oh, they have paper bags backer now.
Well, maybe you see where we're going with this. It could always be tweaked. It's a good idea. It could always be tweaked.
Saints fans are saying, hey, we'll show you how.
Okay. All right. See, I can't get things past you, my man. What do I got here? Oh, you getting the Sophie Cunningham thing? You gonna put that up there? Okay. All right, let me go to listen, if Sophie Cunningham is laughing about things, then can't everybody laugh about things?
No.
Okay. Let's get to Prime. This is earlier today. Prime on Shedeur playing tonight.
It's going to be strange for both of us. I was in the hospital the last time. I missed, I think, 3 games. And this time I'm well. But, you know, me going out there taking that walk and him taking that walk and he know I'm not there. That's different. That's different for him. So, but he's so prepared right now. A lot of people are approaching it like a preseason game. He's approaching it like a game. And that's how he's always approached everything, to prepare and to approach it like this is it. He's thankful and appreciative of the opportunity. He don't get caught up in, you know, all the rhetoric in the media. He's far beyond that. He was coached through that when he was a kid. So we've always gone through that, and he's always navigated his way. Some of the stuff is just ignorant. Some of it is really adolescent, but he's far surpasses that, and I can't wait to see.
Okay.
Dad.
Mm-hmm.
But also example why you didn't want him at camp.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a, you know, he'd have been having a bigger press conference than Stefanski had he been gone to camp.
He might have had a media scrum at the Browns practice.
Yeah.
You know, like, he can't help himself. Shedeur's doing a great job of staying quiet. He's doing a great job of it.
Yeah.
And I get it, man. I'd be a proud dad also.
Yep.
I would be. But that's the exact reason why Shedeur doesn't want him out there.
Right. If DMac were his dad, DMac could have gone. Or Tyler or me or whatever. But no. If he'd have showed up, we talked about it before it was there, right?
And the three of us would have been sitting in the family tent.
And we'd have been sitting in the family tent, and you know what? We wouldn't have had a press conference. If he'd have showed up, I promise you there'd have been a scrum.
Maybe.
There'd have been a scrum. And you know what? He'd have had it at the same time as the head coach. And which one you going to? If Prime's at your practice, post-practice, and there's Prime and there's a scrum going on and there's your head football coach, where's everybody going?
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Shedeur tonight, man. There is. It's an unfair amount of pressure on a preseason football game for your first game you've ever played.
For a 5th-round draft pick.
But it is what it is, and this is the world that he lives in. Some of it is his doing. Some of it is not his doing. But it's a mania, and there's a lot riding on this thing.
Here's the difference. He plays well tonight. This is going to be Tebow-esque type of town fervor.
Do you think he does have, is your vibe that he does have the fans with his back there in Cleveland like they want to see him?
I think right now they have his back, and if he were to play really well tonight, it'll be insane.
We should get someone on from Cleveland on Monday.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's won them over. Like if they really are into Shedeur.
Listen, I mean, once he didn't get picked, Tyler, see if you agree. Once he didn't get picked, he became the underdog. And what do we all love?
Yep. America loves a fall from grace and a redemption story.
Yep.
They love them both equally. And now they're rooting for the redemption story. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, D-Mac, I don't know how to answer your question. I'm not out there.
Yeah.
I know locally it feels like the vibe has turned. Because, listen, there were tons of Shedeur Sanders haters here locally. And there were plenty of Shedeur Sanders stands that were way over the top, right? But it felt like the vibe really turned towards the haters as we got closer and closer to the draft. And now it just feels like, hey, man, it almost feels like if you're still hating on the dude, that's about you, man. Like at this point, if you're still hating on someone that already got humbled, I get it, man. Sometimes you're rooting for somebody to get humbled. Mm-hmm. I get it. It's human nature. You see somebody. But once they've already been humbled, if you're still rooting for them, for somebody to just step on their throat, I think that says a lot about you as a human being.
And there still are. There still are. Listen, we all loved Tiger Woods coming at this cocky, brash college kid, winning amateur opens and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden he bursts on the scene, and everybody loved the ride. But they loved the fall. The pancake jokes became worldwide.
And how many people, when Tiger Woods fell, because there was morality issues, there was wife stuff, there was pills, there was whatever. Right. How many people said, I will never root for that man again?
And then what happened a few years later? And now he's 3 surgeries, 2 back surgeries, knee surgeries, blah, 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 all the stuff he's had, broken legs. And all of a sudden now he goes, what the Masters he won? What was it?
He won the Masters again.
And everybody was.
Are you talking about the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach when he won by like 18 strokes?
I don't know. When he came back after falling from grace, he had
when he came back. Okay.
3 or 4 years of nothing happening. And then all of a sudden, I don't know. Was it the Masters he won? And it was like such a surprise, and everybody jumped back on, except for the people you talked about that will hate him forever. Just like, guess what? Shedeur rubs some people the wrong way, and those people will hate him forever.
Well, let me point out a couple differences, though, between Tebow and Tiger and Shedeur. Tiger and Tebow, whatever you think about Tebow, he was unbelievably successful. Won the Heisman Trophy, won a national championship. Lost a national championship, but was right up there. Tiger was winning tournaments from the jump, winning, all this stuff. Yeah. Like, Shane Gillis said at the ESPYs, 13-12, and, lost the Alamo Bowl. Like, it was great for us as Colorado fans.
Because we knew where they came from.
Right. But if you were to look at it from the outside, if you're a Browns fan, I mean, what did he ever do?
The national story on Shedeur was more of the brassness and the show the watch moment than it was turning a program around.
So from an outside perspective, you could see, dad's kid, brash, the watch thing. Like he's this type of athlete who feels entitled, and he's celebrating all these successes that he never really had. Is that an underdog story?
Well, it wasn't. No, it was not.
It wasn't.
But he's been humbled. He already has gone through the humility stage.
Mm-hmm.
It happened. Everything that everybody was rooting for, because he was loud, because he was brash, you got what you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
He got embarrassed in the most public forum, in the biggest way you could possibly imagine. And now, what else could you be rooting for? Like if you're still rooting for bad things against the guy, I don't know what to tell you.
Do you have to be a man of the people to be embraced as an underdog? Because he's never been a man of the people.
I don't think so. I think you just got to be, in one aspect, this is going to sound bad. I just can't think of another way to say it. You got to be bigger than the people. You just got to be so big that people just want a story to latch onto.
I mean, at the end of the day, fans root for success. If you can be successful out there, that's what they'll latch onto. Yeah. But Tebow, listen, man, I mean, he eventually had success, but listen, he had some rough patches, where it just did not look very good. I think he was. I don't think there's anything like Tebow. I think he's different for a million different reasons.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, he burst on the national scene as a collegian because he was just dominant.
Yeah.
I mean, you can not like Tebow, you can not like his fate, you can not like whatever. But he's one of the most successful college quarterbacks that's ever been.
Well, I mean, a lot of people liked all that, loved all that.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people that was the reason, and they didn't pay attention to any of the
especially once you got to the pro.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, I was out there when Kyle Orton was like getting booed in training camp. It was weird. Tebow's getting, all this attention, whatever, and just look on the field. Most of the time on those NFL training camps, most of the time, everybody looks like they kind of fit in. Everything looks kind of the same. I've never seen anything like the difference with Tebow and other quarterbacks practicing on air. I mean, there were some crazy things Tyler was on the field with them. That was just like you felt bad for him. Like you're rooting for him in practice to throw a good ball. That doesn't happen in typical NFL training camps. You just take a lot of things for granted.
I disagree. I disagree with people who were rooting for it at the time because Tebow didn't go through a humbled stage. And I think there were a lot of people that were still rooting for Tim Tebow to get humbled. And so when he threw the helicopter pass, it went wild. and everybody ran with it because it was fun to make fun of Tim Tebow, right? And then he came back and he was doing what we hope Shedeur Sanders could do for the Browns.
I think there were a lot of media people who were rooting against Tim Tebow. I know there were a lot of media people that, because here's what the media does. They plant their flag and they want to be right. So they'll just keep going.
Really?
Hey, I get it. I get it. And when you
Why do I always have to say it? You just sit back and look.
I've been doing this with him for too long, buddy.
When you can be right. Yes! That's awesome. Yes!
That's planting the flag right there.
That was a long planted flag. But I was critical of Bo this week. I'll call it out if I see it, if I believe it. Doesn't mean I'm rooting against him.
Nick Wright was right there in your camp.
He was in your camp. When I'm listening to Nick Wright, I'm like, my God, this is just stuff Scott has said over and over again.
But he also brought your
Yeah, that was a surprise. I didn't realize there were Mac 10 T-shirts. Is Mac Jones still is he in the NFL?
Yeah, he's with the 49ers.
Oh, he's okay. So we'll see him this weekend.
We'll see him this weekend, I bet.
That's too funny. That is that's got to be
I think he's with the Niners.
The most significant sophomore slump, though. From going rookie, winning record, playoff appearance to
we get
garbage.
What's the cat in Houston? We get on him a little bit for not playing as well as second year. They still went to playoffs. And I think they won a playoff game, didn't they?
I'm not trying to imply anything here, okay? I'm really not. But you want to compare and contrast Mac Jones' rookie stats to Bo Nix's?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, we can keep going down this path.
It's creepy. It's creepy how close these things are, okay? Mac Jones' rookie year. 3,800 yards. Bo Nix rookie year. 3,775 yards. Mac Jones, completion percentage, 67.6. Bo Nix, 66.3. Touchdowns, Mac Jones, 22. Bo Nix, 29. Interceptions, Mac Jones, 13. Bo Nix, 12. They had the same freaking season. They had the exact same season. And so when we sit here talking about Bo Nix like it's an expectation of a pure linear progression that it's only going to go forwards, hey, man, NFL's a tough league. I'm not predicting something. I'm not trying to tell you that Bo Nix is going to become the next Mac Jones. I'm not saying he's going to be playing on 3 teams in the next 3 years. I'm just telling you, Mac Jones had a hell of a rookie year also.
He did. And he had a sophomore. Well, it's slump. Was it really that bad, though?
Well, the turnovers, 14 touchdowns, 11 turnovers.
Not great.
900 less yards.
Not great.
Percentage and a half less completion percentage.
Probably a push there.
Sacked 6 more times in 3 less games.
Kind of ran the same. What was the record? I don't even know. The 2022 page. It was probably terrible, right? Whatever it was. I mean, they're in the playoffs the year before. I mean, it was definitely down. It was definitely less than.
Well, his quarterback rating was 92.5 and went to 84.8.
Yeah, and then the third year, it was kind of like over.
So his junior year really stunk.
Yeah.
Well, the third year was the Matt Patricia year, which that would destroy any quarterback.
Right. Mac Jones is a sneaky Sam Darnold candidate.
Yeah.
Sneaky Sam, he's with Kyle. If he's with the Niners.
Yeah.
He's with a great coach.
Well, we've said that before with the player. If you can't get better under Kyle Shanahan as a quarterback, as your head coach, then Mac Jones doesn't have a chance.
Yeah.
Let's see if he gets better. Well, Darnold, where was Darnold at? Was Darnold with 49ers or was he with the Rams? Which is also
he was with the 49ers.
He was. Then Minnesota. Yeah. Now where's Darnold? Darnold's with Seattle, right? Of course.
And our guy that's now had a rebirth also was in L.A. He's at Tampa Bay now. Baker's all of a sudden.
Baker's like a stud.
But again,
now.
You go to a young coach and knows a little something about offense and coaching and quarterbacks and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And amazing, some guys that people thought pretty highly of them.
Yep.
I mean, they thought pretty highly of these guys.
Baker's widely considered a top 10 quarterback in the league right now. I don't know about Darnold. We'll see how things turn. I mean, he had a great year last year in Minnesota, obviously. It'll be interesting with Mac Jones with Kyle. Yeah, that will be interesting. Saturday's game's
He
going to
could be Sam Darnold next year.
Well,
get 2 or 3 starts this year, play pretty good.
It's crazy if you get the right coaching in your right situation, good things could happen. And it can destroy you too. Just the saying the opposite.
Yeah,
So
and
we'll see.
the best thing we can say for Bo Nix that Mac Jones did not have is that Bo Nix has continuity.
Yeah.
And,
for
and
sure.
he's got the same head coach. He's got the same play caller.
All right, Jeff Legwell coming up at 1:30. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, here we go. Nice weekend in front of us. And if it's not great for you because you're dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get things going for you in the right direction. ED stinks, causes all sorts of stress, depression. You just don't need it. So, to get your life going the right way, all you have to do is reach out to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work where the pills or herbals fail with success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So get with the program and change things up significantly in your personal life. Your initial visit's only $99 to get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call them today, up and down the Front Range, 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It was very difficult. I think, I did a lot of growing here. As a young kid coming in, I graduated early from college and then came right in here. try to grow as a man. You know, this is where I got married at. This is where I had my first kid at. And so a lot of growth was here. You know, so a lot of great memories and a lot of great experiences. You know, been to 2 NFC championships, to 3, 1 Super Bowl. You know, those are memories that you'll take forever. And so for me, just to be back here is special. But I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
That's Talanoa Hufanga. See, he went through a lot, man, as a Niner. Appreciate you listening wherever you are, and you can always follow us on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. What's that like, Tyler, going back to a place that's home to face them? You've had that happen a couple times, obviously.
Yeah, it's weird. Obviously, the longer you play in one place, the more weird it becomes. My deal was bizarre, dude. So when I got cut by Denver, I went out to Detroit for 5 or 6 days. I got traded to Seattle, and within 10 days, my first game ever, not as a Bronco, week 1, I was starting for the Seattle Seahawks. I'd been there for like 3 days, and I was their starting left tackle in day 1, and it was back here at Mile High. So my first game, not as a Bronco, was here at Mile High. Talk about bizarre.
That was crazy.
I didn't even know what to feel. I'd been on that team for like a hot minute. Literally been there for like 48 hours, it felt like.
So you knew everybody on the other roster better than...
I didn't know my own teammates. Yeah. And Pete Carroll made me a captain for that game. I'd been there for 48 hours or whatever it was, and he made me a captain, which was cool of him to do. But
did the coaches from
that was
Seattle...
the only game in my career, by the way, I was ever a captain.
That's funny. Did they ever come to you that week and ask you about the Broncos secrets?
Oh, God, yes.
They did.
Oh, hell yeah. I had multiple one-on-one meetings that were just me and full staff.
Okay.
And up there, and I was singing like a canary, man. And I didn't care. I mean, I'm snitching on everything. I mean, you want the offensive line calls? I know the defensive line calls. I know everything.
That's awesome.
I think that stuff is really overrated, personally.
Okay.
I mean, there's only so much you can get out of that. But I had 2 different, probably 45-minute to hour-long meetings with the entire staff.
Okay. Did you ever feel a sense of loyalty? Because you were drafted by the Knicks, right?
Drafted by the Knicks,
but you weren't
traded
there
to the
that
Hawks,
long,
drafted
right?
by the Heat, free agent to Detroit, traded to Denver.
So where did you feel your loyalties?
Well,
if anywhere.
I was in Atlanta for most of 6 seasons.
So
5.5 years. But here's my funny story. So I get drafted in the offseason in the expansion draft to go to Miami. So we play back in...
Well, hold on. I'm a little confused. So you're on the Knicks?
No, I'm with Atlanta.
You're with Atlanta. They have an expansion draft.
Expansion draft, I get drafted by...
So you were drafted twice, basically.
I was drafted twice, yeah.
Right.
So I'm in Miami. Played Atlanta. I go out with John Koncak for dinner the night before, and he goes, just know this, when you get in the game, if you get in the game, I'm going to F you up, because we're kind of boys. So late in the game, I think they're winning. I go in for like a little hook shot, and he just comes over and rakes me and knocks me down. And he's laughing, and they want to get the game over so they don't call a foul.
Okay.
I go after official. I get kicked out.
You get double teed?
Well, I just got one, but they kicked me out right away because I said a word. You can't say that in baseball. I did one of those you can't say that in baseball type things to the official.
All right, I don't want to get bogged down with semantics, but I thought in basketball you did need 2 tees to get.
No, they kick you out after one.
Really?
Yeah,
if you say the magic word.
If you say some real good magic words,
okay.
They can get you out right away.
All right.
Anyway, so he kicked me out. Now, here's the funny part of the story. And I'd been in Atlanta for 5.5, 6 years. I think everybody liked me. I get kicked out. I start heading off the field locker room. I'm going to Atlanta's locker. Because it's the first time I ever played in Atlanta that I wasn't with Atlanta.
Right.
I get 2 steps down the little bomb to go that way. And it hit me. I go, I don't belong here. I get back. The whole crowd that's left is like dying laughing because I go. I have to turn around and start heading the other way. All my guys on the bench are like dying. They're laughing. My ex teammates. You know them well. So yeah, that was my my one time going back. It was always special going back to Atlanta.
How are the butterflies when you go back?
Oh, I was ready to go.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, I had butterflies for every game, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
but there's definitely a little extra pride that comes into that one. First, it's your boys. It's different when you're playing your boys.
Same vibe in preseason.
It's almost like a childhood vibe. You know, it's almost like you're playing high school football against your buddy that was on your youth team but went to the other local high school.
Yeah, every time I went back, even in Atlanta, back to New York is always special because that's your first home. Denver was your first home. First home, Knicks. And most of the guys were still there the next couple of years that I was there. So, I still hang out, I wouldn't hang out with them, but it was
How long were you with the How long were you with the Knicks?
Half a season.
Not long. Not too long.
Traded my rookie year.
Yeah.
But it was still special, right?
Oh, sure.
I had a
of
good
course,
connection with some season ticket holders. For some reason, they loved me. Peter Vesey loved me.
Okay.
I was like one of his guys for sources, I guess. I don't know, but Peter and I have been friends for a long time. And then when I was in Atlanta forever, and then even when I was in Miami, you go back to Atlanta. Only went back once because, believe it or not, we were a Western Conference team, and we were the Miami Heat. And we were in the Western Conference.
Right?
Yeah, think about that.
That's the way it was.
Think about that. We're in the Western Conference.
Oh, man.
But it was always special going back to Atlanta. And then even in Detroit, when I'd go back to Atlanta, it was always special. So
preseason games the same, or that's kind of a different thing, right?
Yeah, it's different.
Not the same, right? It's cool to see everybody, though.
No, definitely not the same. I mean,
I'm sure for Hufanga and McGlinchey.
You're about 10 plays away from taking your pads off.
Yeah. But unless you're going in the same facility, though, the same area where you lived or whatever.
But for Hufanga,
it's more recent with him.
Plus, you get there Wednesday afternoon. He's probably going to dinner either Thursday or Friday night with some of his boys. Because, again, I think he loves his team here, but he's probably still closer with all those guys.
Well, how about Pete Carroll? His first game ever as a Raider.
Back as the Raiders.
How about that?
In Seattle.
Good storylines, man. That's the NFL.
I didn't watch any of that.
And I guarantee you he was out going to the restaurants that he always went to. And
didn't it end on a block kick last night? I mean,
I didn't watch the end of it.
I didn't watch it either, but I could have sworn I read that. These preseason games are brutal. I did flip it on a little bit last night and just.
I watched middle of first quarter till about halftime, and I went, and I literally going, what am I doing?
I had to watch final episode of the WWE deal.
Yeah,
was it good though?
Way more interesting.
It was great. That was fantastic. Big fan of women's wrestling all of a sudden.
I know, right?
The women are like, it's a more active wrestling match.
Almost more athletic.
Yes.
Yeah, they get after it.
Well, that's why when you look at like Logan Paul, you're like, I kind of get it because the men are a little stiffer than the women.
Well, if you notice like the starting matches for the men, those dudes are going nuts.
They fly around.
Those dudes are flying around being athletic because they're not really telling a story.
Right. They got.
I thought Logan Paul in that one match he was in, he was pretty athletic in that.
Oh, yeah. I think he is the biggest, most athletic guy in WWE. I don't think anybody his size can do the things that he does right now. So it's pretty wild to watch somebody of that size
jumping off the top rope and flying.
I started looking up the ages of all these wrestlers. They're all like 40 plus. I mean, all the big
name ones are.
Yeah. Roman Reigns is 40.
Yeah.
Cody Rhodes is 39.
CM Punk's got to be in his upper 40s.
CM Punk is, yes. I think he's like 46, 47.
Cena's got to be there. Rock is there. Lesnar's got to be up there.
Rock's got to be in his 50s.
Yeah. Jeff Legwald, he's coming off the top rope to tell us what's going on with the Broncos and the Niners. Jeff, give us your impressions. I know we're just hearing things. He's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, what'd you see yesterday?
Well, the Niners offense didn't fare any better than the Broncos had over the course of camp. And I think the takeaway is I spoke to a few people with the 49ers after practice, just kind of mingling around. And the first impression they had about this Broncos team was the defense isn't just good, it has the potential to be really, really good. And that it can match up sort of any way you want to match up. And I think it really showed when the ones were on the ones yesterday that till very late in the practice when Purdy finally made a couple plays in the last two periods of practice, the Broncos defense really dominated the the Niners offense, and both teams were missing guys. Ayuk wasn't in for the Niners and Trent Williams wasn't in for the Niners, but, Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton didn't practice, and Brandon Jones didn't practice for the Broncos. So all in all, I think my big takeaway was just the defensive performance in a not quite a game, but in a very better than a preseason game, probably for some of those competitive periods.
Jeff, was there anything that you felt differently about this Broncos team after watching them go up against someone else than you did before?
I guess I still have status quo on the offense. Are they going to find an explosive play or two, or at least a chunk play, instead of having to go the long way every drive on offense, which they're capable of, but that's just a hard way to live. And Bo Nix was, on the run an awful lot yesterday. And, whether that's Bosa just, crushing everything up front, which he did for a couple of periods of the practice. But I still have questions about where the run game fits in the offense, where play action fits in the offense. And, are you going to give, are those plays of 15, 20, 25 yards going to be available? Because we haven't seen many other than a really awesome Cortland Sutton catch yesterday. We didn't really see many of those kinds of plays from the offense.
We talked about the other day, Jeff, and you were out there, and Bo had like 2 or 3 days in a row where he threw a couple picks. It seems like to me the majority of those where he's always looking for 14. Does he got to get out of the habit, or is that just a habit quarterbacks have? And do you feel he's signaling for Cortland Sutton maybe too much at the sacrifice of other guys?
Yeah, Scott, I don't know, until we get in games, I mean, at least 2 of the interceptions have come sort of on the same route, the same look on defense. So that may be just one of those things that he has a little bit of a blind spot still for. I do think he's been a little too right-handed in this training camp, and, whether that's how it's getting called, that's on the script or whatever they're doing. But I don't think they've done enough to move it around the field. Yesterday, not concern, but, just sort of the takeaway was he pulled the ball down and ran an awful lot. And I know he had great success with that last year, much to the surprise of defenses. But yesterday, and I know, look, it's just one practice in August. I got it. But, yesterday it looked a little bit too much of like a crutch. And I always think that's something worthy of sort of a double take, including twice in 7-on-7. To me, when a guy pulls the ball down in 7-on-7, when there isn't even a rush, to me that's too quick to use your feet in those situations. Now, look, the coaches may grade him as having made a great decision in 7-on-7 when he did it, because I get in arguments all the time with coaches, especially about 7-on-7. But I don't always think that's a great thing when you're watching a quarterback go through a practice.
Do we got any? I'm trying to think about it. Do we have any underdog Cinderella stories going on right now? Do we have an undrafted free agent that's gonna make the team and surprise people?
There's not a lot of room. There's a couple of the undrafted receivers I like, and I think the guy who's sort of been, I always say there's a Mr. August a lot of the time, and I think Bandy, the receiver,
for the last half decade, yeah,
for sort of that guy. So he's had a lot of good plays this camp. There's just no place to put him. Right. And I like the 2 undrafted rookie receivers a lot. The one I hope they keep and take a look at for a while, Joaquin Davis. I hope they keep him for a minute and just see what he could become. But there's just not a lot of room on this team. I mean, you don't have a lot of position battles going. You have sort of playing time battles, carries, how many snaps you get in the nickel, those types of battles, but there's no real traditional player one or player two type position battles.
Is it Q Robinson? Is he fit into that argument too, as far as playing time
I think they're gonna have to find a way. He's been really good this camp, and again, we haven't seen it yet, but he was one of my top 2 special teams players on the draft board, in April. So my guess is he will be a regular core player on all of those units. That's the way he's lining up right now. So
Henningsen out for the year?
It did look good. I just got off a plane, so I'm making the rounds, but I would have said it would be significant time when I saw it happen.
All right. Any other notes? Any other thing off the beaten path about being out there? Mike was there, Shanahan.
He was. I got a chance to talk with him a little while after practice. So it was good to see him. I always say you got to love it if you're doing it now the way he is. He isn't just, casually watching things for the 49ers. He's got a workspace in the building. So,
wow.
But,
in the Niners building?
I think they give him a place to work when he wants to, or when they want him to look at things. But
well, he and the GM had a good relationship, and obviously his son's the head coach, right?
I didn't know he had an office in the building, though.
I don't know that he's got a specific office. I just know when he needs to work, they find a place for him.
Okay.
So,
that's cool.
No, I mean, and why wouldn't you? I've always said the Broncos didn't do that enough. I mean, the guy is,
Legendary.
Obi-Wan for a lot of the offenses that people are running in the league. But I had a chance to gab with him yesterday after practice for a while, and I've met very few people, if any, who love football more than Mike Shanahan does. So
that's awesome.
But how did Christian McCaffrey look to you? I know he, obviously last year was last year, and they're being easy with him, but he's a favorite son here in Denver.
Yeah, Scotty, they treated him with regular reps yesterday. He lined up with the ones. He took part in the team periods. So obviously, I haven't tracked their practices, but he was very much a full participant yesterday, even in the contact stuff when, they weren't tackling to the ground, but they were thumping pretty good in the run game drills. In fact, Hufanga had the hit of the day on Abdullah, but as part of the Broncos defense. But McCaffrey took part and looked like in the regular rotation, took the snaps he likely would have taken, when they think he's 100%. At least that's the way it looked to me.
All right, we appreciate Jeff Legwell. Thank you, Leggy. We'll talk to you next week.
You bet, Sam.
Okay, it's Jeff Legwald on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Probably not see Christian tomorrow, huh?
No, I would think. I'd be surprised if you see him in the preseason at all.
Yeah, no point.
Now the key is, do they have another dual practice situation?
The Niners, I don't know. I don't know what the rest of their preseason looks like. Broncos do. We'll be doing this again next week with the Cardinals here in town.
Yeah.
For whatever that's worth. That's weird, huh? Back-to-back weeks. That feels unusual.
It does, but I like it.
Yeah, but they're only doing one practice in each of them, so it kind of equals out to the same thing.
All right, no dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm looking at Twitch. First No Dumb Question. Should I draft Christian McCaffrey in the first round for fantasy football from the Loop Digger?
I'm not a fantasy guy, so I'm probably the wrong guy to answer this, but I'll jump in anyways. I'd probably be a little bit hesitant. Yeah.
What are you worried about?
2 Achilles that have got tendonitis in them.
Injury stuff, huh? Okay. Christian's there, huh? He's.
I mean, look at all these freaking Achilles injuries we got going on, including Matt Henningsen just yesterday from the Denver Broncos. I mean, Achilles, I don't know what the deal is. I'd love to see some scientists dig into why all these Achilles are happening right now, but it's nuts. And it's not just NFL. It's like every sport. Achilles is just, it's everywhere. But he's got 2 of them things with tendonitis in it.
Well, he did last year. Now they say he's back healthy, but
tendonitis doesn't go away. You know that.
I will say it depends on kind of league you are, where you get the majority of your points. It seems as of lately, some leagues I've been on, it's less about rushing yards and more about passing yards. So, it depends if you're late in your first, if you got one of those turnaround picks where you've got 12 and 13 or something like that. Then
be a lot more tempted to take Jefferson or St. Brown or Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, whatever.
Yeah.
I think Christian in fantasy, and I'm no expert either, that feels like a second-round pickup for me, not a first-round.
Well,
but I don't know who the first-round running backs would be aside from Saquon, maybe Derrick Henry. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Christian was a lock, early pick just a few years. Like he said, 23 when he's the offensive player of the year, and he's rushing for 1,000 and receiving for.
How about the fact he's never played the Broncos before?
That's crazy.
It's seriously hard to believe.
I know. Well, he's played for 2 NFC teams, and it just, I don't know, just didn't had some injuries, just hasn't lined up. So, yeah, that was weird. When I read that yesterday, I was like, oh, that feels strange.
Somebody on the text line says he played against the Broncos in the 2023 preseason.
Oh, I think the implication was regular season games, not in preseason.
Well, then why does this one count?
It doesn't. It's just a fact that he just has never played the Broncos. Because he was talking. It was fun watching him talk yesterday, and he shouts out Susie, and it's like, because I think of Christian. In all honesty, I think of more of him like the NFL
running around the field.
I know
at Dove Valley.
It's bonkers. All right, no dumb question here. Is it bad when your stomach sounds like a thunderstorm from This Is Flax?
Yeah.
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 It's probably not good.
Yeah. Hey, listen,
it's also not unusual. Let's keep it real. I mean, that's about me every night about 5:30.
But there's a difference between tooting and the rumbling where you're like, I got to be real careful the next couple.
Diarrhea. Nobody has that issue more than you.
I haven't had that in a long time.
2 days?
I had it out in Dove Valley that first day.
Did you?
Like the first, second
So
day
what did you do about it?
Well, no, I was sitting there and on the sideline, you get open air and everything. So I'm and I'm about ready to know, this ain't going to be air. I just went back, went to the bathroom.
Like my dad said, never trust a fart.
No, that was a good
advice.
I didn't.
So if you're at the store and you pass the donuts, right? I mean, do you grab a donut and eat it while you're in the store, or do you put it in a baggie and then eat it later?
I think it's fine to do as long as you account for it when you go up there and check out.
I mean, well, of course that's fine, right? Why would that not be fine?
But
why do people make a big deal out of eating the donut in the store?
My wife has yelled at me about that 1,000 times, so I just don't do it.
Because she's embarrassed or what?
I don't know.
So you'll grab a donut at the store and eat it?
Oh.
Not now, because I don't go. First of all, I don't go shopping without my wife, and if I am tortured enough to have to do that.
So if that's okay, just grab a donut, even if you're going to pay for it, and eat it in the store. why not go down the bread aisle, get a loaf of bread, and the peanut butter aisle, get some
Go
peanut
get some
butter,
ham at the deli counter?
and just fix yourself a peanut butter sandwich. Isn't it the same thing?
It's pretty hysterical if you just fix yourself a meal up and down the aisles, depending on what you were getting.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you pay for it on the way out the door.
I suppose.
What's the difference of like walking into Home Depot and grabbing a Gatorade and opening it up and drinking it, but you still check out with it?
I never even thought of that. That's a good idea, though. By the way,
I do that all the time.
We got to send our intern to like Safeway, King Soopers, and have them go in there. They got a little plastic knife with them and buy bread and peanut butter before they get to the counter. Though they got to eat a sandwich in the aisle.
Why do
next level?
Why do hot dogs out front of Home Depot just smell and taste
they
better?
Are amazing.
They are
amazing.
So amazing.
Maybe it's with the wood smell too from the Home Depot and the hot dog. It's
they're professional. Listen, when you're out there grilling in front of 4,000 people for a day, you're a professional griller.
It's so good though, right?
Yeah, they're phenomenal.
The Polish dogs that they have over there.
Polish are unreal. Get the hot ones.
Yeah, the hot Polish.
Oh, brother,
they're outstanding.
You're going to the Savannah Bananas.
I am
on Sunday.
Upper Deck. I just found out.
Do you envision a time? Because I've seen the guy that started the Savannah Bananas recently. His concept is to start a league. So there would be, sure, the Savannah Bananas and then the Denver Donuts and, whatever.
There's already other teams doing it, for the record.
I gotcha. So his idea is not to compete with Major League Baseball, but offer this style of baseball as an alternative. Do you think you'd be more attracted if there was a league that played with these type of rules? Would that have interest?
Well, unlike you, I don't know all the rules that they do. I just thought they did funny dances and backflips.
No, well, let me give you the core rule because it is a game and it's not predetermined like the Globetrotters. They play it out.
And they lose sometimes.
They lose all the time. Every inning is worth 1 point. But they do get to 9 innings or a time limit, a final inning. But most of the time they go pretty quick, so they get to the 9 innings. In the last inning, every run is worth a point. So even if you're trailing, 5 innings to 2 or whatever, you still, in the last inning, you still can actually win the game. There's a way to come back. Just want to let you know that before you go to the game. That's how it works. Do you find
this? You get a point in an inning. So if it's 0-0,
every inning is competed individually. So every inning has the opportunity to be walked off. Every single inning.
So here's
it's
my
like
answer.
match play in golf. It's like match play in golf.
I think it would highly depend on what other sports are in that town. Like what else is going on? Do we have professional leagues?
It's Denver.
Probably not. It's probably not going to work in Denver.
Okay.
But I mean, if you're in some southern town, I don't know, Scott. I mean, but if you're in some southern town that doesn't have big sports, right? What is really if you think about it? What is the difference between going to a Savannah Bananas game once a week and going to a Colorado Rockies game once a week that they're not competing for anything anyways?
Well, let me make a devil's argument here. The Rockies are on the road this weekend. There's nothing going on at Coors Field, so they're going to put 100,000 people downtown this weekend. So why couldn't you just play when the Rockies go on the road on a brand new spanking field and just, arrange your schedule around the major league team? Like, what's the conflict?
Well, you could do that by having more and more shows. Would you eventually wear out?
I think so.
The novelty of what they are.
I think it would.
You think it would?
Yep.
Well, that's the goal. That's what he's going to try to do. He's trying to put that together.
Well, and the problem is also, I think it would work here because the Rockies are terrible. But what if you're a great team? Like, is it going to work in L.A.?
I don't know. I'm asking the question. But every city they've gone to, it's been sold out. They have a contract with multiple networks, by the way. Multiple. It's not just ESPN. They're signed up with like 4 or 5 different networks for different sort of deals.
So there's Savannah Bananas on ESPN every week?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this game in Coors Field, your game you're going to is on ESPN. ESPN Plus, though. it's like part of their subscription service.
Oh, so it's not on ESPN.
Not the main flag, but ESPN is like ESPN, ESPN2, blah, 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 all this sort of stuff. I'm not even sure what's on ESPN. There have been Savannah Banana games, though, on ESPN when the scheduling allows it. And this guy from Savannah Bananas goes, we have all these deals, these financial deals, but we still stream all of our games for free on our YouTube channel. We made that deal. We cost ourselves millions of dollars because we want to be where our fans can consume us. So you don't have to spend any money to watch the Savannah Bananas. However, it's working. Like, it is working. Even though they give the games away for free, they still have contracts that they're getting paid for.
You need to subscribe, and they probably got how many subscribers?
No, to YouTube. YouTube.
This thing
totally
has
free.
to have a shelf life, man. It's got to have a shelf life. It's not going to go on forever.
I'll be very curious what your experience is on Sunday. How the whole vibe.
I'm sure it's going to be fantastic.
What do they call
but then the question is going to be, would you want to go 10 times a year?
You know, the games are only 2 hours long, period, the end.
I know.
So that's it. Like, you know, you don't have to worry about this thing dripping on. It's going to be 2 hours. Now, there's pregame stuff and there's postgame stuff and whatever, but the whole thing is just one little tight package. It'll be shorter than an NBA game, which is the shortest professional sporting event that happens. I'm really curious how you do it. I think it's weird, too. I can't imagine a league, but that is the goal. And it's not just today, too. There's an after party at the Grizzly Rose. There's stuff going on today down in the Milk Dairy District, whatever. McGregor Square is all going to be decked out. It's like a whole,
party.
Yeah, like whole downtown Denver, or at least in that area, is going to be banana land for 3 days.
2.25 million subscribers.
Free though, it's just YouTube.
Yeah,
it doesn't cost you any money to subscribe.
No, but YouTube pays them probably, don't they?
Of course, yeah. There's monetization, and all that. I mean, they're making money. They're not against making money, but they're making their product available to as many people who want to see them, even if they don't make as much money as they could because of that. It's a hell of a thing, man. And you might be right. Maybe this is all just a fad, but it is crazy what it does to Major League ballparks, what it has been doing. That's at Coors Field this weekend. All right, big question of the day coming up next. On Monday, what do you think we'll be talking about when it comes to the Niners and the Broncos preseason game?
I think it's going to look pretty smooth. I mean, wouldn't you guys think? We know the 49ers aren't going to play the majority of their starters. I don't know how much the Broncos are going to play there. Sean said that he's going to play his guys.
Right.
What does that mean? Is it a series? Is it 2 series? Is it a quarter like the Chiefs are going to do? The Chiefs are going to play an entire quarter. I'd guess maybe 2 series. That's probably my best guess. And I'd imagine that both those should go pretty smooth for both offense and defense. Look, our defense is kicking the 49ers starting offense butt, I guess. So I would think that if they're going up against number 2s, that should look pretty great.
Well, yeah. Yeah, well, you're right. I think we'll say, well, we forgot about game number 1 preseason games. If you watched any of that Raiders Seattle last night, it was like, oh, another penalty. Oh, there's another whistle. Oh, there's another. I mean, there for a while, into the first second, I mean, it was like a penalty flag every other play. I mean,
that's preseason.
It got ridiculous. After a while, you're like, how much are you going to hold your interest? The key is, after the stars are out, how much will it hold your interest? Are you going to be interested to see Stidham play for 2 quarters?
No.
Maybe give
Not this year.
Ellinger the third one. I don't know. The
Don't
fourth
care.
quarter, I mean. So,
there's just the lack of competition for positions is actually kind of, I don't know, unlike anything I've seen covering the Broncos for so many years.
Yep.
It really is different.
But you'd like to see the defense starters play 2 series and go 2 3-and-outs. Then you're like, okay.
That'd be nice.
I got, what the most interesting thing positionally maybe is the stupid punter.
Mm-hmm.
If we're really going to dial it in on, like, what do we got here? Because the reports out of this dude who's drafted in the 6th round have not been great out of training camp. And this week, Sean Payton brought up the Will Lutz story where there was a kicking battle going on, and then he cut both of them for Will Lutz.
Yeah, and you got to ask yourself, why does he even bring that up, right?
That's why I took it. That's exactly why I
head
took
up
it.
Crawshaw. Like, that to me is like, that's on his brain right now.
Yep.
Like, this ain't good. And yeah, it sucks.
That's not a punter. This is a punter.
Right. But like J.L. Skinner was a 6th-round draft pick, and nobody's like hemming and hawing. Like, if he doesn't make the team, nobody's crying about it.
Yeah.
6th-round draft picks don't work out all the
but
time.
when you draft a special teams guy, a punter or a kicker,
you want it to work.
You want that sucker to work, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
I got a stupid, no dumb question when you guys are ready too.
Okay. One last thought on football, and then go to your no dumb question. I got one concern that I feel like we haven't really talked about. And I haven't really heard anybody talk about it. And I've been kind of hesitant to bring it up because training camp's weird and you're not really tackling, whatever. I don't feel great about the running game. I don't feel great about either one of these. Like, it's not I don't feel bad about either one of them. J.K. Dobbins, I've seen the film. That's a good running back. Right? I know what that guy can do. He's really talented. He's going to hold down the fort until whenever R.J. Harvey's ready.
Mm-hmm.
R.J. Harvey, I see the quads. I see the speed. I see the burst.
Mm-hmm.
I see the ability to be a special running back.
All right.
I have not seen the the running game look effective for the Denver Broncos at all.
Didn't Leggy just say that? It's going to be interesting to see what this running game, and if he'll run and he'll actually do something.
Yeah.
And how the play action will be.
And
I
feel like I keep hearing all these people talk about how amazing R.J. Harvey looks. And I get it if we're just looking at the physical specimen. The physical specimen looks incredible. It does. But in terms of actually turning that into a productive running game, I haven't seen that happen.
It'd be cool to see R.J. Harvey have a moment like LeJohntay Wester had last night.
That'd be awesome.
How about that, though? How cool is that?
Yeah. He's been balling out in training camp, too, from all the reports.
That is, I guess it doesn't surprise me. He could be a steal of the draft, but he was unbelievably dynamic at CU. And it was cool to see Torrey Horton get a touchdown, too, for Seattle, CSU. How about a moment like that? You know what I'm saying? Like from one of our guys.
But do we have any guys like that we're like going, ooh? Yeah.
Well, R.J. Harvey, yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you go back and look at R.J. Harvey, break runs at UCF, even, on a wheel route against CU was kind of cool. Like, yeah, how about that? That would be really cool to see a moment like that. And why wouldn't R.J. Harvey actually get a bunch of reps during this game? I'd take that. That would be a cool thing to see.
Sure.
That's a good moment. So how about that? Bo, I really don't care.
I need to see the impressiveness of the physical specimen turn into actual production in the running game.
Okay.
Well, but do you not think this, because you just said it, you think Dobbins better running back than what they had in the building last year?
No question.
Harvey, the potential to be a better running back than they had last year? Then it comes down to Sean Payton and the offensive line. And again, I threw that out there when everybody's giving this offensive line and saying how great they are. And I'm like, well, why are they so bad at running the football?
If you see Bandy in the fourth quarter take a slant or something and just go 40 yards or whatever, what are you going to think?
I'd almost expect it.
What if he does it in the second quarter?
I don't know if he's going to be in the game in the second quarter. I'm not sure Michael Bandy's going to make. I don't know. You know, he's. I've seen him take some first team reps though. He did on the Saturday I was out there because those wide receivers they just kind of
rotate.
They kind of rotate in sometimes.
Michael Bandy's problem is that I literally don't know how he could contribute on special teams. Where are you putting that dude on special teams?
Got me.
Where'd you put Darren Sproles on special teams?
As a returner.
Well, he does take kicks. He's second.
No,
or third.
we got a Pro Bowl returner.
But he's still second on the depth chart and returner.
Is he?
On one of them, yeah. He was second, like third in punts and second on kickoff.
I'm just saying right now, an August darling appears to be Bandy,
which he kind of was last year. I think you're going to see if the running game goes, it's not going to be the big names. It's going to be like Bidet or Watson. We'll have some blow up runs.
Yeah, listed as second team punt returner. Jalil's listed as second team kickoff returner.
He'll get it. He'll get some opportunity, no doubt about it. Because, I mean, you're not going to do much with Mims in terms of that in the preseason game. So, yeah, he'll have an opportunity.
So he'll return a kick or punt today.
Sure. I mean, if he can get some
stops. What if he takes one
stops.
to the house?
What if he takes one to the house? What if Andy takes one to the house?
That would be awesome, actually.
I'm rooting for the kid.
Sure, why not?
I wish there was a way for him to make the team.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's a possibility.
If I'm playing this game and I'm just playing the game here, it's because you haven't seen much of Vele in this camp. He had a little bit of an injury thing, and he's just a little bit of a ghost. And you say, well, there's some more dynamic opportunities out there. But Trent Sherfield has had a great camp for the Broncos, too. And now people are thinking about him as a receiver more so than just a receiver. And you did draft Pat Bryant to basically be the same guy Vele is.
Yep.
Vele's, I'm not predicting it. I'm not hoping for bad things for him. I'm just saying, like, it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, there's nothing we've seen in camp, and didn't sound like from Jeff's report that we saw anything yesterday in the dual practice. In fact, Jeff asked that question, right? Where are they going to be able to do something besides just walk it down the field, which he said they're capable of doing it, but you need some big plays here and there. When are those going to come out?
I'll give you
Mike used to tell us, Shanahan, you need 6 to 7 explosive plays a game to win. Whichever team gets that is going to win the football game.
You okay if VJ dials up some blitzes?
Sure.
Okay. I didn't know if there were some unspoken preseason rules about what you can't do.
But keep in mind, like, I think you got to be true to how you play football, and that's how VJ calls games. He's arguably the most aggressive defensive coordinator in the NFL.
Well, I'd like to see Jahdae Barron do something kind of cool at some point, somewhere in the mix. Do something a little bit special. That'd be kind of fun too. But then again,
49ers might disagree with me.
Maybe.
Well, a lot of times you don't see blitz in that first game, but in the game where you're going to play your players the most, it's more apt to see stuff like that.
All right, I can get a little worked up about this game. I can get a little fired up about it.
Well, it's football.
Break it down.
Football's here now, so
yeah,
you're going to watch it. I've always liked, and I've always said this from the days I was calling the games. I enjoy preseason for the second and third teamers.
The more you know about,
I want to know who the backups are.
The more you know about these guys' stories and what they're fighting for, it makes it a little bit more interesting to watch them.
Well, and listen, Tyler says it all the time. It's 100% guarantee of injury. You're going to watch guys tomorrow that we've not even talked about so far in training camp, that some guy's going to start 2 or 3 games this year.
Yeah.
And that's what I always liked about preseason is can I learn something about the guys that aren't quote unquote, the man, but I know we're going to see him sometime during the year. Is Q Robinson. What if he goes out and gets a couple sacks tomorrow?
This is a tough team to be a rookie on. It's a really tough team to be an undrafted rookie on. Good luck. All the starters came back. All the positions are full.
Hey, really quick, and we'll get to Let's Football Go here in a little bit, including some stuff about what Deion Sanders had to say about his Buffs team. We'll get to that coming up. Did you see what Marshawn Lynch was doing last night?
Yeah.
Did he go in the booth? I didn't. They had everybody in the world come in the booth.
He was an accredited photographer on the field.
Oh, there you go.
With the camera and everything. And one of the Seahawks guys, unbelievably, kind of ran out of bounds, and Marshawn gave him a forearm shiver to get him off of him. Unbelievable. I've never seen a photographer, like when an NFL guy comes to him, they usually, back away, whatever. Marshawn stood his ground, just put his elbow out, shoved him a little bit.
Love it.
Well, he's still about 5'11", about
he
250,
looks solid
right?
as hell,
Isn't Randy Johnson a full-time?
Randy Johnson is like a photographer. Randy the pitcher. That's his deal. I don't know what the hell Marshawn was doing.
The Browns have got, dang it, I'm drawing a blank on his name.
I know who
they've
you're
got
talking about.
some UFC champion that is now a full-time photographer for him.
I saw that. Like he's working for some Cleveland outlet or something. Like he's working.
I think he's working for the Browns.
Oh, he's working for the team?
I thought.
There's a guy, if you come at him too, he's liable to get you in a guillotine or something.
Well, it was funny because I saw like a video of some of the players know who he is, and they're kind of like jazzed to sort of like chat with them.
Right.
And he's the same size as them. It's like, oh, okay.
Okay, you ready to go at the break with the no dumb question?
Hit us.
It made me think because DMac and I went to the bathroom together just now.
Oh, did you play swords?
Well, that's the question. Is there an age limit on sword play?
Oh, heck no.
No, there's no sword play at any age.
What?
No.
You've never played swords?
Yeah, I get it. I don't want anything to do with it. First of all, it'd be embarrassing for me. And second of all, that's it. And we didn't go to the bathroom together.
Well, we went together.
And by the way.
Why are you getting so see, it's weird you're getting defensive about this.
Yeah, okay.
That's the weird part. Like the ones that get defensive about it, those are the ones you're like,
I'm just as God made me, and everything's in proportion. And that's all I need to say about that. All right. Everything works.
Instead of calling swordplay, can we just call it Game of Thrones?
Well, you would win on that one too. Like there's no comparison in this department, and I don't feeling awkward even having the conversation. But I will have you know,
can invite the Mountain to go play.
You were slightly ahead of me going towards the bathrooms.
Yeah, I slowed down to talk to you,
which was fine. But you were definitely ahead of me.
You passed on the inside
because usually both bathrooms it's all genders over there, and you can go either side. Now I don't care. I'll go right or left bathroom. One of the bathrooms was occupied. And I
didn't know the one was occupied.
Yeah, the red, it was occupied. And I bowed out because you were first through the door. So I was like, all right. And I scattered down the hallway.
I saw you leave because I
left because the other one was occupied and you were first to the door headed towards the bathroom.
I had the door open going,
come on in.
But there's only one toilet in there.
That's the whole
idea.
We're not sharing a toilet.
You can't play swords if you're not in there at the same time.
That is ridiculous. And you can't tell me, okay, fine. When was the last time you did sword play with another grown man?
Scotty and I did it yesterday.
This is PhD on 92.5. Well, whether you're sword playing or not, if low T is giving you all sorts of issues because, hey, it just ain't there with the libido and you're not sleeping well, the workouts stink. All right, let's get that corrected with my great friends from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, we all start losing testosterone early to mid-30s and just kind of goes from there. This is not unusual. And if it's happening to you, it can be corrected. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take that low T quiz. Takes a couple of minutes, just 10 questions, yes or no. If it comes out, hey, we got something to check out here, then go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They draw some blood, results in 30 minutes, and they'll just take you from there. The initial appointment's $99, but if you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, that is free. Most men wait a year or longer. No need for you to wait. 5 locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Easier. I just thought it was easy. Just go 1776 plus 100. But Scott was throwing in 49 and 25, and I don't know what the hell you were doing.
100 meant. I was thinking.
You didn't know what centennial meant?
No, I said 100, dummy. I said 100.
I'm the dummy.
Who you calling a dummy?
Really?
I said Centennial meant 100.
What, am I a mirror?
And I said they weren't a state in 100.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance.
100 AD?
Yeah,
Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Let's football go, Dan Bud Squid Stanner.
All right, fellas, we're going to hear from Matthew Berry here in just a sec because he talked to a high-ranking person in the Chiefs organization. But BetMGM has their 2025 NFL record projections. We'll just do the AFC West here. BetMGM has the Broncos winning the AFC West at 12-5.
Wow.
They're projecting the Broncos to go 12-5 and get the third overall seed in the AFC playoffs.
Damn.
They have the Chiefs as the 5 seed in the AFC at 11-6. Chargers missing the playoffs at 9-8, and the Raiders finishing at the bottom of the division at 5-12. So here's Matthew Berry on somebody in the Chiefs organization saying they're a little concerned with the Broncos.
I was having a conversation with somebody in a very high-ranking organization, and it was a conversation with a group of us where I was asked, somebody else in this group asked me, like, hey, who's my Super Bowl pick? I said, well, listen, it's all the obvious teams, right? It's like, and the AFC, it's the Chiefs and the Bills, and if the Bengals can figure out a defense, I think the Chargers are interesting this year. And then somebody else in the group turned to this person that's with the Chiefs organization and said, what do you guys think? And they said, honestly, we're worried about the Broncos. He's like, and they were like, Bo Nix is for real, and that defense is amazing. It's
a great
defense. Like, we think the Broncos are real, and there was no disrespect to the Chargers. I don't want no bulletin board material. He wasn't saying anything bad about anyone else. He just merely said that in their division, like, they have a lot of respect for the Broncos in terms of that defense, and they think Bo Nix is legit.
So do you guys think the Broncos have a legitimate chance of winning the AFC West this year?
A lot of people are picking the Chiefs to be down. It's good to hear from my college radio station teammate, Matt Berry, there, by the way. Sure, I don't know. I mean, how long can the Chiefs go? But again, this fits into the, hey, Broncos, why don't we just chill out a little bit? Because enough national media sort of people are going to be tooting your horn. You don't really need to provide any kind of ammo. But this is the vibe with the Broncos. It's very, very positive.
Yeah, this is not about being a hater at all. I'm just entirely uncomfortable with the amount of praise coming to this team right now.
It's a lot, isn't it?
It's just too much. It's too much. And I don't feel like I think the defense has earned it for sure, but I don't feel like it's fully earned. And that makes me a little bit uncomfortable that people might get comfortable.
Well, watching the TV above us on the NFL Network, they showed the Broncos, and I don't know if this is Vegas odds, but they had the over and under at 9.5 was the over and under. Then they had a panel talking about it. 5 guys, most of them were right around 10. One guy had him at 7, and one guy had him at 12.
Okay.
Do you think 12 wins gets you the AFC West this year?
Yes. I think 12 wins, yes.
It's going to be close.
Not even close.
Do you think 12 wins, you're going away
12
with it?
wins, you're at the very least splitting with the
You're probably splitting at least with everybody, and you're sweeping somebody.
You're
12 will come down to a tiebreaker of some form.
12 will be, you probably have swept the Chiefs or the Chargers.
Well, if you sweep the Chiefs, you're going to be in good shape.
You sweep the Chiefs and you get 12 wins, yeah, you'll probably win the AFC West. But if you get to 12, that'll be a tiebreaker of some form.
You know, the second
Not in the AFC though. You think
In the AFC West?
You think the AFC West they're going to have multiple 12-win teams?
I do.
Ooh.
You realize to sweep the Chiefs, you would need to beat the Chiefs on a short week, Sunday to Thursday, on Christmas in Kansas City.
So you'll lose out.
That is a that's a tough game. Period. The next week you have a longer week. You got the Chargers at home.
Well, maybe they're already rested their starters. Isn't that what we say every year at the end of the year?
The Chiefs?
Yeah.
I don't think in the second to last game there's a chance of that. I'd be stunned on the second to last game. They'd have to be undefeated or something.
Wouldn't it be horrible if both teams have got 10 wins and going into that game, and whoever wins is probably going to win the AFC West?
I don't know, man. Life is about challenges, right?
I could see the Chiefs having a down year, but the problem is a down year is still going to be 12-plus wins.
Possibly. And on a short week at home on Christmas, tough. Next story, Dan.
All right, we heard from Louis Riddick yesterday, guys, talking about how he thinks the Browns are setting up Shedeur Sanders to fail with his lack of training camp reps with the first team. And then we heard from Stephen A. Smith today saying basically the same thing. Well, Brady Quinn responded to those two guys and vehemently disagrees with them.
This is such a long departure from the truth and the reality. And what pains me about a take like this, and I heard this and I literally thought to myself, it's a lie. Like, I want everyone out there to know that is one of the biggest lies. It's one of the biggest reasons why people get frustrated with ESPN's content, is because they have people who go on TV and they say things that literally are not true. Let's just start off with this fact. Has it ever changed for a rookie that he wasn't going to get enough reps before they go into a preseason game in the history of the NFL draft? Like, that's always been the case. Like, when you're drafted as a rookie, you never, or very seldom, I would say 0.01% of the time, maybe you're like a Cam Ward, which even Cam Ward up to a point this offseason, who was the number 1 overall pick, was quote unquote battling with Will Levis. So even he wasn't getting every single rep to prepare him for the first preseason game.
Guys, do you agree with Brady Quinn there?
Well, to his point, and I know I've kind of played both sides of this, but to Brady Quinn's point here, keep in mind, Shedeur Sanders was the 4th-string quarterback, okay? 4th-string quarterbacks do not get reps with the ones. They don't get an abundance of opportunity to go out there and practice. They get a very limited amount of opportunity to go out there and practice. Then Dylan Gabriel gets hurt. Then Kenny Pickett gets hurt. And now all of a sudden, Shedeur Sanders is thrust into a situation where he's skyrocketed up the depth chart due to injury.
And probably has got more reps this week.
But that doesn't change the conversation about whether over the last week or so the Browns could have done something different to prepare him. And it doesn't change the conversation about secretly, internally, behind closed doors, what does that coaching staff really hope happens?
Well, isn't it funny how things have it just so happens that things have stumbled to this point where Shedeur is starting.
Yeah. The first possible game.
Yeah. It's a great opportunity. Whether he's been getting a lot of snaps,
they said
who
he's going to
cares?
play 50 snaps.
That's awesome.
Which in a preseason game is basically the entirety of the game. You might get between 60 if they on a real high side in a preseason game, maybe 70, but that's probably unlikely.
Yeah, because they didn't bring in Huntley to be competitive. They literally brought this guy in to finish up the preseason.
If he's
game.
getting 50 snaps, he's putting some points on the board too, though. Because you go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, you ain't getting 14 possessions in a preseason.
Well, they
game.
got some weapons there in Cleveland, man. They got some players.
They predicted him to win 4 games.
By the way, keep your eye on Judkins today for Cleveland. He's another guy that the Broncos could have fired on, and they didn't.
Is he back?
I thought so. I thought I just saw him there. Was he out? I didn't even know he was injured.
Wasn't he the one that was being held out because of the domestic violence stuff?
Judkins, the rookie?
Yes.
Is he back? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, he might be suspended for the first 6 games of the season. I read today.
They told him. I know for the first part of camp. I don't know if it's changed, but they told him to stay home.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry about that. I just saw him up on the screen there. So they were previewing him on NFL Network.
Well, if they're previewing him, then maybe he is back.
Yeah, I totally spaced on that. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, ESPN has an article out on Coach Prime. He says he's healthy, vibrant, and ready to go for the upcoming college football season. He said, I'm loving life right now. I'm trying to live my best life considering what's transpired. But he also said that the Buffs are going to win differently this year now that Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter have moved on to the NFL. How are the Buffs going to win differently?
The personnel and the commitment. We have a tremendous amount of personnel at the running back position, at the coaching positions, at the offensive line positions. That running game will be impacted, and the commitment that we have to the running game this year. We can't sit back and just wait for somebody to magically drive us down the field. That's not going to happen. We're going to run the darn football, and we're going to be tremendously physical.
All right, so the Buffs are planning on running the football a lot more this year. It's kind of funny. It coincides with the Broncos trying to run the football more
this year. Who has more rushing yards per game from their running back room this season, fellas? The Broncos or the Buffs?
Broncos. The Buffs aren't going to run the ball. They're going to say they want to run it, but I don't know, man. Hey, listen, I'm all in on the Buffs more than I've ever been. I want to see success. I'm going to go to more games than I've ever gone to. So I'm rooting for success, but the commitment to the running game, I don't know. It'd be weird because it was so bad in the past.
Yeah, but they also don't have.
I know.
Shedeur.
I get it, but okay. I'll be happy to see if it happens. I'll root for it.
I'm with you for the record. It better be the Broncos.
yeah. Well, Sean's got to commit to it too. So, but the Buffs really, I mean, it was weird. It's like they had no tight ends and no running game. It was weird, but it was really awesome. I mean, it was fun.
No clue what to expect from the Buffs this year. Zero clue.
Are they just going to share the quarterback position with two dudes? Like, are we really going to just have them flip-flop back and forth?
I don't know. I don't know.
You're in trouble if you do.
Well, but what else are you going to do? Like, what's the other choice?
I mean, if it's even close, then go with the young kid. Go with Juju.
Yeah, he's 17. That is a trip. I'm not even sure when he turns 18, but like, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech? Like, hello. Let's go.
They still run the option?
I would assume so.
Because that was a question defensively stopping the run last year, wasn't it?
Then you go to Delaware. I don't know anything about Delaware aside from they're the Blue Hens and Joe Flacco went there. I hope you beat Delaware, right? You got to beat Delaware.
I'm gonna count that one as a win.
You go to Houston. Ooh. I don't think that's going to be easy. And then you host the Cowboys of Wyoming, and that's got to be a W right there. Because the rest of it, guys, gets pretty gnarly.
Well,
their schedule is not easy.
Big 12, right?
Then you get into the Big 12, and it goes.
Vegas has got the over/under at 6.5.
Oh man, I think that would be a hell of a season. I think 7 wins for the Buffs this year would be. I'd be pretty happy with that.
Well, the baseline needs to be bowl game. I mean, every year, forever with Deion Sanders, it better be a bowl game.
All right, give me your 6 wins then, Tyler.
Oh God, I don't have the schedule up.
I'll look at it right now. Georgia Tech, Colorado.
And where's it at?
Home.
Home?
Yeah.
W.
Oh, great. Do you agree, Tyler?
Sure.
All right. Delaware. You're going to give Delaware a W.
Do you guys know a lot about all these teams we're looking at here?
No, I don't know anything about these guys.
I know.
We're doing history.
I got nothing on them.
We're just doing history?
We're not doing.
Are we doing mascots?
We're not doing.
Sure.
We're not banking on it.
Okay. All right.
Delaware,
Georgia Tech win. Delaware win.
2-0.
Houston win. Wyoming win.
Oh, you're just going to pick everything. All right, I'll just go through the rest of the schedule. So,
yeah, Georgia Tech win, Delaware win, Houston loss.
Wyoming better be a win.
Wyoming win, BYU loss, TCU loss. Iowa State at home. Ooh, they're pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
They're always pretty good.
They are.
I'm going to go win. At Utah, they're down, aren't they?
They were down last year for
loss,
sure.
Or win, I mean. Arizona win. West Virginia loss. Arizona State at home.
Arizona State's picked to win the whole Big 12.
Loss. K-State on the road.
Loss.
You got 4 of your first 5 games on national television.
Yeah. I'm excited for the Buffs.
And the Wyoming could be. Who knows?
But TBD. This is what we love about college football because you really have no clue. You really have no idea how it's going to go.
I kind of hate that. I feel like before you used to have at least a clue. Now I've got no clue. Now I don't even know who's on the team.
You're winning games last year on Hail Marys and goal line stands and all sorts of other wild and crazy things. We were sitting here, remember, we were grinding our gears last year about North Dakota State.
Yeah, well, you better be grinding the gears about Delaware.
I am. I don't know how any of this stuff is going to go. But it makes it damn exciting. I'm certainly glad Prime is feeling better. And what he went through, oh my gosh! And
we never did mention Byron Leftwich officially did take the quarterback job up there. So the staff is pretty incredible.
Oh, it's unbelievable!
It's amazing the staff he's put together.
Sapp was saying it's the best thing he's ever done in his life.
Yeah.
Like, he's so in love with it, he cannot believe that he likes it that much. Who's our running backs coach? Let's see, ours.
The guy from San Diego.
Marshall Faulk.
Oh, there you go. Marshall Faulk. Yeah.
You brought back Livingston. You brought back Shermer.
You got Byron Leftwich. You got Warren Sapp.
You got Marshall Faulk. Prime. They are loaded, at least with experience. It's crazy.
And gold jackets.
Yeah.
Is Marshall Faulk in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Andre Guerreau took over as the offensive line coach this year.
All right.
And Domata Pecco is
Pecco,
also
forgot. That's
he's
right.
also on the defensive line with Warren Sapp.
The experience they have in terms of football success is bonkers. Bonkers. And you do bring back your 2 coordinators. That's a big deal. You know, so you have some consistency there.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't take a bigger job, brighter paycheck someplace else. Can't wait for the Buffs to get going, man. And now we just got to get Ralphie. Like Tyler. Got to see it. I got to see it.
I think this is Ralphie's last crack at it.
How many games do you give Ralphie?
Well, probably the whole season.
Does he get the whole season no
First
matter
off,
what?
First off, God bless it. Stop acting like you're a buff.
Too late.
Stop acting like you're a buff.
Late. I have sent in
Ralphie is a she.
Oh, all right.
And that is a, like, for you to not know that is offensive.
I know that. You know I know that.
I don't know that you know that. You just called him.
So why do we call him Ralphie? We're confused.
No, I know Ralphie's a she.
The first one ever was named Ralph, and that was a male, and they couldn't control it. So they went to the females, and then they became Ralphie.
Now, they can control this Ralphie too much. This Ralphie needs to Karen it up.
Yeah.
Well, let's go.
She needs smelling salts before the game.
She needs the smelling salts. By the way, the first paycheck is first bill's been paid. I'm officially a buff.
Now D-Mac's gonna annoy me this year, like with his buff fandom. It's gonna highly annoy me.
Yeah. It's gonna be a Rockies thing.
Yeah.
I'm all in. We wrote the money. Moving in next week.
No, you're not.
Well, the member of the family's moving there. It's gonna be. I'm paying for the apartment. It's not that independent. Joining the family. Aren't you welcoming to the? Okay. All right. It's PhD here on 92.5. All right, we're going to be quick with this because she's headed into a restaurant to do something more important than talk to us. But we had a reporter on from The Athletic in San Francisco, and he said he did a story about Lisa McCaffrey running a 4.540 while pregnant. We have reached out to Lisa, and she joins us. And I just will tell you, Lisa, I scoffed at that.
And I said you could.
So
Thank you, Scott.
Yep.
what is your – we don't want to waste your time, but what is your story?
Because I got to eat.
I got you.
Eat.
I got you.
Okay. Here's the story. Okay. I was knocked up yet again with my fourth boy, Luke, and Susie Wargen was like, hey, they're having a women's football league, the Valkyries, and she goes, I'm supposed to do a story on it. Will you come try out? I didn't know I was pregnant, for the record. I'm like, sure, that'll be fun. And so we did. And I had to run a 40, and I ran a 4.5. So I was pregnant with Luke. I was breastfeeding Dylan, too, at the same time, which makes it even more amazing. So, yeah, that story gets better and better. But, yes, that's a little exaggerated. But, yes, that is true. And I had an inkling I was pregnant because right after the tryouts, I could not get to Burger King fast enough. I was starving, ravenous. I'm like, this is unlike me. Like, this is like abnormally hungry. I'm always hungry, but this was abnormally hungry. So, yeah, I knew something was askew.
Are you pregnant right now?
For the first time in my life, I am not pregnant. Hallelujah. So, yes, no, I'm not.
Hand-timed or digital, Lisa? I'm rolling my eyes at the story a little bit.
DMac, anytime, anywhere, let's go.
No, I'm not questioning. No.
Everybody you know.
No, I'm not questioning. In fact, when the reporter was on, I said, you better mention that Lisa was a soccer star at Stanford. I was giving you your props.
Oh, okay.
I'm not doubting that, but a 4.5, Lisa? A 4.5?
Yes, and I had run a 4.48 before that was electrical, but not at that venue, more for soccer stuff. So
even Tyler's rolling his eyes.
Tyler didn't say a word.
Yeah.
What did Tyler say?
Just because you're all jacked and in the weight room every day, Tyler, calm down. Come on.
Hey, so now
hey, and it's like, wow, Tyler really knows his way around the weight room.
So give us
like all jacked and in shape, and Scott, you're like. On the Ozempic, you like a twig now.
Listen, I believed in you. I'm the one supporting.
Thanks, Scott.
But I want to compare that 4.48 or that 4.5 to your sons and your husbands. What's their fastest time?
It's probably faster than Dylan, frankly. The other kids might have her, but
might be faster than Ed.
I think it's faster than Ed. Yeah, it is now. That's for sure.
Oh yeah,
no doubt about that.
Christian probably got you.
How about Christian's never played against the Broncos, huh? In a regular season game.
Isn't that weird? No, he just said that last night. He goes, he's never even played besides high school at the Broncos Stadium professionally.
That's weird.
Isn't that weird? Yeah. I know.
It's got to be like the only team. I mean, I think he'd played everybody by now.
I know, you would think. I know, I thought that too. I was like, that is insane. That's crazy. And that happens to be where he grew up. So anyway, somebody talked to Roger Goodell about that.
Hey, are you in San Francisco?
No, I'm in Denver right now.
Oh, okay.
Hey, how do you choose where you're going, to D.C. or to San Francisco? How do we choose our favorite kids?
Max is coaching in Miami too. It depends on which kid calls me or sends me the best gifts that week. That's where we go.
Okay. Wait, Max is coaching with our McDaniel? Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, that is so. Oh, that's awesome.
Hey, last thing, I have an 11-year-old now, and she's big into soccer, so I may have to have you come and scout sometime.
Let's go. I would love it. I would absolutely love it. I'm sure she's amazing.
She's. I tell you what, she's Lisa McCaffrey fast.
Love it. Does she play forward?
Striker, yeah.
Yeah, let's go. All right.
All right, Lisa. We love you. We'll talk to you later.
You're the best. Okay. Thank you guys.
Bye. Oh, sorry. Bye.
Cut her off.
Okay.
You feel bad for challenging her? You know,
because it's Lisa. Any excuse to talk to Lisa is fine.
But you know what? She was a world-class athlete at one time.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And the lineage in her family is ridiculous. There's Olympians and
Luke McCaffrey ran a 4.47, so
got him.
She might have got him.
Yeah. Or he got her.
I mean, that's a bold.
What's Christian's best? He was like 4.43.
He's got to be faster. He was a real track star, though. He's got to be.
It's probably not as fast as you think.
You don't think he ran a sub 4.4, Christian?
Nope.
I bet it's 4.43.
4.48.
Oh, so tied, Mom?
So she is claiming she has run a 40 as fast as Christian.
Yeah.
All right. Am I the only one rolling my eyes here right now?
I believe every word Lisa ever says. What's Ed's best?
I believe that somebody was holding
a watch
and
said
that clicked at a 4.5.
Yeah, but she said it was electronic
I
on the
believe that somebody
448.
that was holding that watch. I'm not sure that there was electronic then.
Wow, you
How
just
about this?
called her old, too. Wow. You two. Unbelievable.
Oh, me and Lisa are the same age. That is funny.
Hey, if there's ever somebody that can do it, it's Lisa.
Yeah, she's awesome.
I agree with that.
She's the best. But I think she did it. I think somebody told her what the time was.
I believe that somebody clocked her at that.
Okay, we'll just leave it there. She is an extraordinary athlete. I don't want to put down Lisa McCaffrey. And she would clearly, whatever athletically, could be fine just now. And she did all right with the boys, in terms of athleticism. There ain't no doubt about that.
Ed McCaffrey's fastest 40. What do you guys guess?
4.6? 4.7?
Yeah, I'll go 4.58.
4.69.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, Ed wasn't a burner.
At the combine.
Yeah, that wasn't Ed's game.
So she was faster than her husband.
Well, she ran a 4.8.
No, she ran a 4.5
She did say 4.4.
According to you.
4.48.
According to you.
I've been high all day. 4.48, she said. 4.48 was her electronic time.
She said sub 4.5. Yeah.
Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. They are great partners with us, and we appreciate them.
And Andy would never. If Lisa McCaffrey told you she ran, it was timed when the Valkyries had that football trial, she was timed at 4.5:40. These two didn't believe her. Would you believe her?
Yeah.
See, I would too. I don't know why these guys wouldn't believe her.
Didn't Christian?
Are you being serious?
I am being serious. Christian, I think, credited her. Now, maybe he was trying to have a little fun with his dad, but he credited her with where he got his athleticism from when he got drafted and all that, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it's a good combo meal with the two of them.
Yeah,
for sure.
you're doing all right. I mean, Ed,
it's good.
Ed's like you had a little fun with what you were, but, got paid to do a lot. You got paid to do it a long time.
I don't think people appreciate how tall and big Ed actually is. I think that might be lost on him because he didn't wear many pads. But it's like a bigger dude.
Yeah, one of the good stories, what's funny, and you two are the same way, but Ed, whenever I try to get Ed to tell me a cool story on the air, he's like, I don't remember any good ones. Yeah, of course you don't. Let me hear about all the hell you went through, Ed. Let me hear about every ball you dropped, Ed. Let me hear about how you let the team down, Ed. I remember 1,000 good. I remember Minnesota where they tipped the ball up 3 times. He ran under and caught it. He didn't seem to remember that.
Hey,
he remembers every time he got complained or yelled by someone.
Remembers a broken leg.
Well,
yeah.
Dude, the story he's got about that's amazing.
That's the 9/11 story, too.
Yeah, waking up to 9/11. He thought he was on drugs and none of this was happening.
I got to interview Ed one time. I don't know if he's filled in for Rod Smith one weekend or whatever for the.
Well, you did his show, remember? You did the show.
Well,
it was his show before it was Rod's because I used to have to wait with you.
So I'm talking with Ed, and you talk about very whirling pads. He would get his shoes and his jersey pants and scrape basically anything out of the inside. He would cut pieces of his shoes out.
That's crazy.
He would take even stitching because he wasn't using knee pads, so he'd take the stitching out. And I go, why do you do? He goes, well, I'm not very fast, so I need any weight I can lose. So I mean, he's moving.
He was one of the first ones to stop wearing leg pads.
Yeah, he's removing stitching from his pants because he thought he could drop some weight on.
And that dude took some hits.
Oh yes, he did.
Hey, finish this sentence for me. Ed McCaffrey is not in the Broncos Ring of Fame because
stupid people.
Andy?
Politics, I think. I don't know. You want a dead-on answer? You and I heard this, right? I think some folks were upset. Was it Max went to the Raiders? Remember Max went to the Raiders? They thought they were going to sign Max.
No way.
He went the other way. And
because of that?
Why else would he not be in the ring? There's nothing in his career that would not put him in the ring. Why would he be in the ring?
I've never heard that. That come on. You
I don't think everybody was thrilled.
About something petty. That's about as petty
okay,
as
but
it
then
gets.
you give me a better reason why. Give me something else that's got him from going up there.
I don't have
it's
one.
It's not the stats.
I don't have one.
He's got 2 rings that he helped you win.
Yeah,
John Lynch is up there, and I love John Lynch.
I agree.
We all love John Lynch, the player and the person.
Absolutely.
He's up there. You got no rings because of John Lynch.
But they've gone through years where they haven't inducted anybody.
It's been a minute, man. It's been a minute. Didn't Shanahan? Who did they? Didn't they? Well, they did the 77 folks last year, right?
They did Mike a few years back.
Yeah, Mike got it.
Aren't we getting someone this year? Isn't that the rumor? Did
DT.
they announce that?
DT.
That's right,
DT,
DT.
right.
They're bringing the whole Super Bowl team back for it. It'll be a good weekend.
Oh, yeah. What weekend is that?
I forget. I'll have to look it up.
That'll be special.
Yeah, are the Falcons coming? That'd be funny.
Hey, well, you got Penner. Why don't you text him? So Ed McCaffrey needs to be in the Ring of Fame.
Greg's pretty good with this stuff. He's catching up.
But is he on the committee?
things.
Did he create a new committee? Where are we at with the committee?
You know what he did?
I don't know. But
He
here's the
paid
deal.
$4 billion. He's on a committee if he wants to be.
Well, he
That's
is the committee if he chooses to be.
You know,
I
it's
guess
funny
he's
you
got
say
to go
that
talk to
because
Kerry. There's your committee.
I had a conversation with Kerry one time about DeMarcus Ware, and I was like, "Could DeMarcus Ware ever make it in? Like, because he didn't, technically speaking,
It's
he
a 2-year
didn't
thing.
meet the requirements."
Right.
She's like, "Well, at the end of the day, we do get to decide."
Right. They can make the rules.
Yeah.
Like, how about that? Would be great to get DeMarcus Ware and Neil Smith, both of them in.
Hold on.
What? Oh, you don't like Neil Smith?
I like him now. Took me a minute to like him.
Okay, but he was like, they had lost to Jacksonville. They get Neil. Sometimes there's like
All right, you know what? That's an
DeMarcus
interesting
is
one.
like that. There's another piece of the puzzle.
Let me pause you there. Let's turn to the guy that called the stint here, because I wasn't in the media yet when Neil got here. What do you think? What do you think of this suggest? Should Neil be one of the extras?
Neil Smith was to Alfred Williams what DeMarcus Ware was to Von Miller.
Okay.
He lit a fire under him in a competition between those two, and they went back and at it back. I mean, and it was like Leggy was here. Leggy will tell you, but I think Neil Smith was to Alfred what DeMarcus Ware was to Von Miller as far as getting a guy going.
We're talking about Neil Smith to the Ring of Fame. Would you put him in the Ring of Fame?
Oh, yeah.
Forget all the rules and stuff.
I think there's Al Wilson. I mean,
where is Al?
Where's Al Wilson?
We were talking about Ed McCaffrey.
Yeah. I mean, I think defensive players, for whatever reason, like the Hall of Fame, it's more of an uphill battle in their world. But what DeMarcus Ware did was he sort of, Von Miller was a little bit of a spinning top.
Yes.
Off the field, on the, DeMarcus kind of got him back inside the guardrails. And Von will tell you that. I mean, that's.
And I don't know if Alfred ever tell you, but I think Neil Smith did the same thing for Alfred a little bit.
And I think, sometimes it takes that. I think the hardest thing, and, you played in the NBA, but I think the hardest thing in the NFL is for young players is your career won't wait for your maturity.
Right.
You've got like a 3-year window to play ball. And if you're one of those guys who needs 3, 4, 5 years to grow up, quote unquote, grow up,
the league passes.
The league is not going to wait for you. You will be out of the league before you grow up. And I think that's the hardest lesson for a lot of young players.
That's well said, because, hey, there was a time you questioned Von Miller, never his talent, but you questioned some of that for a while.
No, the year he got suspended for the first 6, he fully admits he was sort of off the, he wasn't what he wanted to be as a person or as a player at that point, just because it comes at you. But again, the NFL, unlike baseball, if it takes you 3 or 4 years for you to grow up or mature, and your talent is at a certain level, they'll wait for you.
Right.
But they do not wait for you.
But they also got a place to wait for you, and they'll wait.
Right.
I mean, Arenado took an extra year to come up to the big league because they said he was timid. I'm sure because he was raking in spring training. We were down there, and they said he's too much of a kid. He doesn't take it serious enough yet. And they kept him down in the
NFL
minors for another year.
Doesn't wait for you. Practice squads are a little bigger now, so it's a little better. But
how about Romo or Chicken? Is Chicken in there? Chicken was a great Bronco.
Chicken, well, okay, no.
As a player, I think Al Wilson for me is one.
Yeah,
of the
I think Al Wilson.
Chicken was a great personality and a really good player. I'm not quite sure I'm ready to go Ring of Fame there, but I love Chicken. Don't get me wrong. I mean, look, for the guy's size, he had an amazing career. Yeah. He was not a big dude.
Didn't he lead the NFL
in picks? Like in '99, didn't he?
Yeah. I think when Simon Fletcher got in finally, I thought Al Wilson was sort of the next. But in the next few years, you're going to have a lot of the guys who were on the Super Bowl team sort of be in that window now too. So
hold on, wait, is Mobley up there?
No.
I feel like Mobley broke his neck, and I feel like we forget the player that the guy was. The guy was amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, he was unbelievable.
At times.
Listen, he was unbelievable. Well, he had the knock the Brett Favre pass down that sealed the game in Super Bowl 32.
Oh, he could rush the passer. He could cover guys. He had one of the best. Pick your rookie. Okay, let's go Jahdae Barron tomorrow. I hope Jahdae Barron has a first preseason game against the Niners the way that John Mobley did against the Niners back in his day. He was all over the joint. He was incredible. I'd like Wilson there. I mean, Wilson was just one of those heart and soul guys you get up there, but how can we never talk about John Mobley anymore?
Yeah.
He was part of both Super Bowl teams.
That's a good
Defensive
point.
player.
And you know what?
There you go. Maybe
and
that's
Al
it.
Wilson's one of those guys that we see the story in the NFL way too much. Had it not be for the injury or the spinal, his spinal column, right, was too thin. And
broke
stuff
his
like-
neck.
And if
And
not for
played.
that, I mean, Al Wilson, same thing. You want to talk about a rookie year coming in? I think it was a goal line stand, and he had like 2 or 3 hits on a goal line stand.
Remember, he jumped and hit Wheatley in the air
and just
stopped the touchdown because they had a midair collision. Mike Sanford's not allowed to let none of that happen no more. Did you call that game? You remember what I'm talking about? It was like a Monday night. I want to say he and Wheatley
If
go
it's
in the
Monday
air.
night, then
Wheatley's
I was
for the
calling it.
Raiders.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
You called a lot of good. Did you call the whole Al Wilson career? I think you did.
I think I did. Yeah.
You were there in 08, right?
No.
Yeah, you called his whole career. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
How many guys? You know what I want you to do for homework tonight, in case we don't have nothing on Monday.
Giving you homework, man.
I want you to think of all the guys you called the whole career for.
Well, I've got Joker so far all of his.
Well, yeah, you're doing all right.
No.
I like that one.
I got
Do I
Carmelo's
have to do
entire
that?
career here.
You got Jamal.
I got Jamal's
Leggy.
all here.
Leggy
do I
has to.
do I have to do that homework too?
Yeah, Leggy has to claim
I
every.
ain't got time for your list, man.
Leggy's got to claim every single player that's gone through the combine in the history of the event.
I got Shanahan's whole career here.
Hey, Leggy's got everyone since we invented the television. That's how far he goes
No,
back.
you do not.
That's too harsh.
Get out of here.
That's too harsh.
But
I don't need that.
am I right in saying it? But the advent of the combine.
The modern combine, yeah, 87.
87.
What's the pre-modern combine?
I mean,
Well,
it was,
when it went to Indy,
it was makeshift, wasn't it?
Well, it was like multiple locations
Yeah.
on multiple dates.
It was like a
Indy was the first.
Was it
real-
basically like?
And that was 87?
87.
Leggy was like 8 regional combines, or was it like
One year
4?
there were 4.
Okay.
One year there were 2.
Okay.
I went to one of the regional ones one time. I mean, there was a combine way back when Elway was playing because his dad told him not to go because he didn't want him to look at his knee.
Ooh.
Before the draft. So he was supposed to go to the combine. And then somehow they called John and said, can you come up here and at least do the team interviews? And he actually flew up, and his dad told him basically get the hell out of there. So he left.
Well, didn't he play most of his career without an ACL or something like that?
So he did not want them to look at his knee before the
Yeah.
draft. So his dad said, you are not going to any of the regional combine.
Dude, he
So-
won 2 Super Bowls without a bicep tendon. Little thing all rolled up like a sleeping bag in his arm.
Yeah, some people say I type with no talent. So that's
Well, but do you remember the quote when when he did that? He goes, everybody goes, how you doing? He goes, listen, for the first time in a year or two, I have no pain in my arm. And, once that tendon went, he was like, oh, I'm good now. It
What did
doesn't
you
hurt.
think the moment that you were calling that game too there in Mexico City? And I remember as a fan, I'm depressed as hell because it's like what, the second preseason game coming off the Jacksonville loss. It was the first time in my young life I'm like, this is why you don't blow chances when you got him. Because I'm thinking, he's hurt. We're not going 13-3 this year. All is lost. And, now it turns out everything was just fine. Nothing was lost and he was okay. But what did you think in the moment?
Well, Leggy, probably. Were you here for that?
No, I wasn't quite here
year
yet.
before you-
I was covering the Titans.
So that Mexico City game, and Elway was part of the group. There was a little bar right across the street from the hotel we stayed at. I walked back to the hotel about 5:30 in the morning. There were still coaches and peoples back in there. So the story goes, and then Elway gets hurt the next day. But I was told like Monday, Shanahan comes in. We're back in the United States. The coaches meeting, how they have their meetings. He's got this like big manila envelope with all these 8x10 glossies.
Oh no!
Throws them out on the table, and it shows all these coaches behind the bars,
Black
pouring
and white
drinks,
pictures and stuff, like
doing
a crime case.
And I was told this by one of the coaches that were there, and I hung out with him. He said he threw those pictures out in front of all the coaches. He goes, "This stops now.
Yeah, we're done with this.
Yeah, this ends now. This is over." But it showed them all, and they're hammering with John and Boone and That was a hell of a night, though.
There was a game in a city where we left, and I was, I'm not going to name the coach, but you could probably figure it out. We were going to have an interim coach, and I remember we were leaving a steakhouse because I was with the sales guy and the clients because, I'm not going to turn down a steak, A and B. I'll go talk to the clients. It was fun, and we're leaving. I'm like, man, the interim coach is not leaving before us. This could be a problem tomorrow. And you know what? It was. Go have a wonderful weekend and stay out of that Mexico bar.
Soccer tournament.
Soccer tournament. Oh, yeah, that's right. His daughter is going to be.
I'm heading to Boulder.
I want to say Pele. I should probably pick a female player, but I don't know which one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's go.
There's a good one.
Brandy
Chastain.
Chastain.
Who did the celebration? I don't want his daughter doing the celebration.
Brandy
She's close to
Chastain and
my
her
heart.
husband.
That's right.
How about the two of them are essentially the co-head coaches of one of the best women's soccer programs in America, Santa Clara.
Okay.
The Broncos.
Okay.
Right down the road from where the actual
I was
Denver
just
Broncos
there.
are hanging out.
The name means championship. All right, let's get into it. I mean,
I want to hear
welcome,
all
Mike
about
Sanford. Welcome. No, I want to talk to Leggy. So here's the thing.
Wow.
I feel like after initial reporting of a lot of great stuff happened after the practice yesterday, maybe a little tempering of the Super Bowl parade route plan needs to happen. I don't want to look. I'm not saying that everybody needs. I still think you have every reason to be super excited about this season, but I feel like a little of the balloon has come down. The hot air balloon's coming down a little bit. What'd you see yesterday? Give us the unfiltered what you saw.
I spent more time with the defense. I should say.
Okay.
I should say that up front, but
it's a wise move. It's a fun crew.
It was wise yesterday.
It's a fun bunch to hang around.
I had several people with the 49ers tell me after practice, okay, that's real. Mm-hmm. And the reason I say that is I think when I have gone through my career offensively, you're dictating. So I always say the best offenses ask the toughest questions, and the best defenses have the best answers. And this Bronco defense can answer any way it wants. It can play big, it can play small, it can play fast, it can spread out, it can play in the box, it can play 3 safeties in a dime, it can play 4 corners in a dime, it can play 5 corners in a dime. They can answer almost any question they're asked. Doesn't mean they're always going to make the play and all that. No, it's
still football.
It's too tough to play defense in the league right now.
Yeah.
You can't. But their ability to answer tough questions is what separates them. And they answered it yesterday. The first 11-on-11 play of practice, the 49ers are running one of their just bread and butter zone runs, and Benito is almost the lineman's barely out of his stance, and he blows up the run play. Broncos guys go crazy, and the tone is set for the rest of the practice. And if Pat Surtain plays the season like he played, like he practiced yesterday, then he'll be in the running for another one.
Leggy, yesterday there was some bad news. I don't know if you were able to see.
I did see it.
Okay,
it looked grievous.
So when I think about the Denver Broncos this year's defense, I think about that there are going to be reserve players that have 20 banked starts. Matt Henningsen, one of those guys, as a guy that has started and or been a rotational guy for 4 or 5 seasons.
Yeah. There would be 400 snap guys on other teams who don't see the field for the Broncos.
You're looking at P.J. Locke's going to ultimately be the third safety unless there's an injury, and I think he was a terrific safety a year ago.
He had a terrific day yesterday.
He's a good player.
Brandon Jones doesn't practice, and Locke, they're just doing their thing.
And I kind of also bring up, the Jaquan McMillan, whether he starts or whether Jahdae Barron starts. Either way, people say that Jaquan McMillan was, or the nickel position is like a sub package. He had the second most snaps of any DB on the Broncos last year.
It's the base now in the league.
It's the base.
In the league. And people will, I know GMs will tell you that's the toughest player to find other than franchise quarterback. Take franchise quarterback off the table. The full-time nickel corner is the toughest player to find, and the Broncos have 2 of them who can play at a top level. So, I mean, that's where they're at right now defensively. Look, all the stars align and all that. I don't know that, but what I saw yesterday was, and they were revved up to practice. I mean, I don't know, I've seen a lot of joint practices in my time, and that's as revved up if I've seen a unit to just make a statement about who they are, and that must have been a discussion for them in the locker room or wherever.
Leggy, it's been eating at me because I haven't been able to be at 49ers training camp at all, and I've been thinking a lot about
how much would we all like to be out there. Yesterday was the day we all wanted
I would have
to see,
loved to have
frankly.
been out there, especially with all the local ties, right? Think about the ties but Mike
something.
Shanahan was. Did you see Mike out there
I
at
did
practice?
see Mike. I saw John Lynch. I
Yep.
mean, you just see.
So the player that I'm really curious is to see, because I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for an awesome season. I'm rooting for health. Is Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah.
How did Christian look?
He took, look, I haven't spent all summer with the 49ers or anything, but yesterday to me looked like a full rotation of snaps, with the ones, what he would have taken if they thought, he was healthy and ready to go. I mean, they weren't tackling to the ground, but they were thumping, and they were legitimate thump. It was legitimate thump speed, as they call it.
Mm-hmm.
You were ending plays for real. And he took all of that and had some nice runs, but there wasn't much room to come by.
Yeah. As we've seen,
but
all
it wasn't
training camp.
him necessarily. But
did he look explosive? And
it's in terms of comparison shopping, I saw some initial cuts when he had the ball. He never really got a chance to open it up and turn it over, 10, 15 yards down the field. That play just wasn't available yesterday. So I didn't see that, but the initial burst with the ball looked pretty good to me.
All right, let's do this. Let's take our break because I want to jump into some of the offensive specifics. I want to talk about the O-line in particular and what you saw yesterday because, again, that's where maybe some of the tempering comes in. I don't know. And I just want to see how you think, should we expect tomorrow? Guess what? We're going to make Leggy draft a fantasy team at 520. I've already told him what's going on. He's going to draft Nate's preseason fantasy team at 520. It's going to be good times. I know he can't wait.
Just the second time of my football life will I draft a fantasy
hey,
team.
Mark Springer led us through all the backup quarterbacks, and good thing he did because we saw a lot of them last night, it seemed like, on NFL Network.
Before we go, I just had a little moment. The very first time I was ever on the radio, this was the group.
This was the
configuration.
That's right.
We
were at a bar. Were we at the sports book?
Up at the old studio. The first time I was in studio.
Oh,
is what first time I was in studio. Leggy was to my left, and you were right across the way. So this is pretty fun to.
You don't remember bringing your family to the sports book?
That time I did a segment, but the first time I ever
was it just a segment?
Yeah, maybe
God,
two.
It felt
maybe
like
two.
the whole show.
Yeah, that's how it is with me, man.
Endless.
Yeah, tell you what, 10 minutes with Sanford is like 2 hours.
You're like, God, is this guy done? All right, we're gonna come back. We're gonna get more into it. We are gonna talk. What? Uh-oh. I was like, what is with this text? I see how this is going to go. Sanford's going to show up, and people are going to start a little of the yapping. A little of the yapping's going on the text line.
Which is what I
We're
love.
going to get it back and forth.
Which is what I love, man.
Right,
the high school football
That's
season
right.
is upon
it's
us.
Around the corner. Everyone's getting there. All right, Leggy's update on the offensive side of the ball, and specifically how'd the O-line look. We'll talk about it next. A little Goldfinger on a Scott Friday here. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rocking on. It's Jeff Legwald with us for the duration of the show. Mike Sanford sitting in as we talk a little bit about yesterday's. I'm going to be excited for Monday when we actually have a football game to talk about, but not quite there yet. I will admit I did try to take in some of that action last night. You know, again, there's stages to the football season. Oh, thank God it's training camp. And then about a week later, I can't wait for a game. And then it's like, the games are here. I can't wait. And then, I don't know, quarter and a half into Seattle and the Raiders are like, man, I can't wait for the regular season.
I'm going to go ahead and be self-proclaimed football guy and say that I had about as much fun as I've ever had last night watching the Seahawks and the Raiders. It was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I would recommend, as a guy that's done all three jobs in the broadcast positioning, that when you're the color guy, be a little careful of the statements you make when you're watching a guy with a history, because who is it? Who is the fullback? Michael. Who's a Seahawks color person?
Oh, is it Michael Bennett?
Robinson.
Michael Robinson.
Bennett was up there. He was up there.
He had the big thick dreads going, man.
But Robinson was up there at the beginning, and about the second drive of the game, Drew does something where he throws it out of bounds, and Michael Robinson goes, that's Drew Lock, veteran quarterback. He's not going to put the ball in harm's way, and he's not going to turn it over. And 2 plays later, he threw the interception. And I was like, bro, come on. Have you not? I mean, come on. It was as bad as saying a guy will never miss a free throw and then right off the back of the rim. So, although Drew after that had a pretty good night. And you know who had a real good night was Torrey Horton. So congratulations to him. I know you were kind of you were liking what you saw out of him before the draft, I should say.
Leggy, you have a way better valuation on players because of the context of history and injury. That was the downside of Torrey Horton was, he had the foot injury week 4-ish. I mean, it was just lingered.
And that makes people nervous. Yeah. Even when they get a look at it, that's one of those where a lot of people will say, that's coming back, even though they're not like actual doctors.
Yeah, just some scout has decided.
Like, I could be overdoing this just because I know.
Oh, you're way overdoing it. No,
I know Torrey Horton's brother. He played for us at Boise State. Okay. I had a chance to see Torrey Horton multiple times against my alma mater in person when he was healthy. And I thought his trajectory was that of a player that was a first-round talent. And you take away...
You could see that, yeah.
Because
crowded at receiver, but he's definitely a top 40.
Yeah, top 40. Top 40 is
top
fair.
40 player.
He ends up going down to the 5th round, and I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, the Denver Broncos, when did they take Pat Bryant? 3rd round?
3rd. You weren't talking to head coach out of that, though.
Yeah.
That was total head coach.
He was sold on it.
Head coach was smitten.
Well, the fan base here is smitten with a few of the local guys, so I'm sure the Torrey Horton one will not be forgotten.
Is Pat Bryant not about – he feels to me about like Bo Nix's – the Bo Nix comp of this class, where it's I'm the smartest one in the room.
Might be
You're right.
Yeah.
Both.
R.J. Harvey, because even their own grade on R.J. Harvey wasn't where they took him.
Where did you have him, Leggy?
Harvey, I'd have to look it up, but
you had him maybe around later than they took him.
At least,
I remember you telling me that when I asked you.
At least around.
If somebody would put a gun to my head, I would have said 3rd, 4th.
Yeah, that's where he fit.
Yeah,
probably where he belongs. But Sean Payton has the definite belief of if he wants the player, some GMs will have if we're in the neighborhood, and what they mean by neighborhood is 10 picks within the grade. Sean Payton's neighborhood is maybe like 2 rounds.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He wants the player.
If he wants the guy, they're taking the guy, and he won't much care about where he actually is on their.
Yeah, Sean's neighborhood is like Castle Pines.
It's palatial.
It's palatial. It's
very large.
It's got Castle Pines or even backcountry vibes where it just goes on forever.
It does, but I give him credit for this. He drafts guys, and he seems to know what he wants to do with them. So you know what?
The one thing he has in his favor in a draft scenario is he has a very clear idea where he thinks players fit.
I see the plays I'm going to use for you.
Yeah. And
we've seen it with Pat Bryant and R.J. Harvey.
That can be a big thing because a lot of guys are quote unquote misses because they go to a team where they don't fit. They drafted them on traits only, big, strong, fat, whatever their proto in like Parcells. Bill Parcells had a very definitive parameters of what each position should be in the NFL. If you were a D lineman, you had to be this tall, you had to weigh this much, and they rarely wavered from that. And Sean is from that school. He believes there's a prototype, and to break the prototype, you better bring something special, to the table.
All right, let's talk about yesterday's practice. You and I grabbed a Starbucks before we got in here, and you were telling me the offense had a fine day, not the day that the defense had. But again, the guys in the midday PhD had on a writer from San Francisco where he talked about how he thought the San Francisco D-line got the better of the Broncos offensive line. Our friend Romy Bean, when she joined us after practice yesterday, said she didn't focus so much on the offensive line, but she said we saw a lot of good from second act Bo, where he basically would escape the pocket and then create something of the play. Do we need to worry about the offensive line, Leggy? I mean, this has been ballyhooed as one of the best offensive, if not the best offensive line in football. What are we seeing?
Well, yesterday I saw Bosa's a pretty damn good player. I think there were two phases. There were, how's Bosa's day going, and how's the rest of the.
How did Fred Warner look? Was he out there playing?
I only had limited. I saw him in some of the early stuff, and then I went over to the defense.
And a lot of Fred Warner's traits won't show up necessarily in that style until it's live.
But O-line, it was a two-part story. Bosa dominated no matter where you lined up. Rest of the guys, I thought, had a nice day. And I think Bo was good off schedule. He made 3 pretty good throws off schedule. My only concern and again, I tell people all the time, this is just a personal thing. I've argued with every coach I've ever covered about it. I would argue with Mike Sanford probably about it, but I'm not a big fan of 7-on-7. Yeah. I get why it exists.
I can't stand it, Leggy. I hate it.
I get why people use it. I get why I get why there are now 7-on-7 leagues. Yeah. I fully understand. I just don't like it. And when a quarterback runs in 7-on-7, I want to get in my car and I want to go home.
Yeah.
Because that's one of my things. You want to watch me just get, all frazzled and
angry and
just
lose your zen.
And it's irrational. Like I'm be a grown up, like Walt.
7-on-7 to me epitomizes the famous John Wooden quote: "Don't mistake activity for achievement."
Yeah. I just think it's
you're getting nothing done.
I think coaches and offensive play callers have created it so everybody's happy when practice is over. Defense has unless you're an unbelievable defense, you have no shot.
Yep. You shouldn't.
But yesterday I watched their defense destroy 2 7-on-7 periods of the 49ers. So that probably ended up swinging the pendulum the other way. You feel even worse because you didn't get anything done in 7. But I don't like, and he ran twice in 7-on-7, and I'm not.
It's not your thing.
I don't like that.
Okay. When we got
off schedule, he had 3 really nice plays that I saw. And even Mike Shanahan mentioned to me in passing his movement skills are a lot better than, I saw in college. And Mike doesn't throw that around lightly.
He doesn't hand out the feel good.
It's not going to be like he's just trying to make everybody. He liked what he saw from Bo.
That's good. All right. My question then becomes, and I know you've told a couple shows, you're still wondering about the run game. So I think that is something to watch tomorrow. But is the offensive line, how good do you think they're going to be at run blocking?
I think that's their strength. That's why I wish they ran the ball more. I mean, Quinn Meinerz, are you kidding me? It might be the best drive blocker in the football. I want to see them going forward, using those movement skills. But, and that's some of that is not the league anymore. I understand that too. But it just seems to me if you're going to face nickel snaps 70% of the time, running the ball is a pretty cheap way to get 5 yards. And I think that's why a lot of the really good defenses are sort of ultra hefty in the front 3 or the front 4 because they got to defend the line of scrimmage with a lighter box. And the best way to do that is, but I don't think the Broncos challenge that part of defenses enough. But I am intrigued to see, and I would love to hear Mike's thoughts on it, but I think I see Sean Payton making a little bit of a tweak to the run game.
Yep.
I've seen more of an outside zone scheme in this camp than I saw in his first two. And then when I went back last year and looked at a bunch of the Saints stuff, I think this potentially, again, until he calls it, I don't believe it. Until I see it in a game, I don't believe it. But this looks a lot more outside zone-ish.
It does. J.K. Dobbins was brought in to be a really proficient wide zone runner. And when Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh got to the Chargers organization, they love gap schemes. I mean, it is power, counter, and duo. Yeah. And it's downhill. Now, that's J.K. Dobbins can run those schemes, but you can see his flash plays in training camp have been off wide zone. My question to you, Leggy, is this offensive line built to be a wide zone outside wide zone?
They'd be bigger. They're bigger than you would.
They seem a little gap schemey to me. They seem a little get two.
That's why I'm
double teams at the point of attack, move another man from point A to point B against his will, pull a backside guard. Because here's what I see: Ben Powers, Mike McGlinchey, those guys are not wide zone guard and tackle.
And I guess, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds because I know that, but I just think maybe the wide part isn't so wide.
You
know,
like mid zone.
Maybe it's like a
mid zone.
A little thinner
Mm-hmm.
at it, but because there's been, when people, folks should know, like when a team's thinking about the old Shanahan Kubiak type runs game, they'll talk a lot about landmarks in blocking, and that word has come up a billion times from Bronco players, the coaches, So I'm intrigued to see if that can be the difference.
All right, we got a little breaking news.
All right.
I think, you know what? I know Leggy's a man of all sports, so I'm going to need you to switch your hats because this is coming from your employer, ESPN.
The worldwide leader?
Shams Charania has announced the Christmas Day games.
Uh-oh. Feels like Christmas outside right now.
Cleveland Cavaliers at Knicks, Spurs at Thunder, Rockets at LA Lakers, Mavericks at the Golden State Warriors, and what does my wandering eye see right here? Denver's going to have a little bit of a double dip because Minnesota is playing at Denver on Christmas night. They're wrapping up the schedule in Denver.
What are you going to do?
And you got the Broncos playing the Chiefs. You're going to go and you're going to call your Ball Arena suite representative right now
what
and make
time's
sure
kick?
you got tickets with a TV and you can take them both in somehow at the same time.
Let's see, what time's kick here?
I'll be in Christmas night and
7:15.
Arrowhead.
So 6:15 at Arrowhead.
Yeah.
Or
Now, I don't have a
here.
time here. This could be, they are the last game. Spring, when do they usually tip off the last game of the night? Is that like
8:30?
Well, you might be able to get both in. You know what? Maybe you tailgate
That's
with a
a
TV.
full Christmas night.
That
for
is
the
a lot
local-
of Christmas action. That's a lot of sports. So
Sounds
for
like
the
there
local populace.
It sounds like there might be less of a focus on, on the meaning of Christmas and more focus on the consumption.
On snacks.
Well, to be fair to all, I have friends in the Jewish community. It's just a Saturday or whatever it falls on today. So, they like to go to games, or they're not allowed to have a game or two.
It's a
Whatever,
Thursday.
it's a Thursday. That's my point. It's just a day. Not everybody. Some people like to have a movie to go to, or
I love it. I love a Christmas movie in the afternoon,
Do you?
evening. Love it. Not anymore. Not that I've grown up and I don't work copious amounts of hours in the month of December like I used to.
All right, I got a question for everybody.
Copious.
303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Dylan asks, what game will you be covering? I'm not sure. I would guess Nuggets, but we'll let you know because we are proud to have the Westwood One package. That said, and the Avs won't be playing because they take a Christmas break.
I know where I'll be.
You do know where you'll be. You'll be in KC. Last time that all went down, I was getting rained on in buckets in KC with you.
Wait, what game are we covering on 92.5?
We've got the holiday package on Westwood One.
This is
it's a new
crazy.
world, Coach.
But you know what? You know it's a beautiful thing, man.
We have 3 other stations to
You
make it
betcha.
all work.
Do it
so don't you
all.
worry.
Do it all.
Do it all.
And we got apps.
Yeah.
And we got a DMac podcast that he can
Well,
just do
we've
his
got-
own
we've
makeshift
got
play-by-play.
radio apps. I mean, when you're talking sports, you better be clear what the app is. I like a queso dip myself.
Yep.
Some wings.
Agreed.
Give me that.
I
as
like
the
that
ad.
dog poo
I like
dip.
the dip.
The dog poo dip that's got chorizo.
Yeah,
and
that
cream
doesn't
cheese.
sound good.
Oh, it's
you
my
could
mom's
call
specialty.
It, well, your mom needs a new name for it.
Yeah,
then.
I think my mom has a pretty good patent on it. It's 25 years strong. It's going pretty good.
Well, I
for
think
us.
it could be a delightful dish. I just don't like the name. The marketing is off. Okay? That's all I'm saying. All right. So I want to know from the fans out there, 303-504-0925, do you like your team playing on Christmas Day or whatever holiday, like the holiday? See, for me, you know what I learned? I don't like this? When the Broncos a couple years had to deal with the Chargers about that same time. I think one I know was Christmas Eve. And I just was like, you know what? And this is like the Jay Cutler, Phillip Rivers days. I'm like, I'm just going to record it, and I'm not going to put myself through it. And then I found out later they got whooped anyway, so now I'm not even going to watch it because you're not going to ruin my Christmas with your crap football. I remember CU played a bowl game one time. I think, wasn't it the Hula Bowl or the Aloha Bowl? It was in Hawaii, and it was a Christmas Day game. Do you remember that?
Would have been Aloha Bowl.
Aloha.
The Hula Bowl
And
was an all-star game.
It might have been the year where I think, sorry to say, Coach Mack decided he'd switch the offense up because he wanted to get ready for Cordell's arrival,
That's
and Darian
right.
Hagan had
And
to
it didn't go well.
throw the football when that wasn't really his thing. Yeah, I see again.
Darian Hagan told me that story.
Well, I love Coach, man.
He-
Coach still texts us and says
Oh, man,
hi.
he's the
You know.
best.
No, seriously, man. I this is where I don't necessarily need the Christmas Day. Just give me the bad rerun. Now, if you want to change
It is the end
off
of the day, though.
I get it. You're
Yeah,
right.
you've
well, the end of the day
celebrated.
is better.
Yeah,
It is
you
better.
are
But
at
don't
the end
go
of
ruin in the middle of the day because
Yeah.
my team sucks. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you guys this.
And then the sweater doesn't fit.
Yeah, the sweater
You
doesn't
got a lot
fit.
going on.
Oh, you know what happened too? Again, as the younger lad, one time the Broncos played Tampa on Christmas. Or maybe it was right after. It was right around there, but I'd got my brand new game John Elway jersey for Christmas. That was the thing.
Was it authentic or was
it
it
was authentic?
straight
It
up?
was the one. It was the yeah. It turned out it was real because Stink helped me get it autographed. And he goes, "This is actually a real jersey." I was like, "Well, I didn't know, and now you've confirmed it." But anyway, because it was the old white one, the old '80s version of it or whatever.
She's a beaut too.
So I throw it on, and I'm ready to watch some action. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we're talking about them orange creamsicle,
Yeah, baby.
suck all the time. I don't even know who the quarterback was. Tampa Bay Buccaneers roll in and whip the Broncos with Wade Phillips as coach. And I'm like, now this jersey's cursed. Now I can't wear the jersey anymore. We just lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I can't wear this thing. This can't be a game day staple. They just lost.
When's the last time you wore it? After that, when's
Dude,
the
he
next
signed it.
one?
I don't even know. I got a TD one by the time they went to the Super Bowl. I told you, I felt like the thing was cursed from there on. I don't think I risked letting him ruin another game for me.
So hearing you talk as a fan,
yeah,
about the
we're talking high school passionate Andy, where you did ruin my whole day if you lost.
about the possibilities of what could happen
On a holiday game.
Well, emotionally,
Dude, I've had hey man, the Lions, Barry Sanders still scoring touchdowns in some universe against the damn Broncos back in what was that, 88? You remember that? Barry went for 500 yards and 9,000 touchdowns. I don't know who had him in fantasy that day. They feasted on Thanksgiving dinner. That sucked too.
back to the fans of the current fans in the Denver area. This Christmas, can you imagine the euphoria that would be experienced if you beat the Chiefs and the Timberwolves in the same day?
Depends.
What do you mean?
Look at you. There he is.
Well, now sports guys coming in. How do you know? Look, man, if the Broncos D is what the Broncos D is, how do we know they're playing for anything? It might be the Broncos' turn
I like
not
it.
to have
I like the
something
way
to
you
play
thought.
for on Christmas. They might have their crap taken care of. Anytime you can whoop the Wolves is a good time, right?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Is there a team from Minnesota worth rooting for? I don't think there is.
I kind of like the current build of the Vikings.
Well, I like the coach.
I like the coach.
I really got nothing against
I
the
like
Vikings.
J.J. McCarthy. I became a J.J. McCarthy believer. I think Leggy and I have talked about it a few times on the sideline at training camp. Just watching some of the clips of Minnesota Vikings training camp. I think that team's going to be something else this year.
All right. Question for you before you go to break, since
Oh.
he just got done telling us he doesn't know anything about 90s Broncos, which you weren't here. I don't expect you to, but see, I lived it.
I was in diapers, Amy.
See, I don't
I'm
need
just
this.
kidding.
I don't
I
need
wasn't.
this
I was in
conversation.
diapers
I got
in
an idea.
1983.
Why don't you get born
I don't need
sooner,
this
pal?
conversation where it's going.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I was wearing pull-ups by the time you recovered your first combine, though. That's cool.
Hey,
I'm going to cry like a baby.
we'll leave
right
baby
over-
Huey in the corner here for
I'm
a
gonna
second.
cry
Let me
like a
ask you this,
baby.
okay, because this came up yesterday.
Yes.
98 Broncos versus 98 Vikings. If we ever got that Super Bowl, because all the Bronco guys I know, whether it was Alfred or Stink or Habib or any of them, they all said they had something for him. Atwater, Crockett, they all thought they had something for him. How do you think it goes down? That offense was ridiculous. And I'm going to say it again, guys. It was Randall Cunningham. Will you confirm it was Randall Cunningham, the quarterback of the 98 Vikings,
yes,
please?
It was.
It was not Dante Culpepper. He came about 4 years later. But Randall Cunningham, rookie Randy Moss, and Chris Carter, they had me worried. And they had Robert Smith, the running back, by the way. How do you think that goes down?
And a Hall of Fame kicker who missed a kick.
Yeah, whoops.
Yeah.
Whoops.
No, I think the head coach for the Broncos makes a difference.
Okay, so you think they do have something for him?
I do.
God, I'd like to see that
because
game play
the
somehow.
Broncos could play muscle up at a time when that meant something.
Okay,
like you could, like they could just keep the ball.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, it's hard to be great. It's like when the Giants played the first Bills team. You know, the K-Gun team. You know, when running at that pace was sort of new to the NFL, or they were bringing it back around again, and it was that version of it was new, and the Giants just sort of took it all, took the air out, and the rule book didn't prevent you from doing it. You could maul receivers and all of that. So that Bronco defense could have really played coverage that they don't allow anymore.
Yeah.
And it would have worked.
The NFL wasn't on the fantasy trip yet. They weren't worried about scoring a billion points every weekend.
When Belichick basically decided to tackle every receiver of the greatest show on turf in the Super Bowl, then they changed the rules.
They're like, hey, we'd like some scoring. All right. He's Coach Sanford. That's Jeff Legwald. We'll come back, get a few more thoughts on what happened and what to expect. What is Mike, Coach Sanford, looking for in the game tomorrow? He's going to give us a few things. Do you wish you could draft a fantasy team with us? You're probably kind of sad, don't you?
I'm going to be coaching a football practice, even though somebody on the text thread said, shouldn't this guy be coaching football right now?
How do you know he's not concerned?
Go ahead and drive by Valor.
You don't have to read it negatively. Maybe they were concerned about
it. Do you think they made that face for real?
Yeah.
I heard that.
It was that tone of voice?
It was big time in the tone of voice.
Do you ever hear anything on the text line as positive?
Oh, yeah, very much.
Kind of trains you not to hear positive tones.
No, I get good
I told
vibes.
him, I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna give it my official eye on the practice.
There we go.
Leggy, I don't know if
I like it. I want you to call in too. I don't know about this O-line.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're going to like that O-line. That's probably the only thing you like.
92.5. Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, the weekend's here. Not only that, it's a summer weekend at that. Longer days, warm nights, vacations, date nights. Saturday is a great date night. Are you avoiding a date night on a Saturday because of erectile dysfunction? Don't let it ruin all that summer can offer you. If intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone. And more importantly, there's a place that can help. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Man, if this happened the first time to you and you laughed it off, then you know what? Do yourself a favor. Don't laugh it off anymore and don't get embarrassed. Don't deal with any of that. Go ahead and head to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they have treatments that'll work for you when the pills or herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, well, the visit's free. So you know what? Nothing to lose. And if you're like a lot of men, their expert staff could have you feeling like your old self the day after the appointment. You could be ready to go. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We are doing a Scott Friday for you. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate is back Monday. I'm looking forward to Monday with my guy Nate. I appreciate all the fill-ins, but man, it's been a weird month. So we're finally going to get this sucker going.
It's kind of strange when you're
really miss Nate after today.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's kind of strange when you're the side piece and the
I tell you, I'm missing the main squeeze.
Yeah, it makes you feel a little bit, it's not great.
I don't know what to tell you.
Feel-
Sorry. Hey, sorry I like my job. I mean to upset you. All right. You know what, babe? By the way, shout out to our guy Jason in Minnesota. He was a regular caller to the No Huddle post-game show that we used to do. Part of me wants to, now that the Broncos, I do believe the Broncos are going to be good. Now, look, when I talk about tempering stuff, folks, I'm not saying don't have hope, don't be excited. I think you should be all those things. Just I feel like there's too much, like I would say root and hope for the Super Bowl. I wouldn't be expecting it just yet till we just see a couple mountains climbed. Is that fair, Leggy?
You might want to tell the head coach to stop talking about it.
I know.
That could be where some of the excitement is coming from.
But don't you feel like with that defense, and I think this is still a good offense.
The head coach of the Denver Broncos is.
Let me ask you this. How far are they from the formula of 2015, if nothing else?
Well, I think they're better than the Brock Osweiler offense.
All right, then. Is that defense even? Is that defense close?
I can't say that yet.
Not quite as proven, right?
Because that defense is so good.
That team won 9 one-score games in a season.
It's a bit like the Chiefs last year's regular season.
9. And the Cleveland game will forever be. That's how you're great on defense. Is they're going to basically run 3 nondescript plays and kick a field goal, and suddenly they ended up on their own 35 or whatever.
Coach, it was amazing. So Peyton Manning throws a pick to he throws it to who's the LSU linebacker, Barkevius Mingo.
Yeah.
He is
Guy's a
just
stud.
standing there. I had to go back and have a buddy show it to me on tape. I was like, he must have missed him. Barkevius Mingo literally standing in the spot that Manning wanted to throw the ball to, and for some reason he threw it to him anyway. He picks it off. Cleveland is on the Broncos side of they're on the plus side of the field. We're in overtime. Broncos had first possession. I'm like, oh, this is going to be the first loss. And the defense comes out. What was it? 2 sacks and a tackle for
2
loss?
sacks and
they're out
TFL.
of field goal range. It was unbelievable.
Game over.
And then, of course, Manning comes out. He's like, bing, bing, let's go home. That game was
Well,
unreal.
would you also say in addition?
But they won 9 one-score games.
They won 9 one-score games. Peyton Manning wasn't quite him.
No, he wasn't himself. But his brain was still there.
He's still Peyton Manning.
You
And
know
he's
what was
still
funny?
a known commodity
in the key moments. Like the
Bo's not even remotely close to that.
the regular season finale when he came back in and just how he handled the playoffs. They were never in the wrong play. He wasn't like super productive in those playoffs, but they were never in the wrong play. They never were.
Look, that offense, even with Osweiler, I've said it, they may not have been good, but they were clutch. Think about the toss play against the Patriots in overtime of the regular season where C.J. Anderson goes running down the field.
Yeah.
How about Brock Osweiler's throw to Owen Daniel against the Bengals that gets them the field goal? The defense comes out, shuts the door. I mean, again, people forget Brock made that throw. They lose to Cincy. They don't have the home field advantage.
Nope.
They were
that's what I
clutch
mean.
every time they needed to be.
So I never look, I know that's sort of, boring. I won't commit or whatever, but it's just that that's a lot to do before you can say you're in that kind of club.
You got to prove you're equal with them. But the offense, I think we all would agree, this offense does have
Potentially
potential to
should
be
be
better.
yeah.
And if the defense is up to snuff, there's no reason why you can't
Now
think
the
Super
AFC
Bowl
is
with this
better
team.
overall.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean,
when is the NFC going to take a couple of these quarterbacks back? I mean,
it's-
my gosh.
I have a hard time remembering a time when the AFC had a sort of a cat fight like this.
This feels like the 80s NFC.
Down to, 7, 8, 9 quarter. I mean, I keep saying it, but Joe Burrow had one of the all-time great seasons a quarterback can have last year. They have the Triple Crown winner at receiver. They have the sack leader, and Joe Burrow has one of the great seasons in the last 25 years, and they don't go to the playoffs in the AFC.
Hey, what did you think of the 80s NFC? I'm just kidding.
Big fan. Leggy, I was going to ask you this question.
Don't be, look, he's getting into coach.
No,
He's getting serious.
No, we're talking about.
They ran the ball way too much.
Talking about
for
the
Mike
Broncos.
Sanford's liking.
Oh, I love running the football.
I'm just teasing.
I actually have a problem with it. I'm gonna
Let's go.
I'm gonna have
you have
wide
a run
receivers
problem.
just exiting in mass,
Transferring.
They're like, I want 2 targets a game.
I didn't know Bill McCartney and the Wishbone were back in town, but okay.
But
Mike Sanford saying those are really good targets, though.
they're productive targets. They helped us win football games. We're talking about the explosive nature, or maybe the unproven aspect of the explosive nature of the Denver Broncos offense. Leggy, Marvin Mims was available in all 17 in the regular season contests. And when you look at the snap counts and how Sean Payton employed Marvin Mims, Cortland Sutton had 977 snaps, understandably so. And this is including the playoffs. Lil Jordan Humphrey was second on this team last year at wide receiver snap count. Devon Vele, third, a rookie, 7th rounder. Troy Franklin, a rookie, 5th rounder.
Yes.
And then your 2nd round draft pick that did you not move to get to, or did you move to get Marvin Mims or no?
They did. They traded up to get him. I think they traded into that round. They were only a 3rd round pick that year.
So you exhausted some semblance of capital, and then you also drafted in the 2nd round. And he's also proven when he touches the football, dynamic things happen. 326 snaps.
No, I always say it's the great mystery of last season.
Do you have any idea why?
No. And I've asked at least 976 people in and around the Broncos.
Because would you also agree, just being out there all the time, I don't ever see Marvin Mims getting coached up like he MA'd on something. It's not like a mental aspect of what he's doing.
No. I don't think anyone
He's a smart dude, man. Like, he is a well-spoken, intellectual football player.
I think some of it is, whether they'll admit it or not, he doesn't fit the prototype at receiver that this regime has. I mean, Devon Vele does.
Yeah.
Pat Bryant
Cortland
does.
Sutton, huge.
Cortland Sutton
Jordan
does.
Yeah, like if you look at the guys, four players last
year.
They
like giants.
Yeah, and Troy Franklin, people think Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims are the same player. Watch those two guys walk next to each other. Yeah. Troy Franklin's a big dude.
And they play last year. It's not the case this year, which could be the difference. But last year, Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims played the same position.
Right, they're both Z's.
So that's the issue.
We're going to wrap this. We're going to come back. We're going to talk more about it. Thanks to Coach.
Appreciate you guys.
We're going to get back. Hey, Monday. Monday. We'll all talk about a game finally. How about that? And Nate will be back.
I want to go live from a Mike Sanford practice.
Well, then drive with him. Drive with him right now and call me when you get there.
Let's put the tents up. You and I do the show.
Wouldn't that be great?
I've done that. I did that with Ed. When Ed was coaching, we had to go out there and do the show from the press box. And he was coached.
Please.
Hey, we did. I'm not kidding. We'll be back.
Live.
It's Altitude Sports Radio. We wish you a good Scott Friday. Andy Lindahl here with Jeff Legwald, Mark Springer along. We're hanging with you until 6 o'clock as always, as per usual. At least when it's not basketball season or hockey season.
Not yet.
Not yet. Coming close. All right, for those that missed it, we got the announcement last hour, thanks to ESPN insider Shams Charania, that we will have the Nuggets playing the Minnesota Timberwolves in Denver this Christmas to close it out, close out the schedule. So, you got 2 Denver games happening on Christmas.
In the evening.
It's going to be a big deal
You
in
can
the
have
evening.
all of your family fest.
You can.
You can do all your stuff, clear the decks, get ready for some television.
Yeah, and the Minnesota game will be interesting simply because it's a division rival and a team that you don't like. I think it may be, I don't know, Nuggets fans, tell me how you feel about this. 303-504-0925. The Minnesota, the T-Wolves are the rival, right? They're still rival, aren't they? Or is it Oklahoma City?
To beat the Nuggets, essentially.
Exactly.
I mean,
But I don't think bowing out to OKC changes any of that, right?
What about the Lakers?
Yeah.
I realize we all hate the Lakers. I hate the Raiders. I don't feel like the Raiders are a rival the way they once were. The rivals, you're hoping the Chiefs. Now, you got to get a few on them to truly rekindle the fire of that rivalry. But
by that logic, the Oklahoma City would be the rival then, because they're the one in the league right now.
For me, I just feel like you've played more important games against Kansas City.
Yeah, no, I got you. I mean, and the playoff loss, I'm still mad about that one.
Well, you blew a 20-point lead at home in Game 7.
That one.
That's led to the changes we now will witness the first time we hit to this thing. So
my son and I stayed on the subway in Japan watching the game cast on our phones because we couldn't believe it. So we missed our stops.
Wow. That game?
Yeah, we were watching the game cast.
You were watching the Game 7 against Minnesota.
As we were riding around on the subway in Japan because we didn't want to get off and miss. And then they blew the 20. It was hurtful.
All right,
so it's just hurtful.
If I am curious now that we're done with all, I mean, we're not done, but for the most part, a lot of the NBA moves have been made. There may be a couple as we get to camp. Russell Westbrook, if you remember, who, by the way, is still not with a team, did have a late signing with the Nuggets. What was it, spring, September, I think, last year is when Russ finally joined. We knew it was coming. It was kind of projected. It was reported, and then it finally happened. But, yeah, Will says the biggest rival is the salary cap. There's no lies told there.
No, the apron suddenly
is
part of our...
Although they've done some things to get out of those aprons, so that's what makes it more exciting. The Nuggets are we back? Like I said, hope but don't expect a championship for the Broncos because I think there's still some things to prove when you're a younger team. I would say to expect a championship again for the Nuggets with what they've now assembled. Is that fair with OKC being the champ? Am I getting a little too big for my britches?
I mean, expect.
Why would you not
that's
expect
a lot.
with a bench?
No, they're one of the top 4 contenders.
Leggy, what does it take to expect a championship? You've covered a lot of teams, and you and I were together a lot.
I tend not to do that. That's not how my brain works.
But you would tell me all the time, maybe not expect, but you would say when Manning was here, you're good for 10 wins. No, so that puts you in the conversation.
I guess my expect would be expect to be in the conversation. I think too much can happen. It's too hard to.
Well, you lose a person to injury, a key person,
or anything. Weird game, weird call, weird anything. I just think you want to be in the conversation. You got to be legitimately in the conversation, and then you can.
All right, you know what? You're the most neutral person I probably could know in the market. You're a writer. It's done just the facts, ma'am, all that. Rank the expectations of the teams in town. Nate and I call it the parade tracker.
The parade
and
tracker.
Right now,
I like the parade tracker.
I would have the Nuggets atop the parade tracker.
Because he's the best player on planet Earth.
He is. And
if you have the best player on planet Earth, Okay.
And I think you gave him some help.
Yeah.
I think you
I think they're
fortified
better.
the bench.
They were better than they were last year, and he almost dragged them.
Right.
He almost dragged them into the
He
final.
nearly found a way
Yeah.
until Gordon clearly was too hurt to play Game 7 against
They couldn't-
OKC, and you were
couldn't
down too
walk
many dudes.
anymore. But they certainly pushed them better than they got pushed in the final.
All right. Well, another guy that's close to being the best player on planet Earth, they've got two of them in the Avalanche when it comes to McCarr and McKinnon. And, I love that both of them are on the team. And then you've got a young rising star in Bo Nix that a lot of people have talked about. You've got what we all think is going to be maybe the best defense in football this year, and we'll see if they can't challenge some historical units. Who would you put two, the Avs or the Broncos?
I guess because of the defense, I would put the Broncos.
So you got the Broncos ahead of the Avs this year.
This year.
Right now.
Yeah.
I think we all think a couple
terms
more
of
moves
star
maybe
power.
coming for the Avs.
Yeah, no, if they give those guys a little more help. And, in the playoffs, goalie is everything.
But I like Blackwood.
Yeah.
Look, it's kind of funny because you said that in the playoffs, goalie is everything, and sometimes QB is everything, and that's where both these guys have to answer questions, right?
Exactly. But, I mean, I think the last sort of hot goalie quarterback type was the year Flacco got the Ravens. The year Ravens won it with Flacco. That was like a goalie playoff for a quarterback.
Right.
He was so far above where he had played, at any other point that, I think he was, the touchdowns, the interceptions, all of it. They won on the road. It was just, that was like a goalie type of postseason for a quarterback.
And then you got a big contract, and here we are.
Yeah, still playing at age 105.
You know what? We had a chance. Go ahead. Everybody just go ahead and
rank them.
Rank them for us. I don't know that I'm ready to put the Broncos ahead of the Avs when it comes to the –
I just think in the AFC, I think if you're in the quote-unquote arms race, the weapons race, the only way to make a big move in the AFC right now, to me, you're not going to get quarterback play above the elite quarterback play in the AFC right now. So your chance is to be elite at something else and really good at quarterback. And the Broncos have that
with the defense
ability now. They can be elite on defense and get really good play from Bo Nix, and that is a conversation.
Okay.
But you're not going to have – I think that's where all these other AFC teams get in trouble. It's like, oh, well, when our quarterback plays like Lamar and
Burrow,
Josh Allen and Burrow
Allen and of course Mahomes. We haven't even mentioned Mahomes.
Who's not 30 yet, right?
Yeah. Stop telling me that. Will someone age him, please? Age him out of this thing.
Actually, that's the other thing. I think of the projected starting quarterbacks this year, I think only 6 are older than 30. I think. Yeah. Anyway. But that's the difference. You got to be elite at something else, because you're not – Bo Nix isn't going to wake up tomorrow and consistently be better than Lamar and Josh Allen, Mahomes. Not yet. Maybe someday. I don't know, but
people are jumping in. Give us your list. 303-504-0925, the parade tracker. Update the
I like
list.
the parade tracker. That's a good
See,
that's
I
a
think
good
I got
stat.
the Avs ahead of the Broncos still.
Oh, you're-
Now, it can easily – those two feel very close, though.
I mean, the Avs got like that upper tier star power you need to get
They
it
do.
done.
And by NHL.com, wasn't it NHL.com ranked their defense all of a sudden number one? That kind of surprised me, but here we are. But the Avs bottom six is a little
That's
rough.
what I don't, the fourth line, the grind line, the penny tail, all that. The special teams, that's big in the playoffs. So big in the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah.
The teams that can kill the penalties and put it in when they get the man advantage. Those are,
Here's what I'll say.
And good goalie play. That's the formula.
Let me take a look at the Broncos run game and Sean Payton's commitment to it. That could be what swings it for me.
Well, that's a big question.
Because I think, again, this could be a very balanced offense if he wants it to be. It's just every time we've heard him talk about running the ball, he hasn't committed to it.
It's never going to be balanced like we saw in 19. It's just we're not going to live in that world anymore of balance as 55, 40. We're not going to be nowhere close to that. Balance is like 65, 35 now.
Fair enough. I'm not talking. Yeah. I'm not asking him to call plays like the '98 Broncos. I don't think he has that kind of back. But I mean, again, when you tell everybody, you tell the whole world you're going to run the football, and you go 10 times. That's not enough.
No, it's not.
Okay. Even in modern NFL, how about this? What's a good number of carries in the modern NFL? What is balance to you?
I just see it's more timing to me when you run the ball.
Okay.
That to me is what the difference is now between the good running teams. You know, the Ravens are an outlier. I mean, you're just not going to have – I think they had two players combined, you know, Henry and Lamar. I believe they combined for over 80 yards of 10-yard, 80 runs of 10 yards or more last year. You're not getting that kind of production, you know, in most run games now in the league. But the Broncos need to not be near the middle of the pack in explosive runs. They need to not be in the middle of the pack in an advanced metric of the yards over expectation, which is essentially, did you get what was blocked? They can't be in the middle of the pack. To me, that is the context of, is their running game producing for them? Not so much, you know, did they get 28 carries or whatever. It's how it looks. And in games, when they need to just put it away, do you get 3 first downs? To me, that's how I would grade it now.
Okay. All
but
right.
They got almost no explosive. I mean, you know, there were 3 players in the NFL last year that had more explosive runs by themselves than the Broncos backs had total. I mean, that you can't be in that kind of situation now. You got to be carving things out.
No, I hear you there, and so that's fine. I'll accept that. The timing is important. You need some big pop plays out of it. They didn't get any pop plays from an actual running back. Well, McLaughlin's main work came in that short pass, right?
Their top 3 backs.
What was the longest run that they got from
their
anybody?
Top 3 backs didn't ever run longer than 21 yards.
Okay.
Their top 3 backs.
Right. Now, Mims had a couple nice things.
And
but
Tyler Bidet had one long run early in the season, then he hurts his back in the Jets game, you know, which is week 4. So he had the longest run of the season, and he didn't play, you know, 12 games.
Yeah.
So
that's a little rough.
And I think Bo Nix had 50% of their quote-unquote explosive runs.
Interesting.
Last year.
All right. 303-504-0925. Keep sending us the list.
Yeah.
No one has yet to put people are putting other teams ahead of them. We've got all sorts of things coming in front of the Rockies. I think we've got junior league club teams coming in front of the Rockies. So
I will say it's anecdotal. It doesn't mean anything, but you know, I flew back this morning from the joint practice, and I'm on the train at DIA. You know, they have the recordings, and today's was the Rocky. You know, and the end of the recording is like, summertime's a great time for a ball game. Come on out, go Rockies. And I kid you not, like 150 people crammed into that car, all rolled their eyes at one time. That tells you where you're at.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if that's like
the Rocky out of the rotation.
I don't know if that's like a marketing survey or anything, but that tells me public opinion is not exactly where you'd like it.
All right, I'm curious. Do you know which Rocky it was? Do you remember?
It was the Gold Glover.
Tovar?
No,
Ryan McMahon?
Yeah, no,
because he's a Yankee.
No, the center fielder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm not.
Brendan Doyle.
Brendan. I knew I was having a senior moment, but
well,
yeah.
Yeah, you could probably just leave.
And the Go Rockies, it was the Go Rockies that got everybody.
Everybody was like, yeah, okay.
Plus, it was like 400 degrees in the train, so everybody's
you're grumpy anyway.
In a cruddy mood.
And I don't need this coming on.
And then they threw the Go Rockies at you.
All right, 303-504-0925. That's the Shop Mazda text line. If you'd like to participate in the show, you can do so. One price, one person, 1 hour. Again, the Shop Mazda text line. And as we talk training camp, we want to remind you and say thank you to Ramos Law, the official injury firm partner of Broncos Country. They are providing all our training camp coverage, the sponsorship of that. All right, we're going to come back. I got a couple things that I do want to talk about. Now, believe it or not, There's kind of a little, I don't know, traveling carnival coming to town. We'll have to talk about that before the hour is up. I want to see if Jeff has interest in this. But when we come back after the break, I want to discuss where are guys as far as the positional races in your mind. New jobs can't be won. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of jobs open. But I want to talk about some of the names that we know.
Snaps can be won, but jobs can't be won.
Well, there's some names that we know at certain positions. I want to know where you think they're at. Could we see a couple guys replaced? We'll talk about it next. Less Than Jake. Hopefully you were lucky enough to win some tickets. If you didn't, you can go see them tomorrow at the Fillmore Theater. Go check them out. Again, they're going to be with Fishbone, the Suicide Machines. It's going to be a great lineup. I know a lot of people were excited. We gave those tickets away last week, but that doesn't mean you still can't get to the Fillmore tomorrow night and check out our favorite folks, Less Than Jake, and, of course, Chris DeMakes, who sings our Ska Friday song. All right, we're talking with Jeff Legwald. I'm Andy Lindahl. Nate Kreckman makes his triumphant return on Monday, and we'll have the gang back together for pretty much the rest of football season. I might have to duck out here and there
Will
for
there
a
be a
CU road
parade?
trip, but we'll see.
Will there be a parade?
For Nate, I don't know who all would show up, but I guess we could try. We'll have to see. I don't know if he's parade worthy. I need to calm down about that. But
I just thought if we were ranking parade.
If we're ranking parades, the Nate Kreckman parade, what would be involved in the parade? I don't even want to, you know what? Never mind. I don't think I want to know the answer. I can think of a few things, but we're not going to say it on the air. All right, 303-504-0925. Again, that's how you get a hold of us. We are hanging out in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. And if you're watching us on the Twitch feed, that's presented by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway. Fresh food, local flavors. Let's talk about this. So I'll tell you what kind of triggered this thought in my head, because, it doesn't feel like a ton of jobs are up for grabs. But I saw a few people, tweeting about various running backs yesterday. And I guess when we get together on the sidelines, we start we start talking to each other about, I think it feels like J.K. Dobbins is going to be the starter right now, at least to start the season. R.J. Harvey feels like he's going to be heavy in the mix. Maybe he eventually takes over the starting job. But where are you at with who the third receiver is it going to be McLaughlin? Is he going to continue to hold on to that position? Is Estime still in the mix of this thing? Blake Watson had some shifty runs I saw the other day, but I don't know that I've seen much when it comes to the team period with him. And then there's Bidet. Who do you think has got maybe the inside nose for that third running back job right now?
Well, I don't even think it's the third. It's just because he's a different player than the other guy. But Jaleel is a different player than the rest of the guys. And he fits very much that part of the offense. So if you want to call it a number 3 or in another category of change of pace guy or whatever you choose to call it, he's the only one they have in that regard. And he's had a really good camp, whether folks have tweeted it or not, but he's had a really nice camp. And he says he's a little heavier, 7-8 pounds heavier, checking in at 200 pounds when camp opened. That's what he said. And he does not appear to have cost him any quickness but he's got that little something none of the other guys have shown. Harvey has that level of quickness at the initial point of attack. He's got that, but Jaleel has it downfield and a little more. As soon as he catches the ball, he has the ability to make that move almost without having the guy in his vision to do it. He sort of feels it. He has more of that spontaneous something after a catch too. So I think that gives him that slot, however it looks. And right now Dobbins is just the more complete guy on third down, making better decisions in pass protection. And, I talked to Jerry Harvey a little over a week ago off to the side, and he was basically even saying, look, I've got to make better decisions in pass protection. And until you do that consistently, you're never going to be the number one guy because you're going to lose the downs where that's a consideration.
Right. Well, and I feel like rookies always seem to tell us about how they were thinking and not running, and eventually they tell us they started running just on instinct again, right? Yeah,
he's lately, last couple of weeks, I thought he's strung it out a little too far from time to time, looking for, I always hear Bobby Turner, the old Broncos running back coach in the back-to-back Super Bowl teams, who's now with the Niners. I saw Bobby yesterday, but I always hear Bobby Turner's voice, get your foot in the ground because, they're not all going to be home runs.
Right.
And that's, I think Harvey had a little moment this past week where I thought he was sort of looking for a little too much from time to time. And, sometimes that 6-yarder is going to be just exactly what they need.
Keep you on schedule.
Yeah. And so but that's pretty natural for a rookie is you really want to make every carry. You're used to getting so much work. And so, you start to think, I got to make this carry the best it could possibly be instead of just getting what's there in front of you.
Yeah. Well, it's
the fourth running back, I think, is one of the toughest decisions on the roster right now.
You think it'll be because they're keeping Burt no matter what, right?
I'm not counting him. He's
a fullback.
A fullback and another
5 backs is what we should say, but the fourth
4 running backs I think will be the number when all is said and done, unless they have maybe 3 if they end up wanting to keep an extra receiver or an extra guy for special teams. But right now they kept 4 last year, in addition to the other H-back type spot, fullback spot. And I would think they keep 4 this year, and I think the 4 is a tough call right now. I'd lean Estime if I were them because like Jaleel, he would be the one big back, the 220-pound guy.
The hammerhead.
That they don't really have if they don't have him on the roster, but I think that'll come down to where he fit on special teams and then, how does the run game look from a schematic standpoint? Who fits the best?
Don't you think, doesn't Estime need to run as big as he is sometimes too?
I think that's certainly some of it, but, he was a mystery last year. I thought he showed things in practice that would warrant more of time in games, and it never came to fruition. It was like that early fumble, just like, rained on the parade. And then it's like 5 games until he gets another crack, and then he fumbles again. They didn't punish him after the second fumble as much as they did after the first. He was back in the mix sooner. But the playoff game, I just won't understand that ever. And everyone, I've asked a bunch of people, including the head coach, and I just have not been satisfied by the explanation. He's in a game where you need physicality. Playoff game, everybody knows physicality ramps up in the playoffs. The prettiness decreases in the playoffs. You need to be physical and punishing, and
wear people down.
You're on the road in an outdoor cold weather stadium. It's a nice day, but still, and he's a game day inactive, and the guy they keep active for him gets 1 carry. So that they'll never explain that one to me well enough.
Well, hopefully there's some better games here that you don't have to try to get that one explained to you. All right, let's go to the linebacker spot. They have had some bumps and bruises there. What do you think is going to happen with Justin Sternad? Does he stick around again because he's a special teams guy?
He's a core special teamer, so if you don't have him, that's a lot of snaps.
Gotcha. So you think he's good.
On the inside, again, it's just kind of he's not the biggest guy, so that's if you're looking to have more size and physicality, maybe there's a discussion. But anytime the 2 starters aren't in there, it's been Sternad and Bailey have been in there, and that makes me think that those are the 4 interior linebackers.
LaVale Bailey has been very impressive, right?
He's had a great camp. But, the wild card, again, in it all, is the undrafted rookie from Michigan State. He is put together, and he plays like it. Jordan Turner.
Okay.
That's kind of one of the if you're looking for sort of that wild card who pops up on the day the rosters go to 53, like, whoa. But he physically looks the part, and the last 2 weeks, he's really sort of ramped up the anticipation, not many wrong steps. He's really starting, I think, feeling the groove, and that's certainly practice squad at minimum, but I think he's a wild card especially if he in the preseason makes a couple of hits on special teams, and I would think he would, just how athletic he is.
That's Jordan Turner, folks, 55. Watch him. We're giving you guys to watch in these preseason games, too. I am curious about some of these position battles. How do you think we're looking at tight end? Obviously, we know Evan Ingram is going to be a big part of that, but you you and Coach, it was funny. You said it, then Coach comes on, and a little bit later, you both agree Evan Ingram's going to be the second targeted guy.
I think he's WR2,
Yeah.
Who's a tight end.
How do you think the tight ends look behind him, though?
I think it looks a lot like last year. Just the whatever.
Troutman's going to stick around because he's the blocker.
And he's, again, a special teams.
What about Michael Bandy? He on this team again?
Bandy, the receiver?
Who's the other? Who am I screwing up? I always mix him up. Bandy's the wideout, so then
Atkins.
Atkins, sorry,
Nate Atkins.
yes.
No, and Nate Atkins is another special team.
So he'll be the guy.
When you see guys on 3 and 4 special teams units, those are tough cuts because that's a lot of snaps where you need reliable players. You know, it's hard to move those guys along unless somebody has just completely blown your mind. So, I mean, I think I see things can change, obviously, but I certainly think Ingram, Atkins, Troutman, Lucas Kroll, I think would be 4.
Is the Utah
top.
Kid he's
a tremendous prospect. I think at some point we're going to be talking about him having impact. I don't know if it's this year, but they'll keep him on the practice squad in some fashion.
You think Caleb Lohner can make it to the practice squad? You don't think that?
I think so. You know, again, they didn't think Blake Watson would make it last year, so he was a surprise when they went to 53. Blake Watson was on it, even though they knew he likely would not play in games very much, if at all, because they didn't think he would make it through. You know, so I'm intrigued to see how much Lohner plays in the preseason because if
they don't show him, nobody will pick him up.
Lately at practice, he is the physical side of it is hard to ignore. When he simply posts up a defensive back, it's a touchdown. So there's room for that somewhere in your offense.
But if you waive him and he gets claimed, you've
done.
lost him, right?
No,
There's no pulling him back or anything.
He's got to clear waivers to get to your practice squad. That's the issue.
That's why. Okay, we'll check into the preseason at that. But we're talking before we played a game, so
no, and a lot fewer guys always get claimed than I think. I admit
I'm with you.
I admit that totally up front, but he's one where I know he intrigued people before the draft. Now nobody took him before the Broncos, so people weren't that intrigued because the Broncos took him late. So
their last pick, I believe, right in the 7th round.
Yeah.
But no, I get it. You know what the problem is?
But that's a guy maybe you don't play much, and you just explain it to him.
But here's the thing. You and I have dealt with guys, and remember, John Elway boasted that they would be picking guys up off of other teams' cut lists back when they had like that second waiver claim, and they never did that.
They never did.
There's like 2 times where they had the prime waiver claim and took nobody.
The Broncos wouldn't be very high in the order either.
No.
It's until the trade deadline, it's last year's finish, so...
But some of their guys might be coveted by other teams.
That's what I mean.
Believe it.
Yeah, no, and their talent level. I mean, people they cut are going to end up on NFL rosters,
right? Chris
they're
Abrams drained. Don't tell me that guy couldn't be battling for a starting position somewhere else.
He could, but I think he's the last corner to make it in my estimation. They can't. He's having too good a camp. He's too physical. That's just the kind of corner you want around.
Where else do we have some battles? What do you think is it? I know we got Hufanga at safety. Now, we've had the wild thing going on with Brandon Jones. I mean, he hasn't practiced much, yet we keep not getting any update about it. And since it's in the preseason, they don't have to tell us anything. But Brandon Jones has missed a couple practices.
A ton. Yeah, he didn't practice yesterday. That was a bit of a surprise. But, he seems to be moving well. So I don't know if that was just the vet day, and we'll see.
Do you think they keep PJ Locke then after that?
I think so. I think, I think how many safeties you keep is determined by what's your long-term plan for Jahdae Barron.
Well, I was going to say with Barron.
Is Jahdae Barron going to line up at safety in the dime sometimes? Then that influences things. But I think Locke, the 2 starters, Barron, corner safety combo, and Turner Yell is a big time, and Skinner. I think they may end up having to keep 10 or 11 DBs to get all the guys they'd like to keep.
Wait, do they still like JL Skinner? I feel like that's a kid that was kind of
a lot of special teams. Again, I know we don't make much do about it most of the time, but when I see in practice guys on 3, 4, 5 special teams units. Those are tough cuts. Doesn't mean it won't happen. It means those are the hardest conversations if you're the Broncos. And it would be tough to invest all you have in Skinner and not keep him. But again, it may all be determined about, is it 10 defensive backs, 5 and 5, or is it 11, 6 and 5? How do you split it?
Was there anything on the depth chart you even paid attention to? The only thing that kind of surprised me was
I love how
Sherfield's
people
spot.
freak out every year. R.J. Harvey's the 5th running back. He puts the rookies. I don't know how many times we've got to explain it. I mean, should we paint a sign or what? He puts the rookies at the back of the depth chart. He did it to Bo Nix last year. He doesn't care who it is. That's how he does it.
What about Trent Sherfield, though? I was a little surprised he was so far down because it feels like he's in the mix a bunch.
I think he is. I don't think he's that far down.
New guys got to earn their place too. Rookies and new guys.
If we have just spent more time on the depth chart than the Broncos did,
yeah.
I'll just leave it at that. Okay. I mean, I would love. You want to ask me what the depth chart is? I'll tell you what I think it's been practiced like, but Trent Sherfield is not that far down.
He's making the team.
On the real, I think he's the last receiver right now to make it.
What do you think of
Again, too much special teams, too much veteran leadership, too much knowledge, and too much speed. He's
and he's been real reliable for Bo on some of the big plays that he's made.
It's just, I think he's the last receiver.
This is going to be probably a name that surprises you, but I'm just trying to point out names for people to watch tomorrow. How about 81 Jerwan Newton? Now, I like Joaquin Davis, number 80, because of the big body, and I think he fits everything that Sean loves in a receiver.
Both those guys will have nice looks in the preseason.
Dude, Newton looks like he just makes plays.
They both do. Davis is a player Newton rather, is a player I would hang on to. That's just too much there. His testing numbers are stupid, and he just hasn't played much in a formal route tree, or at least what I saw when I looked at him before the draft. I think that's the scout, the guy who's talked to so many scouts over the years, that's the player I'd be patient with just to see what it turns into. But those two receivers, in other years, they would both have a chance to make it, but this isn't one of those years.
All right. Well, just so people know, if you wanted Pat Bryant's 13, if you hadn't heard that, Troy Franklin's 11. Just trying to think of some numbers. I don't think we'll see a lot of Caleb Lohner, but if you were to see him, he's 84. There's some numbers of guys we've talked about just because these are probably some of the guys you may see. By the way, Bidet's 28. Is that a new number? That's a new number, isn't it? J.K. Dobbins is 27. Do you think we see a lot of Dobbins?
No. I don't think we see a lot of the starter. If they move the ball at all in their opening
get in,
possession,
get out, call it a day.
Yeah. He is going to play them, or at least I believe it. He's going to play a lot of them. Will it be the starting lineup that we'll see against the Titans? I don't think that's the case.
All right, when we come back, we got to chat about a little event that's coming to town this weekend because I'm curious how many people are excited to go. Judging by ticket prices, there's more excitement for the renter than the owner of the facility they're playing. Oh, rolling on. Scott Friday, little no effects from you. They're not a band anymore, apparently. We'll see until there's enough money for them to go out on tour and, make a nice little retirement chunk again. I'm sure they'll get back together, but we'll see. In the meantime, we roll on here, 303-504-0925. Why do you give me that look? You really think that when they all said they're done, that they're not really done? I think they're done.
They're never done.
There's enough check to get anybody back together.
Yeah,
Guns N' Roses proved it.
Everybody.
So did the Eagles.
Rolling Stones.
The Stones. We can just keep going and going and going. By the way, when you call in, it's the Ramos Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Normally, we'd be talking to Jeff Legwald on that, but he's in studio today. Nate's finishing up his last day of vacation. He'll be back on Monday, and we'll be rocking again. Another headline for you folks, in case you tuned in late. I would say this. Get ready for a very busy Christmas, and maybe instead of doing some Christmas shopping, you just get tickets to games.
Get a lot of snacks.
Get a lot of snacks because you're going to have the Nuggets will be hosting the Timberwolves to round out the Christmas night schedule. Again, they'll be playing at Ball Arena Christmas night, and that now will – I don't think it'll totally conflict with the Broncos game. Would you say 6 o'clock, 6:20 is when the Bronco game starts?
6:20. I believe that's a 6:20 local time.
Spring had said that it's an 8:30 tip at the end of that day.
I'm just speculating. 8:30.
No, I think you're probably right, though, right? What do I know? I think you're right, though. I feel like that's what it is. By the time the Nuggets go, the Christmas is really done for sure.
You are just, I don't know, man. You're not fired up for the local franchises to play on your Christmas holiday.
No, maybe I just like ad nauseum runs of A Christmas Story. Actually,
No.
I don't. Put Home Alone on. Pick a different movie. Anyway.
Just, I know the NBA can't be excited. The NFL has decided it likes Christmas too.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to watch how they start to, because the NFL had kind of gotten out of the way.
Yeah,
You know
for
what I
a
mean?
long time they sort of, and then they put a game or two on, and the numbers were because the numbers on all NFL things.
Right. So they were like, we like this. It's going to be interesting to watch the NFL continue to try to pull this off. Because
Take
at some
over
point,
everything.
you're going to have, I guess, I mean, at some
Well,
point.
they already have. At first, it was one game, then it was two, and now it's.
What'd they do the Chiefs last year? Didn't they do like a Thursday and then they had them play again on Wednesday? So it wasn't too bad.
No, it's just they'll just. Yeah, once they showed their hand that they're going to play on Wednesdays, they're going to play on.
We'll play any day we can make it work. We'll
Fridays,
just
we're
bump
gonna
a
play
game
on
till a
Christmas.
Tuesday, and then they'll have the Monday nighter the next
the
week.
Black
They'll
Friday
figure it out.
game has appeared.
They got a Black Friday game now. All right, the Savannah Bananas are coming to town. They're going to be occupying Coors Field Saturday and Sunday of this weekend. And I saw our old buddy Woody Page tweeting out how much more expensive Savannah Banana tickets were.
Yeah.
Like upper deck tickets were more expensive for that than lower deck tickets for the Rockies. So
because it's a show. You get
first
the
off, are you
get the
into it?
non-fan.
The former Washington General, the once
Oh.
upon a time Washington
When
General.
you've been a Washington General, you have to be in favor of it.
You like the Savannah Bananas?
Yeah, I like anything that's in the right. That they don't make any. They're not saying they're anything other than what they are. You know what I mean? They're not selling you.
Sure, I've never watched a whole game.
They're
but
not
I've seen
selling
the antics
you,
on the internet. This is baseball.
Meat and potatoes baseball.
Right.
Yeah. Rah, rah, rah. Don't go to that if that's what you're looking for. You're going to be disappointed. So I like that they tell everybody what they are, and they've you are what you can get. You know what I mean? That's a player. People ask me all the time, what's this worth, or what's a player worth? You're worth what you can get.
Yeah, what they're willing to pay you.
Yeah.
What they're willing to.
And they've carved out a niche, and people love it. I mean, there was somebody on the plane today with a Savannah Banana T-shirt on.
I walked into Dick's Sporting Goods the other day looking for something for my kid, and there it was, Savannah Bananas gear all in the aisle, ready to go.
And if that brings a few people, I like baseball. I've always liked baseball. I coached baseball a long time. If that brings a few more people to some part of baseball, then I don't think it's a bad thing ever.
There was a kid from Dakota Ridge that was playing on the team too.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's still on the team anymore, but it's kind of interesting. Obviously, if you're not familiar, and maybe you've been hearing about this all day, how would you describe it? Spring, you're a baseball guy too. It's not really baseball. It's baseball. It's the basics of baseball,
It's a
but
show.
it's the Globetrotters of
Yeah.
baseball, right?
Yeah.
And Mr. Washington Generals should know.
Yeah, no, it's a show. They're proficient at the game,
right?
In there, it's wrong to think they're not. Like,
they're good baseball players.
The Washington Generals had guys who were college All-Americans and played pro ball in Europe. They're good players. They're just part of a show now, and they know it.
Okay, I thought it was interesting. I wanted to talk about this. I heard the other guys kind of get into this. How often would you pay to go see this?
I would. It would be one of those things where I would go see it like once,
sure,
or twice.
Let's say they played in the Springs. Let's just say instead of Coors Field, they go and they occupy the Sky Sox Stadium. I don't even know if the Sky Sox are still there. I guess I'm not as dialed in as I once was. Now that they're not a Rockies affiliate anymore, they go and they play there. Do you think this thing would have draw? Is this just kind of like I don't know what else to call it, but like the circus, the Barnum and Bailey circus, where you go, you watch it, you're cool, and it's out of town?
Yeah, I think it's like that. It's like seeing a band. You like on
okay,
tour,
I like that.
Do you follow the band around? Some people do. Fish, Grateful Dead. I get it, but for the most part, we wait for that stuff to come to us. We go, and then it moves on to the next town. There's always been some kind of baseball barnstorming through the years. Including way back. But
what was going on? Educate me.
No, there's always been that kind of thing. There used to be the softball guy, the king in his court. I mean,
okay.
I actually did a story on the guy one time. He struck me out from second base. It was ridiculous. Yeah.
Threw you how many pitches?
4.
4 pitches to strike you out from second base.
Softball pitcher, king in his court. He did a light beer commercial way back. Because at that time, it was probably the peak of his fame, but he was ridiculous with us. I don't know if people have seen fast pitch softball, but he struck me out from second base, 4 pitches. And at the time, I was coaching and still.
You were swinging the bat.
I could take my cuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't have a shot.
Was it moving? Was it just too fast?
Everything. But one was too fast, and the other ones he could throw a drop ball, and like the bottom, it was like a split fingered with a softball. But yeah, it was funny. He struck me out from second base.
Wow. Okay. I'm really thrown off by all this. I didn't know this guy ever existed. How long ago was this?
Yeah, just Google it. King in his court. The guy did a light beer commercial probably in the 80s.
The 80s.
But anyway, it was a fast pitch little. And he would pitch against baseball players, and they'd only have like 2 fielders, and they would play a game, and they would win all the time, and they only had 2 fielders because no one touched the ball.
So it was a famous fast pitch softball team led by Eddie Feiner. Is that his name?
Feiner.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know they were a whole team.
Well,
did they ever try to take on like actual Major League Baseball teams?
They would do like minor league baseball players, but he would pull all the fielders off the field. They'd have like a center fielder and a shortstop and him, and then he'd strike out the side in the inning.
That's ridiculous.
It was part of the show. He would like pull all the guys off the field, and they'd make a big show how they didn't want to get him off the field. But yeah, that dude. Now, it was softball base pass, so it wasn't 90 feet, but that dude struck me out from second base. He was standing on second base, threw me 4 pitches. I fouled 1 off. The other 3, I had no chance.
This feels like the Detroit Tropics. What was the team in
Miami?
Semi-pro?
Oh, yeah, it was the Flint.
The Flint Tropics. There you go. Yeah. The Flint Tropics. That's what this has got a little bit of a vibe to. Is there a space for any more of these sports to show up, do you think?
I hope so. I mean, I think sometimes in betting has played a big part of it. Our serious quotient is higher than it's ever been. We just I just saw a story the other day about tennis players saying how much abuse they take
because of the betting.
Because of betting when they lose, and it's like at an all-time high. Because it's an individual sport, so people are coming right at them. But
all right.
But I think our serious quotient is pretty
too high.
Well, quit trying to right now. Now I do it for a living. I get it. I'm writing football.
Yeah, but
for a living.
Again, there's probably too many people that are not having the fun that they were meant to with betting, and you're trying to actually make some serious money, and that's just not everyone's going to do it. It's kind of like the sports.
Or you're in a pool that's a little too deep for you.
Yeah, maybe that's not your area. Maybe you
Yeah.
need to back out. Would you bet on a Savannah Bananas game?
I've never
Can't.
You can't?
They're rigged, right?
No, it's not rigged.
Aren't the Bananas? Do they lose?
Yes.
I think it's an exhibition, though. It'd be hard.
It's
to,
an exhibition.
It would be hard to convince people you weren't.
But yeah, they lose. This isn't the Globetrotters and anything else. I mean, you know.
Now the over-under of me scoring 3 points on the Globetrotters probably would have been pretty high. But, yeah.
You think everybody was taking the under?
Yeah, definitely.
You didn't have a step back? You didn't have the step back going?
I hit the jumper. There's no question.
For those that don't know, too, Jeff's not kidding. He legitimately played for the Washington Generals. He told this a few months ago and then tweeted out the picture of his uniform that he still has. 2 games, right? You played 2 games?
One game.
And they gave you a uniform for one
game.
game.
They gave you a uni. It was cool. They didn't do it they didn't let people do it very often. I'm not sure why they picked me, but.
By the way, did you see the kid they picked out of the stands at the minor league baseball game and he went yard?
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
That's pretty cool.
That kind of stuff just makes
if you're the minor leaguer, that probably is not. You probably won't agree to that again.
Yeah, no,
right?
Bad idea.
Yeah, that can only go south for you, and it did for him.
Yeah.
All right, we're coming up. We got a lot coming up in the 5 o'clock hour.
All
Mark
right.
Springer's going to bring us the high five. I believe we're going to probably have a story that involves one of the Broncos' opponents coming up. We thought something bad happened yesterday in the Colts game, maybe. Not quite what we thought it would be, so the starting QB could still be in doubt for the Colts. Tell you a little bit more about that when the Broncos play them. Also, we're going to draft our fantasy teams. If you know the show, how do we make fantasy football fun in the second half? Well, you got a fantasy team full of guys that you're rooting for, and Jeff Legwald is going to have to pick Nate's team, and he's just going to have to live with it. You know why? Because they're Chicago brethren. That's how this goes down. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. And we welcome you, final hour on this Sky Friday. Andy Lindahl, Jeff Legwald with you, Mark Springer along. We've got Shedeur Sanders getting ready to take his first start of the preseason, maybe his only start. We'll see how this goes. But the Browns are going to take on the Panthers. That's on NFL Network if you want to watch it. I've got it pulled up on my phone, so I'll try to keep you updated best I can. Shedeur is being shown run around, kind of getting warmed up there in Carolina. Don't believe Carolina's going to play any starters. Don't think the Browns are going to play a lot of starters with Shedeur. We did have a chance to talk to Darryl Ryder yesterday out of Cleveland. He said that basically right now, neither Shedeur nor Dylan Gabriel look like a pro NFL quarterback, that there's some work to do, and that not taking sacks is chief among what both guys have to figure out here at this level. So
always the case.
Always the case.
That's what made Bo Nix an outlier in the draft.
He knew. And Sean talks about it all the time. It was the sack numbers for him and the turnover numbers, both low.
And I will say, the other guy who looked good last night, who cut his sack numbers significantly between his junior and senior seasons of college football, Jalen Milroe. Milroe got it. I talked to him at the Combine, and he talked about how he made a concerted effort to – he said it was just getting out of hand. And this past season, his last college season, he took far fewer sacks. And then you look at how he played last night, too. It's probably a bigger metric now than it's ever been, just at the way defenses are attacking quarterbacks and how much you're facing the nickel package as a quarterback.
Cannot let it ruin drives. Plenty of NFL stories to get through, though, because we had actual start to preseason football last night. Here to update you on everything is our guy, Mark Springer, with the high five.
Yeah.
All right, it's high five time. We have the Broncos' first preseason game tomorrow night. The Broncos are 7.7, Andy. 7 point road favorites at the 49ers. Other Broncos news today, they fear that backup defensive end Matt Henningsen will miss the season with an Achilles injury.
I saw that happen.
Yeah, that was tough. I saw that he'd gone down, and
you knew right away that was probably a 90% chance what that injury was. They can tell that one pretty quick.
Well, I mean, I guess if they can handle one, is the D-line the place that they can handle it?
Yeah, I just, he was a guy I thought was right on the edge.
He made some plays last year. Didn't he get a couple games in last year?
Rotational player, and he's been a guy who's been willing to be on the practice squad as a veteran guy and get that game week promotion type thing. Not everybody's built for that, and he was willing to do it and performed well. So it's a depth loss for sure, but you could tell right away it was one of those.
That's too bad. So that's really the first major injury of
the year. It was really early.
We'll see about Drew Sanders, how that goes. But.
Really early in practice, too. That's the thing. That you just,
Well, we wish him a healthy recovery because that's too bad. The Broncos, again, they have depth on the defensive line, but certainly Henningsen is a guy you wouldn't mind having because, as Jeff said, he's a guy willing to be a veteran practice squad player, and that would help you.
High five.
All right, we are moments away from Shedeur Sanders taking his first snap as Cleveland Browns quarterback. This game just about to get underway on NFL Network. The Browns are at the Panthers. The Browns are 6-point road dogs. I do have some Shedeur props here. Shedeur Sanders to throw for 100 or 50 more passing yards is minus 200. He's minus 150 to throw at least one touchdown. For him to go 200 or more yards is plus 160. Shedeur Sanders is expected to take about 50 snaps tonight against the Panthers. Also, when he entered the stadium, their Bank of America Stadium, I believe, in Charlotte, he walked into an unreleased single of his. It was blaring on a boombox or something like that adjacent to him. Let's take a little listen. Oh, that's fresh.
There you go. I saw him walking, and I wasn't quite sure what the scene was, but there it is. They had the lights going. They had everything working. They had the Caroline blue light happening.
If you get Joe Flacco walking into what his single is,
that would be fun.
That'd be funny.
That'd be real funny. Now I kind of need to see it. I need to know. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Looks like Bryce Young is going to play tonight as I've got the feed up on my phone. They're showing it right now, so we're going to have Bryce Young in action with Shedeur as well. 50 snaps is a lot, Jeff. Now, it's funny because both Marcus Washington and coach have said they weren't sure that he'd get a ton of throwing opportunities, but if he's playing 50 snaps, he'll probably get a decent amount. How many times do you think they throw in 50 snaps?
If he gets 20-some
Anywhere
attempts,
in the 20s would be a good night,
yeah.
right?
And, I think, there's some feeling there in Cleveland. I know for a fact that if Dylan Gabriel wasn't hurt, the question, would have Shedeur have started? Would he have been second in the game? But they got like 11 quarterbacks, and only 3 of them are healthy right now. And Shedeur is one of those. And you're probably
Flacco's not playing.
You're probably not going to want to play a 40-something Flacco in the preseason.
I'm sure he doesn't want to play.
Yeah. So it makes sense. I mean, for him, you've said you want to take advantage of opportunity. Well, this is a really great
This is the biggest one. Go show them. Go show them you deserve more reps with the first team. By the way, if you want to weigh in on the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, do so. 303-504-0925. Bud Driver Buff coming in with Bob Seger for Joe Flacco.
There you go.
Turn the page, maybe.
Yeah.
Right?
The Metallica version or the
Bob
Seger version?
Yeah, you go Bob Seger. You got to stick to the original. Although he is old enough to have known the Metallica version. But we'll see. All right.
High five.
All right, the Broncos' Week 2 opponent is the Colts. They are at Indianapolis, and last night, Anthony Richardson sustained a dislocated pinky finger. X-rays were negative at halftime. He might return to practice for the Colts on Saturday.
Yeah, it sounds like he'll still be in play if they want him for that Broncos Week 2 matchup right now, assuming nothing else happens during the preseason. It's either he or Daniel Jones. Have you heard anything about who leads that thing? They gave us the old or. Didn't we get that from Sean Payton last year or on the depth chart?
It's just going to be, what you want. Jones has been the more consistent player, and Richardson's the guy who makes the play that other people can't. But, again, we just talked about, sacks. He fractures his pinky on an enormous sack. He just got obliterated and then gets up and then things pointed,
Well, and half the teleprompter warriors out there were showing that how did you not see that that's the hot and all this? So
yeah. But no, it was a huge sack and the ball shouldn't have been in his hands. So when they decide who the quarterback's going to be, it's just going to be what do you want the play that could win you the game or lose you the game from the same guy, or just the guy who can get first downs and will be probably unspectacular from time to time and, just routine, make the routine play.
All right, by the way, the Browns got the ball first. First play was a handoff. They got a nice run out of things. Now, the second play was a slant route. Shedeur was a little high on it, and so they don't convert their third down coming up.
Adrenaline.
High five.
They went 4 wide for Shedeur on
they
that
did.
play. Yeah. This is fun to watch. Broncos' Week 3 opponent is the Chargers. Yesterday, we learned that left tackle Rashawn Slater is out for the season with a torn patellar tendon. The Chargers will move the 5th overall pick from last year, the player who started right tackle for them, Joe Alt. He will move to left tackle this season.
Okay, so Joe Alt, how do you like that move for the Chargers? Joe Alt's a pretty good player, but he's not Rashawn Slater.
He's a right tackle.
No, you don't. So you don't like the move.
Well, I feel bad for Joe Alt. You're going to be asked to do things that are going to be. No, he played left in college, but this is a totally different. Now, in their scheme, a left tackle can look a lot like the power right tackle, so maybe they can do some things around him. He's Alt's a very good player, very good, was one of my highest ranked prospects that year in the draft. But the Slater injury, he just signs the
huge
mega deal. He's the highest paid lineman.
It is the nightmare every team worries about.
It's the one where you ever want to know why owners don't want guaranteed contract. This is yet another example that's on the cover of the magazine. He barely got the pen across the contract, but he is, if he's not, he's one of their 3 best players, and to lose him for the season is significant. You have, if the Broncos lost Garrett Bowles, they'd have to change their offense.
Okay.
Chargers are going to have to change their offense if Slater's not in there.
You think will they run more?
I'm just saying you got to adjust.
Gotcha.
All these things you plan to do, you can't leave that guy alone the X number of snaps you were planning to. It'd be just like if Bowles got hurt.
Another update. So Shedeur's got a second chance to throw on third. It was like 3rd and 5. He did hit his receiver. Thought his receiver was right at the sticks. They didn't agree, and so it was just short of the first down. They've punted. Now Carolina has the ball.
High five.
And finally, another preseason game tonight is the Patriots hosting the Commanders, fresh off of Mike Vrabel getting a bloody cheek, breaking up a scrum in joint practice. That'll kick off bottom of the hour. And before the game, at Gillette Stadium, the Patriots unveiled their Tom Brady statue. It is a 12-foot tall statue for number 12. And Tom spoke to the fans who showed up early for the festivities, and he has jokes.
But in the end, this statue isn't just for Pats fans. It'll also give all the Jets fans something to throw their beers at as they leave the stadium every year. Probably in the second quarter. Maybe the third.
There you go. He's still being funny. They're still having fun.
Raiders owner.
Yeah.
Raiders owner Tom Brady.
That's wild, right? I mean, is he really, though? Isn't that such a small percentage of the team?
He was at practice the other day.
I know, and he's not allowed to go talk to other teams, but it's kind of a weird deal. All right.
No, his numbers of his career in the modern time are ridiculous. The winning is ridiculous. 17 division titles in his career?
By the way, the Browns went out there with their defense, got the job done against the starters, by the way, for Carolina. Bryce Young already in harm's way and getting sacked, I believe. If not, it was just beyond the line of scrimmage. So Shedeur Sanders will get his second drive of his pro career coming up. And this is a sad note. I just saw this. It bums me out. Nick the Sea Lion. 9 News is reporting that Nick the Sea Lion, who used to help Drew Soicher pick the Bronco games with the balls, has died. The Denver Zoo has announced. So that's too bad. I mean, it's it was
a good run.
It was a fun little segment.
It was a good
Drew
run
would do
for
with
Nick.
picking the games, and I think we've all seen Nick the Sea Lion plenty, whether it was in that setting or even if you just went to
the zoo.
At the zoo. So there you go. Quick note from 9 News on that. All right, we're gonna come back, and it's time to do it. Look, how do you stand second half? First preseason game football, you draft a fantasy team. You get dogs in the hunt. You got guys that you root for. We are going to explore the bottom half of the depth chart and pick our guys in order to win a fantasy game and a trophy that doesn't even exist. And Jeff Legwold has the weight of all of Chicago and Nate Kreckman's hopes on his shoulders as he sees if the old sports writer can avoid screwing this up. Let's go pick a fantasy team next. And with that, we've begun another year of preseason fantasy football drafting, because why not? Boy, you threw me off with Vic. I forgot Vic was in there. That was
I have
nice.
2. Yeah, I played the Vic one.
You got a couple opens for this?
I got
sucker?
a Sean and Bo one. We'll play that next week.
All right. We'll get that going. All right, so here's what we do. Here's how we make fantasy football more interesting for you. You need to play along. You know what? You draft a team, you go look at the roster, you hear these reports that you've heard from us, because not as many people are able to watch training camp like they were. So you take these reports that we're giving you, and you go and you draft your own team. By the way, Shedeur flushed from the pocket and was unable. He got out, found a receiver open in the flat, but overthrew him. So there you go. Looked like his initial read wasn't there. He tried to lob one. He still got hit. But anyway, there you go. Brown's trying to get something going. It'll be 3rd and 12 coming up. So we're going to draft a team. Have you decided? Usually we let Mark Springer be the commissioner on this one. Spring?
Usually Nate is. You know what? Here's what we're going to do, okay? Andy, you're up first.
Okay.
Because I think you beat me last year.
Okay.
Well, and I think I came in last, to be honest with you. So
how many guys are we picking?
We're going to go 3 offense, 1 defense.
1 defensive player who you hope gets either a sack or a pick six.
No positional requirements?
No.
Not on defense, no.
No, on offense?
No.
Doesn't matter?
Take who you want.
No, no quarterbacks. I think we should do no quarterbacks.
You want to do no quarterbacks? Interesting. Okay.
The commission.
Because we only have 2. We only have 2. If we're not, because you can't draft Bo Nix. Well, I guess no, you
could if you wanted to.
Yeah, if you think he's going to go 1 for 1 on the drives.
Yeah. It's okay. Look, Spring's the one that usually scores this thing, so if he says no QBs, that's what we'll do.
All right, I'm in.
So there we go.
Snake draft. It'll go Andy, Leggy, me, back around. Let's do it. Ooh, Browns are going for it on 4th down.
Well, here's the problem. It was 4th and 1, and Shedeur did exactly what Jeff said he cannot do. Shedeur took the snap, and he tried to escape out the back of the pocket. You cannot do that. That was the knock on him. That's why he fell in some cases. And so he ends up losing massive yardage trying to run backwards. And, Jeff, you said it. You're not getting away from these guys in the NFL.
Dude,
he ran all the way back to the logo at midfield.
Don't retreat.
So that was one of the problems. All right, let's get this sucker started. I'm up first. I'm going to take it. I'm happy to do so. I'm excited to have my selection of guys that I want to pick from. Now, see, this is going to be tough. Because, again, even though the starters are set to play, they're not going to play very long. You know, I'm going to make my first pick because I think he's been very intriguing. And I think he'll play a little bit. Now, Jeff may laugh when he hears this, but I'm going to go with Troy Franklin. I feel like everybody's in love with Troy Franklin. I think Franklin could continue to see snaps even after Bo's out of there. And even if he doesn't, he might be good enough he's been the pop play guy in camp. And I'm going to count on Troy Franklin to give me a pop play and maybe get me a touchdown before he gets out of there.
All right. Boom.
So now it's your turn.
Is it my turn? I'm taking Jaleel.
Give us a little reason why. Because it is radio. We got some time to fill.
No, I just figured it would give you more time when you're picking your defensive guy.
So you think Jaleel's going to play a lot tomorrow?
I think he'll play. I think he'll be very productive when he plays.
Okay.
He may not get tons of snaps, but I think there's a score in there.
All right, and so you, like me, we have 2 guys that may only see first half action, but we may get a touchdown out of each.
I think there's a score in there.
Who do you think plays more, Jaleel or R.J. Harvey?
I'm thinking Jaleel might. I'm not thinking Harvey might get tons of snaps, I don't think. And I think they'd like to figure out those other running backs later in the game. And, they may even limit Jaleel. I just think he has more options to see the ball because I wouldn't expect to see much of Dobbins, if at all.
All right, our guy with 2 picks in a row in our snake draft is Mark Springer.
All right, I'm just going to go chalk here. I'm going to go sexiest players available. Leggy, I agree. You're probably right on R.J. Harvey, but I'm going to take him anyways.
Okay.
Boom.
He's good.
He's good.
Well, here's the thing.
We're all good.
We're all hoping to get if we all get a TD out of this first guy, then we're happy, right?
Oh, sure, yeah.
So we're all kind of, because look, all the guys we just mentioned probably won't be playing late into the game. So this is one where you hope your guy gets his score and he gets out of the game. Now, Mark, I think you're at greatest risk of your guy getting in with the ones, and then that might be it. But who knows?
Dude, he's RB6.
Sure. If you believe the depth chart, you're right.
He's not playing until the 4th quarter.
I'll be shocked if that happens. You know what? If he doesn't play until the fourth quarter spring, I think you win.
No, but see,
how about that?
Okay, even though he's RB6, which is a joke, and Jaleel McLaughlin, Leggy's guy, is RB2, RJ Harvey will be the second running back into the game, right? Like after J.K. Dobbins.
Yes.
Yeah.
They may both see action on the first drive, honestly.
They might.
With the ones.
Yeah, they might want to see RJ Harvey get a look with the ones in the first drive or two. Okay, and then I'll take Pat Bryant.
Oh, wow, that was quick.
Yep. I really like Pat Bryant.
Boom.
I don't think you need the speed. I've referenced Marcus Colston. We even saw like a Tim Patrick here in Denver. You can, run good routes, have good position, use those hands. I think Pat Bryant's going to I think he's going to get more and more use as this season goes along. I think by the end of this season, he's that second outside receiver.
Okay. That's an interesting prediction. I'm not sure I'm ready to go all the way there with you because I'm hoping Mims can hold on to that because, again, I think Mims is a complete player that they need to use a little bit more. But I'll tell you this. Leggy and I talked about it earlier in the show. Sean Payton drafts guys. He doesn't care if you think he overdrafted him. He doesn't care if you think he overdrafted him by 2 rounds. If he sees what he's going to do with them, he goes ahead and takes them. And I think we've seen some of what he's got in mind for Pat Bryant. And not only that, Bo Nix has liked him. I feel like all 3 quarterbacks have been willing to throw to him, and I think that's good for Pat Bryant.
And he wins. Quarterbacks like him because he wins the
matchup.
He wins the contested.
Yep.
The contested ball. And he's what I would call, a good receiver on the edges in the red zone, on the boundary. He plays the edges with physicality.
So they have Mims listed as wide receiver 2, right?
And they do, yes.
But I think that's kind of like a pecking order thing, though, because I think Sean wants another big receiver on the other side.
Yeah, I would tell you don't stress the depth chart there.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm saying. I think that Mims got that nod just because it's a pecking order thing,
As Jeff said earlier, we've already talked more about the depth chart than the Broncos have.
And I think Mims is more of that.
But I will say, when they've lined up in the one offense spring, it's been Cortland and Marvin as the top 2 wide receivers.
I see Marvin as more of that joker type player, playing in the slot, lining up in the backfield. And another thing with Pat Bryant, though, like that's a Sean Payton guy.
No doubt.
So
that's a guy that he's going to prove to you he didn't take him too soon.
Exactly.
You got the 2 guys that are the Bo Nix of this draft this year.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, Leggy, you're up.
I'm going to take Vele, even though he's been dinged a little bit. Maybe they limit his snaps, but I'm liking that matchup against reserve corners.
All right. What do you think's going on with Vele, by the way? Is he in any threat of not holding on to a position? Is there a chance he goes too quiet and has to start on the practice squad this year?
They're not lining up that way. I mean, I don't think. We'll see. I mean, I think 5 receivers are definitely, or six receivers are definitely on the possibility list. So, they could keep 6, and that does make it a tight squeeze for a couple of guys.
I just wondered, we talked about a Joaquin Davis who is in play, and I'm just wondering, is that the type of guy that could maybe, they take a look at him because they like the size, and Vele's a practice squad guy? I don't know. You don't think right now anyway?
No, I wouldn't think right now. Okay. And plus, Vele's clock's ticking. He's 26 when he gets to the league. So whatever you're going to do, you better do now with him.
All right. A guy that I've kind of liked, boy, there's a lot of, I'm so torn what to do. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go Lucas Kroll because I think they need to throw to a tight end. I know the tight ends have been featured. Sometimes when you get the very basic and vanilla packages that we're going to be looking at, I don't think things are going to get too fancy. We'll see some of the play action pass and all that, or they do the little waggle play where they roll out, and oftentimes the tight ends are big for that. I don't know if I'm taking the right tight end, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go with Lucas Kroll.
Boom.
I like that pick.
Yeah,
he seems to have been featured a little bit here from what I've seen.
He has, but again, the other guy that you got to be careful of taking out of the mix when we start talking about tight ends, and this is why I'm a little hesitant about my own pick there, is the fact that you've got Nate Adkins in the mix. Remember, Nate Adkins seems to do a little something every year in the preseason.
And he gets more chance because he lines up at H-back.
He does.
He plays fullback. He plays tight end. He plays inline tight end, and they've lined him up in the slot. So he's a guy that can appear at 4 different places in a formation, so that gives you more snaps in the preseason.
All right, I'm really torn because I've liked what I've seen out of 2 guys that play receiver as we snake draft this thing around. And I'm looking at 2 guys, Jerwan Newton and Joaquin Davis, the one that Leggy and I were talking about. One is 6'4", the other's 5'11". I'm going to go, you know what, since he's been my guy, I feel like Jerwan Newton is going to make me regret this, but I am going to go with Joaquin Davis. I think he's going to be in the game late. He's your typical big receiver that Sean Payton likes. He looks like a tight end sometimes when you see him out there. But I worry about how many plays Jerwan Newton has made. He may make me regret not taking him. I'm leaving him on the board for one of you two, but I am going to go with Joaquin Davis.
Okay. Is it me?
It's you,
Leggy.
I'm taking Estime.
Oh, that's who I was going to take.
Oh, there you go. You know you've done it right when you upset the guy behind you. How many carries do you think Estime is going to get? Is this a big Estime night?
I'm just saying between Jaleel and Estime, I'm getting Nate Kreckman a touchdown or 2.
See, I was tempted to take Blake Watson with that receiver pick, but I feel like I got to stick by my guy. Blake Watson's shown a little shimmy, but he's going to go with the big bruiser, Audric Estime.
Get the tight red zone snaps.
Much to the chagrin of one
of
Mark
the commish,
Springer,
of
who
the
now
commish.
has scrambled to find his pick. There's nothing worse than when the guy takes the pick you had already been ready to click.
Well, the reason I wanted him was
he's fighting for a job.
Yeah, he's got something to prove. And it feels like he's the guy who's been crapped on the most, has the biggest chip on his shoulder, but is also they're bulk-wise, their biggest back. But I had seen Leggy that he's lost a little weight, perhaps, is in better shape.
He was in pretty good shape last year. I think that's some camp talk.
Okay.
I think that's some.
It's the internet nerds.
It's us looking for a point to make, I would say.
I think that's some camp cheese right there. Don't eat the cheese.
All right. Well, you know what? I got options. I'm going to go with Tyler Bidet.
Okay.
He's got something to prove. Remember, he broke out when we found out his name was pronounced Bidet and not Batty. And then he got hurt and missed damn near the rest of the season. And I think he's another guy. He's like, hey, don't forget about me. And if he plays well, Broncos are going to have some interesting choices to make at running back.
Boy, and I'll tell you, I already hate my team. You 2 guys took 2 running backs, and I took nothing but guys that catch the ball. So this is going to be real interesting already. I already regret my decisions, and we're not even 5 minutes past it because we know they don't throw the ball all the time in preseason. So,
all right, now to the defense.
You got to get your one defender.
We will snake back around. Let's see. I will go with Jonah Ellis.
Okay, that's a good one. It's a good one, Spring.
That's a safe pick.
How much do you think Jonah Ellis plays there, Jeff?
Well, right now he's working in the late in the rotation of 1s, and then he's with the 2s.
So probably a first half guy at best, right?
Probably a first half guy.
All right. But all he needs is a sack or something.
Yeah,
right?
he's a beast.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a beast. There's no doubt. I'm just saying. The thing that gets tricky about this is you don't want to pick somebody that's not going to play too late into the game. That's all. But that could be any of these guys.
Is it me?
It's your turn. You need one defensive player. Who do you like is
Dondre Tillman. I'm going with Dondre Tillman. It's going to have 2 sacks.
92, right?
Yeah, he's going to have 2 sacks in this game.
Okay. Tillman has been a beast. He's been coming off the edge. He's been coming from a defensive end position. He was a guy that I thought flashed late in things last year as well.
He had a multi-sack game in the regular season.
He really did. So he's been playing. You know what? See, had he not been injured, my guy would have been Q Robinson. But I don't think Q Robinson's playing, right, Jeff? Is he available? What do you think happens with him?
He practiced.
He did practice?
Yeah.
I'm going with Q Robinson, 51. You know what I love about Q Robinson? Not only has he shown an ability to pass rush, but he also covers tight ends. So maybe he pulls the rare linebacker interception for me, and we see what happens there. Nobody would have. If we were drafting kickers, should anybody take Crawshaw? Does Crawshaw got to show him a little something in the game?
I don't think. I mean, they
is he the guy still, or they
well,
gonna?
There's no one else around. But I mean,
at what point does that maybe change at all?
No, because when he does hit it, it's galactic.
Well, I understand that, but
it's galactic.
You sure
in
you
nature.
don't want a guy on the practice squad just in case? The
Well,
just
they-
in
they
case
may
guy.
eventually, but I mean, yesterday was a lot more early in camp. It was a carnival ride, but I think lately he's been much more consistent.
All right, so the teams are I've got Franklin, Kroll, and Davis. And then I've got Robinson as my player, Jaleel, Vele, Estime, and Tillman for Nate Kreckman / Jeff. And then RJ Harvey, Pat Bryant, Tyler Bidet, and Jonah Ellis for one Mark Springer. We'll see how this
that's a
all
good
works
team
out.
on paper.
It is a good team on paper, though. Every year I think we feel good about stuff, and then
I am worried, like you said, Andy. Maybe it's a little second quarter-y, second quarter-y.
You might have a snap issue. You don't have a talent issue. You may have a snap.
yeah, but he's got Bidet. Bidet's good. Yeah, Bryant. I don't know that Bryant and Harvey are playing real late in this game. Harvey's the one you probably should most be worried about giving you a quick night and getting
All
out
you
of there.
need is because they're talented. You just need one play.
All you need is just a touchdown.
one play.
You're to get a touchdown from each guy.
Plus,
it's over.
you're the commissioner. You can score it any way you want.
Yeah, he could. You know,
Standard scoring.
Yeah.
it's funny because
PPR,
Mark
by the way,
shows us-
PPR.
Oh, okay. Well, then that helps me because I got nothing but receivers. I think I will regret that decision. Who else should fans watch for when this thing comes tomorrow night? Who's another just kind of new name? I always like asking everybody who they got their eye on.
Wow.
I mean, the new names are going to play, right? He doesn't need to play his regulars in this thing much, right?
No, I would look for, on defense, Savion Jones is going to he's going to wreck some stuff.
Okay.
That guy's having a great camp.
That's the rookie at LSU, right?
Yeah. And, he's just a ball player. I mean, they got a lot of those types of guys, but I think Savion's going to mess some things up. I'd keep an eye on Joaquin Davis. I really like him. I think the running back or the linebacker we were talking about earlier, Jordan Turner. I'd keep an eye on guys like that. Just guys that you haven't heard much about them, but they're having really good camps. And if they were with another team, you'd be getting a lot more mileage about impact they could have in the season. I think Savion Jones is going to make the roster, but that's a guy I would keep an eye on because he'll get a lot of snaps and he plays so hard. You talk about the proverbial high motor. That's a guy that could have like 8 tackles in the fourth quarter because he's just playing harder than everybody else.
What's the number on there? He is. Savion Jones is 95 if you want to watch for him, 55 for the linebacker you were talking about, and of course Joaquin Davis is 80.
And the tight end, the basketball playing
84,
tight
Caleb
end,
Lohner.
I gotta believe he is going to score at least once or twice in the. He might finish the preseason with 4 catches and 2 of them are touchdowns.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep an eye out for all these guys. It's always fun to watch young guys maybe announce their presence. Now, it's funny, I say it every year. Half these guys that we're going to talk about over the next couple weeks, if they're actually playing come regular season, you're probably in trouble because it meant all your starters are hurt, so you don't want that to happen. Do you think, is Brandon Jones playing tomorrow, do we think? Do we not know yet?
Well, I'm not sure what they kept acting like yesterday was no big deal, but again, I believe it when I see it.
This is the lion time of year, right? They don't have to
from
tell
this,
you anything.
And from this regime, I believe it when I see it.
All right.
I hear a lot of things, and I have to see it with my eyes.
Yeah, sometimes it's going to be quick, and then it's not quick. So, all right, Browns have the ball back. We'll see what Shedeur does with this drive, although they've got a 2nd and 5, so set up nicely there. Carolina did score on their last drive after that 4th down attempt ended in a sack. There's a couple straight run plays, I think, here as the Browns are starting to run the ball a little bit more and doing just that. And so we'll keep you updated on what's going on with that. We're going to come back. We're going to finish it up. We'll give you a little weekend preview. We will play the guacamole song before we get out of here on a Scout Friday. We're wrapping it up on a Friday. Pleased to have you along. Hopefully you're set to have just an awesome weekend. Now, it's supposed to be a little bit cooler than the last 5 days we've experienced. Holy cow, last night, not getting below 73. It was a little bit of a warm night, but you know what? I'm more of a summer than a winter person. In 6 months, I'll be wishing for a 73 degree
you'll be
night.
Crying like
There's no doubt about it. All right. So the good news for Shedeur Sanders is there was a muffed punt by Carolina, and they're now set up at the 10-yard line. The bad news is a lot of it has not been good for Shedeur. Browns on their first down play try to hand it off, and of course the running back actually avoids a couple tackles and is going to make some hay. So it'll be 2nd and goal from about the 7 or 6 yard line. So Shedeur on a 3rd down play had the tight end hook inside towards the numbers. He threw it outside towards the boundary, and they were just not on the same page, or I don't know if it was an option route. They certainly didn't see the same thing. So it's now going to be 2nd and goal from about the 6 or 7 yard line there. As Shedeur has gotten a lot of snaps, it's been a good mix of run and pass for the Browns, but looks like they're going to let the first quarter expire. Stefanski's going to talk to his quarterback, and we'll see what happens there.
5 of 10.
5 of 10, not bad. He's hit some short ones, but then
5
there's some other ones
for 33.
Yeah, they've not been on the same page on other ones. So there you go. But like the guy took no snaps with the first string offense. I don't think he's probably facing the first string Panther defense anymore, but I don't know that for sure. But he's learning, so we'll see where all of it. ESPN has been firmly driving the hype train in the morning, at least on Get Up and First Take. What do you think? Do they think that This does tell you he's like the Dallas Cowboys. The Sanders name is like the Dallas Cowboys. It drives ratings if they're talking about it every morning. So, by the way, what do you think happens? You've said as this continues to go along, you think Micah Parsons is going to hold to the trade request? Is Jerry going to talk his way out of this?
All I know is I've talked to people,
right
in the league who are familiar with the player and they're familiar with the agent, and that's a tandem that's willing to take this where they want to take it.
The fact that he could be franchise tagged 2 years in a row, like a lot of people were saying this morning, ESPN was saying this morning.
You might as well sign him to the long-term deal if you're going to do that, because the number's enormous now for outside edge rusher.
And it'll go up both years.
It'll go up both years. And you have it forces you, by the time you give him the second one, it's prohibitive. You might as well just give him the guarantee, because it's guaranteed the minute he signs it. So what if you're going to give him a number that big guaranteed, you might as well get him to the long-term deal that keeps him with your team, because both the franchise tags would be fully guaranteed from the moment he signs it. So you'll probably end up giving him 60, 70 million guaranteed for being stubborn. Why don't you just sign him to a deal that has that guaranteed money in it and everybody's happy?
Because he's Jerry Jones, and as we've talked about, he seems to thrive off this. He seems to love it.
He prefers it.
Do you buy? So the latest news has been that that Jerry Jones, and I guess he even talked about it yesterday. He said he's basically hinting at that he felt like he had a handshake deal in place with Micah Parsons.
You don't get handshake deal. He would never do. This is what gripes me about NFL owners. They break the rules that made them rich in their other businesses. There's no way Jerry Jones did a deal as big as he's going to do with Micah Parsons over a handshake. And in today's NFL, if you're talking to a player and his agent isn't there, isn't on a speakerphone, isn't on a Zoom call, isn't on a FaceTime, if his agent isn't there or involved, it doesn't count.
Well, and that's exactly what they were saying. Let's see. Shedeur just threw it to the end zone, and Cleveland scores a touchdown. Shedeur Sanders has his first touchdown as a pro. He threw it, I believe it was a 4-yard pass. It was to the outside corner in the end zone. He finds Pater. There are plenty of Browns fans there. There's a lot of Shedeur jerseys in there. Is this the song? This is from that video. So again, he kind of
says she loves touchdowns.
Look at that. Okay. You know what? I'll tell you what, he threaded the needle. He had a shorter route. The DB fell off. He had his receiver running a crosser in the back corner, and he put it in the right spot right before the DB could get over and tap it down. So let's go! Hey, look, that's a nice highlight for Shedeur.
Let's go!
Hey, how about it though? From the state of Colorado football players, LeJonte Wester goes for a punt return for a touchdown. Shedeur throws his first touchdown in his first game. And you had Torrey Horton going for Seattle last night.
Let's go!
They're fired up about Wester.
Well, they should be. I was like LeJonte.
In camp and area, they're fired up. He's done well.
What about Horton? I mean, I know you talked earlier that people are a little bit worried about the foot, but if that foot holds, that's a great value for that player, is it not?
And physically, he fits what they do. I mean, he would be one of their prototypes.
All right. What do you think we get out of the Travis Hunter experience tomorrow?
I hope they. I
believe it's tomorrow, right?
I hope in the regular season, I hope they treat this with the maximum development in mind rather than the tension. Because I don't think physically he's going to hold up very long as a full-time two-way player, lots of snaps, lots of contact. I just don't think physically he's built for that. He would disagree. I know. I've asked him face-to-face. I get it. But I just, in my 40 seasons of doing this, I just think that body type is not ready for the snap count it would take to be the full-time player he wants to be both ways. But I hope they're smart with him. I hope he has an awesome debut and a career and all. I just hope they don't get so embroiled in doing the two-way thing that they don't let him or give him the opportunity to be the absolute best player he can be overall.
Well, Devontae Adams was on a podcast earlier this week, and he was saying the same thing. He just said he said just the running alone is going to wear you out. And he said he just doesn't think he's going to be able to do it. He doesn't want to see him get hurt. He goes, there's 100% chance that you're going to get hurt anyway.
Yeah, you're not helping the cause. And he will not be, I can't say this officially because I'm not in their building, but I don't believe he will be afforded the recovery opportunity he had in college.
Sure.
He will be asked to do more during what was a recovery period in college for him, where he didn't have to do anything other than recover. And not only will he be asked to do more, he will be asked to do it against better players, more physical players, stronger players,
Okay, if you had to guess, because right now they're saying all the right things, they're going to try to let this happen. If you had to guess, how long do you think they really experiment with the both ways thing? Is it the whole season? Is it a few games? What do you think?
I think a lot of it depends on what side of the ball we see him the most on. And then it's once you know what side of the ball they're